Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. The Sean and RJ show featuring Corey from the KNC Masterpiece today. Sean is out. He is probably rolling smoke on a brisket at the moment, so we'll see how things go throughout the day, and we'll turn things over to my show around 10 o'clock this morning. But man, what happened last night in the Rangers game, Chop? I'm trying to figure out just how I went to bed and everything was going okay, and then I woke up this morning and we lost 9-8, and it was a 4-run bottom of the ninth inning that started off with 2 walks from Jonathan Hernandez that I think was like, oh, there it is. Yeah. That's the proof right there. Like every pitching coach will tell you, Choppy, that the don't walk the leadoff hitter, and that's how their inning fell apart for them.
Yeah, it's also that stupid ballpark with that ridiculous wall in left.
People hate that park.
Oh, it's so bad. It's that. First of all, they list that wall at 310.
Mm-hmm.
260 at most.
Yeah.
At most, they won't even let you go down there. Like there have been announcers for other teams that have said they've tried to start at third base and walk to left field and pace it off, and you get stopped by security.
Are you serious?
Ground crew. They do not let you pace off how far that fence is.
That's
because they know it is a bunch of crap. It ain't 310 feet. It ain't even close.
Man, that is wild. Yeah, well, it fell apart for the Rangers last night. They lose 9-8 in Boston. And listen, I was talking about this with Mike the other day and Kevin. Look, Rangers season, it's done. It's essentially done. So all we're looking forward to at this point are potential Cole Winn call-ups, Josh Young call-ups. Those kinds of things. I don't know if Cole Winn's earned it yet. His minor league season this year has been pretty poor. I'm liking some of the advancement and development I'm seeing from Leiter, but I think the Ranger season is essentially over. But I am going to keep up with baseball. I'm going to keep up with what they're doing, especially the last series of the year, or the last game of the year is probably going to be Aaron Judge's moment. He could hit a home run here that could be a big deal.
Obviously, you don't want him to break the record until he gets here, but then you don't want him to break the record against you.
Yeah. Well,
or do you? Because remember a couple years ago, or was it last year? Was it last year, 2 years ago, when Corey Kluber threw a no-hitter here, and then Joe Musgrove threw a no-hitter here? Were you rooting for the no-hitter at some point during the game? I think if you were there, you were.
Okay, so I have talked about this with Mike a number of times. He roots for the no-hitter. No matter what.
If I'm in the stadium, I will. If I'm not in the stadium, there's no way I'm rooting for my team to get no hit.
I get the idea of rooting for greatness to happen. There's no way in hell I'm rooting for my opponent to do something that special against me. Here's what I want for Aaron Judge. I want him to hit and break the record somewhere else, but I'll settle for the actual record is the last ball he hits out here. I'm fine with that. If that's the case, I want him to break the record somewhere else, and then he can say, you know what, but I reset it.
64 is here.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, and that's fine by me. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I'm not rooting for him to break a record in front of our fans. Let him do it in New York. Let him break the record in New York somewhere. It'll be more fun for them. Won't be fun for me at all. I'd hate it.
Oh, yeah, it would definitely be more fun for him to do it there. Like Bonds.
Yeah.
Bonds did it in San Francisco.
Yep.
Against Mike
Bassett. Yeah.
McGuire did it at home.
Yeah. And against the Cubs.
Was it against the Cubs where he broke the record?
Because remember, Sammy Sosa runs over and they punch each other and everything, and they're like, after he ran up in the stands and hugged everybody.
That was so nauseating.
Dude, I heard you say nauseating the other day, and I was like, man, because every day that was the story.
Every day.
You wake up in the morning, that was the headline on ESPN. It was the headline. Our local newspaper, I still have the newspaper of the moment of them sharing that together. And it wasn't that it was, I wasn't nauseated by it because I was enthralled. I wanted, everything about it I was into. Because I loved Mark McGuire growing up. It was one of those, the Bash brothers, Jose Canseco. I thought, man, that dude can crush. It's awesome. And then there he is doing this on a daily basis. I was excited about it. So I wasn't nauseated, but I was definitely invested in it. And I wish that they could figure out how to get people invested in this home run because
I wish they could.
They aren't.
But they ruined it. They ruined it in 98 and they ruined it in 01. Ruined it. Ruined it is relative if you believe that they did PEDs or not.
Yeah. Does that matter to you? I know it matters to Mike because Mike's like, well, I never did. And so that infuriates me that other players were doing it and I could have gotten my $1 million check or whatever it is that would have put me over the top had I been participating in that. Me as a fan, whenever we talk about Hall of Fame and stuff, I'm like, put them in. That you got to tell the story of baseball.
I agree. I'm a big storyteller. Can you tell the story of the sport?
Oh,
and you can't tell the story of the sport. Put a wing in.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a wing for everything.
The red light district. Just put that. Just have a red light over everybody's bust.
I'm not
and then
the red light district.
You're not a fan of it?
Oh no, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, just put it in there. And from the 214, I'm ready for another home run record chase. Absolutely, man. Yeah. I know that y'all were discussing like where is that record, and that's when I found out that Joey is 22. I was listening yesterday morning, and
he wasn't even alive. You weren't even think about that. He wasn't even alive.
No clue what we're talking about.
For Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. He was barely alive for Barry Bonds.
Yeah. It's
troubling. It really is. It's very troubling.
And here we are working with him, and he's setting him up for the future successes of radio industry. So, man, it's awesome. 877-881-1053 from the 214. Damn, Corey was hoping RJ driving Kevin nuts or fighting with Mike all morning. Man, that's I'm in for Sean today. So that's what you're gonna see for this Friday morning. I always find it weird whenever me and my son get up and go to the gym on Friday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's there at the gym.
Oh no!
Like
Fridays,
you go in on Friday morning, nobody's in the gym at 5:45 in the morning, and my son's like, "Where is everybody? Why is nobody here?" I'm like, "Man, everybody went and got hammered last night." They're not showing up at 5:45 on a Friday morning to work out and get their sweat on now.
No, they're not.
Oh, they want to be doing something else at this point. Did you get any college football action last night?
A little bit. I had like a curriculum night kind of thing.
What the hell does that mean? Did you have to go to the school and like talk to teachers?
They tell you, well, you need to have this, you have that, you got to have all these things. This is what your kids' expectations are for the year. And then you guys don't have curriculum night for your kids?
Adrian probably does.
Yeah.
Dad gets to do other stuff.
Dad does other things.
Yeah. Like I get told about school stuff. I'm not the one they trust with that stuff.
Oh, okay, I get you. I get you. So I had that, and then I came home and I was over at my girlfriend's and we started watching like, what was it? Like the first 48 she had on when I got home.
Is she one of those?
We don't watch much TV,
but she does like crime, murder mysteries.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, I would kind of lean towards those.
She's a woman.
They all do.
They can watch a serial killer mystery and then
all day
go straight to bed
and they go nurture the child.
Yeah.
So they do. They can watch a serial killer murder mystery and then go nurture a baby.
Because they're the one. They're like, we know how to not raise.
Right.
A serial
we know how to
killer.
not raise
That's
a serial killer.
Right
so that did turn on Tennessee for a second.
How'd that go for you?
It was. Let's see. I turned it on at like 31 zip, and I turned it off at 45-0.
Okay. All right.
Like, okay. I've seen enough.
That's nice.
Offense is going to be okay.
Yeah.
I think the offense will be all right this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a good football season, man. This is the first one. I'm prepared for this weekend. Already getting things rolling. We will have our fantasy football draft with my group coming up on Saturday, and we'll be invested in college football all day long. And then we'll have football action all next week. Really getting excited about that. Coming up next here on not the KNC Masterpiece. It is Sean and RJ here in DFW. I'll get used to that probably about 8 o'clock this morning.
We'll be all
right. Why are you up right now? 877-881-1053. Why are you up right now? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
RJ Corey filling in for Sean this morning. He'll be back on Monday. Everything's going to be just fine, so get after it. This morning, 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line. Want to hear from you. This is Kevin and I always do this whenever we filled in for Sean and RJ before. Whenever we were a weekend show or a night show and they'd ask us to fill in, we would ask, why are you up right now? It's early. It's way too early to be awake. I got into the radio business so I could wake up around 10 o'clock and just roll into work. So I usually wake up around 9 and just get here as quick as possible. Try to wear shorts and flip-flops as often as I can. But why are you up this morning? It is a ridiculous time. Actually, what's weird to me, Chop, was I was driving in this morning, and there were lots of cars on the road. I was shocked at how many people were driving.
That was yesterday for me. I was
really
stunned at the amount of cars yesterday on the road.
And I don't know how you don't get more tickets driving at this time in the morning. When I was driving in this morning, I didn't even realize I was going 95. I was kind of flying down the road, and then I looked down and was like, holy crap, I'm going too fast right now. Don't drive that fast out there. 877-881-1053. Why are you up right now?
I've gotten a couple of tickets. I think maybe 2 in the what almost dozen years of doing the show.
Yeah.
In the morning. I have a theory that cops at 4:30 in the morning aren't really worried about speeders.
Oh, really? Because they're like, road's wide open right now. It's an Audubon.
I think they're worried about drunk drivers.
Okay.
I think they're worried about people doing all the bad things.
Like donuts in the middle of the highway.
No, just not even traffic cops. I'm talking just doing all the bad things, in robbing places.
Gotcha.
Killing people. They're worried about that.
You were afraid to say that? You called it all the bad things?
I was just trying to find the right words, man. It's 5:45 in the morning. Sometimes I haven't had coffee yet. Sometimes the brain doesn't work.
From the, you know what? We're going to let the Tolos do your job for the next 15 minutes then. From the 214, heading to work so I don't have to do a honey-do list. Ready for some college football this weekend. Have a good one, boys. From the 214, I'm up, heading into work. Got to make sure y'all's cell service is up there. I work on phone towers. So yeah, they're up there making sure everything rocks there.
Did you see that? Have you seen the trailer for that movie where these 2 girls are stuck up on top of some antenna?
No. How'd they get up there?
I have no idea. I didn't really watch the trailer because I don't remember the name of the movie. But there's just 2 girls stuck up on an antenna.
2 girls, one antenna? What's it called?
I don't know. 2 girls, 1 antenna?
I don't know if I can look this up because that one right there. Nope, I can't look that up. You find it and let me know. I have not seen the trailer for this, but I'm interested to see it.
Looks like it's called The Fall.
The Fall. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So basically they're like 2 girls, they have vests on, some
they're not
yoga pants,
they're not tied up to the
they got their Han Solo look
in
their they got their pumpkin spice lattes already because they're ready for the fall, right? That's what it sounds like to me, is they're ready for autumn.
It says best friends Becky and Hunter find themselves at the top of a 2,000-foot radio tower.
Find themselves at the top of it.
No, they climbed
How do they just find themselves at the top of a radio tower?
They're all about conquering fears and pushing limits. And after they climb a 2,000-foot radio tower, an abandoned one, they find themselves stranded with no way down.
They go back the way you got up there. You climb back down.
I am going to assume
the ladder
broke.
Okay, all right. That's probably. You know what? I'm not going to give them a hard time. This happened to me once. All right, here's my story. We had a shed on the back of our first house, and it was rotted. One day I walked in, dead possum in it. All right. It was one of those things. I never went into it except for I was like, all right, I'm going to tear this thing down. Decided to start tearing it down. Ripped the roof off of it, had posts sitting up. Part of the roof was still on top, stuck to my roof. So I climb up on my ladder and I get the screwdriver, rip the screws out and everything. As that happens, the rest of that roof falls off, knocks the ladder down. I'm on the roof of a 1-story house, and I look over the edge, and I'm like, I can make it.
Oh, no.
And then I realize I'm older than I thought I was. I'm going to break my ankles. So I just said, well, my son's sleeping inside. What am I going to do?
Wake him up.
Didn't have my phone. No, I couldn't.
You didn't bring your phone up there?
Dude, he was too young at that point to even do it. He couldn't even help me. He's tiny at the time. I didn't have my phone. No, it was sitting on. I could see it right there. So I wait and I wait. I see my neighbor across the street. I love her. Liz, she was awesome. She pulls into her driveway and I was like, psst, psst, Liz.
Oh, you didn't want to wake the entire neighborhood up.
No, and it was,
let them know that you had dropped the ladder.
Liz, come help me. And she laughed and she said, I'm posting this on Facebook first. And I was like, dadgummit. But she did. She eventually got the ladder for me. So I understand. I understand where these two girls and this one antenna come from. Because I, too, have been in a situation where the ladder has fallen. So if that's not the case, though, Chop, if they still have a ladder, I'm calling BS on this movie, all right? I did like this. This is an interesting question. Maybe we do this coming up in the 6th. Did you hear Chop say Jerry Jones doesn't run the Cowboys like a business? He runs it like a football team. And they can't let that go. And I don't disagree with Choppy on this.
No, yeah. Some people just can't get on my level of thought, which I understand.
You let the coaches run the football team like a football team. That's what the coaches are there for. They're supposed
never let the coach pick a player. The coach picks a player that's going to help them because coaches think that some positions matter.
Yeah.
And some just don't.
Some of them do. You need to stop that right
Some of them do matter.
Some
of them do matter. Some of them don't.
But an owner, a GM, has to make shrewd business decisions that benefit the company. And that's what I think that
Today
Chop
and
is
tomorrow.
making. Yeah, you have to. And I think Steven gets too caught up in tomorrow, 3 years from now, not thinking about the now.
I agree.
And Jerry gets caught up a lot in the now, and so there's a little disconnect between them. That's where I'm hoping that Will can make those decisions with both of them in mind. But I think you're right about Jerry on trades and contracts and stuff like that. Jerry absolutely needs to run it like a business. Very shrewd.
Very shrewd. Has to.
And what's best for the bottom line, as opposed to, you know what? You've been here, Tyron, for 10 years. We love you. We love the legacy and the future of you. And we'll pay you that extra $10 million that's on the end of your... Like, those are the things that are going to happen that end up screwing things up.
I agree. I mean, sometimes you got to just make the move that benefits the team tomorrow and not today. And, like case in point, right? Like, so... running it like a football man and not as a businessman, that's how you draft Zeke over Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah. Oh, man. I still liked Zeke. From the 469, I'm a detention officer. I'm heading into my 12-hour shift. Good luck with your work day today. Working my main gig, delivery driver for Martin House once my route is done.
Over there.
My glass blowing
Right
job
there,
after
Fort Worth,
that.
baby.
Man, Martin House is one of the coolest breweries in DFW. They got awesome artwork, and their beers are special beers, man. Like, they do great work over there. They're insane.
Yeah, they are. I see one that says headed to work on the railroad. Okay.
On the railroad?
I know. Conspiracy theory question.
The railroad exists still?
It does. So, I've lived in Roanoke. I go underneath the train tracks for 5 years now. Never once seen this. I've seen it twice in the last week. Why are there so many military tanks being transported on trains? I've seen 2 in the last week. And everyone's saying, well, there's a joint reserve base here or whatever. It's like, okay. What are they transferring all these tanks for? Where are we going? We going to war? Are we going to give them to the Ukraine? What are we doing? Is there an asteroid coming and we're going to have everybody get into this giant underground cave and we're going to have martial law? What's going on?
What if it's just like old tanks getting brought here for like recycling, or they're just like, these are the new training tanks or something like that?
Be logical. Create a conspiracy theory with me.
There's a tank in my neighborhood.
Yeah?
Yeah. We have a tank in a park in my neighborhood. It's just right there. It's a toy for the kids to jump around on. They've sealed it off with whatever it's called, the seal off metal. I can't think of it right now.
Metal?
Yeah.
They use metal.
They
other metal?
When you heat up metal and you make liquid metal and then it dry, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they've welded it shut.
Welding, thank you.
Yes, they welded it shut.
Joey, you know what you could have chimed in, Joey. Where were you on that,
Joey
dude?
was letting you hang out there.
Yeah, but they welded it shut and kids just jump around in this freaking tank, and I'm like, why are we doing this right now? So good question, Shop. This is conspiracy theory we're working out here. There is a lot of people that are going to work or going to work out. Start work at 6, but I get off at 2:30. They do data entry. Oh man, that's a day right there. 6 to 2:30 is not a bad shift though. I get off at 2:00. I love it, man. Corey, this is Officer Simpson. I'm going to need you to speak about that speeding ticket. We're not working on a speeding ticket right now, so y'all keep doing your thing. All right, coming up next here on the Sean and RJ show, Micah and Dak spoke yesterday. Micah makes me want to run through a wall next to the fan.
FC Dallas fans, the push to the playoffs.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. We are here, Sean and RJ. I'm Corey Majors, filling in for Sean this morning. We are the home of the Dallas Cowboys and the home of your Texas Rangers. Rangers lose last night, 9-8 in Boston. 4-run, ninth inning to give up the booty on that one. That one stinks a lot, but there's football on the way, Chop. Everything's going to be just fine as we have football season marching right up on us right now. Couple of texts coming in, 877-881-1053. Got to get the bread in y'all's stores for your sandwiches. That's why I'm up. Somebody said, hey, I got to go pay the bills somehow. And then from the 903 flight dispatcher, getting off work, the 12 shift. Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine that shift right there? That's intense. Here's what I will say. All these people, I'm shocked that there's this many people up and doing life on a daily basis. I appreciate what you're appreciated. I appreciate what y'all are doing because you're out there getting that hustle on. All right. And that's a daily grind. We've all been in that situation before where we got to grind and go do our things on a Friday morning.
Why can't we all just retire?
Well, man, somebody's got to keep the oil industry rocking. You know, somebody's got to pay those oil men somehow. Chop.
You're trying to bait me into a political conversation here, aren't you?
Yeah,
draw me off sides.
Everybody out there, keep getting after it today. Look forward to y'all's Friday afternoon, and then hopefully y'all can have a good party this evening. All right, so Dak Prescott spoke yesterday. Micah Parsons spoke yesterday. Let's start with cut 6 on this. Micah Parsons on the anticipation of Week 1. On the Fan.
Really, I'm just taking it day by day, just coming out here and just working. I'm just super excited to kind of get through this weekend and really just get into game week in the first game. I'm tired of going against these guys. I'm ready to go into some people I don't like. You know what I'm saying?
I like that I'm tired of going against these guys. And that's something I always wonder, like when these guys are doing their training camp, we're there for it. It's a big show. I think Jerry loves that part of, hey, people are going to show up in Oxnard to watch us practice. He loves that people show up and pack in that practice facility the way they do because that's the intrigue of the Cowboys. But you saw it. We watched the same Micah. He's out there and he's like gently hitting the pads. He's like, look, I'm going through the motions here because he's so advanced. He's one of those guys that he's so far beyond it, and he's so competitive that he just wants to go out there and play real football all the time.
Yeah, there was times where he was definitely going through the motions.
Yeah.
In those individual position group drills, he didn't give a rip. Dude, he was...
But whenever it was time to play 12 on, or, when they were playing team sessions, he was in it,
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we mocked, I guess it was last year. We mocked Jalen Smith for not being able to move the sled.
Yeah.
Micah couldn't move the sled.
I saw that.
Micah did the same thing. He didn't move the sled.
They all hate the sled, too.
They all hate the sled, but this just goes to show, we always have our biases and which players we're willing to give a little bit of leeway to and which ones we're not. Like, we mocked Jalen Smith for being weak, for not being able to move the sled. Yet Micah does it, and it's like, oh, he just doesn't care. He's just waiting for the games. He doesn't care.
But because he's a gamer. I mean, that's the reality is that dude, whenever he shows up on Sunday, he knows what his assignment is. He knows what he's supposed to. He makes the tackle. He's not out there celebrating something that doesn't deserve to be celebrated. Like that's the difference between the two guys. He's not fake. And I think a lot of the players on this team, a lot of players in the NFL thought Jalen was fake. And they would look at him side-eyed. They'd be like, all this stuff that we see you doing, and then it's different whenever you're on the field. You're not the same guy. You're not as genuine. You're not putting in the work. And you're right. Parsons goes over to the sled, hits it, decides, I hate the sled, and so he walks over and picks up a football and starts throwing it at the net like he's doing quarterback drills. And you're like, well, but he puts in the work. I'm sure he puts in all the other work that it takes to be prepared for that. And that's one of the things that is exciting about this young kid is what's the next season for him? We talked about this yesterday, Chop, and you've been, hey, make him an edge rusher, just leave him there, never worry about it. And I was on the complete opposite side of like, look, man, I want him to just disrupt everything. I want him to be able to put him anywhere he's the queen in chess. I want to be able to put him anywhere on the field and make something happen. Make it so that the quarterback has to go, crap, where is he? And spend an extra second looking for where he is and go, okay, what's he going to do?
What's he going to do?
And because if he's rushing off the edge, you know what he's doing. All right, let's pick up this block here. You might not be able to stop it, but you also know what he's doing.
Yeah.
So now with Anthony Barr, this changes things for me. You know, this is exactly what I wanted because you can switch him and Anthony Barr. You can have Anthony Barr be in a position and now move Micah all over the field. This defense has changed everything for me, and I can't wait to see Micah Parsons hit other people.
Soon enough. It's going to happen soon enough, man. Last weekend without it, right?
Yes.
You know, like this, I still want him to be the edge, a primary edge. I think they have the tools to be able to do it this year to see. I'll tell you this. They are headed for a wicked contract negotiation.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because he's going to want to be paid like an edge and a linebacker, and they're going to want to pay him like a linebacker.
For me, I'd be like, okay, let's just pay him. Let's keep the guy on the team for the future. You know, I understand
you pay him $35 million. That's what he's going to want.
You're probably going to have to.
In 2 years, 3 years, like he's gonna like, I want $35 million, and it was like, well, okay.
If he can establish the identity and culture that you want for your club for the future, because that's the thing.
If they let him become T.J. Watt, I'll give him whatever he wants.
The Steelers have a culture that you walk into the door, you know what you're supposed to do. The Ravens have a culture, you walk in the door, and that was established from Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. That was something that started with those guys and has continued within the organization because of what they built. They never let up. You know, the Cowboys built that, and that's one of the things when the Darren Woodsons, the guys that were here, the Charles Haleys, the Michael Irvins, when they talk about this thing, they talk about it like we built something special here. And it's
the culture
fallen apart since we left.
Yeah, the culture of the team of all teams usually revolves around, you know, who's under center a lot of times. Like, is it the Patriots are very businesslike, like Tom, like the Bucks have become very businesslike.
Yeah.
You know, the Chiefs have kind of gotten this sort of shoot from the hip kind of culture going. You know, like they're just like Mahomes and. You know, Buffalo kind of taking on the personality of Josh Allen. In Baltimore, the personality of, well, I guess they have taken on the personality of Lamar. Even though Lamar's like flashy and stuff, and that organization doesn't seem very flashy.
No.
You know, they've always had a really good culture there.
Yeah, absolutely, because Ed Reed and Ray Lewis built something there, man. They built something special, and obviously Trent Dilfer had a lot to do with it too.
Sure he did.
Dak Prescott did talk too, though. And I think people may react in a certain way about this because some people are going to be like, you're writing a check that your mouth can't cash. Kesha? You know, some people might say TikTok? it's just words, but this is a guy that is in my mind, he's saying every year this team ends up they'll do something special and then they'll fall back. And they'll be bad because everybody buys in.
This team handles success very poorly.
And I think Dak Prescott's trying to get them to go into this season with the Anthony Brown chip on their shoulder.
Maybe in times, but where we are right now, it's all excitement. It is. It's truly a privilege to be the quarterback of this team, to be the leader of these guys, offense, defense, this coaching staff that we have. And yeah, especially with everything being said about us, you know what I mean? The lack of what we have is keep writing, keep talking. We're ready to go play.
Keep writing, keep talking. We're ready to go play. And that's where I think people are going to be like, hey, man, are you saying things to the media? Like you're trying to call out the media for saying that you guys aren't good enough? I think people might get ticked off about that just a little bit. Some people might think it's overreacting a little bit too. But I can totally see Dak Prescott's trying to say, hey, look, it's us against everybody out there. And you got to get that mentality in that locker room.
What's wrong with that microphone? He didn't sound himself. He sounded very hollow. What's wrong with that?
He's usually very deep voice. Deep voice?
He sounded like somebody had put some reverb under him or something like that. Maybe Dak's just like, he's got that Tom, it's like Tom Brady's like all disheveled now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it looks like he's lost like 48 pounds.
Because of marital discord, allegedly.
Yeah, what's
That'll
going on
happen
now?
to you, man. That'll definitely take off some weight
Yes,
for
it
sure.
will.
I will say this. Listen throughout the season to Dak, because Kevin, I think, picked up on something recently. Kevin did a one-on-one interview with him and had a conversation, had a mental health conversation with Dak Prescott, and it was a good conversation. But Kevin said, I will tell you this, when Dak speaks quickly and he's getting in all, that's his generic answer.
That's generic. That he's saying something while saying nothing.
When he slows down, that's when he's interested in the conversation. Whenever he's not giving his canned answer, his cadence slows down, and it's not a cadence. It's more of a, hey, let's 100%. Have a conversation here. But you can hear it in Dak. And you heard most of it. It was like, hey, truly a privilege to be the quarterback. Who says that? It's a privilege to be the quarterback of the team.
Who says
7
that?
years in.
Jason Garrett.
Yeah, exactly.
Jason Garrett. It's an honor and a privilege to be a member of the Dallas Football Cowboys.
Yeah, that's exactly the way, and that's where he got the training very early on of,
yes, he did.
Give it in a can, and don't worry about the stress of it from there on, because you're going to say something that's going to tick some people off, and you don't need that in your life. You don't need that volatility running into a football season while you're trying to prepare for a game each week.
Amen, sister.
So but I understand that, but that part of keep writing, keep talking. He's telling the rest of the world out there, he's like, y'all are saying we're not good enough. We're going to come out and show you this year. You got to do it, though. Like, you can't walk in and charge people up like that and then not back it up. They have to go out against Tampa Bay. That's a very small clip. But if I'm freaking Skip, or if I'm one of those, I'm taking that and they're going to destroy him for something like that. And then that's when he has to come out and with this team against Tampa Bay, and they have to be better. They have to be the better football team on that day, and he has to go match Tom Brady, pass for pass. They have to be able to do it offensively, run for run, yard for yard, touchdown for touchdown. They got to be able to do it. Micah Parsons, let's go to cut number 9 on this. He got his first opportunity to play against Tom Brady last year. Got to get a little taste of that. Tom Brady will play some games with you and beat you with his matchups. But his feeling on playing against Tom Brady again.
I would say that was probably my worst game last year. Obviously, I was young. I just kind of know the game a little bit. I think each year you just learn the game a little bit more, understand situations, the conditioning aspect, just the full all-around football aspect. So to go against him, we thought he was gone, but now he's back. So, to go against him again gives me a second op to try to get a win under my belt.
Go ahead.
It was definitely his worst game. And we had talked about, I think it was with Broadus, that maybe the New England game before the bye week, he had kind of hit that rookie wall. And he had gotten sort of, maybe it may not have, I think it was the New England game, may not have been his best game. But then he went on a tear again after that. But that first game, yeah, he definitely got, I don't say he got spooked by Brady, but he definitely got fooled by him a few times. And that's something that is going to happen when you're playing Tom Brady, when you're playing Aaron Rodgers or any of those greats. They are gonna outthink you. That's just that's why they're so amazing, and they've been doing it for so long, is because they have that ability to completely overwhelm you with knowledge.
Yeah. Oh man, I was listening to Aaron Rodgers was on with Barstool. And he was talking about, hey, I grew up in the West Coast offense. Everything I learned was West Coast offense. And this offense I have with Matt LaFleur has flaws. He was like, there are things about the West Coast offense that create space for everybody. And there's a lot that goes into it. It's very easy for me to manipulate my offense. He said, now with Matt LaFleur, there's so much motion. He was like, look, there's a benefit to it because I can distract a linebacker. I can do a lot of these things. But there are also lanes that get clogged up that aren't supposed to because our offense was built a different way. But you're right, man. And by the end of it, I was like, Aaron Rodgers is the freaking smartest quarterback ever alive.
Yeah.
He knows exactly how to destroy these guys. Doesn't always work out. They don't always win. But he knows what his offense is supposed to do. And that's Tom Brady when he matched up against you. That's why you heard right there when Micah, I thought it was interesting. He was like, we thought he was gone, but now he's back. And so, I can just imagine hold on, is this quarterback actually going to play this week? Or is he going to be there whenever we show up? Are we going to be preparing for him? Okay, it is. Now it's time.
Oh, yeah.
This is our Super Bowl again.
Well, who
Game
thought
one.
that he wasn't going to be there?
He said it. I don't know. Maybe
Who
Dan
really
Quinn
thought?
Maybe Dan Quinn was like, Tom Brady's trying to pull the wool over our eyes again, everybody.
Who really thought Tom wasn't going to be there?
He just doesn't love to practice, Like that's
Join the club, man. Who does?
45 years old. He's got a lot of S going on.
Yeah, he does.
He's got a lot of things
Dude,
and some marital discord.
There's something's going. Something's afoot.
And if you are concerned about Tyler Smith, let's go to cut 12 here. I don't know if Dak is that concerned about this kid.
Yeah, obviously, just optimistic in a guy that played tackle in college. He came in and has been getting guard reps throughout training camp, but will quickly move over and make that transition. Already has in these practices. And just when you meet Tyler, you just hang around Tyler. You see the competitor, the fighter, just the football player in him, that grit. And that's what I expect to come out. I expect him to be prepared, and the coaches and everybody get him ready, get him prepared, myself as well as the rest of the offensive line and the team, and his confidence. And as I said, a week ago, I was in this position 7 years ago. So if there's anybody that's supporting the next man up and about that mentality, it's me. So I'm here to support him, give him the most confidence that he needs.
And I think Dak has the best story when it comes to, hey, Tyler, let me give you some advice. On coming into this, that's the best. He's the best candidate for it.
Sure. Nobody had to fill bigger shoes. Than Dak Prescott. Week one.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers has had to
with
do it
Brett
with Brett.
Favre. Yeah, I know.
But even still,
here, like
you're right
now, no, nobody had to fill bigger shoes.
Yeah, the quarterback, you should be able to share that story pretty easy. Of I was scared.
Oh yeah,
but
and no quarterback should have to deal with half the fan base wanting the other guy to come back.
Yeah,
no quarterback should have to deal with it.
Terrifying. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, it's the end of an era in Utah, thanks to Jalen Brunson or Luka. Next on the Fan.
Miss anything from
gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. And that is Franklin Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com, truckwreck.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey filling in for Sean this morning. Is it a coincidence that it is the final Friday without NFL football and Sean's not here? No, I don't think so. So
it may not be.
It's a smart move on his part. I'm an idiot for not asking for the day off here. So here we are filling in this morning. He will be back on Monday, so get after it, Sean and RJ. That's why you toe low, baby. And you know what? We're going to get to the end of an era in Utah as Donovan Mitchell was traded in just a moment. But before we do, did you see the UCF South Carolina game? South Carolina State, as a matter of fact. South Carolina State was set to punt. They were at 4th and 19, and their punter, out of nowhere, takes off running with the ball.
Yeah.
He starts running. He runs about 10 yards past the line of scrimmage and then says, screw it, punting the ball anyway.
Yeah.
Never seen anything like this before in my life. He had a lane. He had 20 yards picked up and decided, you know what, gonna punt the ball.
Yeah, he was coming up on some peeps right before the first down marker. So he was like, I'm getting out of Dodge here, bro. I am going to punt this thing down. I have never seen anything like it. I saw it on social media last night. I was like, wait a second.
What's it?
Yeah, it's one of those things that you see on Instagram and you're like, okay, is this old?
Uh-huh.
Because, you never really could tell. It's like, is this old?
Well, I just looked up the story and it said it was 11 hours ago. And
Yeah,
so
it was 11 hours ago. It's not old.
What an amazing moment in sports history that he had that kind of moment.
Never seen anything like it.
The Cavaliers and the Utah Jazz made a trade. And man, if you're a fan of the Mavericks, this one kind of hurts because I did think there was a chance, because I'd heard whispers, that the Mavericks could go acquire Colin Sexton. And I'd talked to a couple people up in Cleveland about Colin Sexton and his work ethic, and they were like, you're not going to find anybody that works harder. Now, you look at the numbers, and it says when the ball gets to his hands, he is the black hole of basketball. He's a Carmelo Anthony. He will get the ball, and he will shoot. It is his once it gets to him. But I started thinking, man, he's got good percentages, not necessarily last year because he was injured. Good shooting percentage from three. He can create for his own. He can be a point guard type. Maybe he would be a good pairing next to Luka since they don't have Jalen Brunson anymore. Oh, the Cavaliers are sending the Jazz Lauri Markkanen, Ochai Agbaji, Colin Sexton, 3 unprotected first-round picks, 2025, 2027, and 2029, and 2 picks swaps, the 2026 and the 2028 for Donovan Mitchell. For one player. They gave up 3 first-round picks and 2 more. So that's 5 picks and 3 players in addition. Now, obviously, coming off of these contracts, that's something they were excited about too. But Lauri Markkanen, decent player that I think could be better than Dwight Powell. Colin Sexton, guy that would pair perfectly along him. Now, they all go play in Utah, and Utah gives up a haul. But they got a haul whenever they gave up Rudy Gobert. This is what you're talking about that Howie Roseman did so well.
So well.
I made a trade, acquired a lot of picks, was able to make another trade and acquire more picks.
They're the Celtics. They're the Western Conference version of the Celtics.
Yeah.
It's the same blueprint Danny Ainge used to build them. Now, he's got to hit, and he's got to find Tatum.
For sure.
And Brown, and Smart. I mean, all those guys, right? So he's got to hit on them. But the Utah Jazz are now set up for a very bright future.
Yeah.
They're going to package those picks to either move up or to get another player, another superstar, whatever you want to say, because it's very hard to get people to actually come to Utah. Right? It's not easy to get you to come to Utah. Oh, man.
It's like the old days of getting pitchers to come to Texas. You got to go buy them if you're going to get them, or you got to trade for them.
You got to buy them. You got to trade for them. You got to develop them and draft them. So, they're going to do one of those things, but like they are set up. They are definitely set up to, Oklahoma City's in the same boat. 1 million picks coming up. They're very well set up.
Yeah, but are they ready for it? Can they actually make that turnover is always my question, because it seems like Oklahoma City's had those picks for a long time.
I know.
And now it's time to get the return on those. your ROI has got to be really good when it comes to what you're working with there.
Yeah, it has to. They haven't done it yet, but they got some decent pieces. But it's been a little bit disappointing. But that's the risk you got to take. That's the risk you have to take. When you've gotten yourself a young star or like in Utah's case, a couple young stars, and you got to hit on those picks that you get in return. Otherwise, the Sacramento Kings are at the top of the draft every year.
Mm-hmm.
And they get basically one pick. They can't get more. Why? Because they never find a superstar to get 4 or 5 first-round picks out of. They just never find them.
I think it is wild, though. I picked the Mavericks in that series against Utah specifically because I thought Utah was about to fall apart. And they did. I mean, throughout the series, you saw Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert could not stand being on the court with each other because they weren't benefiting each other. I still think Donovan Mitchell was like, I'm done by the end of that series. I don't think he was as hurt as he came off in that one game. I thought he quit. And so I thought the Mavericks had a great chance of winning that series and moving on and everything, and they did. And I thought they broke them. Now, whatever happened there, but with Phoenix, maybe they broke Phoenix too by the end of that series. They were like, look, we got this thing all figured out here. But it's kind of wild that the Jalen Brunson era of the Dallas Mavericks was the final nail in the coffin for the Rudy Gobert-Donovan Mitchell duo that I think a lot of people thought was going to be a remake of John Stockton and Karl Malone.
Never was.
No.
Never was. Either they didn't get along, or obviously Rudy Gobert was never a good offensive player. He's a defensive guy, which made no sense why they would compare it to Stockton Malone, but because Malone was.
But it was two players. Malone was very different.
But Donovan Mitchell, it was clearly his team, and he also clearly didn't like anybody that he played with.
No. I don't know that he's going to love going to Cleveland and playing there. He's got a good team.
Nobody likes going to Cleveland. Ask Joe Kim Noah.
I go there like every couple months with my daughter.
Yeah,
it's not my favorite place.
No, you remember the Joe Kim Noah quote? Or he's like, you ever hear somebody say, man, I can't wait to go to Cleveland?
No.
Oh, man. I'll show you the break.
No, I've heard it. I've heard it before. But to answer his question, no. Because didn't he go from like the Knicks or the Bulls over? Like there was an idea that they were going to Cleveland or something like that? Or was he going to go play there? And he was like, don't want anything like that. Dirk Nowitzki has now 2 retired numbers. He's retired his number in 2 different continents at this point.
Look at that.
He raised 41 right here in DFW.
Yes, he did.
He became the first German basketball player to have his number retired yesterday. They honored him, the German Basketball Federation, during the opening day of the Eurobasket of 2022. So he was like, it was for me an unforgettable journey. There were MVP chants going on while he was up there. He said, so many of you traveled to big events and supported us. It was an unforgettable journey with you, and I want to say thank you. And I always remember Dirk said, I had 2 goals. And this was after he won his championship. And he was like, that one was to get my team to play in the Olympics for my country. And he said, I did that. And the other was to win a championship for the Dallas Mavericks. And now I've done that. He said, so now I have to go back and reassess my goals. Like, what do I have left in front of me? This is right after he won a championship. What else do I want to do now? Because I've accomplished the goals that I had in my life. I climbed this hill all the way here, and now where do I go? And there's a lot of athletes that get to that point of, I don't know what to do next. Like Tom Brady, I imagine every year he's like,
Tom Brady's miserable.
Gonna win another one. Like every year it's just reset the goal for another season.
Tom Brady is miserable.
But Dirk Nowitzki got to a point where he was like, okay, I've done it. Where do I go from here? And to see him get his jersey retired, number 14, I believe, is the jersey they retired overseas. That's pretty awesome, man, because
cool.
He deserves it. He's one of those guys.
It is very cool. I remember him saying, he goes, I think the last year or 2 of my playing career kind of killed my body.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's probably right.
The things he was
probably
doing
killed his body.
To get on the court.
Yeah.
He was screaming in pain as they were stretching him out and getting him ready each night. I mean, a lot of people don't realize what he was doing just to be on the court every night.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include the workout that he did throughout his entirety of his career. That's in addition to it. He's having to do other things to his body.
Yep.
I can't imagine that part of it. Did you see who was there for this game? Because Luka was playing in the game right before they did it.
Mm-hmm.
So Luka's out on the court. He's with Slovenia. They're doing their thing. Luka obviously dominates at the end of the game. They get their win. But after the game, Luka walks off the court. There's Mark Cuban. There's Jason Kidd, Nico Harrison, Michael Finley, even Jamal Mosley, their old coach who's now with Orlando.
Yeah.
All there. Now, obviously, they're there for Dirk.
Sure.
But Luka walks off the court, hugs those guys, goes off, gets changed, puts his sweats on.
Has a cigarette.
Maybe. I don't know about that.
No.
It could have been a hookah cigarette or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they've rolled up hookah cigarettes. He then doesn't do any media, leaves the locker room and goes straight back out to the court so he can watch Dirk's retirement. I know a lot of people get caught up in the Luka's going to leave the Mavericks thing. But there are things that the Mavericks are doing that they did for Dirk that I think Luka sees and loves. I loved the fact that whenever Dirk retired, the night that he played his final game, that Mark Cuban did what he did, showing how much DFW loves you if you commit your time here. Look what we will do for you if you retire a Maverick.
They will shower you with kisses forever. Now, when winning the title helps. You become immortalized. If Luka doesn't win a title here, and he just plays the way he has played over the first 4 years, they'll love him forever, but he won't be Dirk.
Yeah, I think you're right. Do you think
he'll be better than Dirk?
Do you think his style of play is going to lead to a championship? Because I think he's like there was a time when I looked at the Westbrook numbers and was like, is there a similar, is he too much to control it?
Saying that.
And I said it too, and I kind of agreed, but now when I watch him, I'm like, okay, I see how he gets his team involved. But your team has to be ready to be involved.
They got to be ready to be involved.
No,
you can't do it by yourself. You really can't. Now, I think his style of play can win a title for sure. There's a Harden element to his game. There's also a LeBron element to his game.
Yeah.
So no, I have no doubt that he can win a title here. Whether they do, and that's historically, three. Batsik said this.
It's tough.
3 franchises win a championship in the NBA over any decade.
It's not easy. That's for sure.
And let's see, we've gotten, and we know the Warriors, but how much longer is the Warriors run going to be?
Maybe a couple years. They want 3 rings before Draymond's done. That's what he said. He said it on his podcast. They want to win a few more rings together, and that's his goal. And then he was like, and we also realize we're not that far away from not being able to do that anymore, not being able to even play together anymore. We got to
get old, man.
We got to take advantage of this opportunity. So you're right. I mean, that's going to be a tough team to get over the top on.
They are, but the Clippers are still a threat. Who knows what Phoenix is going to be in a couple years? Probably, Chris Paul is getting old. What's Denver going to be? And then you got the teams. The East is probably as deep or deeper. And the West probably more top heavy.
I can see that. I was surprised the other day.
There's 5 or 6 teams I could see that theoretically have a chance to come out of the East. There's probably 2 or 3 in the West.
What do you mean?
That have a chance to come out of the West.
I mean, Denver, Golden State, Mavericks. I think the Mavericks have a chance. I mean, they're going to be competing for that Western Conference final.
And then the Clippers. That's it.
And the Clippers. I'm more interested in what Minnesota will do this year. I think that Minnesota is going to be a better team. I think the Pelicans are going to be a better team. Now, maybe they're fighting for 5-6.
But I don't think they have a chance to come out of the conference. I think Boston, Milwaukee, Nets, Philly, Miami.
All 5 teams that could really do it. I don't believe in the Suns this year. Maybe they paid DeAndre Ayton. He got his money and he's happy and he can turn into a physical force, but he's a different kind of guy.
Agreed.
But yeah, man, I definitely not sure that I believe in that. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out today. He is going to be back on Monday, and next Monday we get kick-started on all of our NFL action, what's going to be going on in the NFL throughout the week. And that's why coming up next, why do so many people believe that Dalton Schultz is going to be the top tight end in the league this year? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
Good morning, DFW. Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning on Sean and RJ. Don't worry, RJ Choppy is here to make you laugh or confuse you at times with analytics.
Sometimes the goal is both.
Yeah, you know what? That can be the goal. Entertainment is what the value is that you're getting here at 105.3 The Fan. And I'm asking the question to you right now. Why is everybody saying that Dalton Schultz is going to be the best tight end in the league? Now, this might be fantasy related.
Who's saying that?
This is where a lot of people can't separate fantasy football from real football. Okay.
Okay.
The world right now, I've seen in the last 24 hours somebody say that he will be better than Travis Kelce this year. I've seen some people say that he will be the number one undervalued tight end. You need to get this guy on your roster if you're playing fantasy football. And that's where a lot of people will kind of get caught up between, hold on, what are we here? Schultz lacks the flash on a lot of people, right? Like, he's not a flashy tight end. I don't see him going downfield and getting snags 40 yards downfield. But what I see a lot of is him being underneath, and he's a safety valve for Dak Prescott. And even Dak Prescott said in July, he's a guy that I can count on, that I can trust. And that's just continued to grow. Now, the Pro Football Focus said he was targeted 101 times last year, the sixth most for a tight end. He ranks currently in ESPN's PPR fantasy projections as the sixth best tight end. And when we looked at numbers, we started comparing him to, the best tight ends in the NFL. And he was short on a lot of different things when it came to what those guys did best and what he does best. Now, he's playing in a franchise tag season, Chop, and I think that's where a lot of people are like, okay, because there are three great motivating factors, Joey, that I've been talking about in sports for quite some time. The three great motivating factors for athletes. One,
money,
grudge, revenge.
Okay, so
revenge is always one.
You think revenge?
They're not necessarily in this order, though.
Okay,
but this is one of them.
Oh yeah, okay, for sure.
Number two, contract, money season. Yes, money is a motivating factor. And number three, and again, not in any particular order, fun babies. Whenever you have extra children or you have a child that you maybe didn't expect, which I've been in this situation. One of my kids is an unexpected child. Love her to death. I'm not going to say which one. I only have one daughter. You get motivated. You get motivated by those things because you're like, man, I got to pay for this child now. I don't want them to grow up having a bad future. So I think those are the three motivating factors when it comes to athletes. And he is clearly in a contract season where he is being paid very, very handsomely for this football season.
Yeah.
But he wants more. So he is going to be in the ear of Dak Prescott saying, hey, I'm open here. Hey, I'm open here. I want to, and Dak Prescott knows his money situation too, but I'm not saying that he's going to feed him like Devontae Adams, but more often than not, Dalton Schultz will find himself open.
Yes, he will, but also don't forget, like Dak is, he uses Dalton Schultz and the tight end like a safety net a lot of times.
Absolutely.
And that's sometimes to the detriment.
Yes.
Sometimes he overuses that tight end. Or that safety net, if you will. And that is one thing where it's like, he's going to do it. So take the opportunity away from him.
Yeah.
Don't have that guy run that route or be there. Don't take the check down opportunity away from him. Make him go downfield or make him go here or there. That was the complaint on Kellen Moore last year where he didn't get these guys involved, Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. Even though he did, because you spread the ball around. But part of it's like, just take the option away. We removed the threat.
From the 4690 people saying that, just go do a quick Google search. You'll see the headlines. The headlines are out there. For some reason, Dalton Schultz is being looked at as one of the top fantasy football tight ends this year. And I think that's where people will get confused and say, well, obviously, if he was the top fantasy option, and I think there's a lot of idea of, well, he's supposed to be because of the contract season, because they don't have Amari Cooper, because, like you're saying, he is one of those options now because they have CeeDee Lamb and a bunch of guys as other wide receivers until Michael Gallup gets back. Well, is Zeke Elliott going to run the ball a lot? Zeke's not a great receiver, Tony Pollard. Like that's your third option really on this offense.
And receiving wise
is CeeDee Lamb, and if he's double covered and you take away also the option to dump it off to him, then Tony Pollard's one of your better receivers to try and figure out how to get him in space and pick up yards in the screen game and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's your safety net.
Yeah, for sure.
As opposed to maybe a Dalton Schultz who or maybe you want to use Pollard downfield a little bit more.
But I've never seen them from what I've watched say we are going to make Schultz the focal point of our offense if they're doubling one of our guys, because they've always had plenty of receivers to go around.
Yeah, they always have, and I would be like, they better not make him the focal point of the offense if CeeDee Lamb is covered the entire time. That ain't going to be good. Trucker.com text line, talk about Witten. He was a slower, less athletic Schultz. We praised him. That was at the end. Like, yes, in 2007, Jason Witten was not a slow, less athletic anything. I mean, that guy was able to split the seam, and he was fantastic. Yeah.
He found the open spot.
2016, yeah, he was an old fart.
The worst to first, CBS Sports has the worst to first rankings for this year. Teams that were miserably bad last year that will be very good this year.
Every year. Except like one, a team's gone worst to first.
And the Cincinnati Bengals were it last year. Dude, I don't know if you were as invested in the Bengals as we were on our show. We had a Tolo, Kajana Carter, who texted in and was like,
hang on a second. Are you trying to tell me that Kajana Carter is a listener?
He is that's his Twitter account. We don't know his true name, but that's his Twitter account.
Kajana Carter.
It's not the real Kajana Carter.
Okay.
But we referred to him at that. And he told us last year before the season started, mark it down, the Bengals are winning the division this year. And then as the season went on, you're watching Joe Burrow. It was awesome. Like, that was a blast. Mm-hmm. If you didn't enjoy watching the Bengals story last year, you can't love football. I don't think you love football that way. You're just maybe one committed to one team. But it was a blast to watch what they were doing. And then at one point, he's like, I got literal tears in my eyes right now because I didn't expect him to go further. I didn't expect him to win playoff games. I just expected him to do this. So as you said, every year, one team will make that turnaround. Number 8, odds to win the NFC West at plus 2,500, Seattle Seahawks. I don't see that turnaround happening at all. They could be the worst last year. They're going to be the worst this year. Yep. They have 0 quarterback play. Number 7, at plus 2,200, the New York Jets. Maybe I was too high on the Jets too early on Zach Wilson, like with all these weapons around him. I thought they did a really good job of building around him. That's a very difficult division to win. They have a lot to overcome there.
They have no chance. It's not because necessarily them. They're not going to get past Buffalo.
Yeah,
Detroit's going to be in the same boat. They can't. They're not going to beat Green Bay.
It's tough. Yeah,
even if they had a great season, they're not beating Green Bay.
Yeah, and Minnesota might actually be better this year. Like Minnesota might actually.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Because as you said, the dinosaur Zimmer is not there anymore. And so, like, that might be
throw the ball.
Number 6, the New York Giants. Odds to win the NFC East plus 800. That seems insane, but
yeah, it seems they should be way worse than that. It should be like plus 2,000.
Yeah, but I guess they're putting a lot of trust in Dabes to be able to turn that thing around, going from the offensive coordinator in Buffalo. But I still think miserable quarterback, guy that can't do the job, and I don't even think Dabes can turn that thing around with that quarterback. Number 5, the Detroit Lions at plus 900.
They lost like 9 one-score games last year.
It was close. They fought.
The chance they'll probably lose. They would probably lose 5 this year.
Yeah.
So they're probably a 6 to 7 win team on the high end, maybe an 8-win team on the high end and a 4-win team on the low end. But you would think some luck would finally go on their side.
Was it Hard Knocks was last year for the Cowboys, right?
Yeah, this year was Detroit.
Jerry was saying that he thought having Hard Knocks there, having those cameras there makes you focus on working because people are watching over your shoulder and you got all that going on. And then the Cowboys roll out 12 wins because they should have rolled out 12 wins.
Well, if Detroit rolls out 12 wins, I mean, we got a whole different conversation.
You think they can win 6? Think they can win 6 games this year? Their schedule
is pretty easy, right?
They got Chicago twice. I'm very interested in what the Lions. It's not because of Hard Knocks.
So they've got
Dan Campbell for sure.
They've got wait for it. They've got Philadelphia.
Okay, that's tough.
They got the Commanders.
They can win that one.
They got the Seahawks.
They can win that one.
They have the Patriots.
Okay, they can. That's gonna be tough.
They have Miami.
Tough.
They have the Bears twice.
Yeah, that's 2 wins. That's 5.
They have the Giants.
That's 6.
They have the Jaguars.
That's going to be a test, but yeah.
They have the Jets.
They can win that one.
They have the Panthers.
I think they can win 6 games this year. I think they absolutely can win 6, maybe 7 games this year. I'm not going to go bet Mike Bassick on it, but we'll see.
I like their over bet. The over under their over bet has gotten a ton of play in Vegas.
Okay, what is their over under? Is it 5?
5.5.
Yeah, I would take that one for sure. Number 4, the Jacksonville Jaguars at plus 650 to go from worst to first. From number 3, the Panthers. I don't believe it. I don't believe in Baker Mayfield. Sorry. Matt Rule, you can run him out there and say he's the best option for you at quarterback. I do not believe that Baker Mayfield can win enough games to make you go from worst to first. He couldn't do it in Cleveland. Obviously, that was a dumpster fire of coaching situations there. And he ran out, a couple different coaches there. And he never had a season that made me go, all right, he's turned the corner. And I don't think I can just sit there and blame it all on Cleveland, but I guess Cleveland is going to Cleveland. Number 2 on this list, the Denver Broncos, which I believe they got a new quarterback. They got a guy.
Yeah, that's
division,
Denver and Baltimore are the easy ones to pick as worst to first.
Baltimore was the number 1 team.
Yeah, because there is no clear-cut favorite in the AFC North. They're all very, very good. Every team in that division, I think, can win, except for Pittsburgh, obviously. If Deshaun's playing, they can win 12 games. Mm-hmm. Cincinnati can win 12 games. Baltimore can win 12 games or more. They could all do it. That division is the easy one to pick.
Yeah, but there are some other options out there that are very difficult. Did you just tell me that there is a $50 cereal out there? I'm not $50 for a cereal?
Yeah. So there's a bakery that is selling, wait for it, a $50 cereal. This is in New York City. This is in Brooklyn.
Okay.
All right. So this cereal, I'm not joking. Okay, they're selling for $50. Each box of cereal contains 250 mini croissants
I love croissants.
croissant. There's also these croissants weigh about 1 gram apiece, are dehydrated, rolled in cinnamon sugar.
Oh my god!
And then baked.
Oh my god!
Fresh. They're about half an inch in length. They remain remarkably crunchy in milk somehow and have a shelf life of 2 to 3 weeks in the box. So fans are saying of this, it's $50, but it's worth it for one time. Oh, she said, it's so cute.
Dude, it looks amazing. I love croissants, dude. I love croissants.
I'm looking at these, man. It does look actually pretty good.
But I cannot justify $50. I like the idea from Newsweek. Stephanie L. commented and said, $50, just cut up a croissant from Costco, butter and sugar, cinnamon, air fried, low heat. Boom, $4.99. You can have the same cereal.
Absolutely.
You
could easily do that. You could go and you could get a bunch of croissants from a grocery store or something like that, or like you said, Costco, wherever. Unfreeze them or unroll them, whatever you do with those things. Bake them up, cut them into little pieces, air fry them again, double cook them. Cook. There you go. And you can make it. You can box them up, and you know what? Sell for $49.
Yeah, sell it for $49.
Undercut the market.
Coming up next, it's time for headlines here in DFW on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Corey Majors filling in for Sean this morning. He has probably already started a brisket. He's cooking or doing something like that. Or it's the last Friday before football season starts. And he's just smarter than me. And that's why he was off today. We will find out. He will be back on Monday. RJ is in with me this morning here on the Dallas Cowboys, home of the Dallas Cowboys, and your Texas Rangers. Rangers lose last night. It's time for headlines. 9-8 to Boston, a 4-run, bottom of the ninth inning. That doesn't go well for Jonathan Hernandez. That's ultimately, Choppy, I think the guy that they want to be their closer in the future. Throws hard, has really good stuff. Didn't love that moment from him last night, especially whenever you had a nice little lead. Can't walk the first two guys to start the bottom of the ninth.
Oh, no, that's a killer. You know this. We know this. Walks come around, score X amount of percentage time, and you get a couple of walks to start the inning. Now all of a sudden you're into a big inning. And especially in that ballpark where a lazy fly ball is a double off the wall. Mm-hmm. Not even like a warning track fly ball, like a regular routine lazy fly ball hits the wall there. And now all of a sudden you got a couple of runs in, you got a guy on third, and next thing you know, Rob Refsnyder is coming up to ruin the day.
Yeah, that's going to definitely ruin your day right there. Dak Prescott was asked yesterday, do you have to think differently with Tyler Smith at left tackle? Here's what he had to say.
I don't think the offense as a whole can think about changing. I mean, I think we drafted that guy, and I think we've put in our backups in place in every position so that in a situation where this happens, you don't have to flip the script and change everything. You, as you said, next man up mentality, and you find a way to help that guy, but you understand you're going to be who you are, whether that be in the pass game, drop back, whatever it may be, and that guy just needs to understand that and get up to speed.
So, yeah, I don't think that he's that concerned about who is blocking for him. He's just more concerned about are they doing their job correctly? Yep. And if they're not, how do we get you to be ready to do your job the right way? And that's all they can work on over the next couple of weeks is making sure that Tyler Smith is prepared for most of the things that he might see in game one.
Yeah, you would hope so.
He's not going to see it all in game one, but he is going to see something he's never seen before, and that's where we're going to have to make sure he doesn't get that killed.
Yeah, you would think so. Now, that's if, who knows what, how he how he performs in the game. Obviously, who knows how he performs throughout the course of the year. Do they let him struggle? Mm-hmm. Oftentimes, teams that are quality teams are impatient with young players who struggle.
This team, however, I was listening this morning, you and Sean were talking about it yesterday, they have decided that they want to develop. The McCarthy group wants to develop players, so it sounds to me like they're more willing to let these things happen and let him grow into it. I do think, obviously, over the next 2 weeks, that they have to monitor that very closely, see how he's going, and say, all right, he is ready or not. I think he's going to be ready. I think he's going to be ready for the chance. But Micah was talking about it the other day. When Leody Taveras came up the first time, he wasn't ready. But now look at what he's doing right now, and he's going to be your everyday center fielder. You're going to be able to trust this guy at some point. But hopefully it just does not get Dak in a lot of trouble. Did you see what Kevontae Turpin's new number is going to be?
I like Turpin.
You know what his new number is going to be this
1.
year? Nope.
2.
Nope. That's what he was wearing.
99.
2. Close. Take one of those 9s away.
Oh, really?
He's wearing Tony Romo's number 9. Although I guess it's Jalen Smith's number 9 at this point.
It's Jalen Smith's number now.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Don't do that.
Jalen Smith's number
now you're just trying to get everybody all riled up out there. 877-881-1053. Do you think Turpin already deserves Tony Romo's number 9 or Jalen Smith?
He deserves Jalen Smith's number 9. I don't know about Romo's number 9, but what did Romo win here?
Man, you got a good point. Romo didn't.
He almost won a lot of things.
He should have. Again, I go back to Dez caught it. Y'all can argue.
Everybody says that, dude. 06 was they were going to beat Chicago the next weekend.
Oh, when they lost to Minnesota?
Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
They lost. Remember the fumble?
The fumble.
Chicago was such a dog team.
Yep.
They had Rex Grossman. I don't care how good that defense is. This team would have smoked them.
You're not beating the Colts in the Super Bowl.
Not beating the Colts.
But
Although,
you're there.
hang on, they beat the Colts that year in the regular season.
Oh, they did. I was at that game. I was at that game. That was the loudest game I've ever been at in my life.
Yeah, because the Colts, what could the Colts not do?
It felt like
the Colts could not stop the run.
It felt like the play and DeMarcus Ware and that defense were just after Peyton all day.
Yeah, they were. So,
dude, I never.
That was a
thought
bad
about
matchup.
that.
It was a bad matchup, man. A really bad matchup. The Colts could not stop the run.
They would have destroyed the Bears.
They would have destroyed the Bears the next week. Now, who would have?
And Bill Parcells would have been the first coach to ever win 2 Super Bowls as a head coach of 2 different teams. No coach has ever done that before.
No, Vermeil did it.
No, he didn't. Nope.
Oh, wait, he did. He went to a Super Bowl.
He went to a Super Bowl. Yeah, no coach has ever won 2 with 2 different teams, which is wild to me. Still one of my favorite stats in all sports.
Well, we never had a quarterback do it until Manning, and then Brady did it a couple years later.
Hey, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just as good as you, Peyton Manning.
I know, right?
God, speaking of Tom Brady, there is a story out there.
By the way, what are the chances that there's a panic over Jason Peters today?
What do you mean a panic?
They don't sign, that they don't like.
I think they're already starting to panic because they left yesterday without any contract discussion happening. Or they said, well, we've come to not having good open discord between each other. There's nothing going on there right now. I think that's here's my feeling on what's happening. Jason Peters sees that you lost Tyron. You have a guy that you want to play left tackle. You're offering me backup money. You're not offering me starter money. At some point, you're going to want me to start, and I'm going to be being paid backup money. I want starter money. That's what I think is happening right now.
I think you're right.
He's saying he wants starter money because he knows he's going to have to start at some point, and he doesn't want to be paid as a backup while he's starting.
Do you know Jordan Schultz?
Yes.
So he said in a tweet yesterday that the Cowboys want him to start.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
But they probably do because they think that the better protection is to not have McGovern on the field and to have Tyler Smith playing guard right now. I bet that's the case.
That might be.
I bet that definitely is the case, but I don't know that there's going to be a lot of panic. I think Cowboys fans out there are thinking it'll get done at some point because the Cowboys are bad at negotiating, and they'll eventually just give Jason Peters whatever he wants if they feel like they need him that badly. But I don't want him to wait. I don't want him to wait until week 1 has already passed. I would like for them to go ahead and get this started now so that by week 2, if he needs to be your starter at left tackle, you already have him in-house and you've been working with him for a while. I would rather that be the case. Tom Brady was explaining, there's still some unexplained stuff with his 11 days of training camp that he missed. The New York Post reports via its notorious Page 6. I don't know how much you know about Page 6.
I know quite a bit. Page 6, where all these celebrity gossip goes.
The Brady and his wife, Giselle Bündchen, have had a series of, quote, heated arguments.
Oh, baby.
After he decided to return to the NFL earlier this year following his 40-day retirement. So there is Brady has gone for nearly 2 weeks, and the reason is being kept very tightly under wraps. And there is a suggestion that in his personal business, there is some marital discord going on. And he said he's got a lot of S going on.
He did.
But marital discord, that's a lot of S right there.
That's a lot of dude, you had to leave training camp and take her to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So she's apparently in Costa Rica, hanging out right now. She left the family home.
Really?
She left the family home. That's according to the story. She left the family home. She's in Costa Rica.
She's taking a break.
Taking a break from it all.
De-stressing because life's stressful.
It is very stressful being Tom Brady's wife, apparently.
So we'll keep an eye on the Page 6 situation, but it sounds like marital discord could be the downfall of Tom Brady.
Okay, so everybody speculated.
Stronger.
I know, right? Everybody speculated. So apparently they do this every year. Like they go and they always come out okay. But everybody speculated when they saw him at the press conference that he had gotten some kind of work done. That's what he was doing. He's getting work done. No, he didn't get work done. He lost weight because of stress.
Oh, yeah.
See, when I'm stressed, I stress eat.
Okay.
Brady obviously
makes sense. Me too.
Stress fasts.
He's just not going to eat.
It's a much better way to go. He doesn't eat.
That is a good approach. A lot of people do say that whenever you have heartbreak, that's the best time to get in your best shape of your life. Or I guess, obviously, for the next football season, because everybody comes back in the best shape of their life.
I always thought COVID was the best way to stop eating, to lose weight.
You're just at the house. Like, what are you really
Flu.
doing?
I'm one stomach bug away from my goal weight, typically anyway. Whatever I got to do.
COVID is a different time, man. That's absolutely true. Atlanta Braves rookie Spencer Strider had 16 strikeouts to set a Braves record for a 9-inning game and allowed just 2 hits in 8 innings to lead Atlanta to a 3-0 win over the Rockies. Now, he got the last 2 batters with 2 runners on base in the 8th. He had a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, completed his masterful 106-pitch outing, and he said, I lost track after 5 innings, which I think a lot of pitchers do. They just kind of get in that zone and just stay there. But, dude, this is what we have been talking about, why the Rangers have to develop. So you can have a guy that runs out there in his rookie season and fans 16.
Bro, he was drafted in 2020.
That's not long for him to be up and ready.
He was drafted in 2020, and he made his major league debut last year.
Yeah.
Like, that's a quick, run through the minors. That never happens here. That doesn't happen to Pudge. That's basically the last time it happened here.
He threw only 42 pitches through the first 4 innings, setting a new pace that allowed him to go on this longest career start. He did not walk a batter. That makes him the 4th rookie in Major League history with 16 strikeouts and no walks in a game. Do you know the other 3 pitchers that have at least 16 strikeouts their rookie season and no walks in a game? A couple of them are pretty easy, actually.
16 strikeouts their rookie season.
Yeah.
In a single game.
Yep.
And no walks.
No walks. One of them's local. He didn't pitch for the local team, but he was a local high school.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's Clayton Kershaw.
Nope, different local. Mike played against him. I played against him.
Kerry Wood.
Kerry Wood.
Yeah, Kerry Wood because he had the 20 strikeout game.
One of them
was it Roger Clemens?
Nope. This may be the greatest rookie pitcher of all time. In the 84 area.
84. Fernando?
Dwight Gooden.
Fernando was like 81.
And then the other one, John Gray in 2016, Rangers ace,
Wow.
John Gray. So John Gray, Kerry Wood, Dwight Gooden, interesting company there for Spencer Strider. Good luck to him.
Who does not look like a pitcher.
Oh, really?
He does not look like a Major League Baseball player. He looks like somebody who might work at like a craft beer.
Does he have a beard? And
No, he's got a mustache.
Okay, so he looks like hipster.
He's got a very real hipster look to him.
Absolutely, yeah. He's definitely going hiking with a hatchet.
Yeah,
he's wearing socks and boots.
Loves
and shorts.
flannel. He loves flannel.
Yeah, he's
big flannel fan. But he's the top buttoned flannel guy.
Yeah, he's definitely that guy. And I can't even necessarily say that he goes camping and does it like the hard way, but he is definitely wearing the boots with the high socks, and he's using his hatchet for everything. He may be even cooking hot dogs with his hatchet at some point. This is an interesting story. All the football matches in Argentina were suspended on Friday after an assassination attempt on the country's vice president, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. The Argentina.
I would not have guessed De Kirchner.
De Kirchner, yeah.
Name.
I don't know if you saw this video. Gun pointed directly in her face, jams. Like in this big crowd, she gets out of the car, security all around her, people all around her, gun right to the face, jams up. It was loaded with 5 bullets, was triggered, but did not fire. And the man, he's a 35-year-old man, was arrested for it. And it was declared a national holiday by President Alberto Fernandez. And then the AFA said that footballing activity due to take place had been suspended because of the assassination attempt. This is wild, man. Did you get a chance to see this video yet?
Dude, this is scary, man. Like, the fact that they get that close to somebody.
For real. For somebody, especially that high up, that high of a level.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have different thoughts on the politics of it all, as anybody would, right? Like, everybody has different thoughts. Nobody deserves to be assassinated like that in everybody's face, right?
No.
But, and I can't imagine, I've had a gun pointed at my face one time. I can't imagine seeing the trigger being pulled and having that. Like, I've had it pointed directly in my face, and I was like, do it anyway.
You had a gun pointed at your face?
Yeah. Guy didn't pull the trigger. He told me he would, but he didn't. I told him to go ahead and do it.
Hang on a second. How are we just... You can't bring that up at 7:15.
I can. I just did.
Like
I talked about it before. Just not with you guys, but yeah.
Then you haven't talked about it before.
I had a friend who was in the world of moving weight, and
hang on. Is this weight in kilos?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
All right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
or actually, more like pounds. It was more ounces and pounds.
Ounces and pounds. Okay.
And it was shortly after high school, and we were at a house hanging out, and the guy needed his money. The other guy needed his money. Shows up, and he's like, "Where's my money?" And he's like, "You need to go inside." And I was like, "I'm sitting here. I'm fine." I was kind of drunk at the time, and
I mean, you're in a trap house.
And he was like, "Well," and he pulled his gun out and pointed at me, and I was like, "Because I won't go inside, just pull the trigger." And he was just like,
Wait,
"Whatever."
you dared him?
And he was
You
like,
dared
"What?"
him?
He didn't want to kill anybody that night. He just wanted his money.
Wait, hang on a second. When you brandish a firearm, you're
He thought he was going to get me to like panic and run inside.
I
Didn't.
think that's intent. Now, did he give you? Was it straight? Was it side?
It was cocked side.
cocked
Yeah,
to
it
the
was side. And I was
Okay.
like, "You're not going to do it.
You're probably gonna miss."
Y'all have your discussion. I'm just sitting in this comfortable chair on the patio." So they had their discussion. The money got to the guy eventually anyway. But yeah, that's the one time I've had that moment of looking down the barrel and going, what do I do here? And I decided to smart off and be a jerk. And it worked out in my favor, Chop. So
Yeah, it did. Well, now, how was the underwear?
But I can't.
How was the underwear immediately after?
It was fine.
Yeah,
Again,
nothing to see here.
Not like her.
Yours that hard.
You hear
growing
the
up with the streets
click.
of Richardson.
Yeah, well, East Dallas. But
Whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, whenever you hear the click, that's terrifying. I can't, I almost just died. Like, I probably could have died at that moment, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But I can't imagine me and her and hearing that click and then it's all over with, man. So yeah, don't get in that situation, Chop. Try to stay away from the trap houses if you can.
Typically, that's my goal.
Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, it's time to talk with Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get healthy, boys and girls.
truckrep.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning. He is probably out making a brisket right now. Very smart decision on the last football day of, or the last non-football Friday for him to go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to take this one off. I'll be back when all the action happens. 877-881-1053 if you have any questions here about the Cowboys' future, because we got Bobby Belt on the line, our Dallas Cowboys insider. And Bobby, how you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling great.
Nice.
I'm curious right off the jump, did Joey spell your name right, at least on the cut sheet today, Corey? Yesterday.
It's not on the cut sheet, but I know that he has emailed and it is spelled incorrectly. So we're working on it. He's got a lot to learn, but we are. You know what? I've had a lot of people in that position before that didn't work out and didn't quite have the acumen and future that Joey has in front of him. So thanks for being part of the team right now. We'll see how long it lasts. All right, so Bobby, are we going to freak out? Is it rightful to panic, as Choppy said this morning, that Jason Peters is not signed yet?
I don't think it's time to panic. And look, I mean, even if they don't bring Jason Peters on, I don't think it's time to panic because I think that their plan, regardless of whether Jason Peters is here or not, is Tyler Smith as their starting left tackle. I still think that there's a good shot it gets done. They're just, things dragged on into the second day. They've had this happen before where they don't close things up immediately. I'm guessing there's probably a lot of discussion about what the role is and what the money would be and things like that, because I don't know that Jason Peters is going to play for the same contract he played for in Chicago last year, which was basically the veteran minimum. And so I don't think that's going to be the case this time around, so they're just probably trying to negotiate a little bit, figure things out with his agent, Vince Taylor, who they've got a relationship with, who's located here in Dallas. But I think that, no time to panic yet. So, but even if he gets here, even if they do bring Jason Peters on, I don't think it changes your plans for early in the season, which is Tyler Smith is starting at left tackle.
Yeah, because we saw that Jordan Schultz tweet yesterday where he said, they want him to take, to replace Tyron, which contradicted everything we had heard, right?
Yeah. So Jordan Schultz it has some good insight from time to time, breaks some stuff from time to time. I would not necessarily just take to the bank anything Jordan Schultz says about the Cowboys, though, just because, his sources are more outside. He was first on Cleveland making a trade for Amari Cooper, for instance. I think that was more to do with the kind of information he has about, Cleveland and sources outside of there. He's missed on some Cowboy stuff before. I think there's better people plugged in on what the Cowboys are doing than Jordan. And that's not a slight to Jordan. It's just it's not where his strength is, I don't think.
Is that you propping yourself up there then?
Bobby.
Really
That's
kind
not
of
me propping myself up.
Sounds
going
it.
crotch first into this whole thing?
It's just me saying I think the entire beat is more plugged into what's happening here than Jordan would be.
Do you think it's fair, because this is kind of my feeling, that Peters, and you said he doesn't want to play on the league minimum contract or the vet minimum contract, and do you think it's fair then that he's looking at it and going, at some point I might be starting and I don't want to be playing in as a starter while I'm being paid as a backup?
I mean, that's part of it, I think. I think it's also just the fact that there's the position that Dallas is in. They clearly want to add somebody right now. There's a supply and demand thing at play here. And I think that, when you see the Eagles lose Andre Dillard, for instance, then, okay, well, now the Eagles are in need of potentially bringing in a veteran tackle. And so I think it's just a matter of assessing where the market is at and saying, look, I have some options here. I'm not just going to, give a hometown discount to a team that I've never even played for. But, I think there's still a good chance it gets done, and I think he'd be extremely valuable here, not as a swing tackle, really, because I think he's really just on the left side at this point, but as somebody who can impart knowledge to these younger guys and can be there as a fail-safe in case Tyler Smith doesn't work out, or in case Connor McGovern doesn't work out, and you decide, okay, we need to move Tyler Smith inside the left guard and play Jason Peters at left tackle. But Jason Peters is still a very effective player. Broadus and I were talking about this last night when we were recording the podcast, that Brian did a deep dive into the Peters film, and we're talking about, okay, who's better, though, Tyron or Jason Peters? And Broadus still said Tyron had a better season last year, banged up as he was, and at times where he struggled. But Jason Peters is still a very solid veteran. I think he's a better player right now than, for instance, Terrence Steele is. And I'm higher on Terrence Steele than other people are.
Well, and he's obviously better than Tyron is right now because Tyron can't play, so that's a better option there.
That's a fact. You nailed that one.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious how much that factors into, like, you just can't trust that Tyron's going to be healthy. So that changes. Like, I understand when you're saying, on the field they're kind of similar products, but Tyron's got the better season. But it's just, okay, am I going to make it through 3 quarters in this game? And that has to be a big concern whenever you're looking at the option between the two guys. What would then kind of in your mind be the plan whenever Tyron does come back? Because Jerry is, thrown out there hey, he's going to be there for the meat of the season. What's the role then for Peters at that point?
I still think that's the most sunshiny, optimistic view.
Okay.
I mean, you said meat of the season.
I mean, it's possible, but I think that is as optimistic as you can get as saying that Tyron's going to be back this year. I would still be surprised if he plays this season. But if he comes back, I mean, I think that there were discussions in the building about bringing in Jason Peters before Tyron got hurt.
Gotcha.
And so I think that it would be a fact where they would probably just at that point, if Tyron came back, Tyron would jump in at left tackle, Tyler Smith would move inside to left guard, and then Jason Peters would be there as, again, kind of a fail-safe, somebody that you could rely on if you needed to get some extra snaps, because there's always guys getting dinged up on the offensive line. It just consistently is what happens. And so I think throughout the injuries and some of the shuffles, if they added Jason Peters here, even if Tyler Smith is playing really well, I think there would probably be a game or two where Jason Peters is starting because of shuffles that they have to make due to injuries.
Yeah, because, let's just say, Tyler starts and he has a Dak 2016 level season.
Yep.
Doesn't that, do they do the same thing they did with Romo? Just like, hey, this kid's job now, man.
I think so. I think that if he plays well enough there, I don't think you look back. I don't think you reach back and go, okay, well, let's bump him to left guard. I think the plan all along was, or sort of the unspoken expectation was that even if Tyron was healthy this year, this would be Tyron's potentially his last year here in Dallas, and Tyler Smith would play left guard the first year with the idea that Tyler Smith is playing left tackle in 2023. And so, yeah, I think that, if he's playing well enough, even if Tyron gets healthy at the end of the year, maybe you don't make that switch. Maybe you don't mess with that continuity. Now, if there are problems with McGovern, like we mentioned, maybe then it causes you to just jumble some things a little bit. But, man, I think if you found a young 21-year-old, really powerful, really athletic left tackle that's succeeding as a rookie, I don't know that you necessarily want to mess with that, even if you are having problems at left guard.
Now, Micah spoke yesterday. He had some conversations about what he would like to do, and it sounds like he is ready for football to start right now.
100%. Micah is, I think as everybody knows, he's very charismatic, and, he's one of the best sound bites in the locker room, but he already seems to be taking on a stronger position in a leadership role, and especially when he's talking to the media and the voice that he is for that defense. There were a couple quotes yesterday that I thought were really strong from him. He's talking about how he's ready to just get out there and play football. He's like, I'm tired of hitting these guys. I want to hit guys I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And had the quote yesterday where he said, that they were asking about all the changes on the offense. And, when you lose an Amari Cooper and Lyle Collins and, the injury to Tyron, how does that affect like what you guys do? And it's like you said straight up, he's like, it doesn't matter what's going on with the offense. Like, no offense to those guys, but I don't care what they've lost or added or whatever else. They could score 0 points, and I'm still confident we're going to win football games because we're going to stop guys and we're going to score points on the defense. And so Micah Parsons, that was a big emphasis for him this offseason. I think the Cowboys communicated that to him, that they wanted to see him not just be vocal like he is, but really take ownership of, this is my defense, this is my unit. And I think that's exactly how it's playing out. I think that's 100% his defense at this point. Him and Trayvon Diggs are really the future of the leadership group there on that side of the ball.
I feel pretty good with that kind of caliber player, those kind of people being the leaders.
Mm-hmm.
That they do earn it. They've shown it at different levels, even at the college level, that they can earn that kind of role here. So looking forward to season number 2 with Micah. Now, Mike said last Friday he was saying, I think the Cowboys, and this is not my opinion, but I can definitely see this. He thinks the Cowboys are going to have to play boring, run-first, defensive football, and he hearkened back to the Russell Wilson era. And I've had a couple people say, hey, look, man, that's not a reality because they are in a different situation financially than the Russell Wilson era in Seattle.
And they don't have the Legion of Boom.
And they don't have those things too. And maybe they are trying to build the Legion of Boom. But you also believe, Bobby, that they are leaning into the run game.
I think so. I mean, Jerry, when he talked on Tuesday, talked about how, look, it's easier for young, inexperienced offensive linemen to run block than it is to pass block. And I think if you looked across the offensive line, most of the guys that you have out there are better run blockers than they are pass protectors, at least what we know now. Like Tyler Smith, if he comes out there and shows that there's not much of a learning curve and he's able to become a really top-tier left tackle really quickly, that changes things, obviously, and it changes what you want to do. But you're talking about, as it stands now, your two tackles, which are kind of, the foundation of your pass protection. Those two guys are better run blockers right now, especially Steele, I think. And so I think just the way in terms of what they have in front of them, that lends itself to being a stronger running game than it is a passing game right now. And I think that when you hear the way they talked about this even leading up to before Tyron's injury, it's clear everybody in that building, Dalton Schultz has talked about it, Dak's talked about it, McCarthy, Jerry, everybody's talked about how they want to run the ball more and more effectively this year than they did in the last couple of years. And so I think they saw that last year when the running game was really efficient early on in the first part of the season, that that was when they were at their best. I think that, if you've got a running game that can be, really efficient and pick you up chunk plays, that makes everything easier on the passing game, makes everything easier on Dak. And so I think that's the formula they want to try to win with right now, is to make sure that they're running the ball effectively, and they think that everything else will fall into place for them. But I think that when you look at the offensive line, how they're all stronger run blockers for the most part, and then you've got a guy like Dalton Schultz, who internally the Cowboys believe has really improved as a run blocker, that he's a better blocker this year than he has been in the past. And Jake Ferguson's shown that he's not having trouble blocking right now. And so I think that they just feel like that's where their strength is, and they need to lean into that, especially in the early part of the season while they kind of get their footing under them in terms of their pass protection.
It's wild that they just think their strength is not in their $40 million quarterback.
I don't disagree with you. I think that he's healthy right now, and I think that he has the ability to elevate receivers. I think that's a reasonable expectation to want him to elevate Noah Brown to be better than he is, or Jalen Tolbert, or whoever else. I think it's just, if he doesn't have time to go through those progressions and do those things because the offensive line is, Swiss cheese and pass protection, then they've got to lean into the running game a little bit for them. I don't disagree. I wish that things were more stable in pass protection, because I think right now Dak would be doing a lot of running around and wouldn't be able to get through a lot of the progressions that he needs to.
Well, Bobby, I think if you just listen to the G-Bag Nation and hear the Drawing It Up with Dawson segment, you'll see exactly how the Cowboys are going to plan out their first play and how they'll run that offense. Really appreciate your time today, man. Have a good one.
I love you all.
There he goes. Love Bobby, too. By the way, Jerry Jones will be on at 10:30 with the KNC Masterpiece. It'll be Kevin and Mike running today. I'm Corey Majors filling in for Sean today. It's a one-day only kind of thing, just hanging out with Chop. I always love the opportunity to do a show with Chop, who I graduated from the
RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting.
So
yes.
I'm always
it's not an accredited school though.
but it does get a lot of people are like, oh man, foot in the door now.
Yeah, baby.
Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, how many NIL deals does Bryce Young actually have next to the Fan?
Coming up today on the KNC
event, no matter the size, from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean this morning. It is a one-day affair. He is taking off the final Friday without the NFL, and that was a smart move on his part, man. Go ahead and get all of his brisket smoking in. I'm going to have to wait till later in the day to start my my ventures into that world. I got some al pastor tacos I want to try out this time.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'm really into that flavor. So if I could make lingua, I would. But I'm not that good with lingua yet, and I saw the barbacoa that Sean made. I loved it. I'm looking forward to that too.
We made some El Pastor tacos not too long ago.
Oh yeah, was it already marinated? You went to La Michoacana and picked that up?
It was already marinated. Okay. Got a pound of that. Got a pound of the pork.
Yeah.
And it would
got some pineapple and an onion and stuck it on the kebab.
I think we did pineapple. No, we didn't stick it on. No kebab.
Okay.
We just cooked
I
have a Blackstone.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I just threw it all in there. And then we did it's like fresh tortillas and basically made like mini quesadillas with them.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Man, that is an awesome way to go. And I got the Blackstone because you suggested it. I've loved every minute of it, man. I love to smoke the meats on occasion. Love to be able to go turn that thing on and get a bunch of food cooked real fast. It's
and then
awesome.
I love to never scrape it off and just leave pounds of grease on top.
Well, I do scrape it occasionally.
Yeah.
All right, I do scrape it
Before
occasionally.
I use it, I scrape it. I leave that good scent on.
It's called juice. That's what that is. That's juice. All right, so how have you liked the NIL era so far? Do you look at it and you're like, I can't believe that this is the wild, wild west and that this is happening? Or are you like, you know what? Let it be like this all the time. Let the market dictate what these guys deserve.
Yes.
Okay. So you're all the above.
I'm all the above. These guys just let them make their money off whatever. I don't like that universities are setting these deals up for the players. I don't like that universities are using these deals to get them to come to school. When they said the NIL, when they put it in motion, my impression was the intention was that you go to school and then you basically get NIL deals because like an agent would get you commercials.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like they don't like that. That's how it would work. I didn't think of it from the A&M perspective where they're going to set them up for you.
Okay.
And I don't like that they're fake.
What do you mean that they're fake?
Well, I mean there's reports that rumors out there that and these are more than rumors that schools are using fake charities for these kids to promote, and they're funneling the money through the guise of a charity, and it's not really a charity.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either.
I don't care if fake companies, just going to give money and say you endorse this and you don't really endorse this. No, I mean you gotta do the work. Like that's So I love it. Like they definitely deserve to make the cash. I just wish there was more regulations over it.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you there.
I hate regulations. I hate regulations.
I think it's why I do like the idea that, look, you sign the contract, no matter if you're at that school anymore or not, that money still follows you. I like that. You're going to get your money on that. I like that part of it. I know there are a lot of other people out there that are like, they need to be student athletes. I didn't get paid while I was playing in college. They shouldn't get paid too because my student loan's not paid off or whatever. You know that kind of stuff. So I am kind of interested to see how that goes. Bryce Young, he just did his Fansville, season 5 of the Dr. Pepper Fansville. I don't know if you've seen this commercial or not, but they did in the walkie-talkie. Bosworth goes, how many NIL deals does Bryce Young have? And Bosworth was, he's a fictional character, but that's a real life thing. Bryce Young was asked how many he has, and he said, I don't know a specific number. He said there's hoops and stuff you got to jump through just talking about business things, but I've been blessed to have the opportunities that I have to have partnerships that I've been able to have. He didn't give a number, but ESPN reported him as having more than $800,000 in NIL deals.
How much?
More than $800,000. College and recruiting site On3, I've not been to the site, has his value. Oh, I have been to it. His valuation at $3.2 million.
Yeah,
which ranks 4th on their NIL top 100.
If you're Bryce Young, if you're Quinn Ewers, C.J. Stroud, if you're Arch Manning, even he's in high school, you are underpaid NIL wise. You're just underpaid. Go get and find a way to get the most money that there is. Like that's what your job. That's what you should do. I think let these kids have agents. Let them have agents. They do. I have to keep the schools out of it. That kind of muddies the water. Then it gets dirty. Then you'll get schools that are just doing kind of fake.
Yeah, like they do with their signing days, where sometimes they're like, you know what, we're going to get it back anyway. We're not really going to sign you. The Fanville, I like the Fanville bit. I think it's a funny college football bit where you got to pick a side. You're either Dr. Pepper or not.
Yeah,
I think that's a fun bit. But he did say afterwards, he was like, "Man, I probably should have had some acting lessons for this thing." I think he did just fine. You brought up C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. Here's what I love. I love this. All right, there's nothing better than one of the hosts here at the station buys food and everybody gets to eat. Right? Like here at the station, food's in there, and all of a sudden, hey man, thanks for buying lunch today. Broadus will bring in on Fridays. He'll bring in lunch for everybody behind the boards.
Never. I never get any of that.
That's because you're not behind the boards. You're not working over in the Joey world right now. You're on this side.
I've seen people on that side.
He will also bring in. He will also bring in beans and rice. With the andouille sausage and everything. Everybody's welcome to that. But Broadus always does that. I think it's a great. Like, it makes me love Broadus even more.
Is that how you say it, andouille?
Andouille?
I just point. I went at the menu. I just point to that thing.
that sausage right there. Ohio State C.J. Stroud uses his money to make sure his team looks fly. I love this. He gave them all Express cards. He bought all of his teammates a $500 gift card to shop at Express, which I didn't even know was still around.
You didn't know Express was still around?
You
thought it was still Structure?
Yeah, I thought.
Is that what you thought it was?
I have a Structure shirt.
Yeah, you thought it was still Structure?
I still have a Structure shirt that I wear on occasion. But I didn't know that Express still stuck around. But he said $500 gift card to shop at Express ahead of their first game, and his only request was get y'all's own suit. Make sure you're looking fly. I think that's awesome. And look, you never know what somebody's going to do with the money, right? We don't have a clue. You're going to get loan forgiveness on your student loans. Are you going to go spend that money appropriately? Some people will. Some people won't. They'll screw up. But you never know what they're going to do. But he told his teammates, go get a suit. I want y'all to look good whenever we get our first game on. That's awesome.
Like, he spent $50,000 on that.
Yeah. Yes. On his team. He was like, go make me look good this year, boys. That's what he's doing.
Wow.
He's investing in his team so that his team is motivated to play. That's accountability. You've now made everybody on your team is accountable to you because you just had a small investment. This is money that you got, right? Like you got this in your NIL deal, and you've already, when he becomes a pro, those are the kinds of things that professional men are going to be thankful that's their quarterback because he learned this stuff in college.
He did.
Smart.
That's a high amount, man. $50,000.
But
remember when Dak bought was it Zeke? He bought all the offensive linemen Segways.
Yes.
Even he didn't spend $50,000 on that.
He probably got some. You know what? I don't know that he may not have spent the money. He may have an NIL deal with Express.
And
he was like, "Hey,
give me $50,000 worth of gift cards.
Instead of giving me that money, just give me the.
I'll split it with you.
Yeah,
you take $25,000. I'll take $25,000.
Trust me, we're gonna get plenty of endorsement here as people are gonna be talking about this. It'll be $50,000 of marketing for you at some point. And I'll never understand this. Can somebody please explain drinking out of a shoe? I saw this last night on Twitter. There is I don't know which game it is. It looks like. Oklahoma State football game. So maybe this does make more sense because those Oklahoma State people are crazy. There is a girl, Choppy, in this video drinking beer out of a boot in the middle of the football game.
Yep.
Why on earth would you want to put anybody's shoe up to your mouth and drink liquid out of it? They're smelly, nasty, fungusy feet have been in that shoe, and you're going to drink liquid out of it? That's disgusting.
Very simple. Don't be scared of the boot.
What do you mean don't be scared of the boot? I am scared of the boot.
My college roommate played on the rugby team, and we went to these rugby parties every Saturday after their game, right? Every Saturday after the game at the rugby party. And whoever scored the try or whatever the hell they call it had to drink out of the boot.
Okay, all right.
Okay, you drank out of you had to drink. I think it was out of either the team captain's rugby cleat, rugby boot, or yours. I don't remember which one it was.
I'm not drinking out of anybody else's shoe, let alone my own.
It's disgusting. And then you've got all these songs and games they play. They're fun. They're fun parties, especially when you've got to do the naked keg run. Okay,
Haven't done that either.
That's
but
a little weird. I didn't play. So I didn't do it. But that was a little weird to see. But yeah, I've definitely seen people drink out of the boot.
From the 940, chances are already drunk, man. From the 817, boot enhances the flavor. No, it doesn't. It does not make the flavor of that Keystone Light any better.
Yep.
It's not going to change the way that your natty is going to taste.
People saying this is definitely an Aussie thing, which, look, I have nothing for Australia or New Zealand. If they want to be part of my world, they'll move closer. I'll never go there. I'll never take a 22-hour flight. But if they gave us the boot, then I'm in.
Oh, my gosh. All right, coming up next. By the way, Jerry Jones at 10:30 today with Kevin and Mike Bassick on the KNC Masterpiece. Make sure to lock it in for that. Coming up next, it's time to go around the NFL and check out what happened in this cooking accident next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to
The Store.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning, and this morning alone, as I've told y'all many times, not a fan of getting up this early, not a fan of this shift. You guys can keep it. I like my shift. I get up in the middle of the day. It's awesome. But I am happy to be here with the Tolos, getting ready for some around the NFL action. I will say this. This is one of the benefits of hopping in and working occasionally on the morning show or even filling in for G-Bag occasionally, is it helps out with the Twitter account because new people are following. Add in the majors. You can follow me on Twitter right now. You can follow Chop at RJ Choppy. Follow the show at KNC 1053. But at In the Majors, if you want to follow me on Twitter, somebody already hit me up with a recipe for lingua, and they're offering me some authentic ideas on that. A couple of other people have sent me some links on Twitter as well. Love the interaction on Twitter at In the Majors, and also follow the station at 105.3 The Fan. But right now it's time to go around the entire NFL. You don't have to dip in any gridiron gravy, so don't worry about that, Joey. It's going to be just fine. We do start with Brandon Beane, the GM for Buffalo. That dude has done an amazing job with this team. Like, just an amazing job building the talent.
It's easy to build a roster when you have to worry about the quarterback.
And when you're bad for long enough, that you get the Tre'Davious Whites, that you get the Ed Olivers, that you get the quarterback. But they did draft and develop. They drafted and developed that team appropriately. And then said, you know what? Let's add Von Miller to the mix. It's time for us, because you saw at the end of that Kansas City Chiefs game, they were exhausted defensively. They couldn't get to the quarterback. That's why Patrick Mahomes had the opportunities he had. But Odell Beckham Jr. was the point of topic for Brandon Beane. He said he's recovering like Tre'Davious White from an ACL. He's a talented player. Show me a talented player I'm not checking into. I'm always going to do that, and whether it's a trade for someone or letting a guy get healthy, again, the cap factors into it too, which you'll hear that from Stephen Jones. But is that a player that the Cowboys should keep an eye on? I know Michael Gallup is going to be coming back, but if you could find a way to add a healthy Odell Beckham Jr. to this team, would that not be a massive benefit for this squad?
Oh, they should have added him last year.
Yeah.
They should have added him last year. They could have gotten him.
He was going to be the Super Bowl MVP.
And listen to this, even better. Big brain here.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
Because if he would have signed here last year, because the Cowboys would not have made the Super Bowl, he wouldn't have torn his ACL.
Oh, come on.
So he'd have been here for week one.
You're thinking that they wouldn't have beaten San Francisco had they had Odell Beckham Jr. on this team?
They might have.
So they
wouldn't have beaten Green Bay.
San Francisco beat Green Bay.
Yeah, I know, but they muddied the game up.
They would have beat the Rams.
Who, the Cowboys?
Yeah,
I think they would have. I think they would have beat the Rams.
But again, like at that point, they had CeeDee Lamb, they had Amari Cooper. They felt comfortable.
Actually,
with the wide
I think they may have
position.
would have. They probably would have gone to Tampa next, right? They would have played Tampa in the next round.
Yeah.
And then they would have gone to Green Bay.
Yeah, a lot of different things going on there. But
anyway, so they would have had to go through Brady and Rodgers. I mean, that may have been a little bit of a tall task.
Is that a name, though, that you suggest they keep an eye on right now?
Absolutely, but here's the problem, right? by the time he is ready to play, it's October? And now you're going to have two guys who are coming off ACL injuries. And, this isn't 1996 anymore or 1986. You come back from ACL injuries and you're fine. You're playing.
Yeah.
And it's not taking a year and a half. It's
right.
9 to 12 months. But there is that, I still think we're in that, the first year back is not necessarily the best year for you because you're spending most of your offseason rehabbing and not playing
being
football,
in shape,
being in football shape. So
that's why DeMarcus Lawrence is so excited about this season. He's like, this is the first offseason I wasn't rehabbing all offseason.
Well, yeah, but DeMarcus Lawrence still has really good years.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't get sacks. But whatever.
Because you're a fan of sacks, or you don't care about sacks. It's all about
I love sacks.
Press rate, win pass rate, right? Isn't that what it is for
pass
you? Pass
rush win rate.
There you go.
Sacks are great. I just don't look at it and say, he's better than him because he had more sacks. There's more to the story.
Yeah.
They just don't tell the whole story. But I love them. They're great.
It's never ideal for a quarterback to miss time due to an injury. But Zach Wilson, his knee injury kind of knocked everything back for him. It is good news that he avoided a season-ending knee surgery. He didn't have one of those types of injuries, and that allows him to go, continue being the MILF hunter. But Robert Saleh said that Wilson...
You can't just throw that in there.
What do you mean? I can't too. I just did. Well, Saleh says that Wilson is way ahead of where he was a year ago. He said anytime you miss reps, whether you're a quarterback or a two technique, it does not matter. Playing football is the best way to get better. Zach is doing all he can. I'm not concerned about him falling behind. My big concern was that Zach Wilson saw things that wasn't there last year. Not necessarily ghosts, but he thought he could make certain plays that he couldn't make. He thought I can hero ball this game. Mm-hmm. And then he learned that the NFL is I think he learned that the NFL is different. I am in the Zach Wilson fan group. I'm hoping, and I know Mike is because he's invested a little in his cards this year.
Yeah, I think Zach's a good player. And even if he had said, I see ghosts, I thought that was overblown with Sam Darnold. Every quarterback sees ghosts at some point, especially as a young player. Yep. You're telling me that Aaron Rodgers, when he was 6-10 his first year, didn't see ghosts at some point. You tell me Peyton Manning, when he threw 28 interceptions his rookie year, wasn't seeing ghosts out there at some point, or when Bill Belichick was running all blitzing him like crazy. You mean to tell me that Tony Romo didn't see ghosts at one point in his first year or so?
Sure, Troy Aikman experienced that a little
bit.
Troy
Aikman 1-15. Tell me he didn't see ghosts? Yeah, like they all see ghosts at some point.
Yeah. But that's
They're
what I was
not dumb enough to say it on national TV.
That's what I was hoping for this season, was to see, because I like Elijah Moore. I like Corey Davis. I like some of the weapons he has. I like Michael Carter, their running back. I think that they have all the makings of being a good team. And I know I'm like, the Jets don't matter to a lot of people.
You're out in front of your skis on that one, man. They had a long way to be for a good team.
But they just seem like the Jets are, this organization.
Well,
they're clumsy.
If their quarterback hits, I don't care I don't care how clumsy the organization is. Josh Allen makes if he was there, he makes that organization whole again.
Dak makes the Cowboys legitimate, or made them legitimate after his rookie season. Like, he made them a legitimate
and they were, fortunately, they were legitimate before him too.
Yeah.
But like Tom Brady made the Patriots, legitimate. Peyton Manning made the Colts legitimate.
Justin Herbert actually makes them legitimate right now.
Do you remember? You're my age, right?
Yeah. I'm 41.
Okay. Do you remember the Green Bay Packers before Brett Favre?
No.
Neither do I.
Man, you know what?
They were a awful franchise in the 80s, right? They couldn't get anybody. Here comes Brett Favre, and all of a sudden, wow, how'd they do it? Well, they got Reggie White and Brett Favre. That'll do it.
Reggie White definitely. Actually, hold on. I wanted to go find this. Before Brett Favre,
who they had, Don
passer, Tom Zach, Majkowski, Wright,
Don
Dickey.
Majkowski, Don Majkowski. That's it. Don
Can't
Majkowski.
even. Yeah, man. There was a 10-year, 15-year period between Bart Starr and Brett Favre. This is more than 15 years, obviously, where that just did not exist as a good football program. Interesting, man. That's very interesting. And how lucky were they to go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers? Like, not a lot of organizations get the opportunity to just
nobody does that.
Go from Dirk to Luka.
I mean, on a smaller scale, we went from Romo to Dak. I mean, you can't, like, that's 31 other teams sign up to go from Romo to Dak.
Yeah. Even if you don't get that, I mean, you go from Phillip Rivers to Justin Herbert. I think the Chargers are pretty happy.
Absolutely, you take that chance every time you can get it. You're going to get, if you go from Phillip Rivers to Justin Herbert or Tony Romo to Dak Prescott, you're going to get 25 years of top 10 caliber quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll sign up for that tomorrow. Even if I don't win a title, I'm still signing up for that.
Yeah, and you know what? Another team that's kind of in that weird situation. I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is a top 10 quarterback, but they were able to win games with him, and now he's their backup. Weird. And they're going to a number 3 overall pick as their future. And they still have questions. I mean, otherwise, what were they doing with Jimmy this whole time? But now he's their backup quarterback here. Maybe they just couldn't find a buyer for the price that they wanted. But at some point in the season, I think a team is going to need a quarterback, and they might be willing to make that trade to add Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo does say that everything's going according to plan right now. He said after about 3-4 weeks of nothing was happening. It wasn't working. We were like, all right, we've got to get the surgery. That's when we made that choice, and I'm happy that it worked out. I don't think it's the exact way I wanted it to work out, but everything happens for a reason. I'm happy where I'm at. Do you think he's going to be starting for this San Francisco 49ers team at any point this season?
Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think it's more likely that it's because of injury than anything else. I don't think. Look, you can't bench him. You can't bench Trey Lance. I believe once you go and you make that decision to start to get rid of Jimmy, which they tried to get rid of Jimmy, they just couldn't. So once you make the decision to start Trey Lance, that's his team. Now you got to give him 3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
That's what to me is what you got to give a quarterback. I've always believed that quarterbacks, and if you go look, just go look at some of the greats. They hit their absolute peak about 6 seasons in.
Okay.
All right, but 6 seasons in, they hit their absolute peak. Now that sort of benchmark threshold may have changed over the last couple of years because quarterbacks are better now than they ever have been. They're more ready, I should say, than they ever have been. And it's a passing league, so the rules have changed in their favor. So maybe a little bit sooner than 6 years. But I've always, in my head, have used that 6-year number. So I look, once you make the decision, once you go to him, I don't think you can go away and then go back.
Yeah. I will say this. I've already said this on our show, Chop. I don't know how much you might agree with this. I think the Niners are going to the Super Bowl. I think that they run the ball so effectively. I think their defense is built so well, and I think that Trey Lance is going to be just fine behind that offensive line. I know they got their own problems too, but the fact that they can run the ball as effectively as they can makes a massive difference for me. Did you see the Antonio Hamilton tweet that he sent out?
No.
The tweet, he said, I had an accident. Look at this picture. He said, I had an accident that could have ended up deadly for me and my family, but instead I got the short end of it by having my feet severely burned. I'm not sure what he was cooking, but it appeared, I would presume there's some sort of grease involved, considering the burns that he has on his body. But he was cooking, and he says there could have been a worse injury than this. He had a fantastic camp for the Arizona Cardinals, and now he's dealing with, he accidentally spilled hot oil all over his legs, man.
Oh!
And I'll cook bacon without a T-shirt on every once in a while just to, see how tough I am. But hot oil getting on your body that burns, man. These pictures are gross. Don't look at them if you're out there looking right now.
I'm looking. Oh man, that looks just the skin had to just tear off.
Yeah. Just
oh no.
Yeah.
So have you ever seen gross story? This reminds me of this because the skin peeled off here. I saw a car flip over on 121. Well, I was coming back from a Ranger game, and I had hit the top of 360 and was getting under 121 there. And as I'm exiting, I see this car upside down, and the wheels are still turning.
Oh my god!
So the thing literally just happened. I pull over, I back the vehicle up, run over to the car, and there's a woman in there. She's all by herself, and she's on the other side of the vehicle, so her seatbelt was never on. And her leg is split in 2 different spots. It's like turned completely 90 degrees at her femur.
Oh my god.
And I look down and she goes, oh my god, my hand. And all I saw was skeleton. I look up at the steering wheel and the skin of her hand was still on the wheel. She had gotten like gloved.
Oh my gosh.
I've never seen anything like it.
How did that even happen?
She squeezed so hard. I think she had a bracelet on or something like that. And it just ripped off right there from the pressure of like holding on, gripping the steering wheel.
I will never wear a bracelet again. I'm taking this bracelet off right now.
I don't know what happened to her. I called 911. The cops got there. I was like, dude, I'm going to throw up here. I got to go.
I don't even want to drive. Oh my
poor lady.
gosh.
It was disgusting. Like, but her hand, like you saw just nothing but skeleton. The human hand is tiny.
Well,
without skin on it, man.
Thanks, Chop, for that.
Hope you ate your breakfast, kids.
All right. Now, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Cleveland made this trade, but we're going to rank the NFL triplets. Are the Cowboys ranked too high? Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to number 1 air, man. Great time.
And the Sean and RJ show, Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning. That means that it will be Mike Bassick and Kevin Hagelin and Reggie Atatula in your ear holes from 10 to 2 today, and they will have Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, joining them at 10:30 this morning. Looking forward to the content that's going to be created there. I'm sure that Kevin has no contentious questions to ask Jerry Jones this morning because Kevin is not big on conflict.
No, he's not. No, he is not.
That's a lie for sure. All right, so I did see this this list of the NFL triplet rankings, and they ranked all 32 teams for their triplets. And I'll give you the option, RJ. Do you want to go with the bottom 5 first or the top 5, or do you just want me to name off the top 10
so are
here?
these triplets?
The triplets like the quarterback, running back, wide receiver.
Okay, so no tight ends. We can't. So you couldn't use Travis Kelce for Kansas City.
I will be honest. You can. You're pass catcher. All right, so
George Kittle,
your quarterback, running back, pass
Yeah.
catcher. So like Kyle Pitts could be an option. All right, when you're dealing with
good year, man.
But I'm betting with Marcus Mariota, he does not have that same good year, or whoever the quarterback is going to be in Atlanta right now. So I'll start with the bottom 5, and I want to know: do you think the Cowboys? Where do you think the Cowboys rank? Because what would you say the best triplets is for them? Would you say it's Zeke and Dak and CeeDee Lamb, or would you say it's Tony Pollard and Dak and CeeDee Lamb?
Man, I think Zeke and Tony Pollard are pretty darn close at this point because, Pollard may give you that explosive, but
it's going to start with Zeke no matter what.
Yeah, it is. Remember, okay, so like Robert Smith.
Yeah.
Curtis Martin.
Yep.
I mean, they could. I mean, they did break off 60-yarders.
Mm-hmm.
But they were more often than not. They were getting you 5 yards, and they were going to keep moving the chains.
Yep.
And there was nothing wrong with that. I mean, one of them went all the way to the Hall of Fame with it.
Yeah.
So if that's what Zeke is, great. I don't need it. I don't need a 60-yard play. Get me 60% of a first down on first down and roll, man.
Okay. All right. Where do you think the Cowboys should rank with CeeDee Lamb and whoever and Dak Prescott and whoever their running back is?
Okay, well,
because if there's that close, it doesn't matter really which one you're picking there. But where would you say they rank? Just would you say they're outside of the top 10, inside the top 10? Because the bottom 5, and I'll give you a second to run through this.
Yeah, give me a second.
Here's the bottom 5. Number 32, according to NFL.com, the New York Jets with Zach Wilson, Breece Hall, and Garrett Wilson. And again, I think that Elijah Moore is going to be a great receiver. I think Garrett Wilson is a fantastic receiver, but I think Elijah Moore is set up for great success down the road. Number 31, the Houston Texans, Davis Mills, Damian Pierce, and Brandon Cooks. Number 30, the New York Giants. Just to kind of give you an idea, this is their best offensive threats. And the New York Giants are 30 with Jones, Barkley, and Kenny Golladay. Well, and I think the quarterback definitely pulls down the ranking here because they have Barkley ranked 19th out of all running backs, which is wild to me.
Man, that is
that seems really low, but that guy, he's had struggles. He's had his struggles. Number 29 is the Seattle Seahawks with Geno Smith, Rashad Penny, and DK Metcalf. Obviously, Metcalf brings them up in the rankings. And then number 28, the Detroit Lions with Jared Goff, DeAndre Swift, and St. Brown. And then number 27.
That needs to be higher.
You think so?
Dude, Swift is fantastic. St. Brown is tremendous.
I think Jared Goff has more weapons this year than he had last year for sure.
Because Swift got hurt last year, and Brown was a rookie.
Yeah. And Jamison Williams, when he's ready to go, he'll be in there. He could take over for Brown.
Didn't they get DJ Chark too?
Yeah, they got a bunch of little names in there. Now,
they should be higher.
Can Jared Goff do what he did in college? Because I know that
with the Rams,
the people that
more like what should he do with the Rams?
But people liked him coming out of college, and I know why. Because when I watched him, I was like, there's no quarterback as accurate as this guy in 20 yards in that draft. In that draft, I didn't think there was anybody that compared to what he could do 20 yards downfield. And I was like, man, his deep ball is really good. Then he got to the NFL, and I think that Sean McVay kind of messed him up because Sean McVay didn't trust him. And so he didn't trust himself. Sean McVay's like, you run the offense, I'm telling you. Or maybe he just thought, hey, you're too stupid to run my offense. So, and Jared Goff, maybe he's got, a lot to learn. I did like this from Jared Goff this year. He did beg to be in the first preseason game. He was like, Coach, I want to go out there and play with the guys. I want to lead my team.
Yeah, look,
and I like that.
I like Jared. I think Jared's a good player. I think he's capped. I don't think he'll ever be a top 10 player, but I think he's in that kind of meaty part of the league where you can win with him. He's not going to be the reason that you lose a game.
I can see
I
that.
also don't think he's going to be the reason you necessarily win a game. He's not going to kill you.
Yeah.
So I just did a quick. So are we?
Yeah.
Did you get the bottom five?
I rolled up to number 1 now, so I'm at number 1.
Okay, so these are the teams just off the top of my head I'm trying to think of.
Okay.
Denver. I don't even know who the running back is. It doesn't matter.
Javonte Williams or Melvin Gordon. It could be either one of those guys.
All right, but you got Russ, and then they've got a solid group of receivers.
NFL.com has them ranked 15th.
Okay.
With Russell Wilson, Javonte Williams, and Cortland Sutton, who's ranked 28th. So he's the 28th ranked wide receiver. He has a lot to prove still.
He does.
They haven't had a quarterback that could throw.
I think Cincy has to be up there.
Cincinnati's number 1.
Yeah.
And I would argue with you all day that Cincinnati has another receiver that would
T.
still.
Higgins?
Yeah, I think T. Higgins is phenomenal.
If T. Higgins was in place of Jamar Chase, I still think they're in the top 5.
Yeah, I do too. Burrow, Mixon, and Jamar Chase, fantastic group.
Where do they have the Raiders?
4.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Devontae Adams brings that group up.
Of course
Josh Jacobs is at 11. Devontae Adams 2. Derek Carr 9.
Okay.
And I think that's right where Derek Carr belongs.
Absolutely.
Him and Dak are kind of right there in the.
Yep, right there. Rams
5th. They're tied for 5th with Stafford, Akers, and Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
Cooper Kupp's number 1 on this list.
Chargers
are tied with the Rams for 5th with Herbert, Eckler, and Mike Williams, which is weird because I think Keenan Allen's better.
Okay, I don't disagree. Okay, did they have Cleveland with Deshaun Watson as quarterback?
They don't have Man, I don't even know if I can get to Cleveland here. No, they don't.
Okay.
They have Jacoby Brissett.
Because if it's Deshaun, him, Chubb, and Amari, that's high.
Yeah. But man, I think him, Chubb, and Amari would put him, in the top 10 for sure.
How about Minnesota?
Minnesota
Dalvin,
Vikings.
Justin, and Kirk can't be lower than 14.
Man. I'm having to scroll back up to the top of the list here, and the Minnesota Vikings fall in at number 7 with Cousins, Cook, and Justin Jefferson.
And then Tampa.
By the way, Justin Jefferson's 3rd. Tampa's number 2 with Brady, Fournette, and Mike Evans. I disagree on Fournette, but maybe I'm just looking at other running backs and thinking they're a little bit better.
You think he's too high?
I think he's ranked 10, and I guess there aren't a lot of running backs. So you're about to go do your fantasy draft right now. You're about to find out running backs are gone quick.
Yeah, I got 3 this week, I think.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying, "Hey, let's try the no running back draft strategy," and I'm like, please do that. I will take all of your running backs.
Yeah,
I'm low. I'm at 8 and 13 in my fantasy draft. So
really?
Let some running backs drop to me. I dare you. You don't have the cojones to do it.
All right, so we've got one.
I think there's one the quarterback that is ranked number 1 doesn't have a running back, but has a couple of really good receivers. Probably the best team in the league.
It's Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is ranked number 3. So you got the Bengals at 1. You got the Bucks at 2. You got the Buffalo Bills at 3, Raiders at 4, Chargers and Rams tied at 5. The Vikings at 7. Still haven't had the Cowboys yet.
Are they at 6? There's 2 5s.
Yeah, 2 5s, so that knocks out the 6. Do you think, now here, we haven't named these teams. You haven't named the Packers. You haven't named Kansas City. You haven't named Arizona. You haven't named the Colts, who have a really good running back.
I thought about the Colts. I had the Colts on my list.
Are you willing to go with the Cowboys next or no at 8?
I would not. Ooh, man. See, they got. I think they're going to give the Chiefs love with Edwards Hilaire.
All right. They have him ranked 28th.
Oh, they do?
They have him ranked and they have Travis Kelce as the best pass catcher, which I think by the end of the season, Kelsey's going to have great numbers.
So they have the best quarterback and the best pass catcher.
The quarterback is 5.
Stop. Who put this out?
This is NFL.com.
How is Patrick Mahomes outside the top 4?
Nick Shook. This is what Nick Shook will do, man. He'll
Nick
get
Shook
ya.
got me shook.
Mike hates Nick Shook.
I am shook, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna tweet this fool right
Oh my
now.
god. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and then put this out there.
Nick
the
Shook.
Dallas Cowboys.
Does Nick Shook spell his first name without a C?
No,
because that's the kind of an opinion somebody spelled N-I-K would come with,
or just NIC. I can
or
totally see
NIC.
The
Nick Shook.
The Cowboys roll in at number 8. Dak Prescott, Ezekiel Elliott, and CeeDee Lamb. Dak is ranked 8th. Ezekiel Elliott is ranked 13th. And CeeDee Lamb is ranked 15th. That's what gets them into the number 8. Kansas City Chiefs fall in at number 10, just behind the Green Bay Packers. Packers with Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Jones, and Alan Lazard. And I think Alan Lazard's at 32. I think by the end of the season, Alan Lazard will be a little bit higher for people because I think he's going to do very well this season. I think a lot of people, when you see Travis Kelce as the Chiefs' top-ranked pass catcher, I think they're not sure what to think of Juju Smith-Schuster. I think they're not sure what to think of some of his other receiving options and how that can fill in. But 877-881-1053, are the Cowboys at number 8 ranked too high? I think CeeDee Lamb is right there, man. I think he is right there. And if you watch what he did on the outside last year, there were great opportunities. And I think that with a little more focus on what they're doing offensively, I think that Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb can have a phenomenal season. Now, I don't know that I still rank Zeke that high. I like Pollard more for this season, but I know what they're trying to accomplish. And they know that Zeke can use his legs, his power to wear teams down. But I want to blow teams out the water. You know, I want Tony Pollard to get open a big run for big yards. So I think the Cowboys are ranked a little too high for me. And I'm a Cowboys homer.
I think it's an okay spot. I could argue they're there. If they had ranked them 12, I'm not gonna be crazy about that. I'm not gonna go overboard and be upset. There's a lot of unknown of, is CeeDee Lamb a true number 1?
Yeah. No,
there's unknown on that one. How much does Zeke have left, or is it Pollard? There's unknowns there. Dak is the only part of this that isn't an unknown. But I guess you could say at the beginning of the year, at least, how good is he going to be with just one weapon?
Yeah.
One main weapon.
Yeah. I mean, you have options, but there's still a lot to be seen what this offense should be able to do. I'm interested on the Matt Ryan thing with that ranking them 13. That is probably where the Indianapolis Colts kind of belong. But I think that Matt Ryan's going to have a great year. I might be wrong about this. I know you're a Matt Ryan fan too. I think he's going to have a fantastic season.
I do think he's washed.
You think so?
Well,
I think this is just what he needed.
We'll see.
I think this is exactly what he needed. And I think that Michael Pittman and Paris Campbell are going to have a very good season this year. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, we got degenerate picks on the way. Woo! Plus, I love what Cam Smith said about living closer to home with the LIV tour, but I'm not sure I love this audio very much. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC, Kaz. Let's get you healthy.
Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. That is Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean today. I'll be back on my 10 to 2 schedule on Monday, and we'll get set for the real NFL season. Today, Jerry Jones will help you out at 10:30 with the KNC Masterpiece. There will be some interaction going on there. Looking forward to getting that content in my ear holes this afternoon. Glad to be with you. If you want to go ahead and give me a follow on Twitter at In the Majors, I just got a fantastic lingua recipe from Tolo. You can always send recipes my way. I'm more than happy to check them out and interested in that too. But man, we really appreciate y'all taking part in what we do here at The Fan, being in touch with our Twitter accounts, Facebooks, Instagram, all over the place. Really appreciate that on the home of the Cowboys and your Texas Rangers. Rangers did fall last night, 9-8 to Boston. Gave up 4 runs at the end of the game in the bottom of the 9th. And then that's not a good look when you're walking 2 to start that inning off. That's a struggle right there. But you know what? Rangers season is soon to be over. And then you will be able to start talking about, hey, what pitchers can Ray Davis actually go out and buy? All right, so I got this audio this morning, Chop, and I thought of you because you're my golf expert.
I love when people think of me. Typically ladies, but whatever.
I like Cam Smith. I liked what he said the other day about, look, I don't get the opportunity to be in Australia around my home, around my family, my friends, and being on the Live Tour gives me that opportunity to, go to weddings and go to a lot of things. He was like, I've lived in the U.S. for 7 years, and it's been great, but there are just things that I miss from home. And this gives me an opportunity to maybe even play an event at home.
Nobody misses Australia.
But
so many gators and snakes and giant spiders and things that will kill koala bears. And
I think they embrace
kangaroos.
I think they embrace that. That's what their life is like.
You see the dude who had like the gator in Australia had the gator coming at him and he just whacked it with a frying pan.
Yeah,
it's like that's a place I never want to go.
It's a daily occurrence for them is to have to deal with something that could pick them up and carry them off.
If I have to carry a machete with me,
that's not a knife.
Yeah.
This is a knife. Yeah,
like Paul Hogan. I don't want to be anywhere near that.
So I really liked what he said about that though, and missing home, because we even had that out on our show. We asked the question, and I think maybe Joey was involved with that segment. It got derailed though. What would you miss the most about America? If you had to go somewhere else, and a lot of people were talking about Texas barbecue because that's a fact. But I'm not sure that I care much for what he's saying in this cut right here.
I think it's really a shame that we're not getting world ranking points out here. I think to have 48 of the best guys around the world playing and not to get world ranking points, I think is perhaps a little bit unfair. It's still super competitive out here. I think I just really think it's a little bit unfair.
And that right there is, you'd made the decision to go join the Live Tour. I'm not crying for you right now.
No, look, they're gonna get official world golf ranking points at some point. At some point, they will. There's too many guys that are gonna go over there. There's already 6 of the top 30. They'll probably have by the end of next year half of the top 30 over there. They've got 30 of the top 125 or whatever the heck.
Yeah.
So they have major champions. They have past major champions. They have the current reigning, Open champion. They're going to get their official world golf ranking points at some point. But dude, you knew the deal.
Mm-hmm.
You took the money. You traded off. That's fine. I totally support it. You traded off a potential to play in major championships beyond your exemption.
Yeah.
For a guaranteed check. You made that deal.
And a schedule that you said you wanted more.
And a favorable schedule. Look, I mean, if somebody told me, hey, you can either, and this is where Brandel Chambly doesn't get it, because he goes, your legacies will be you'll never be able to have the career accomplishments and legacies. And it's like, hang on. Is money not tied to career accomplishment and legacy?
Absolutely. For a lot of people, it is.
So would you rather work your butt off on the PGA Tour for $20 million or do nothing to get $100 million? I'd rather do nothing to get $100 million. That's just me. That's just me. I know I can work my butt off on the PGA Tour and get $20 million, but if Liv's going to give me $100, I'm going to go do that. And that's part of my legacy. So when Brooks Koepka, his career's over with his 4 major championships, and he looks at Rory McIlroy, who also has 4 major championships, and he says, yeah, but I got $150 million guaranteed from Liv. I've made more money. Who wins? Mm-hmm. Who wins in that case? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one, but I guess for everybody, it's different.
It might be, it is kind of redefining it now. Like, there's one NBA, right? And you kind of have to have the legacy. We're seeing it happen before our eyes right now. LeBron's going to get the legacy. Kevin Durant's not. Kevin Durant, no matter how great Kevin Durant is, you're going to go back and say, one of the best offensive players we've ever seen in our lives. You're not going to say the greatest because of all the championships that he went and won. You're going to say that he was a great offensive player. When you talk about LeBron, you're going to say comparable to Jordan. He went to all these championships. Yeah, sure, he lost championships, but he was in them all the time. He was a team. He tried to build teams on his own, but stats-wise, you're going to look at him and say comparable to Michael Jordan. That's the legacy, is that you're that close to being what Michael Jordan was, even though people will argue with you all the time about it. But we're seeing that there's one NFL. The Aaron Rodgers legacy. Tom Brady has set the standard on what your legacy is going to be. Tiger Woods did it in the PGA. But now with the Live Tour, there could be a new legacy for guys. I can win these tours events. And
I have no idea. I have no idea what they mean.
I don't know what the future's going to be for them.
I don't even know what this Boston event's called.
Not yet. You might in 5 years. You might go, hold on, this is taking over.
And that is the one thing with me. There are no stakes in this turn in Live Golf. There's no stakes. I don't care who plays. I don't care who wins.
They're getting paid and they're competing just to compete against themselves, essentially, right?
I don't even care to watch.
Okay,
I don't care. To me, it's like, if I find out that Brooks Koepka and Bryce DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson are all playing in the same group, I'll tune into that. But other than that, I'd rather on Sunday when I know I can just turn the TV on Channel 11 and watch. There's nothing this week, but you know what I mean. I can watch the Farmers Open.
Uh huh.
All right, I might tune into that. But the Farmers Open doesn't mean anything. Nobody cares. People care. Casual golf fans or casual sports fans care about only majors
and the ability to bet on your sports. Great job, Joey.
Yeah.
Leading right into this.
I was like, that's too soon.
It is time for the degenerate picks with RJ Choppy. I got to make some money this weekend.
All right, let's do it. Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 7 selections for you in college football this weekend. Of course, sign up, betql.com.
All right.
This is a 5-star BetQL bet right here. MTSU +6 at James Madison.
+6, James Madison.
All right. That's a 5-star BetQL bet.
Is it Middle Tennessee?
Middle Tennessee State.
All right.
Murfreesboro, baby. Buffalo +24 at Maryland. This should be a 17-point spread. It's 24. 5-star BetQL.
People are hot on Maryland this year.
Yeah, they are hot on Maryland. That's why. That's why the line's boosted like that.
Yeah.
Kent State +23 at Washington. That's a 4-star BetQL bet. 2 parts of this Florida-Utah game. Florida +3 on the road at Utah. Utah's number 7 in the nation. Also, Florida +125 on the money line. That is a 5-star BetQL bet. Florida will win this football game.
Really?
On the road at Utah. Nevada -115 on the money line at Texas State. That's another 5-star BetQL bet. And then Oregon, Georgia, the under 53. Under 53, 4-star BetQL bet. These are all 4 and 5-star. 4 and 5-star BetQL bets last year hit about 62%.
62%?
About that, yeah.
Gee, that's really good.
In just college. They were a little bit higher than the NFL.
Really?
College, I found college to be more difficult over the last couple years than the pro game. I have, personally. Not everybody, there are some people who are just, better at one or the other. I found the NFL to be a little bit easier for me.
Okay, that makes. I like.
There's too many teams. There's because you can't. I don't get nerdy here, but you could tease NFL games where you move the line 6 points.
Yeah.
In either direction. In college, the points just aren't worth as much.
Okay.
Like points don't matter in the ACC.
I like betting college because I feel like I can really drive in on some numbers that tell me the secret. There are some things that I really like about it. Do you like betting over under that much? Like, is that something? Yeah,
I like betting the unders.
Is that more fun? You like betting the unders?
I like betting unders and dogs.
See, it's interesting.
That's
you said
62%
because watch the Donahue Untold, and I know that Mike and Kevin and Reggie are talking about that today. In the Donahue Untold, they hit 72%, and they weren't fixing the games, but they had inside information. Donahue says, I didn't fix anything. You go back and look, I was the third-rated referee in the NBA. I was calling, my grades were high. He's like, but I knew things about referees. I knew how guys would try to control games. That's why we hit 72%. He's like, there was a 3-week span where I didn't get anything. But knowing the inside information helped. So I know that Kevin and Mike are talking about that today at some point. Have you seen it yet? The Donahue?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty good, man.
I want to watch it.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, there you go. But here, of the 7 bets, 6 of them are dogs.
All right.
Dogs or unders.
You're not trying to win everything. You're just trying to be profitable. I mean, you are trying to win everything, but being profitable is the most important factor.
You want to win. Let's say if you got the 7 games, as long as you go 4-3. You go 4-3. If you go 4-3 every week with a 5-2 thrown in there, because you're going to have a 2-5. You're going to have a 1-6.
Mm-hmm.
You have a 6-1. If you just kind of settle in on 4-3 or 4.5 and 2.5 somewhere in there, dude, you're looking to win 56 to 58% of your games. If you do that, it's a slow play. It's a 401k, man.
I want to win 100% against Mike this year in betting with Bassick. We'll see if we can do that. Coming up next, it is fist pump time, and we got some NFL playoff predictions. Plus, Micah Parsons, Tyler Smith have a conversation. We do it next on The Fan.
the MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is fist pump time, everybody. That means it's the final hour of Sean and RJ. I'm Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif this morning. It is a one-time affair. I do not like getting up as early as I had to this morning.
It's a shame.
I did ask the question this morning in one of the very first segments, maybe the 5:45 segment. Why are you up so early? What do you do? Why are you up so early? And I was so surprised to see how many Tolos were texting in. So you know what? Here we are at 9 o'clock. Why are you up so late? What are you doing out there that you got up after 8 o'clock and started doing stuff? 877-881-1053. And we're going to get into some NFL playoff predictions in just a moment, Chop. But I wanted to go ahead and hit some of these Tyler Smith cuts that we got from Bobby Belt earlier this morning. And we'll start off with the first one. It is about, one of the things is he has had Tyron in his ear. He has had Zach Martin to talk with. He's had a lot of veterans to have discussions with. What has he learned from these veterans so far?
I mean, that's big time. Like, the dudes I have in my room, like T. Still, Zach Martin, Tyron, and just even the dudes out of my room, like Dak. Like, the consistency that they carry themselves with, they do the same thing every day. Like, Zach stretches before practice every day. It's like things that you see every day that they do consistently. The way they eat, the way they train, the way they approach the day, like how attentive they are in meetings, like them taking notes. That's just, it shows you the true makings of a professional and what it's going to take to make it as long as they have in this league and have the success that they had. So, it's huge for me as a young player to, incorporate into the way, I do things, my routine and stuff. Because, I know it doesn't happen by coincidence. It's a huge body of work. It's an attitude that they come to work with every day. And that's responsible for a lot of their success.
Man, I love listening to the kid talk. First off, he has a great personality. Did you guys get a chance? Did y'all talk to him, or was it G-Bag that got a chance to talk to him out in Oxnard? Because we did not. Did y'all talk to him? No, y'all didn't.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You remember your list of interviews while you were out there?
So we had Tyler.
Okay, you did have Tyler.
Tyler Smith.
Did you walk away from that conversation then feeling like they're in good hands, or did you walk away from it going, man, he's a young rookie that doesn't have a clue? Because everything I've heard from him so far makes me very confident in his ability to get things done.
I walked away impressed.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And I think I impressed him because I was able to guess his exact bench press max.
Really?
I said, how long are your arms? He gave me like 30 seconds. I said, 405. He goes, I did it today. How'd you know? I was like, lucky guess, man.
By the length of his arms, you can guess.
I asked him what his weight was and his length of his arms because he has long arms.
Okay.
So it's going to be harder. But he's strong. He's got, he's the longer arms you have, the more you got to go.
All right, I'm
6'3".
I'm 6'3". All right, Chop. I'm 6'3". And so that means my wingspan is about 3.5 feet or 3 feet on each one.
Hell if I know.
All right, so it's about 3 feet. 2.5 feet. I'm going to say 2.75
But you're not a professional
feet.
athlete. I have no idea.
How much do you think I can bench press, Choppy? How much do you think I can bench press?
285.
Damn, that's pretty close.
There you go.
Right now I'm at 250.
Hey,
just because
there you
I'm
go.
building back
You're
up.
building back up,
My
man.
son's like, I just want to be able to rep 135. I'm like, all right, 14-year-old son, we'll get you there at some point. So yeah, I think I could hit 285
I think
once.
you got this.
But I'm repping 250 right now, so I can rock with that. This is Tyler Smith talking about the biggest key to his development so far, which is something that we've been monitoring. Is what is he starting with? What is he going to end up as? And this is Tyler Smith.
Having confidence in what you're doing, how you're being coached. Everybody's strong, everybody fast. This is the NFL. Everybody's a gifted athlete, but falling on your fundamentals is huge for me. Having trust that I'm going against the best guys to get me better every day. And I'm having the best coaching to get me better it's been a huge part of my development. Just trusting what I'm being told, trusting what Zach tells me to do, trusting what Tyron tells me to do, what Terrence tells me to do in certain situations. That's really helped me because I know, I know it's all working towards something, and that is stuff that I need to incorporate into my game and be successful. So that's been huge for me for sure.
Man, he kind of had that Dak. Kevin was talking about the Dak tempo, and that was but he had a lot to say about what he's doing, and he's trusting himself. He's gaining confidence, and confidence is a huge booster, man. But this is the last thing that Tyler Smith said, and thanks to Bobby Belt for shooting these over, man. He's a beast. Bounce. I think this is everybody's biggest concern. Actually, there's one big concern. You weren't about to be the guard. You were about to be the second guy behind Connor McGovern. And now you're going to go be the left tackle for this team. How can we trust that you're ready for that? but he did discuss bouncing between the two positions and how he feels about that.
Left tackle has always been my primary position since like high school, so it wasn't something that was foreign to me. I was talking to Zach about it. He was like, this is going to be one of the best things for your career. Like you've been out there at guard, now you know how to play guard. Now you're moving back to your home position, and just having the ability to move to different spots on the line is going to be huge for you. So it's definitely been good for sure.
That is, look, being able to play multiple positions is great. It really is.
It makes you more marketable too. You always have a job for one.
He'll always have a job. Yeah, that's huge. But they didn't draft him to play guard.
Nope.
They drafted him to take over for Tyron Smith at some point. And who knows what that's going to be? Could be now.
Yeah.
Based on how he plays, could be now. But they drafted him to play left tackle, and that is his best position. I'm a big proponent of putting people in the best position they have. Not necessarily like I hate this, right? And I get having to do it. But if you have a guy who excels at, let's just say, left tackle, and somebody else who's a decent left tackle, but the guy who excels there can also be a good above average guard. I hate moving the guy who could be great at one position to a position where he's just going to be good only because the other guy can't play.
I agree. Absolutely
let
agree.
the person play where they will be their individual best. I hate when teams do that.
Yeah.
I get why they have to or why they think they have to. I just hate the philosophy.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I really loved him throwing out look, I was playing tackle in high school. Look, I know high school football is different than college football. College football is different than NFL football. But a lot of people are just assuming that in a few months he forgot how to play tackle. And that's something that I'm not concerned about. Now, can he play tackle at this high of a level right now? Probably not. I mean, effectively as dominant as Tyron is. But like you said, the hope is that this year he grows so quickly because he's advanced very fast from when he got drafted to where he is right now. Thanks in part to Duke Manyweather, who does a really good job with his class. And great beer, by the way. But he's advanced there. And I think the dream is, man, he takes over and never looks back. Tyron Smith.
That's possible.
Good luck, man. Hey, we love having you around. Stick around. But he never looks back. Kevin Hagelin standing on the other side of the mirror getting ready for his show with Jerry Jones later on
He's probably
today.
having so much FOMO.
That is not a mirror. It's a window. Yeah.
He's having FOMO. They had to get to work with me.
He's probably so. I would too, man. Every morning I'm like, man, Sean, I'm just so envious. But that's the ultimate goal is that he is so good that Tyron, I know you're back for the meat of the season, but we can't turn to you. We have a guy that we trust too much. That is the hope and desire. Whether or not it happens, I bet Mike Bassick would say it's more likely not to happen because a bettor's chance would say that it's in the odds that it doesn't happen immediately this year. Like the bettor would say it's not going to happen right now. But there is a shot. That is the dream, and he has the opportunity to go back and forth. I'd rather just see him stick at tackle and move on from there.
Yep.
Unless again, the Peters thing comes down. But then we'll see, we'll talk with Nick Eatman coming up here in about 5 minutes and kind of see what's going on there. But that's where I am with Tyler Smith at the moment. I'm really impressed with him, really impressed with the work, and really excited about what could happen this year for him. Also scared and terrified about what could happen.
There's definitely that level of of fear because there's an unknown. Maybe he comes out there and he plays to the level that Dak played his rookie year. And he balls out. Then what do? You move on from Tyron.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, Tyron won't be healthy to trade him by the trade deadline. All right, so you'll be able to trade him.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay though. Hold him out to the rest of the year,
Yeah.
and then figure out what you're gonna do with him then.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. By the way, lots of people texting in why they're up this late. Because I asked this morning, why were you up so early if you're up at 5:45?
Now, why are you waking up at 9 o'clock?
From the 316, was sick to my stomach all night. I'm not going to say the word they said. So getting a late start into work. From the 214, I woke up late because I was working last night until past midnight. From the 972, it's my off day from the airport. So alarm is off. Nice. And from the 214, I work overnight at QT. I'm just getting home right now. So that's why some people are getting up so late. I see the roads out there. They were very, very busy this morning.
Were they?
And it's 9 o'clock now, so most people are in the office or taking their early Friday. Chop, this is great. My co-hosts have to work until 2 today.
I know.
And I get to leave at 10.
Yeah.
And go enjoy my weekend. This is awesome.
The only my weekend starts at 10 a.m.
Yeah. This is great.
10 a.m.
I'm not going to go home and take a nap today. That's not going to happen for me because my schedule, I would be up anyway. I got to go run some errands. I got to go talk to my friend George Teague.
Oh, to be young like you.
Yeah.
Because I can't if I don't take a nap. Yeah, I got peeps at the house tonight. We got girlfriends coming
those
over,
marshmallow candies
coming over.
Disgusting?
No, not those. I have people.
Oh, okay,
not peeps.
All right, gotcha.
So like they're younger, they can hang late. Plus they sleep a normal hour.
Yeah.
If I don't take a nap,
you're gonna be in bed
10 o'clock at night. I'm gonna start falling asleep. I'll fall asleep standing up. I've been known to.
Oh, really?
Oh, I've been known to fall asleep, standing up.
Prop me up behind the jukebox, huh?
Yep. So I got to get a little nappage in.
Okay, well, good luck to you. I might even fall asleep at night. I got baseball practice later today too.
On a Friday?
Yeah, man, we got lots of baseball action getting in here. I did see these playoff predictions. The teams that are going to win their division. NFL.com. Who do you have winning the AFC East?
Buffalo.
Buffalo is their selection for the AFC East. What about the AFC North? Can Cincy repeat?
I've got Cincy.
They got the Baltimore Ravens with Cincinnati coming in at number 2 with 10 votes.
I could see it.
Yeah.
I could easily see it.
Yeah, I could totally see Cincinnati doing it. I could totally see Baltimore rebounding. Pittsburgh, I think, will be right in the third mix. They're always going to be good. I don't think they're going to be terrible. I don't think they're going to lose. I think they go 8-8, or I think they finish just above 500 again. Maybe 8-8-1 this year. AFC South, they got the Indianapolis Colts over the Tennessee Titans. Harold Landry did tear his ACL yesterday. That's bad for them in the Tennessee Titans. They did re-up the money on Derrick Henry. He's making $2 million more per year. But they got the Colts. I think the Colts are going to have a really good season. The AFC West champions they have, the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, it's easy to bet on the Chiefs. It's easy to say that they're going to win this one. The AFC wildcard team, they went through an entire mix. I don't think they have the Dolphins. They got the Dolphins in the mix here.
Okay. I think it's certainly possible that the AFC West has all 4 teams make the playoffs.
Really? Would that be the first time that's happened?
Yeah.
Because last year was a chance that all 4 from the NFC West could do it. But that's the NFC. I'm going to go ahead and start with the NFC West champs. Who do you think it's going to be this year? Because I think it's going to be the Niners.
I think they're going to have the Rams.
They have the Rams at number 1 with 18 votes and the Niners with 7 votes, which is interesting. I mean, Seattle's going to take a huge hit here. And Arizona just is unproven. Like Arizona, they're still kind of in that "what are you" kind of mode. What is this team? The NFC South champs. A lot of people are high on the Saints, and I don't get it.
I don't get that. Why? This seems like an easy one to me.
Yeah,
it's easily has to be Tampa. I don't see how anybody else wins that.
Even though Tom Brady's lost all his weight in the potential marital
something tells me
situation.
Tom Brady will be fine.
Okay, all right, I can see that. NFC North champs. It's between Minnesota and Green Bay, and there's nothing that tells me that Green Bay is going to fall off here.
It's between nobody in Green Bay. I don't think. I think it's just Green Bay.
24 votes for Green Bay, 1 for Minnesota.
I can't. I don't know how you vote Minnesota. I think they'll be good, but I don't know how you vote to beat Green Bay.
NFL.com has the NFC East champs getting 23 of their 25 votes. Who do you think the NFC East champs they have?
Oh, if it's a blowout, it's easily Cowboys.
They got the Eagles. 23 votes from NFL.com, including Nick Shook, who I know you and Mike love so much. Including Nick Shook.
Okay.
Tomlinson, Trotter, Warner, Zierlein.
What are we doing?
Rosenthal, Ross, all of them are picking the Philadelphia Eagles to run through the NFC East and the Cowboys to finish second. If the Cowboys finish second, do they finish good enough to get a wild card? I don't think they're finishing
No,
second.
I don't believe so because I don't think Philadelphia can win more than 10 games. I don't think 9 wins is going to get you a wild card.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat with you, man. All right, you know what? Let's go talk to Dallas Cowboys insider
What
Nick
are we
Eatman
doing here?
next on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship.
truckwreck.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean. One day only. I do have the high ground on my show right now.
Yeah.
I am about to be done with work for the day, and they still have to work. So, ha-ha to me, or them for me. And don't forget, though, at 10:30, they will have Jerry Jones on with them to have a conversation about the upcoming season. So make sure to keep it locked in right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for us to have a discussion with our Cowboys insider, Nick Eatman. Nick, how's it going today, man?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What is the latest information on Peters to the Cowboys?
I think they're still in some talks. I think he has to decide kind of what he wants to do. And I got the sense that yesterday that if anything was going to happen, it would be today or Monday. But I think the Cowboys are, obviously interested. I think now it's more about on his side, on Jason Peters' side, and for whatever the money that they're offering, and also the role too, because you gotta remember what the Cowboys have going on here with Tyler Smith. He's gonna get a chance to play somewhere, obviously, and so what does it look like with Peters? Does he start off on practice squad? Is he ready to play? Can he play left side and right side? I mean, it's just a lot of variables that I'm sure both sides are figuring out.
Do they want him to start, or do they want him to back up? I guess is the main question. Is that probably his main question?
Probably. I think Choppy, I think that's his question for them is, what is this role look like, and could it change when Tyler Smith starts to look really good and turn that corner, and then you're like, okay, we need to play him because playing Jason Peters doesn't help us in the long term. And so what does this whole role look like? But the weird part to me is that the dominoes affecting here. I mean, I think I said this to you guys the other day. I mean, Zach Martin is the only guy that I just trust that on the line that's going to be a badass. Other than that, who do you trust? I mean, what if the center struggles? Does McGovern slide over there? What if McGovern struggles? Does Tyler Smith go there? Are we sure Terrence Steele is just a great player? I mean, what if? So I just think getting more quality players on this team, on this line, will help you down the road when you just don't know what's going to happen.
And that does make a lot of sense on having quality depth will help you. That's a pretty interesting thought. That's revolutionary, Nick. I really like that.
We've never had this.
You're right.
Before. The last few years, there's been one or two question marks. The other guys are, are they going to start or back up in the Pro Bowl? I mean, that's the question for a lot of those linemen. And now it's like, is he going to make it? Is he good enough to be a starter? I mean, this offensive line is not where it used to be. We all know that. But I don't think we've realized just how far it's dropped to the point of there's just so many question marks across the line, no pun intended.
Do you think that, because it just seemed like Mike McCarthy's teams, and it felt like the Garrett era was never quick to react, but it seems like the McCarthy group is still slow to say, you know what, we're not going to overreact to, we're going to give it some time. But they did pull the trigger last year and say, we're going to move McGovern in, and we're going to move Williams out, and we're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, I think you see that more, and it's not so much, I don't know why it was that way with Garrett. I felt like they never made those splash moves like that, but with McCarthy, you see it more, and it doesn't always work out. But just when you look at the free agents that they brought in, they're not afraid to bring in some names that you've heard of. I mean, it's like, we're going to bring in the Dontari Poe and Clinton Dix and Greg Zuerlein and Anthony Barr and I mean, and the MVP of the USFL, Kevontae Turpin. I mean, we're going to bring these guys in, and so like I said, some work, some don't. But I do like that they aren't afraid to bring guys in, and especially guys that, hey, I've played against them, I've coached against them, he's pretty good, let's see if he's still got something left. Now, why they're not doing that on the offensive line, I'm not sure, but at least they are bringing in the Peters, and they brought in the Tack McKinley in training camp. Some of it is, like I said, it's just a look-see, and then then we'll see what happens from there.
When you have talked with or been around Tyler Smith, and when you've watched him, I just kind of want to get this out there because some people are like, why do you guys say he wasn't going to start at guard? I felt that McGovern had just a hair more on him at that point. But a lot of people are like, man, he's not going to know what to do at left tackle. Do you get the feeling, the impression that this guy is clueless whenever he steps out on the football field? Because I don't.
No, not at all. I think he's a pretty smart kid. I do. The challenge when it comes to the mental aspect of the offensive line, I mean, it's always more inside out. As far as being technical, being aware, and then for the actual athletic ability is more outside in. And that's no disrespect to either side of it. So athletically, he needs to be an athletic, big, strong guy on the tackle. Inside, he's got to know everything that's happened. Everything happens very fast in there. And I think, so what I'm really saying is I think he'll be an easier transition for a rookie to play tackle, especially because he's got the traits. I think he can slide in and do that. You gotta know what the defense is doing, but for the most part, you have an assignment of who you're supposed to block. It doesn't change a lot from the outside.
When you heard Micah Parsons talking yesterday, that dude,
love it.
He just makes me kind of want to just like whatever he needs. Let's go do it today, buddy.
I agree. I mean, I like everything he does. He seems pissed off. He's just pissed off at the home run derby because the bats are just regular bats here. So we got to go to the Dick's Sporting Goods or whatever and go get a new one and go win and win the whole derby. I mean, he's just mad at everything. And I don't, he's a great guy. He's just so competitive, and that's awesome. That's what they need. They need that guy. And everything he said, I totally agree. I believe, and I've said this many a times, I believe that he is undoubtedly the best player on this team. And I think that he is one of 3 or 4 best players in the NFL. So,
really?
Yeah, I definitely think that way. I think he is an absolute game wrecker, game changer. And so my optimism for this team is squarely with number 11. If he plays every game this year, and if Dak plays every game this year, I think the Cowboys are easily winning the NFC East, and I think that they're going to be a contender in the for the whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean, just because that's how good I think that Micah Parsons is, and I think this offense can be good with continuity on with Dak.
It seems infectious too. Like that's what I think Micah. The real thing is like when he is in the bag that he's in, the way he competes. Even watching his Twitter last night when he's complaining about rushing 3 on third down for Penn State.
Yeah.
It seems like it's infectious for those guys.
You'd like to think so, but I also think Dan Quinn has a big role in this too. I think that I was talking with some of the offensive linemen yesterday. They were saying just how long it took them to figure out what they were doing at training camp. Just these guys running around before every snap. The guys were saying it's going to be a challenge for any team to pick this up within a couple of series or so to figure out what's happening, because it took us about a week and a half to figure it out. So it'll be fun because that Dan Quinn and that line, they haven't shown everything just yet. So it's going to be fun.
What is the pecking order at linebacker?
Micah Parsons. Let me pause for about a minute or two
because there's a long way down the total pole.
Right. No, I think.
Well, he's also your best edge defender.
Yeah.
Right. Let's not go down there. We know that. Micah Parsons and then Anthony Barr and Leighton Van Der Esch, and I think that's probably pretty close. I mean, Leighton's got obviously the understanding of what they're doing a lot more. I think, obviously Barr is more an accomplished player. But still, those two guys right there, probably Barr, then Leighton, then Jabril Cox, and then Luke Gifford, and then Devin Harper. That's where I think that would be right now. And I think if they had to be 5 guys inactive, I bet Harper's inactive for Gifford. But they really like what Harper can do on special teams. He flies around, he runs and hits. I think he's a guy that could get some snaps, mainly for special teams. But the weird part about linebackers, Jaron Kearse is considered that also on nickel situations, and so I was really surprised they kept 6 because the safeties are also considered linebackers, and they're just not on the field a lot. You don't see that many snaps where 3 of them are on the field. So usually you don't have if you only have 2, usually you don't have three times as many players is what you're keeping on the field for the most part.
Yeah, man, they definitely went long there, defensive end, and then on wide receiver, obviously, for multiple different reasons. So it was interesting to see those spaces, but this roster will definitely look a little bit. I'm kind of curious your perspective, and I've talked about this with Mickey a little bit, and I even talked with Broadus about it. Did the Cowboys love Tristan Hill going into this year, or did he earn some respect back for them after this camp?
I think that's a good question. I think they liked him going into this year, and I think he then earned some more respect. They liked the traits that he had. He was always the guy that could get up the field quick, but was he going to be disciplined in his game? Defensive tackles, there's more to it than just getting to the quarterback. A lot of times it's not even getting to the quarterback. It's making sure that you command this double team or you keep the pile this way. And so I think Tristan Hill has done a good job of maturing as a player, and they certainly like him. But he's not the only one. I mean, Bohanna has done a really good job as well. Gallimore, Osa, so it's going to be tough for playing time there, and it's and that's not a position where you see a lot of stats. Maybe some pressures here and there. So I think that it's one of those like if you know. I think the scouts and when you get to contract season and next year, those teams are going to know, how good Tristan Hill really is, even though he might have 16 tackles and 1 sack and 4 pressures. So it's a tough position to evaluate.
Yeah, I'll say this: just watch the middle of the offensive line, and if they're getting pushed back, your guys are doing the right stuff up there.
Right,
hey,
it's like tug of war. I mean, which way does it go?
Yeah, The my show, I'm filling in for Sean this morning, but my show is going to be interviewing Jerry coming up here at 10:30. One question that I can't guarantee they'll ask it, but what should they ask Jerry here coming up at 10:30?
Just to help us all do our jobs. I mean, are you signing Peters or not? I mean, just let's cut to the chase. No, I'm sure that question will be asked. I don't know. I mean, at this point, they talk all week.
Yeah.
Jerry's on twice? Steven's on twice. Can we get to the? Can we play? Ask that.
Let's get the season started. Yeah, man. You know what?
It's been a long off season.
Mike is really good at somehow convincing Jerry that the news is already out. So just give us the extra stuff. So maybe Mike will convince him. Hey, y'all have already signed Peter, so go ahead and announce it.
Right.
Mike usually gets that done.
Yeah, and then Jerry will nod and say, "Yep, we did. Your deal." Yep.
All right, man. Nick Eatman, thank you very much. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
There he goes, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. He was one of my first internship advisors ever when I was at the Dallas. Him and Mickey and Rob Phillips all running the website.
All 3 of them.
All 3. I kind of answered to all of them. They helped me out, gave me lots of advice. Much like the RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting.
Yeah, it is. And I wonder how Mickey, took to you telling him this is a team-run website.
He did not like that at all. Coming up next, it's time for the Mike Bassick-led crosstalk. Time for me to go home early. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Eric.
Woo!
Uh-oh.
Man, that's cool.
Turn on Mike's microphone there, Joey.
As soon as you turn me on, Joey, I can give you a compliment again. Joey Erickson knows what's going on.
Let's go ahead and mark that, I guess.
Yep, that's Masterpiece of the Week right there.
Dipping.
1:30 today, everybody.
What did I say wrong?
Well,
I really don't want to repeat it, but
Joey Erickson knows what's going on?
No. You said...
Whenever you walk into a room and the lights are off, what do? You
turn the lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
flip the switch.
But you left out the word lights, and you were talking about what happens when you get turned on.
Okay.
And so
You
now
win.
Joey knows that too.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about my elevator ride.
Yes.
What happened?
Here. And is amazing.
You're here at 4 a.m.
So
nobody was even
approximately at 9 o'clock, I get on the elevator, and there's 4 guys on the elevator, including me. So 4 guys. Well, one guy gets on and he's talking on his phone very loud, but he's on speakerphone. He's delivering Whataburger to the 9th floor. So if you're listening, I'm talking about you.
So they probably ordered it at the beginning of your show.
Jeez. It might have been. Whataburger takes forever. You're right. Whataburger takes forever. I love Whataburger, but it's gotten worse and worse.
I never besmirch the quality of the food. I just it tastes forever.
Even if you online order, it still takes forever when you get there because I don't think they start making it until you get there.
Okay.
Oh my God.
It's wild.
It has to be the case because I've been disappointed with Whataburger service quite a bit recently. But the food is still good.
Yeah,
when I get it, I'm like, all right, I finally got the food. 30 minutes later, I got the food, and it does taste good. So I get on the elevator, and this guy is yelling on his speakerphone. And he goes, yeah, with most people, common sense isn't that common. Yelling at this person.
Oh, this is Mike's best friend.
And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know what? It isn't that common. You're on an elevator with 3 other people and you haven't gone off of speakerphone and you're yelling about common sense. I'd feel like at this point, you don't have common sense that you're on an elevator.
Did you and the other non-phone people like exchange glances? Like, what the hell is happening here?
Yeah. In fact, the guys who got off on the 4th floor said, have a great show. So they're tolos and they listen and that's great. Well, his phone dropped. His call dropped because he got on an elevator. So instead of going, gosh, I should probably wait like 15 more seconds till I get to the 9th floor or maybe 2 more minutes till I get off of the elevator and back to my car. He decides, you know what? Redial, speakerphone this up.
Wow.
And I'm still on there. And I'm like, so I feel like you're yelling at somebody about how people or that person doesn't have common sense, but yet you don't have common sense right now on this elevator. And then this is a very young person. I would say they were in their 20s, at best 25.
Oh,
and
age profiling.
And this young man, I'm going to age profile here.
That's Mike.
I think it is.
Okay.
He says, there's a solution for every problem in life. And I'm like, no, there's not. There are solutions for a lot of things. There's not a solution for every problem in life.
Name one thing
that there's not a solution for.
Dies?
Yeah, if a person in your family dies, do I say, well, there's a solution for it? You can't go get a new mom. It's over.
I don't know.
You have to deal with
Okay, Zach Wilson, calm down over there.
You can get a new mom. I'll say there's no solution for
find
aging.
a mommy.
You're gonna age.
You got
There's no solution for
fired.
that.
You got fired this morning.
Solutions to get a new job.
I guess that's true. I guess, but I mean,
I will say, Mike.
at that moment, you don't tell the person, well, there's a solution for that. You kind of have sympathy for that person, or you feel, and I don't know what this person was going through on the other, but the person then through speakerphone goes, no, there's not. I agreed with that person.
Did you laugh?
No.
I would laugh out loud.
I was like, then he walked off the elevator to the 9th floor to deliver the food and was just like, every problem has a solution. Like he was sticking with, there is an answer for everything in life. And I was like, this kid he's 23, let's say. He definitely hasn't lived long enough to know there's sometimes really crappy things happen in life, and there is no solution for it. I would say at times, time heals the hurt, the problem. But at times, there's no solution. When that dude stole $40,000 worth of cards from me, there is no solution for that problem today.
Not today, there wasn't. Eventually there is, but
I'm
not
trying
today.
to get a solution, but it takes time to line up everything in a row to go to court. But so anyways,
I hate people, man.
It was really weird.
All people?
Pretty much. I think people in general.
People?
I like a lot of people, but I think just the general people, like 7 billion people.
Sure.
I think I would hate more than half of them if I came across them all.
Huh. How many people do you think you like right now?
How many people you think you've come across in your year?
Say Sarah.
I do like Sarah.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good call, Mike.
Yeah.
Setting him up for success there.
I like you guys.
In fact,
Okay.
you love Sarah.
I do.
Oh,
And 4 months after, 4 months after I realized I did, she
loves you back?
She loves me back. Yeah, finally.
Choppy said, "I love you," and she didn't respond for 4 months.
It wasn't quite 4 months.
She didn't even say a word to him for 4 months.
She didn't say a word to me.
She just was like, well, we'll talk next whenever I'm ready.
Okay, well, let's make sure RJ doesn't feel alone. Have you guys been in this scenario before?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that happened to me one time too, and I panicked.
I married
and
her.
I said it back.
I married her.
Oh, well, I mean.
She was asleep when I said it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you were doing that thing where you sleep on the phone. You ever sleep on the, like, you fall asleep
Sure.
talking on the phone?
Now we're talking about age profiling
Now
ourselves.
we're age profiling.
You've fallen asleep on a telephone talking.
Yeah, and Joey's over
Was it
there.
one of
He's
those
like,
VTech phones that lit up?
Yes, actually
It
it
was. I told you. There you go.
VTech phone. Back to you, Mike.
All right, well, let's go on to the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
Yes.
I heard you talking about Tyler Smith and his audio. Are you feeling like, I'll go to you first, Corey, then Choppy, that
Okay.
he's going to have a good game Sunday night? I know not this Sunday night, next Sunday night.
What's the bar for good? I think he's going to give up at least a sack. I think he's going to have a holding at least. And so if that's it, I'm pretty pleased with that. If it's just those two. If it's just over and over the same mistake, then I'm very concerned. But I think that I'm very similar to the Tavares thing, where I'm going to give him his leeway and give him some time to learn.
I would say that would be a great game too.
Yeah.
I would say that, my opinion, and I'll go to Choppy, I think we're going to have one of the tight ends or Zeke go help him.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of chip.
And so that's going to be an issue for the offense.
I totally agree. Zeke's biggest, kind of attribute that he has this year for this team might be blocking. It really might be, because
I could see that.
Like his Pollard's almost as good as him, or maybe as good. But the impact that he will have in the passing game from a blocking standpoint is going to be huge, especially early on.
Yeah, no, that's kind of where I feel he'll be. I think there's a great opportunity to throw lots of screens on that side to pick up, to limit some of those mistakes. And then I think there's lots of opportunity to run to the other side of the field with Zach Martin and just say, we're running behind that butt. How awesome would that be, though, if you look over and you're like, we can run behind Tyler, too. And that might be the biggest benefit is he looked good running behind him in the preseason as a guard. Will he look good running behind him as a tackle as well?
If you had only one thing to watch this weekend, what would it be, Kevin?
I think.
Better say that.
I'm assuming you don't mean wrestling shows.
No. What if you on television? If you could only watch one thing, let's say you have. I know it takes 6 hours to watch one college football game.
Yeah.
So if you had 6 hours and there's only either one college football game or I guess. By the way, I watched Shawn Michaels' Jericho's first ever time to enter with The Rock last night. So
that's great.
He's rewatching
That was an awesome night. There's an AEW pay-per-view on Sunday night that I think I would watch ahead of Ohio State, but luckily I don't have to make only those decisions. But I'm going to wrestling.
You have multiple TVs like Reggie?
No, they're not on at the exact same time.
Okay.
So you'll like this. I found out that my niece's fiance, his sister is
Britt Baker?
Yeah.
The dentist?
Shut up! Are you serious?
Brick.
Oh.
No. Is it? No, yeah, it's
Britt Baker.
Yeah, and she's dating like Adam Cole.
Yes.
They're gonna be at the wedding that I'm apparently going
What?
to.
Oh
Yeah.
my God!
I know. I
Holy
did.
crap!
I love Britt Baker.
I was like, that's pretty cool.
Is there any chance I could be your plus one?
Is he a wrestler?
She's a dentist.
They're both wrestlers,
Yeah,
but she
she's
also
a
runs a
dentist.
dental practice.
Yeah, she's a dentist and a wrestler. She's
Has she been up here?
We interviewed her
interviewed
once
her.
on the phone. She's a big Steelers fan.
You are
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
you and
they're
her.
from Pittsburgh.
It's cool.
Oh my
They're from
God!
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have a great weekend, Corey. Congratulations on the show and replacing Sean.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Just for
Joey,
the day, we
congratulations
Just
on
for the
replacing
day.
Allegedly.
Troy. And what's coming up on the show real quick? Just give us a tease.
We'll be doing Friday shout-outs all day long. Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30 and Jerry Jones at 10:30.
Oh,
Jerry Jones.
I talked about it all day.
Coming up next on The Fan, the Jerry Jones Show.
Woo!
Where we I guess I was listening to the ticket for a second, and they said that we just have to ask him all the questions that he tells us and everything.
Oh, is that what they think too?
Yeah, they're running a new promo that says like Jerry pays us to like just pretty much ask the questions Jerry wants.
Please.
I need those checks.
I go back and listen to them back in the day when they were kissing his ass all the time. And then the second he's, we got a fake one now. Awesome guy, awesome job, guys.
Yeah, the real Jerry Jones.
Coming up next, it's the K&C Masterpiece without the C.
Keep the volume turned up all day. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Friday, and it is a shout-out Friday. 877-881-1053. If you have any particular shout-outs you would like to share, we will try to get one of those shout-outs in, at least one every single segment, and then we will talk with Jerry Jones at 10:30. But I want to start off with this. Is the NFC East the toughest division winner to call? 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in that conversation as well. Because one of the reasons I asked this question that I definitely want to get your input, Mike, as Corey was on the morning show filling in for Sean today in case you missed it. So me, Mike, and Reggie today is, do you look at the NFC East as potentially the most, not the best, obviously, but the most competitive division at the top?
No, not at all.
Oh, really?
I think there's two trash teams. I don't even have to pick the Commanders or the Giants.
Yeah. But what I mean, like, is that the toughest division winner to call?
No, because, all right, I go to the AFC West.
Okay, that's your toughest.
Kansas City, the Chargers. I don't think the Raiders, but they did go 10-7 last year, and now the Broncos with Russell Wilson. To me, I think it's between the Chiefs and the Chargers.
Okay.
But I could see Denver surprising me. I mean, look at what Matthew Stafford did last year with the Rams. I know the Rams were more successful than Denver's been the last few years leading up to the Goff for Stafford trade. But I just look at it and go, if I'm looking at around the NFL and I can immediately eliminate two teams from having any chance of winning the division, I'm now to a 50-50 pick.
Okay.
And when I look at the AFC West, when I look at the AFC, North? Because I look at Buffalo, I think's going to win it. I would pick Buffalo. Everybody, I think, is picking Buffalo. But what Miami has done, New England, I know they haven't had a great preseason, and people are,
concerned
look how
about their
horrible
offense.
he is.
Yeah.
But, I mean, last year they did go, I believe, 10-7. I know the Jets have no chance, so I can eliminate the Jets from winning that division. But I think it's a good question. But for me, I look at the West on both sides, because if you were to say, well, what about the NFC? I'd say, well, I think the NFC West is tougher because the Rams won it all. San Francisco made it to the Final Four last year, and the Cardinals last year made the playoffs. So I would say Seattle's horrible. But I'd say there's three teams there that have a chance to win that division or / make the playoffs.
Okay, I think you'll be fascinated by this then. So the Athletic put together their expert picks for every single division. I'm going to run down 5 of them where they don't maybe it's competitive, maybe it's not. And we'll start with the NFC West. 0 votes for the Seahawks, of course. 1 for the Cardinals, 4 for the 49ers, and 38 for the Rams.
Holy cow.
So they're like, it's a wipeout for the Rams.
I kind of disagree with that.
You think the 49ers are way more live in that division?
Yeah. I think both teams win 10+ games. And I think it's winning more than 12 is tough, I think, in the NFL. But I think both those teams are going to be 10 to 12 win teams and be very tough. And maybe the Cardinals I'm giving up on. Last year I had them as my kind of underdog Super Bowl pick. But after they kind of died again, I've seen Kyler Murray now. And he has to prove to me he's not going to die as the season progresses. His body doesn't seem to be able to handle the NFL season.
Now, some of the rest of these will be less surprising. In the NFC South, all 43 people picked the Bucs. In the NFC North, 3 people picked the Vikings, and the other 40 picked the Packers. We're going to circle back to a couple of these. AFC South, none for the Texans. Sorry, Mike. None for the Jaguars.
Screw this thing.
11 for the Titans and 32 for the Colts. And then you mentioned the AFC East. All 43 votes go to the Bills. So that leaves us with the AFC North, the AFC West, and the NFC East, all of which are ultra competitive. Which one would you like to start with?
Well, let's go with my pick. I feel like you're leading me towards it was a 50-50 split between Eagles and Cowboys, but don't say that yet. Give me what they think of the division I care about the most, the AFC West.
Raiders, 0 of the 43 votes.
I totally get that.
Broncos, 2 of the 43 votes. The other 41 votes are split up fairly closely between the Chiefs and the Chargers. 19 go to the Chargers, 22 go to the Chiefs. So when we talked about the hype behind Justin Herbert, which, by the way, Justin Herbert, at least for our audience, I don't know the rest of the country, has become a flashpoint of anger for people because they're like, well, what the hell has he ever accomplished? I just want to point out that this is another spot in The Athletic that has super high thoughts about the Chargers and Justin Herbert in general.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he does have the record in the history of football. He threw 69 touchdown passes in his first 2 seasons.
2 years, which is incredible.
Right. Nobody's ever accomplished that. And it doesn't mean it's going to lead to a 14-win season.
But that's why there's optimism.
Right. Is that how great he's been to start his career off that they expect more team success in his third year.
I thought the AFC West was interesting because I'm with you. I think it is more competitive across the board, but they view the Broncos and Raiders as not mattering, essentially, in this division.
I guess if I'm having to pick, right, somebody sends me a piece. This is what happens here. The Athletic sends out an email to these people, and they just have to mark who's going to win each division. Yeah. And then they just tally it up, and they go, well, I think when we do that, because Buffalo sweeping it, I don't think that's an easy division to win for Buffalo, but I get if somebody's making me vote, I'm voting Buffalo over those 3 teams. But if you say, well, will they have an easier chance of winning this division? I'd say, hey, I think they're going to win it. That's who I would pick every time. But I do think Miami and New England have a great chance of making the playoffs, which then makes it a lot tougher to just say, well, this is an easy division.
Now, you want to bounce to the AFC North or go right to the NFC East?
Go to the NFC East.
Okay. Not surprisingly, 0 votes for the Giants, 0 votes for the Commanders. How do you think it would shake out between the Cowboys and the Eagles?
I wonder when this email was sent.
It is within the last... They said they've been working on this in the last week. So
and how many total votes are we dealing with
43.
Here? Okay.
So I'd say out of 43 votes, if this was before Tyron Smith, I would say it would have been 23-20 Dallas. And now with the Tyron Smith injury, I will go 25-18 Philadelphia.
Okay. Reggie?
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines. I was going to go 23-20 Philadelphia.
It is 22 for Dallas and 21 for Philly. And
do we know if it was before or after Tyron?
It's over the last week. So some voters probably sent it in, but the majority of them sent it in after the injury. Okay. And there are computer models that are super high on the Cowboys. Like whether or not you're high on the Cowboys, The Athletic has a computer model that is super high on the Cowboys. And then
I think there's a lot of people super high right now, and they like the Cowboys.
Do you think those things go together?
Yeah.
Okay. Because, hey.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not saying if you, dabble in marijuana that you're also a Cowboys fan. There's plenty of people who are marijuana users that also don't love the Cowboys or even care about the Cowboys, but
absolutely. I think it's a tough balancing act, honestly, at times, because
doing that much weed and
not
watching
that
football.
is not what I meant. But I appreciate.
I feel like that could make the experience better.
I appreciate everyone who's waking and baking today and still rocking out with us. We've all been Cowboys fans like our entire life. I'm not as optimistic about this Cowboys season as possible. And you'll see the ebbs and flows from fans in the same segment. They'll be like, y'all are stupid homers. And then in the exact same segment, we'll get, why is the entire station always so negative? So sometimes I do feel like it's a difficult balancing act. And then in the AFC North, no votes for the Steelers. I'm still surprised 1 vote for the Browns. And then the rest of it goes 20 to the Ravens, 22 to the Bengals. So if you're looking at the 3 divisions that folks think are going to be ultra tight at the top, AFC North, AFC West, and the NFC East.
I wish I felt better about the Cowboys, and I know maybe it's not fair, but I went from 10-7 to 7-10 because of this injury.
Yeah.
I was expecting Tyron Smith to play 10 to 12 games this year. And I know that I feel like now I'm predicting him to play 0 games. I don't think he's going to play. Now, I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope Jerry Jones is right. Right around Thanksgiving when we're eating a lot of the meat, he's coming back into playing 100%.
From the 575, we're going to be doing those shout-outs all day long. Shout out to my wife, Hannah. It's been 2 weeks since we got married. Congratulations to you guys. And then this is a really nice one. I think we might have read one like this before. He said, from the 214. Hey, guys, I was wondering if you could give a shout out to my wife, Courtney. We've spoken before. She's in her 3rd week of chemotherapy and radiation. These shout outs go a long way towards lifting her spirits. You got this. Keep fighting. All of 105.3 fandom is behind you. Coming up next, it's time for Forgiveness Friday, and let's do this. Joe Flacco's kids, the PGA Tour, and John Wetland. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? Got more details on that whole messed up situation. We'll do it all and more of your shout outs next, right here on The Fan.
Frankel & Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for what could turn out to be a one-issue Forgiveness Friday. We might need to circle around to the rest of it because we're going to move. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. We're going to continue to do some of those shout-outs. Please give a shout-out to my boy Josh. He needed help, and now he is gone. And that is just truly, truly awful, and you hate seeing stuff like this, which is why I love this text from the 682. Shout out to everybody at 105.3 The Fan, especially you guys. It's your shout outs, mental health, and generally lifting people up. I really appreciate that. At some point in the show today, we'll tell you about a new project we got coming out with a couple of NFL players, including Dak Prescott. But let's talk about John Wetland. I know it's a super uncomfortable topic, and I'm going to warn you. We warn you now in case your kids are off from school. I hope you keep listening. If you need to turn the radio down, there is some intense, and I try not to be graphic, but there's some intense accusations against him, right?
And you might need to just update real quick because it was years ago that this first came out.
So John Wetland is a Texas Rangers Hall of Famer. Now, they don't really mention him anymore for reasons like this. He was the closer, especially in the late 90s when the Rangers were going to the playoffs. And so a lot of Rangers fans, including myself, we love John Wetland because he was the guy who was closing out games when we got to the playoffs for the very first time, right? So a few years ago, he was charged with, and like I said, he's in the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame. He was charged with 3 counts of aggravated sexual assault of a child. So a relative of John Wetland's accused him of forcing him to perform a sex act on him between three times between 2004 and 2006 when the kid was 4, 5, and 6 years old. Now, again, I apologize. I know this is a lot, but this is a Texas Rangers Hall of Famer, and it feels like a relevant story. Now, they have finally started the trial. The trial was supposed to start back in 2020, but obviously with COVID, you guys live in the world, that slowed everything down.
How are you so sure?
And fair enough, except for baby Noah, he did not live in the world. And so, it got pushed off. Now, Wetland believes, per the testimony that has started to come out in the trial, that it's a shakedown led by the stepfather, because the kid who is accusing Wetland of these things is now 22 years old, because it's been a while. And so John Wetland is saying in his defense and his testimony that he believes it's the stepfather that is pushing kind of this narrative, and that it's a shakedown, and a whole bunch of people who testified on his behalf talked about his family. They were all Americans and everything like that. And so there's a lot of stuff that supported John Wetland. However, there was another person who gave testimony that said Wetland allegedly exposed himself to another relative who was 14 at the time. And when you look through the testimony, it's pretty shocking. For one example, Wetland said he didn't talk to the kid after any of this stuff first came out, after any of the accusations came out or anything like that. Well, then text messages were presented by which they had spoken via text multiple times, including calling this kid names. I don't know what those names were, but he had called the kid names, and John Wetland said, I don't recall these interactions, despite the fact that there's, text message after text message. And then he followed up by saying, I probably just thought it was the stepdad, and that's probably why I use the names and everything like that. And it is a really, really bad look. And at one point, one of the jurors is still listening, but legit has their head just buried in their hands, which, take that for what you will. That seems like a pretty awful sign, and quite frankly, a fair reaction given the accusations that are made. It's just, it's a bad look when you're like, we never spoke after any of this came out. And they're like, well, but you did, and you called this kid names. And you're like, oh, I don't remember that. But if I did remember that, it was probably to call the stepfather names, not the kid. It's a bad look. You can couch all this by saying you weren't in the trial. 100%. I've been reading transcripts through this for some unknown reason. It felt like a relevant story because we don't talk about this anymore. He is in the Rangers Hall of Fame. They do not claim him. They do not, for good reason. They do not say anything about him. He is in the Rangers Hall of Fame. If you're a Rangers fan who loved the team in the 90s, you know John Wetland. He was a huge part of this team. And this is a shocking, like, it's probably not as shocking as I think it is, which is a totally sad other state of affairs for the world. But this feels like just an awful, awful story that we're finally going to get to some conclusion to.
Yeah.
And I don't know, because like if he's not guilty, then my heart goes out to him and his family. And like, he's married and stuff. If you're his wife and you hear this, what the hell are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to be like, well, let's wait till the trial is over and then I'll decide based on guilt or innocence what to do? Or do you leave somebody even if he says this is all a lie, like somebody you've built your life with? I have no idea how to even process that situation. But then on the flip side, if he's guilty, he is eligible for life in prison. And I think that is the correct outcome. If he's guilty.
I am with you. I know John Wetland. I hope it's not true. I don't know, obviously. I don't know what happened or didn't happen in this situation. But yeah, I mean, in whether it's fair or not fair, kind of what the courts decide here is what I'm going to believe. And I know that maybe that's not the best thing to do, but I'm going to say, hey, when everything's on trial and jurors get to hear everything, the judge gets to hear everything, that hopefully the real truth comes out, and innocent or guilty, then I'll say, all right, that's the truth.
And I don't want to belabor this point too much, but if none of this happened, again, I don't even understand how you start to rebuild your life from, oh yeah, weren't you accused of sexual assault on a child? Like, I don't even know. But clearly in the grand scheme of things, the way worse outcome, though they're all terrible, is if he did these things. And if he did these things, I don't know how it went unchecked, but I bet, you know what? I bet there's probably somebody listening right now. It's like, I know how they went unchecked.
Yeah, how it goes unchecked is the power dynamic that clearly exists with an adult and a very, very young child, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the consideration that I have, is rebuilding your life or how you have existed and moved through life when you have the realization that you have that trauma in your past.
Yeah. Perhaps at some point later in the show, we'll do a fun version of Forgiveness Friday that's not filled with all kinds of, sorry to bring it down. I think it's an important story, and I don't know if a lot of people are covering it. By the way, real quick, shout out to Hunter. He said, shout out to us for keeping him going on the road. He does DoorDash up to 12 hours a day. That is a true Tolo. Thank you very, very much. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys general manager and owner Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Eric Nadel will join us at
The Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. We bring to you Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Kevin, Mike. It's great to be on with you, boy. Great to get this season going, and got a lot of promise here, a lot of things to be excited about, and but it is good to be on with you guys.
And when you talk about things to be excited about, I know you know how Cowboys Nation works, and there was a lot of pep in people's steps when they heard that Jason Peters was coming for a visit. Can you tell us anything about how those visits and or physical negotiation, anything you can tell us about that?
Well, he's here getting physicals. We all know him. He was he was a really outstanding Arkansas player, and we're very familiar with him. I've really watched his career and the entire time he's been in the NFL, and we're going to sit down here. I'll meet with him in just a few minutes, and we'll sit down here and see how he's doing, how his physicals have been, and go from there. But I don't have any more to talk about there.
So, Jerry, when it comes to this team, I think for the first time in a while, Dallas Cowboy fans feel the strength of the team is the defense. Can you talk about the strength of your team from your perspective?
Well, I think that's I think you could say that. I still don't in any way want to diminish the skill that we have with our quarterback and our running game and running backs and frankly our receivers. And I know with the loss of Amari, we've had some people say, well, it looks to me like you're a little less there. What I think we have in general is that we have more value on the field than we've had in the last several years. I think there is a lot of value in having this defense be what it can be to support what is obviously a coordinated, complementary game to do it right. And so bottom line is, I think we've managed since last year to have more value out there for what we're spending.
Now, when you talk about that value, at least part of that plays into the salary cap, and we all know that. How do you feel like your team generally does with the salary cap, and do you feel like the money that y'all have available for this season could be used if another player comes along?
But if you don't use it this season, it's there for your use, so to speak, for the next season and the next season. As a matter of fact, we have already extended players to get room into this season, and we've extended. In other words, we've made available dollars on the credit card. And that's preferable not to do that. You'd like to basically hold back on extending or hold back on redoing contracts and let those really get in sync with the years that you had possibly intended or wanted on the contract. Now, it is impossible to have a discussion on the nuances of cap and rules and the nuances of who you can keep on your roster, who you can't at this time. And frankly, you have to sit down, and anybody does, and spend a lot of time going over it. I like where we are, though. I think we have done outstanding. But I want to make sure everybody understands we have planned to do what we are doing. And it's very important that we look and plan ahead. And we do have, I think, in our receiving corps, and we do have in our pressure on defense, we do have some outstanding value there that I think more so than any years past.
Do you feel like that plan has worked out? Because this is a name that obviously comes up all the time with Ezekiel Elliott. Some people would argue that perhaps if the contract hadn't been kind of pushed down the line just a little bit more with the guaranteed money, that he would not be on this team this year. How viable do you think he still is as a player?
I'm smiling because I can remember it was just months ago when people were talking about how important it was to get him signed. How could you not realize it, what he is for the team? And, of course, then when you get him signed, then you move on. And, of course, what does happen is you have to pay the fiddler. And when you pay the fiddler, you pay him dollars that you're not paying to a guard, or pay him dollars that you're not paying to a defensive end, or pay him dollars that you're not paying to a receiver. And so the facts are there's no free lunch. Every dollar you spend on a player is a dollar you can spend someplace else. So what is the goal here is to get the most value for those dollars that are out there. And you've heard me say that recently, and I'm dwelling on it a lot in the off season, availability. And we've taken a look at where we've been. We've taken a look at where we've been recently or where we are right now and said we can do a better job than this. We can get more for our dollar, more for that. Those dollars are just like if you were in college, the dollars are the equivalent of scholarships. And those dollars get you players. You can give it all to one player, and when you do, you don't have available to go to the other player. The more you pay the quarterback, the teams that pay the big ticket on the quarterback, they have to sacrifice other places. That's just the game. That's a big nuanced part of the game. It's a very competitive part. But I like where we are. We've unquestionably done some changing this year.
Jerry,
looking in the future. Looking in the future will be better for it.
Jerry, next Sunday you get to take on Tom Brady for the second time, opening up the season. Last year after they'd won the Super Bowl. I've been watching Tom Brady and Man in the Arena. He's obviously the greatest quarterback of all time. He probably scares you a little bit. I was wondering, out of all these years in the NFL, what player has scared you the most to go against?
I think, frankly, Favre, back when Favre could basically, he could mess up a defensive scheme, mess up the plan just by his impromptu play. That would be what I'd call a scary player. We've played some teams that have, especially this Donald with the Rams. I think he's a player that gives you pause. Any of those guys that you have to single out and you have to actually adjust your game plan for the offensive coordinator when he's playing a defense, and you have to account for him, that changes your offense up. There are players like that. I think we've got one or maybe two. And, boy, that can make a difference, and that can tilt the edge your way. But I think, generally speaking, you say, well, but don't you want to run the offense that you're comfortable with? The idea that we're going to run it, and we're going to run it in spite of what they stack up there. I'm a little dubious of that. I think you've got to make adjustments. And you've got to have the flexibility in your preparation, which is spring and your fall camps, to be in a position to make adjustments in November and December.
Also, Tom Brady talked about in the Man in the Arena suppressing success. He said this came from Bill Belichick, and whether they'd won 21 games in a row or whatever they'd done, Bill Belichick would make sure he suppressed that success, that the next game is the next game, and they won, obviously, a whole bunch of Super Bowls doing that. I know your team in general, since Troy Aikman has left, hasn't been able to repeat as a division champ. What is going to be the difference this year that for the first time in a long time you guys can be the division champs back-to-back years?
Well, I think this, you said back-to-back. I started to say we have had division championships, and we've won a lot of games. However, we have not been to and won the big game, the Super Bowl. I've gotten, on a personal basis, I've been a part of 3. The Cowboys have been a part of 5. They're hard to get, and we all know that. You have to. Coming in second or third doesn't count in this business. It gives you a little better taste in your mouth to stay in the playoffs longer. But really what you need to do is be betting it to try to get to that Super Bowl. no one would deny that I'm a risk taker. No one. I take risk, and I do it every day in my life. And so there's a proper time to take some risk. We have taken them, and we will take them. They didn't pay off for us to the tune of getting us a Super Bowl. I hope that some of the risks that I take in the future, that coupled with some good decisions on the cap, get some players out here, get numbers of players so that we can have a more balanced team, so that we can get more out of our salary cap dollar. I hope those kinds of changes will result in a change from where we've been, and that's not getting to the Super Bowl. But I do that every day in my life.
Do you feel like some of the risks y'all have taken football-wise that maybe didn't pay off is what led to those changes you were just talking about and the way you handle the cap?
No. Really, you should recognize, and if you will, honor your bad decisions. And you should learn from them. And all of that is cliches almost, but it is a real fact. And I don't know of anybody that has ever gotten all the decisions right. And that's trite. It's usually not who makes the right decision. It's more about when you've made a decision, if it's a bad one, cut it off quick. But if you've got a good one, let it run. God didn't make it so that anybody could just make all the right decisions. That's not the way it works.
Now, when you were on with Sean and RJ on Tuesday, you said if this was a Super Bowl, you envisioned Michael Gallup playing. I'm curious, with that in mind, do y'all think maybe week 2, maybe week 3 is when we might see him? Do you have a more specific timeline at all?
Okay, he's coming off of his injury and is in really outstanding position right now. The reason that I said if this were a Super Bowl is because if he gets it nicked up or gets hurt, I think everybody understands it maybe, but the writer that wrote that, if he gets hurt in a Super Bowl, you've got an entire off season.
Yeah.
You've got an entire off season to come back. If you're doing it the first game of a long season, 20 games plus maybe to count going through all the playoff games and everything else, maybe as many as 20 games. If you do that and you take that risk on the first game of the year, that's stupid. You can't take that risk. But if this were the last game of the year and it was for all the marbles, we'd take that risk. That's pretty easy to understand.
What do you think?
He's capable of going out. He's capable of going out and playing and catching the pass. But you just risk more now than if you waited a couple of games.
What do you think are, and that I understand what you're saying, absolutely. What do you think are realistic expectations for Tyler Smith and then maybe the offensive line across the board, where obviously you're well aware, fans and myself, we have some concerns?
Well, I think Tyler's going to get man. What does that mean? He's going to get his man. And I think he's going to do a good job of it. Is he not going to get him all the time? Yes. We need to have somebody there to help him out. We need to keep some out that'll cut some out of the offense. You need to cut it out a little bit and help him out. But I think he'll get man. I think he will get better. I think that's the nature of the position in football. He's got everything we hoped and more when we drafted him. It's exactly what we drafted him for, to come in and be the left tackle. And so he's had a really outstanding camp. All of the things are there. Do I wish we had Tyron? Yes. Will we get Tyron back? Likely. But in the meantime, he's going to come in and he's going to get a Harvard doctor's degree in playing left tackle between now and then. Will we pay some price for it? Yes. Can we win with him paying a price? I think so, yes.
When it comes to your defense, Micah Parsons is just being talked about not only locally but nationally as one of the best players in the game. How have you seen him grow from the end of last season right before we start this year?
Well, I see him really I don't know that it's different, but I see in him a work ethic. I see in him a professional attitude about down to business. It's like Dak has to some degree, and it's to every day get better. And you put that with talent, and it's going to be it's really an amazing combination. But he's very aware, not just on the field but off the field. So he's got a lot of great attributes. We've got a great team in my mind. I want to say great. We've got great supporting cast around him that are going to give us an opportunity to have a really outstanding defense. And you can do this thing with the emphasis on defense. That doesn't mean I just want to keep that number 4 standing, keep him healthy, keep us in the game, have us a good plan, and then give us a chance to make a field goal against Tampa rather than miss it like we did last year.
And y'all are confident that Brett Maher is the guy to make that field goal then, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last question for you, since you were just talking about it, is the confidence level also high that Dak will stay upright and will stay healthy this season?
Very much. If his present condition, if the excellent off season he's had, the excellent camp that he's had, feel as good about it as you could possibly feel. And so we just got to do that. The only time in my entire life that I ever went to the sideline, ever, during a ball game, was with Ernie Zampese and Barry Switzer. And we said that we were going to protect Mark Tuinei because Mark Tuinei was injured, and we were going to keep back in and help him make his blocks. And Aikman was your quarterback. We didn't do it early, and Aikman was getting the hell knocked out of it. I went to the sideline and looked at Barry, and I said, guys, roll this clock forward, and you're going to see us going forward for this season without a quarterback. Now, you think we've got problems now. Wait till that happens to us. So let's do like we said we'd do and keep it back in. Help him out. Well, and so that's what we've got to do. We have to do the kinds of things that just common sense tell you to do with that.
Appreciate the time, as always. Excited to talk with you every Friday morning throughout the football season. We will catch up with you next week right before the season opener.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. And man, oh man, it is. And there are plenty of people in the middle. You don't see them as much on the fan text. So I will certainly, and in the Twitch, I'll certainly acknowledge that there's a lot of people in the middle, but there are a lot of people who are to the point where they do not want to hear anything that Jerry Jones has to say, or they qualify it all as spin. Sometimes I agree with that. He said the same thing again, or alluded to the same thing again about how they're operating the cap differently, whether it was talking about value with the wide receivers, whether it was talking about being smart and carrying cap money over potentially into the next season. And that's why I was surprised. The one answer I was particularly surprised by is when I asked him if he takes risks the same way, or if some of those failures with the cap has led him to change the way that they do the cap. He said no, but then also conceded to a certain point is they're being smarter with the cap. So for people who, I get it, the cap boy thing. And if Jason Peters leaves today, and Jerry Jones said he's in the building right now, and he will talk with Jerry in a few minutes. If Jason Peters leaves today without a deal, people are going to be upset. But I feel like, again, he's telling you what the Cowboys are doing. Like it, don't like it. He's telling you that they are kind of taking that more cautious, things will carry over, things will whatever approach. And that definitely infuriates people. And as a Cowboys fan, it infuriates me too. I saw a lot of people who are upset about the division championship because what usually happens is, well, we didn't win the Super Bowl. And that is true. But I thought your question was more like micro level. Right. Sure. But can we first win back-to-back division titles? Because I looked it up. It's 92-96. So that's the last time you won back-to-back division titles. So we're talking about 26 years now, which is a number that we're all very familiar with. That's how long it's been since they won a Super Bowl, but also how long it's been since they won back-to-back division titles. So I think a Super Bowl would be great, but winning another division title in consecutive years is a step in the right direction. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, I promised some more fun and some more Forgiveness Friday. You don't have to fire it off again, but I had more fun. Or you can.
You're going to dare me to not fire it off again? You think I can't push the button?
I didn't feel like I was trying to dare you, but I do have more fun Forgiveness Friday topics.
I pushed the button again.
I know.
Don't tempt me, Kevin.
You know what? I don't think he'll do it again. Because that's extra work. Ah! By the way,
I was tempted on that one.
We didn't address this the other day when we were talking about tennis. Do the U.S. Open TV announcers need forgiveness?
Yes.
For saying, "Oh man, that's Gladys Knight right there."
Oh, yes.
And
awful.
I missed this.
Oh, really?
Was this the Serena match?
I think it was the Serena match.
It was.
So Dionne Warwick was in the crowd, and they focus in, and they go, "Oh, it's Gladys Knight." And you're like, "Wow, that's great."
To give them the slightest amount of fairness, which they do not deserve, Gladys Knight was in the building. However,
just not.
That was definitely not Gladys Knight.
I wonder if that was said in their ears.
Like Gladys Knight is in the building, and then they put the shot on it, and they're like, "Oh, it's Gladys Knight."
Yeah.
And Twitter was not ultra kind to them. Also, sex having in baseball stadiums apparently running rampant.
It happened again for a third time?
It is
Oakland.
Well, but now I found out, do you know they're taking it way more seriously in Oakland? Is they are literally trying to hunt these people. Well, that's probably too strong.
Yeah.
They're trying to track these people. All right. That's too.
Do you have another word?
That's too aggressive. They're trying to track these people down, and it's not
You started with hunt. Now I'm still thinking that they're hunting them.
No. That's too strong a word. I apologize. And there is thought that for those Oakland people, they might try to legitimately put them in jail for up to 6 months.
So stupid.
Was that like public indecency?
I'm not saying what they did was right. You shouldn't do that in a public place. But there's so many things going on probably in the city of Oakland that they might want to concentrate on more.
Right.
Like, I don't know, people getting hijacked on the streets because when you leave an Oakland game, if you're one of the 500 people who attended, then they tell you, watch your back as you're leaving this stadium because you might get held up at gunpoint. There's a whole bunch of horrible things happening in Oakland. This one, it wasn't legal, but there's way worse things that maybe you want to track down.
And you mentioned yesterday again, Nick Kyrgios is playing JJ Wolf today in the U.S. Open.
Man, he does such a good job with those Law and Order shows.
No, that's Dick Wolf, and I feel like you knew that. I wish you would have said the football player instead, because now I regret my choices. But did you also see while he was spitting on the court and talking about smelling marijuana, he was also still yelling at his box. He said, "Go home if you're not going to effing support me, bro." So in his own support box, he's like, you need to just get up and leave if you're not going to get with the program.
Any way I can become his friend and be in his box?
Yes.
Phrasing?
He'll send the rest of them away.
Because I would yell back at him. I think I could fire him up.
Yeah?
I'll cheer for you if you make the point.
So
you give me something to cheer about, Nick.
I think Mike needs to tweet at Kyrgios and see if we can make this
100%. I've been trying to set up a cameo for you from Nick Kyrgios as well.
Yeah.
So
and now you ruined the surprise.
Well,
I would love it.
But now I can just tell him the cameo be.
But I would cheer for him
to
too.
New York. Yeah,
when he makes a point.
I know.
But I don't know. I would probably get kicked out of the U.S. Open. I've been there. It's it's in New York. There's crazy people there, but I don't think I could say all the things to fire up Nick, because when he did make a point, then I would start screaming and cussing at the other player that he's beating, just to know that I'm with you, Nick. But I think that they would say, hey, you can't say those things about that chump on the other side, JJ Watt or whatever his name is.
JJ Wolf.
JJ Stokes or whatever.
What? How did... Is JJ's... Never mind.
JJ Barea's pivot to tennis has been incredible.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out .com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I just want to find out, 877-881-1053, or also happening in that Twitch with the Twolos. Are you more excited about House of the Dragon, which I know has already had 2 episodes, or the new Lord of the Rings show on Amazon? Kind of want to get a feel for where the people are on with this, 877-881-1053. But right now, also brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good. Did we get you all the answers that you needed in our talk with Jerry?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Well done by us. I'm going to let Mike pat himself on the back, and then we'll move on from there. Now, one of the things that Mike was asking about was Micah Parsons, and Todd Bowles said Micah Parsons is a true game wrecker. And Micah Parsons talked about how he was determined to become the best player in the NFL. I certainly understand that everyone should believe in themselves, but my question is twofold. Do you think he's setting too high of a goal too quickly, or do you think that is absolutely an achievable goal for him in football?
Oh, just knowing him, how competitive he is, and it doesn't matter if he's playing football, if he's learning to bowl, take on a sport he's never played, he always wants to be the best. And I think that after he got off to the start that he did this past year, when I heard him say that, that really stuck out to me, that this guy will continue working that hard to achieve what he said. And I don't put anything past him, right? That, oh, no, he can't do that. The other day I saw him out at training camp, and guys were screwing around, and he punted. He punted about as good as I'd say a college punter could punt. And he just picked the ball up like jacking around, right, and punted. And it's like, look at that. And he just turned around and smile at whoever he's messing around with, and it's like, don't test me. You know, he thinks he can return kickoffs too. By the way,
oh,
he used to be
we got somebody for
running
that,
back, right? And he would love to be able to get that opportunity, and I'm sure he thinks he can throw a pass too. So I don't put anything past this guy.
So, Mick, speaking of Micah Parsons and that defense, it's just my opinion that if this team's going to be successful this year, it's going to be more led by the defense in lower scoring games than maybe we were used to last year, where the team could explode for 40, 50 points a game at times. What's your opinion on if the Cowboys are successful in 2022, it will be led more by the defense than the offense?
Well, it needs to be to start the season. I think at some point you'll see this offense grow. Is it a finished product on September 11th? Heavens no. Not with the amount of youth they have on the offensive line, not having Michael Gallup there, having to rely on so many young receivers who have not played in the NFL, and not to mention young receivers. They've got one tight end, right, who's played in the NFL, and that's it.
Right.
The other two are rookies. So I see talent there, but I see that it's going to have to grow. So to hold down the fort, the defense is going to have to be the best unit, maybe for, I don't know, the first half of the season, if they're going to be able to stay in games. I think the days for now of this team having to score 30 points to win and doing so, I don't think they're at that point right now. So, yeah, I think this defense has to take the next step. And while they took a big step last year, they can still improve. They need to be better against the run in big games. Think about why this team, the last 2 times they've been in the playoffs, got eliminated. The team that beat them ran right over them, right? Last year, San Francisco had like 160 some yards rushing. When they met the Rams, that year, heck, the Rams are still running the ball against them, right?
Yeah.
They went for 273, I think it was. So that's something I will keep an eye on, that and their ability to improve putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. I understand the takeaways, right? And boy, you got to give them their due on that last year. But again, they had 41 sacks. That was middle of the pack last year in the NFL. I think it tied them for 13th. That has to improve for this defense to improve.
Now, I wanted to go back real quick when you were talking about the offense and the talent that is there. If you had to pick among the group, do you think it's most likely we'll see, a level up of advancement from the tight ends, from the offensive line, or from the wide receiver? In my fantasy world, they all do great. But which do you think is most likely to show the most improvement as the season goes along?
I think the easiest spot to show improvement, I would think it's the tight ends. I think Ferguson's pretty darn good, and I think Hendershot has some unique skills that they can tap into. Now, obviously, they're rookies, and they're going to see stuff they haven't seen before. But I think from that position, the coverages won't be as confusing as they might be for rookie wide receivers. And, it takes time for offensive linemen to develop. I can, look back over the years and see the Cowboys brought guys in, and it took some time. Eric Williams wasn't a day one starter for the Cowboys. He didn't start until his second year. And Jimmy Johnson had to convince Tony Wise, his offensive line coach, that this guy's ready to play in the NFL. And Tony was like, well, I don't know, Coach. I think, we need to do this or that. And what am I going to do with this guy? He goes, I don't care what you're going to do with this guy. Eric Williams ready to go. Same thing with Mark Tuinei. There were people out there writing the Cowboys will never win a playoff game or get into the playoffs with Mark Tuinei playing left tackle. Well, about 5-6 years later, after he was in the league, he's playing left tackle awfully well. Same thing with Nate Newton. He wasn't an instant star in the NFL, signed a free agent contract in '83 with the Redskins and got cut and had to go to the USFL. And really not until the Cowboys around, 89, Nate blossomed. So sometimes the offensive line, it takes some time for these guys to get going. Unfortunately, now these days, when you take one in the first round, well, you better be good right from the jump, right? You got time, and you're making that much money. Back then, the money was no factor because there wasn't a salary cap. So I think there's some talent on that offensive line. There's just not a lot of experience. You're going to have 3 starters, September 11th, that have not been in the league more than 2 years. Think about that. There's a lot to learn. You're young. But, if they can buy some time, and I think Jerry alluded to it, we got to change the offense just a little bit. You might need to keep a running back in a little bit more when it's 3rd and long. You might need to line up, play more 2 tight end. And if you've been watching any of these practices, and even the preseason game, they've been playing a lot of 2 tight end offense. And that's to, protect your young tackles, but also help you get, a bigger front to run the ball and take advantage of your running backs, where that is a strength on this team.
Then I think the last, perhaps most important question I have for you is that Kevontae Turpin is going to be the first offensive player for the Cowboys to wear number 9 since Tony Romo. Do you want to go ahead and say they will have just as good of a career as Tony Romo did?
Yeah. Look, when Tony Romo first wore 9, I didn't think he was going to make the team.
Right.
So let's, I don't know about it as good, but I think he's got a shot because, as I told you the story, what he told me, a guy his size in the league, how you going to make it? Speed kills.
See, that's our positive of the day. Love to hear it. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you next week for football week.
I'll be there. I'll be here Labor Day if you need me.
Okay, I will tell the people that care enough to work that day that you will be available. Thank you very much, Mickey.
See ya.
Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, if we can, just take a quick minute to go off of the sports path. Got a lot of feedback about House of the Dragon, which has already had 2 episodes
I have watched
out.
those 2 episodes.
Okay.
I wasn't really into the Lord of the Rings, so I don't
Okay, so you're
think-
probably not going to watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know there's Precious, and I think they destroyed the ring in the end or something.
Sure.
I think you got the main points, yeah.
Yeah, actually, that is a pretty good and there's lots of walking.
Hobbits, those little people were very important.
That's right. Yeah. They were very, very important. See, you got it.
Yeah.
So that debuts today or has debuted today, and Amazon has already sunk about $1 billion into the acquisition, making, marketing, and everything of that show. $1 billion. Just think about how crazy that is. And then House of the Dragon or Dragons.
No, you were right the first time.
Okay, Dragon.
I'm still going to call it House of Dragons.
Okay, House of Dragons. It's been out for 2 episodes. It's gotten monster ratings already for HBO. And the second episode actually went up, which is very unusual for stuff like that. The early responses I saw, almost all of them had not even close from the 214, House of the Dragon. And it's not even close from the 254, Lord of the Rings. And I think it's the Ring of Power, not even close from the 432, not even close, House of the Dragon. Are there more people out there like, I'm conflicted, I'm interested in both of them, and we'll watch both of them, but it's a tough call.
Yeah, the people that are like out on the Lord of the Rings, what are we calling it, a spinoff?
Yeah. Prequel?
What?
Prequel?
Is it a prequel?
It is a prequel.
Oh, okay, cool. At least one of the people that are a couple of people that have been upset have talked to me in the last few minutes and said, at least this one from the 817, they completely disregarded, let's say, the lore. The Tolkien scholar who was working on the show was fired because of it and because he told them that. So,
for real?
Yeah. Apparently, the people that are really or that hold that Lord of the Ring lore near and dear to their heart, they're really mad at this show because they feel like it's just kind of fan fiction and does not fit into what the original source material.
Which felt like some people's complaints about the end of Game of Thrones, right? Where it turned into what a lot of people just thought was fan fiction. And I see right here from the 903, Lord of the Rings, I still don't like how Game of Thrones ended, and I don't have faith in them. And
don't worry about it. We're back, baby.
Well,
and these ones are already written.
I don't want to quash any of your enthusiasm.
No.
But did you see that one of the showrunners has already left the show?
Oh, no.
And he's the guy who directed like Battle of the Bastards and like some of the all-time great Game of Thrones. He said he was just he was exhausted from doing Game of Thrones. And I think he directed this upcoming one this weekend, but he's like, I'm out. So I'll see you later. So I thought the first 2 seasons have been really good. I also think the olden times are really weird when they talk about marrying children and stuff like that, and it kind of freaks me out a lot.
George R. Martin's a weird dude, man.
He is a really weird dude.
You didn't like the scene of the 60-year-old taking the 14 or 15-year-old as his
She
new
was,
wife?
yeah, and that was the better choice. Like, okay, sorry, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a lot of talk about marrying young girls
on this television show.
On the television show. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Bailing me out on that. And it was horrifying. And the one candidate I was like, oh my God, she looks like shockingly young, which I get was the idea. But I have really enjoyed House of the Dragon so far. I will still watch Lord of the Rings. Look, Lord of the Rings has so much built up credibility. I made it through those garbage Hobbit movies where they were like, hey, you know what we should do? Take one book and make it 2 movies. And then along the way, they were like, well, hold on. What if instead of making it into 2 movies, we turned it into 3 movies? Oh, okay. Well, we had success turning 3 books into 3 total movies. Let's turn 1 book into 3 movies. Oh, well, what are we going to do? Well, let's have a dinner party scene that's like an hour long in the first one where they dance around and spin dishes and wash it for seriously, it feels like it's an hour. And I made it through all of that. I didn't like it.
Wait, I don't understand. What's your point here? Because it just sounds like
that I will still watch Lord of the Rings, the new TV show, even though I hated most of those Hobbit movies.
I feel like we should examine that more, Kevin.
Where the KNC is, oh my God, that dinner party scene was so freaking long. Coming up next, we will talk with our Odyssey MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr., plus a big NBA trade, and let's bask in the glory of Dirk. all of it, and we'll get back to your shout-outs next right here on The Fan.
Before we do, let's
sauce, that soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. in just 1 second. Reggie also brought me the news that they're going to release the first episode of House of the Dragon for free on YouTube. So if you don't have HBO Max,
get that first hit, baby.
That's right. Get them coming back for more. Now, we've got MLB Odyssey insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
All right. I'm doing great, Tony.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question based off of the Rangers game last night. Since we're both retired players and we can kind of maybe speak a little bit more than what we would speak to the media after blowing a 3-4 run lead in the 9th inning. So as a starting pitcher, Tony, I would say, hey, it happens. I have bad games. Closers have, rough games. He's going to go out there and do a great job for us next time. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, you know how hard it is to win a freaking game in this league, and I'm trying to stay in this league, and then I didn't get a W there. I'm going to get a no decision. As a player, I know we say all the right things to the media. I want to know, how does it feel when you're in the outfield? You guys have worked hard to, let's say, have an 8-5, 8-4 lead going into the last inning. You need 3 more outs, and your guy on the mound can't get the last 3 outs.
It's frustrating, and I think that's like the most PC word I could use in those moments, because you know how hard it is to score runs, especially at the big league level. Like, a lot has to go your way in order to put up a run total that can get you a W, and you got to play good ball. And when everybody has done their job, and your closer in this case comes in and is struggling, in the moment, you're irritated. Now, afterwards, you have time to kind of process it a little bit. You recognize, the difficulty of the game and how it, that's just the way it goes sometimes. But in the moment, you're more than irritated.
Now, we're all fascinated by it just because we're sports fans in general, but especially because the Yankees' last series of the regular season is here in Arlington. Do you feel like the requisite buzz is out there for Aaron Judge's run to 61, or do you feel like maybe it's slightly under the radar given how important this seems?
I think it's under the radar. I really do. I don't know if there's still, people still feel some type of way about the home run in general and the records that have come with it, but I don't feel like it's getting the type of pub that it should. I was just on our radio show maybe 2 days ago saying, if you're smart, Pujols is chasing 700 here. You're smart. You want to get that ticket for if you're a Padre, if you're in San Diego. It's the same thing with Judge. Like, if he's coming to your town in the last month, you definitely should be buying that ticket, because he could very well be pursuing a record here.
And how many people are you willing to knock over to get the record-setting baseball?
You know what? I'm sensitive to that type of thing. If my dad had gotten 3,000 and there was a fan that didn't want to give him the ball, there would have been some fisticuffs for sure. But I'm not. If whoever gets it, they definitely should give it back, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of gold on the other end of that rainbow, so to speak, if you come up with that ball.
Tony, since you talked about Aaron Judge and maybe not getting the hype that it needs to be getting, or maybe possibly Albert Pujols chase for 700, if you were commissioner of baseball and you could try to promote the sport better or differently than it's promoted today, what would be your main idea to present in that room? I ask good questions, don't I, Tony?
That's a good question.
It's a real good question. I will say this, that Major League Baseball is starting to get better at promoting a game. They have been atrocious for a very, very long time. And I've noticed this year, I've seen a lot more ads. I've seen a lot more, things on social media. They're so far behind, it feels like, compared to the other sports. That would be, I would just say you got to flood the market, right? When you look at the other sports, the two, football, basketball in particular, I feel like I see them everywhere. I can't turn a channel without seeing some NBA or NFL. I can't flip through my IG without seeing some NFL or NBA. So I just think there just needs to be more of it, more of the stars available. Because remember, baseball is really the only sport where you can get a personal relationship, by going to the field early and seeing the guys. You can touch, you can feel these guys. You can't necessarily do that in the NBA and in the NFL. So take advantage of that and flood the market with your stars and show their faces more.
With that in mind, would you go all in on Edwin Diaz and the Mets right now? Because that created a social media buzz that baseball doesn't frequently see.
100%. And you got to use whatever you can right now. The pipes guy is buzzing, and he's buzzing because Edwin Diaz is saving a ton of games for one of the teams in the best media market. So absolutely, you use that. There probably are a lot of Dominican fans following because it's Dominican Diaz. Use that. Those are the things that baseball has to capitalize on, and they just got to do more of it, I think.
Man, appreciate your insight on not only the Rangers, but all things across the baseball landscape. And obviously, the more we talk with you going forward, the closer and closer we'll need to find out if everyone buys tickets to go see that Rangers-Yankees closing series. We will catch up with you next week, good sir.
All right, you guys take care.
There you go. That was Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars and Driveway's nationwide inventory. Are you ready to pivot from that to basketball?
Okay, yeah, pivot's a good word because you can pivot in basketball, and in the NBA you can have like two different pivot foots.
That actually does seem true. And I was originally going to put the Knicks in Forgiveness Friday for not getting Donovan Mitchell, but then when I saw what they offered, I was like, well, I feel like he gave it a hell of a shot. Is supposedly last month, the Knicks offered Utah R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and 3 unprotected first-round picks. And they're like, pass. The deal got done yesterday afternoon. Donovan Mitchell now going to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Do you like the return they got for Donovan Mitchell, and what does this do to Cleveland in the NBA landscape?
I agree with you that the return from the Knicks is better, but I think Utah wants to be pathetic. And so Utah decided, Danny Ainge decided, I want to win 10 games this year. I want to go 10-72. I want to have the
Colin
worst
Sexton
record.
Can be that guy for us. Yeah.
Like if I get RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin and Mitchell Robinson, and with a few of my other players, I might win 35 games. Now that would probably be max. But if I win 32 to 35 games, now I have the 7th or 8th or 9th pick in the draft. Well, how can I get the superstar? No human being that plays in the NBA will ever choose to play in Utah. Like literally 0%.
Unless we get like a really awesome Mormon up-and-coming
Even
basketball
Keith
player.
Van Horn didn't want to play in Utah.
I mean, the closest that at least in my mind, like they had Gordon Hayward, and Gordon was like, I would like to go to Boston now.
Yeah. So you really have to hope that you draft the next Karl Malone / John Stockton. I know they weren't first overall picks, but I guess from their decision-making, they decided, yes, we get players that we know can play in the NBA, players that can help us win now, and we get future picks, but we want to be pathetic. And so what's the best way to be pathetic? Yeah. And so they've made sure to get no NBA players pretty much that can play well in return.
That, Lauri Markkanen.
And they're okay, but I do think RJ Barrett and those guys are better. So overall, I see where they're going and what they're trying to do. This is going to be a 3 to 4 year deal where they're hoping to be the next Oklahoma City Thunder. And I know we haven't seen it pay off for Oklahoma City Thunder, but they're hoping over the next 4 years or so, they have so many draft picks, so many options. They find a couple superstars. That being said, I think that Cleveland got the better end of this because of getting Donovan Mitchell. I think he's a perennial all-star. He's not a top 15 player in the league, maybe not even top 20 player in the league, but he's right on that number 20 kind of list on top players in the league. And so for Cleveland,
you think he's that high?
I think he doesn't. I mean, he's a perennial all-star 3 years in a row, 4 years in a row.
No, I totally hear you, Reggie. I just real quick, and I'm going to give you your piece, is I think, Reggie, you and I might be closer on this, but I respect what you're saying. I think I am not as high on Donovan Mitchell. I think he's a volume scorer who is frequently inefficient. And so when I saw some people like, oh, you wouldn't do it for R.J. Barrett, I'm like, is R.J. Barrett not like the starter kit to become Donovan Mitchell? Or at least that's the hope?
Yeah, no, I hear you guys, and I guess maybe I'm putting too much on, not playoff success.
You're not the only one who loves Donovan Mitchell.
And I don't, right, I guess love is, I don't think he's a superstar player. I think he's a great number 2 compliment.
Yes. Which is a fair assessment. The funny thing about this is I think that this is a good get for Cleveland while also acknowledging he's probably just a rich man's Colin Sexton. Right, you actually look at the numbers and the percentages are close. Plus, you look at the fact that Colin Sexton maybe had like 13 field goals a game. Donovan Mitchell had like 21. Right, so that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
When you talk about the difference in scoring, but the fact of the matter is Donovan Mitchell is a guy who's capable of taking over a game when you need, and I think that's what Cleveland is looking for.
That is definitely true.
And they have Jared Allen and Evan Mobley to clean up all the defensive lapses that he's going to give
Evan Mobley.
So this is going to be my question. Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, Isaac Okoro, thank you. Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen. That looks like a really good starting 5. Obviously, they have like LeVert and Love to kind of come off the bench. From there,
Kevin Love,
he's not bad, right?
Work last
20
season.
minutes a night, you're good with him. But it's just we can't ask him to do more at this point in his career. And LeVert's a nice backup.
I like Karis LeVert.
Combo guard, forward type of guy. Do you rank them as now let's say, I'll put them on the borderline of 4th or 5th team in the East. If Milwaukee and Boston, would you say are the top 2?
Yes.
So then we're talking about Philly, Miami.
I think they can be in that conversation. I think they can be in a fight for the number 3 seed. Not to say they'll take it. I think they can be in that fight.
Reggie, do you feel like Cleveland's right in that kind of 4, 5, 6 range now?
I think they could be in that, right there. I think they can be in that, just in that top 4. Because Miami's a funny one where I look at them on paper coming in season after season. I'm like, oof, I don't know. And then they constantly are in that top 4 range. So I don't know what to do with them, but definitely Boston, Milwaukee, Philadelphia are the only ones that I go, those teams are probably better than Cleveland. Everybody else is in contention.
I think as excited as Knicks fans were to get Jalen Brunson, and nothing against him, it's not going to be his fault, but I think he's going to get blamed some for the Knicks being the 8th, 9th, or 10th best team in the Eastern Conference next year.
That is what comes with that contract, for better or worse. By the way, did you see Donovan Mitchell's amazing tweet? There's a picture of him. I assume it's of him as a kid wearing a Cavs jersey juxtaposed with a screenshot of Brian Windhorst when he was in the middle of Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that right there? And I just thought it was really funny from Donovan Mitchell. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Promise some more of those shout-outs. Shout-out to my wife, Felicia Garcia, 3 years sober. She's our rock. Thank you. Congratulations to you, Felicia. That is awesome. And then shout-out to the Burleson 8U softball team, the Texas Pistols. Keep those shout-outs coming. We'll continue to get them out on the air. Coming up next, Zeke gets dropped, plus the dangers of cooking. Part of Gridiron Gravy next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about you adventure seekers out there. If you are, this month is for you at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, because this month it's Jeep Adventure Days at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. There are so many trim levels to choose from on a brand new Jeep like the Gladiator, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and more during Jeep Adventure Days. My guy, General Manager Mike Brown, and his team are ready to serve you the best buying experience. Get incredible savings that I promise you won't be disappointed when you drive the difference. Located just minutes from the Metroplex, it's worth the short drive to Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram. You also get the Gilchrist Promise. This is from owner Stephen Gilchrist. When you choose Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for your next car, truck, SUV, buyers get 2 years of the work service. This includes your oil and filter changes, your tire rotations, your multi-point inspections, and a whole bunch more. You can go online and look at the inventory right now. All of it is updated daily at southwestcdjrtexas.com. You want to purchase right now online? You can do that too at southwestcdjrtexas.com. The buying experience is going to be so easy when you purchase from owner Stephen Gilchrist and general manager Mike Brown. Drive a little further, save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Cleburne.
Kevin Hageland here, and I believe in soda weight loss. If you're like I was and perpetually struggling with your weight, wondering what the options are, please reach out to me so we can talk and I can get you ready for the soda program. Or you can go to sodaweightloss.com.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take
on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texans love freedom, and at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, get the freedom of Labor Day savings on one of the largest selections of Silverados. They never charge more than MSRP, so find new roads. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet and relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, and I'm really sad that we did not take the opportunity to bask in the glory of Dirk Nowitzki. His number 14 was retired at the Eurobasket tournament, and it was pretty cool.
It was, and to celebrate, Lucas went 4 of 14 from the field, so he wanted to have the 41 and the 14 in his major box score.
Well, we got it done somehow, some way, and if you missed Jerry Jones earlier, he said that Jason Peters is still in Dallas. He was going through physicals, and he does anticipate talking with Jason Peters today. Right now, let's go around the rest of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Some Greek biscuits?
Oh.
Just Tyler Dorsey had 20 at halftime.
But sometimes he turns the ball over.
He doesn't seem to be playing point guard at all, so...
He didn't get it. He didn't catch it.
Wait, what did you say?
He said churns, as in
butter.
butter.
Like butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Butter and biscuits. If you just put jelly on it, or you just put... If you could only have butter or jelly or honey, I would probably choose honey then jelly then butter. But butter plus the other thing makes it perfect.
Right.
I want some biscuits now.
It's kind of like what I was told. Steroids by themselves are okay.
Oh my God.
But when you add the HGH, that's when you get the major benefits of both.
So that's the butter and jelly? Okay.
Yeah.
And
you
you're
can have the butter.
Are you the biscuit?
It's nice, yeah. The baseball
Thank you for
player's
that,
the
Kevin. That was
biscuit.
fantastic. The tonation,
Butter's
the
nice.
emphasis.
Jelly's all right.
Regret.
Honey's okay. You put them together, you got yourself the perfect home run hitting machine.
I regret so many of my choices. All right.
Yeah, but who doesn't?
Yeah, that's a good point. You want to start with another player that Jerry Jones mentioned earlier today? He mentioned Brett Favre as being somebody who could wreck up a game plan. He can also wreck up criminal investigations because the Brett Favre saga continues.
Well, he's doing great at the investigation, the criminal investigation. It was the criminality that he wasn't great at.
Yes, that is true. So we take you all the way back to when Favre allegedly, although it looks pretty clear that this part happened at least, got $1.1 million in welfare funds for an appearance that he did not make, but I will still say allegedly. Brett Favre paid back $500,000, and the state was like, what about the rest of it? So then he paid back the other $600,000, but the state is still waiting on $228,000 in interest. Well, it's now expanding the investigation because Brett Favre was a small cog in the total problem that the state of Mississippi had, as they had $70 million in this welfare fund scandal. So now the FBI is swooping in and saying, we would like to talk to Brett Favre, among other people in this scandal.
And when the FBI wants to talk to you, usually isn't a good thing.
And if you can't find him, he's somewhere on a field in jeans with Jerry Rice beating people in football 2-on-2 with copper fit.
Yes, because of his copper brace. Yeah.
Just find random people playing football, and you'll find Jerry Rice and Brett Favre.
Is that how you summon them? You go to Mississippi and then go to a field, play some football? And
Yeah,
then
you're just like, eventually
jeans.
they'll find us.
Yeah, that actually seems pretty reasonable.
Make him come to us.
Now, originally I thought we were going to kind of joke around about this, and then I saw the pictures of them, and they're horrifying. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Antonio Hamilton will miss at least the first 4 games of the season due to a quote-unquote cooking accident at his home. Then I saw the pictures that I believe he or somebody in his family posted, and he had like patches of skin burned. It looked like burned off maybe of his feet and arm, and he had to go to the arms, and he had to go to the hospital because of this. So yeah, be have you ever had a major, you like to cook a lot, have you ever had a major like cooking mishap? Not in terms of like the food didn't turn out well.
No. I mean, just, I don't know if you can see here on my thumb, it wasn't that big of a deal, but like grease, like bacon grease, like splatted up
On
and
it.
like, got a little burn, but nothing like this. I mean, you burn yourself here and there cooking.
Yeah.
And it hurts and it can leave a little bit of a scar, but luckily nothing like this.
Yeah, it's like I said, if you want to see the pictures of the burn, just make yourself aware. They are rough.
I will say this too, if you're ever cooking bacon or frying something,
Don't do it naked.
Yeah, wear a t-shirt. I wasn't going to say, but I mean, naked would be really bad. But I have done, cooking at times with no shirt on.
Okay.
And then when that grease accidentally splats on you, it doesn't feel
Yes. No, absolutely. Now, this was probably predicted, but Brian Robinson Jr., the Commanders player who obviously was in the attempted robbery and he got shot and he's been in the hospital. He was also put on the PUP list, so he will miss at least the first 4 games of the season. That does include a game against the Cowboys, so take that for what you will, but he was put on the PUP list as well. Let's go from that to Defensive Player of the Year and Coach of the Year. Corey walked through some of the NFL experts' predictions on some of the marquee awards, but we did not get to Coach of the Year or Defensive Player of the Year.
We call him Mike here, right? We don't even use a last name.
No, you told me I'm supposed to say McCarthy.
I know. It still infuriates me. I mean, really the person who doesn't listen is Spagnola.
You should just start calling him that.
Yeah, I just call him Spagnola from now on.
So 10 different coaches got votes from NFL.com for Coach of the Year.
I will bet you $1.
Okay.
Ours did not.
Okay, well, I will not take that bet as I'm looking at the list and I know the answer.
Why is it only $1?
So you are correct. Well, yeah, but I'd just be giving $1 away for nothing.
Hey, Kevin, let me hold $1.
Mike McCarthy is not on the list. Who do you think should lead the list or does lead the list?
Not Dabes either.
He's not in the top 10 either.
I guess, I'll throw this out. I don't think he's going to be the favorite, but I think like Andy Reid would have a chance with Kansas City.
Interestingly enough, Andy Reid not in the top 10.
Okay, then the Buffalo Bills coach.
Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott leads the way with 8 votes. Right behind him, Brandon Staley, the head coach of the Chargers.
Okay, because,
is next on the list.
Another one who I don't think can win it, but I think he's the best, is Sean McVay. But he won the Super Bowl, so what can you do after winning the Super Bowl to then win Coach of the Year? Everybody's expecting you to win 12-plus games.
Probably because of that, Sean McVay, no votes. Andy Reid, no votes. Bill Belichick, 1 vote.
So it seems like you have to kind of have, I know the Bills don't fall into this, you have to have a team that wasn't great in 2021.
Or hasn't broken through.
Right.
Well, to your point, third on the list is Doug Peterson.
Yes! Dude, Dougie Fresh! That's my guy. He's going to lead us all the way.
Oh, my God. That's what we should do. If the Jags are any semblance of good, we should try to auction off a Jags game watching party with Mike Bassick or something like that.
Go Jags.
And then
I got the moves like Jagger. That's going to be my song this year.
Okay. Defensive Player of the Year.
I think Micah gets quite a few votes here. I don't think you think he'll lead the way?
Well, again, I am privy to the list, so you should probably not ask me.
I'm asking you because you know the list. If I say
I think
Micah
he should
Parsons,
be in the top 3 for sure.
I do too. I don't think it'll be TJ Watt because he's on a crap team. Not that ours is better, but
we're better than TJ Watt's team. We'll disagree on that.
No,
I believe we are better.
I think we're. I agree. I think we're a little better. Not Myles Garrett's on a bad team too. Those are the 3 guys that come.
Myles Garrett's tied for 3rd with Nick Bosa.
I always forget about the Bosas. I swear I forget about them the most out of any human being who covers football.
Okay.
Every time, I don't think I've mentioned a Bosa in my life until every list, and they go, what about Bosa? And I'm like, I always forget those are humans in the league.
Aaron Donald, second on the list. Which means number 1,
our guy,
by a 2-1 margin, Micah Parsons leads the NFL.com experts picks for Defensive Player of the Year.
I think he can do it. I wonder this, and I know this is the big debate, and I know Choppy feels a very strong way about this. Wherever you play him, he's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Whatever game it is, whatever down it is, whether it's linebacker or defensive end, he's going to be awesome at it. It's just a matter of, and I do think it's a tough job, is where is he best at on this play? Where is he best at in this game? Where is he best at on third down? Where is he best at on 1st and 10? It's going to be interesting on how you get the most out of a guy who's arguably the best linebacker in the league and then arguably a top 5 pass rusher in the league.
Yeah, no, and that's why I think he is number 1 by a pretty decided margin from NFL.com. For the Eagles, Andre Dillard, their backup left tackle, he suffered a break in his forearm. The timetable's unknown. They're reevaluating today. I've not seen an update yet today. And also in Eagles news, they claimed former 49ers running back Trey Sermon, who is, I know, somebody that...
In your face.
Miles Sanders,
Yeah.
who, by the way...
He feels his mom's calling him up again.
The last I heard, his status for game 1 is still up in the air.
Yeah.
So...
His whole career's been up in the air since he's been drafted.
Burn. And then Ezekiel Elliott was going to make the most money at running back in the NFL this season at $12.4 million, but the Titans gave a $2 million bump up to Derrick Henry. So now he will make $14 million this year and be the highest paid running back for this season in the NFL. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple more shout outs for you, and this guy has been persistent. Alvin Abernathy giving us the breaking news that I believe it's 2012 creative player Corky O'Leary has broken the home run record with 81 home runs. So congratulations. And from the 817.
I don't understand any of the words that you just said.
It's a video game character.
His name's Corky?
Corky O'Leary. That was his
Corky.
creative player. And can I get a shout out from a brother, Jamie? It is his birthday this weekend. Happy early birthday, Jamie. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how many quarterbacks do the Cowboys face this season that are better than Dak? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105. Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Friday shout out. And I want to just real quick, and we will get to your answers at 877-881-1053 or in the Twitch. Here's our shout out, and hopefully you guys will be super stoked about this because I am super stoked about it. Starting on Tuesday. On a Tuesday, we will pick up the strategy of the G-Bag Nation, and we will start our own version of the Expressway, 12:20 to 12:55 p.m. every single day, starting on Tuesday after Labor Day. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. And for that very first Tuesday, where we do the Expressway, we will give away a pair of tickets to the Cowboys home opener, courtesy of Miller Lite. So if you wanted to go to the Cowboys game, if you were like, I couldn't afford tickets or I couldn't get tickets, we will be giving them away Tuesday during the Expressway, 12:20 to 12:55 right here on The Fan. We're going to do the Expressway every single day.
How many people have seen Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, play live? This is your chance.
Yeah, I bet not a lot, right? At least in the Metroplex.
I mean, how many times did New England come here during his playing career? He didn't play. Tampa hasn't come here yet, right? Because Tampa was in Tampa last year. So you have this. I bet you've only had, if you only go to Cowboy games, maybe he's come here 3 times.
Yeah.
Maybe in his career.
Yeah. And so I think this is a super cool opportunity. And hopefully from a listening standpoint, you guys will be really stoked for 35 minutes of uninterrupted content.
And who are you rooting for that next Sunday?
I'm rooting for the Cowboys, Mike.
All right.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Damn it! Well, luckily they're not playing at the same time because we know what channel you'd be watching. Steelers versus whoever they're playing.
Man, I didn't realize this would start a debate. Is someone clip out where Kevin said that the Cowboys will be better than TJ Watt's team? He's definitely wrong. I mean, if you disagree, that's fine. I definitely do not think I'm wrong.
I do think the Cowboys are a little bit better than Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So I agree with you. Now, I don't know if you think they're 4 or 5 games better. I don't know, but I think
probably a good 3, 2 to 3.
And I know you'll probably wait till next week, but I think the Cowboys are a 7-10 team, and I think Pittsburgh's. I think their quarterback situation is just going to crush them. So I think more like 6-11 for the first time ever. Pittsburgh's going to be a rough team, but they'll bounce back pretty quick because I think they have a really good organization with a really good head coach.
Okay, and this might help us figure part of this out is how many quarterbacks do the Cowboys face this year that are better than Dak? And one of the reasons I was intrigued by this is I read an article from the Dallas Morning News, and it was like, Dallas faces a parade of Super Bowl quarterbacks. Is Dak Prescott ready? And I was like, really? Like, I guess I didn't think of the slate of quarterbacks as being like that overwhelming. And then I started to go down the list, and I want to see from y'all, from the Tolos, from the Twolos, how many.
We get to play better.
Yeah, that's right. Essentially, yes. So we started off with the tickets were given away to Tampa Bay. Dak Prescott against Tom Brady.
Yeah, if anybody says Dak's better than Tom Brady besides family members of Dak Prescott, they haven't watched football for the last 20 years.
You know, that is a tough. There are 2 cases in here in this. I think there's more than 2, but there are 2 that I'm like, because you watch football and you are a person. Like, so Tom Brady is better. Yes, I will certainly concede that. Now, I'm curious how many people pivot on this one. Second game of the season, another home game. Dak Prescott versus Joe Burrow.
I think it's not close.
Not close.
I think Joe Burrow is so much better than Dak Prescott that they're not on the same level. It's
wow.
Joe Burrow is well above. You take arguably the worst team in the NFL and you take them to the Super Bowl. Dak can't accomplish that and wouldn't come close to accomplishing that. And Cincinnati didn't have a good offensive line last year. They had an at best average offensive line and probably below average.
No, I think they were below average. I get that the counter argument is going to be they had the most incredible set of receiving targets. Although I always wonder, does Joe Burrow not get at least some credit for that? I think Joe Burrow is better. I I do not believe the gap's as big as you do, but I'm curious how many people, if it's almost like unanimous that they say Burrow, or if you'll get more of the Dak sprinkled in. Because in the first one, I'm with you. If you say Dak is better than Brady, I hate Tom Brady, and I'll concede that Tom Brady is better.
Doesn't Burrow already have more playoff wins than Dak does?
Yeah, because they won 3, right?
Yeah.
Oof.
Better.
Okay. Man, I'm liking it. This is the style we're going to go. All right. Now things are going to... So that's 2.
Yeah.
2 so far.
We're 0 for 2.
I think things are about to turn.
Okay.
Daniel Jones.
No, he shouldn't be a starting quarterback in the NFL. It's
Absolutely.
amazing that there's not somebody better than him.
You would take Jimmy Garoppolo in a heartbeat over Daniel Jones, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I get what San Francisco's doing there. All right. Next week, Washington.
Yeah, we're better. Way better. Carson Wentz is horrible.
Yes.
That guy got to play Jacksonville to make the playoffs in the last game of the season. He's like, I can't do it. Too tough of a team. They've already won 2 games this year.
I will tell you, the early vote, there is one person that called you a hater, but the rest of the people are saying Joe Burrow, and one person said it's Joe Burrow, and it's not even close, just like you. That seems to be the theme of the day. It's not even close. Whether it's about Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones or Joe Burrow and Dak Prescott. All right.
Are you ready?
This is the one I'm most fascinated to see how it plays out.
I do think this one's close between Stafford and Dak, but prove me wrong, Dak. Stafford proved a lot of people wrong last year by winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He went on the run to win it all. And so he won 4 playoff games in a row. If I have that, they had to play in the first round, which I believe they did because Green Bay had the bye.
Yeah.
And everybody else had to play in the first round. So he won 4 in a row in the playoffs to become a Super Bowl champion. That makes him better than Dak Prescott right now. But it is close because before last year, I would have agreed with the people that said, hey, Dak's a little bit better than Stafford. I was on that. Stafford proved last year he's better than Dak.
That was one that I put a question mark by.
Okay.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Stafford. I think that margin is ultra close. Like we're talking about, because I just saw somebody who's like, well, Dak's not even a top 10 quarterback in the league. That's the kind of debate where I'm willing to listen. Like if you think he's higher than like 6 or lower than 14, I think that is just wrong, at least right now. But he's in that category with Stafford. All right, so you got 3 now that are better than Dak.
Yes.
All right. I know
we can go through these quick now.
Jalen Hurts.
Horrible.
Jared Goff.
Not good.
Justin Field.
Can't even judge him with what they've done to him.
That might be
but we're better. It's not,
okay.
It's not close.
Okay. And then we get to the next one that I'm also like, what are we doing? The Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. If we had Aaron Rodgers, I'd say we're winning 10 games. I don't care who's on this team.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that with Dak Prescott.
So that brings you up to 4. So there are now 4 quarterbacks that Dak is going to face this year that are better than him. I think that's the last one, but I will be curious to see your take on this.
On December 18th, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe not that one, but fair enough. Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings.
I think Dak's better.
Okay. And then we go back through the sad
Are playing at 325. Dang it.
You wish it was a night.
Closer.
Maybe it'll get flexed. Maybe it'll get flexed and we'll win for sure.
I don't think they flex yet, and that's the game before Thanksgiving.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so probably not. Then back to Danny Dimes.
Stinks.
All right. Matt Ryan.
I think we're better than him at this point. Matt Ryan's had a better career, and I think Matt Ryan will have a better career than Dak Prescott. He's an MVP. He went to a Super Bowl. I get he didn't win it. I get he gets blamed for what happened in a 28-3 lead. But Matt Ryan is not as good as he used to be 5 years ago. And so I will put Dak Prescott as a little bit better than Matt Ryan, but that can be proven wrong, not in just this one game. But maybe Matt Ryan has his LA Rams, Matthew Stafford situation here. I don't think it'll play out that way. But I could see where Matt Ryan takes a jump back into the conversation of being about the 10th best quarterback in the NFL if everything goes right in Indy.
I probably should have anticipated this, but I'm going to take a step back real quick to Stafford because people have a lot of thoughts about Matthew Stafford from the 972. Stafford is better. It's closer than Burrow, but still not that close. From the 214, yeah, Stafford put up numbers with the Lions. And from the 945, Stafford and Dak are the same level, but Stafford is more of a winner because he proved it. Stafford is miles better than Dak. And then another person said eons. However, on the flip side, when you said he won a Super Bowl, somebody yelled in year 13, idiot. I also think that completely discounts the fact that he was in Detroit. Like, your Dak is not with a perpetually awful franchise.
I don't care about that to that person. Who's better right now?
Yes,
One
right
guy
now.
just went on a 4-0 run in the playoffs to be the Super Bowl champion. For 12 years, he did almost absolutely nothing in Detroit except put up some numbers that were really nice. And he got a lot of money in Detroit. Then he switched phones and won the championship. And if Dak goes on a 4-0 run in the playoffs or a 3-0 run in the playoffs, I'll change my mind. And I'll say, you know what? Dak just went to a Super Bowl or Dak just won a Super Bowl. It will push him way up the list the way that it pushed Matthew Stafford.
And then somebody also said all Stafford proved was that the Rams roster was badass. But then there's this, because we've talked about this before. I disagree with this line of logic so much. But the 817, that is such dumb reasoning. That's like saying every quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl is better than Dan Marino because he didn't. No, it's not. You have to look at the context. If you haven't even been close to a Super Bowl, you're not a great quarterback, I'm willing to wager. More often than not. Way more often than not. The thing that gets lost about Dan Marino, I get that he didn't win the Super Bowl. I understand that. He was in a Super Bowl and not one, not two, but 3 AFC championship games. The vast majority of great quarterbacks have at least been to the Super Bowl or in conference championship games consistently.
That's just a huge Cowboys homer, and there's nothing you can do to change his mind that Tony Romo and Dak Prescott are the 2 greatest quarterbacks God has ever created in the life of football, and maybe the only ones better are Troy and Roger. That's just how people are about the Cowboys, and it's not fun to have conversations with them because Dan Marino was considered by his peers to be the best quarterback in the league for a time. And if it wasn't him, it was obviously Joe Montana and John Elway. That was the discussion for about a 7-year period. Who's the best quarterback in the NFL? Is it Joe Montana? He's winning all the championships. Is it Dan Marino? Because, man, does he throw the ball a lot and he's awesome. Or is it John Elway, who's this young, just athletic dude who's also getting to the Super Bowl, getting hammered in the Super Bowl, but getting to the Super Bowl?
And I think that argument only works one way. I'm not here to tell you that Trent Dilfer was great because he won a Super Bowl. What I'm saying is, if you're a great quarterback, one time or another, you were there or right on the cusp of winning the championship. Tell me the great quarterback who wasn't at least right there, and I would like to know that, and I will be glad to point out that maybe there's one or two.
Go find me a human being besides last name of Prescott that says that Dan Marino and Dak Prescott are on the same level. Just they've both been unlucky so far.
I will tell you, I think Dak is a pretty decent chunk better than Matt Ryan. Is like I know some people have high hopes for Indianapolis. I think he's a good bit. I think he's a step above Matt Ryan.
Okay,
better than Davis Mills.
Yes,
we could certainly concede. Okay. Better than Trevor Lawrence. I get what you're saying about the future with the GMs and everything, but you got to admit, Mike, right here and right now, you're taking Dak just this year to win games. Are you not?
All right.
Don't do it.
I wouldn't. I think the Cowboys would be a better team if Trevor Lawrence was the quarterback this year.
Oh, my God.
Hey, fine. I take the heat. I'm stupid. I get it because I'm the one person.
As long as you really believe that.
I really believe that Trevor Lawrence is more athletic, faster, throws the ball better. I get Dak's experience. I get Dak's leadership. And I will say that he's better at that. But he's not better at throwing a football. He's not better at running a football. I just think that if I put Dak on Jacksonville's team this year, I think they win maybe 6 games. Maybe. I have Trevor Lawrence on Jacksonville. I think they're going to win maybe 6 games. But I think Trevor Lawrence is one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. It's not proven yet, but if you're making me choose, I think I have a better chance of Trevor Lawrence becoming Joe Burrow than I do Dak Prescott becoming Joe Burrow. If that makes sense, for 2021, nobody saw, except for Kajana Carter, dude, that Burrow was going to be able to pull this off. And I don't think Dak can pull that off. I do think Trevor Lawrence could. It's not going to happen with Jacksonville, but look, yes, right now, Dak, I guess, if you make me pick for this one game, but I don't know. Hey, give me Trevor Lawrence on the Cowboys and give me Dak Prescott on Jacksonville. And you tell me what you think about our Dallas Cowboys, and you tell me what you think about those Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay, we will, because we're going to have to go. I will definitely disagree with you on that, but I respect the fact that you walk through your opinion. Okay, Jalen Hurts and Carson Wentz again. We already went through that. I also think Dak is better than Ryan Tannehill.
I do too.
All right, so you've got 5 then.
And really 4, but by the time we get to December 18th, I think that people will be like, oh, God. So this kid is really improving a lot.
So sometimes with varying degrees, Tom Brady, Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That makes the season feel less intimidating to me. I know there is way more that goes into football than just the quarterback, but a lot of times a quarterback carries the day. You tell me the Cowboys have 17 games and 13 times they will have the better quarterback. I really like those odds going into the season.
I hear you. I do. I agree with how many are better, but Dak's not a carrier of a franchise. And so it sounds good when you have Aaron Rodgers. When you have an elite quarterback. We don't have an elite quarterback, so he just can't win those games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of spirited feedback. Appreciate it. Even the folks that disagree with us, especially if you're not calling names. Coming up next, forget the best. Who will be the worst team in the NFL this season and why? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The last segment, it got very heated. It is still continuing from the 469. Trevor Lawrence is overrated. From the flip side, I agree with Mike 100%. And another person who said the same thing. I thought Matthew Stafford would be the flashpoint in the Dak debate. I did not anticipate any semblance of a Trevor Lawrence debate.
T-Law.
But just for the record, even Mike and I diagree about that. He said Trevor Lawrence. I disagree. Yeah. I will take Dak right now.
We get to December 18th. You'll see my T-Law.
Okay.
That sounds like a threat.
That does oddly sound like a threat, doesn't it? All right. So I want to move to something else. Is who's going to be the worst team in the NFL this season?
All right.
And I've got 4 particular candidates, but if you want,
you say Jacksonville.
Yeah, I'm not.
They could be, honestly. They've done it 2 years in a row.
They definitely have. But I was reading an article on The Ringer, which they called their bold-ish predictions for the season, and I thought some of them were very fair. But if you go down the list, and one of them, by the way, boldish prediction, they say the Jags will finish second place in the AFC South.
Yes.
Which I definitely think would be a step in the right direction.
Step.
But
all right, I've written down 3 teams.
What are your 3 teams? Because I've got 4 that I think are in contention, though I'm really curious where everybody else feels about this.
This shows how bad the NFC is. I wrote down, not in particular order, Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle.
Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle.
I want to write down the Giants. I want to lean towards, if I had to pick 4, and they would all be from the NFC. Who's in the AFC? Who's horrible? There's nobody horrible in the AFC. Maybe Houston?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Houston's not horrible. Houston's bad, don't get me wrong, but Houston has a whole bunch of mediocre players. So they kind of have a lot of vets that, aren't that great, but are vets, and dudes that have a little bit of talent but aren't good. So they're not going to be a good football team. Far from it. However, they're in a weird way not going to be awful. It's kind of what they did last year. They had the Philip Lindsays of the world and stuff, and they were able to kind of do some things. They just weren't able to actually really go out and impose their will in a big way. If that makes sense.
So that is fascinating because Houston is one of my 4. They're not at the top of the list of my 4 because the other 3 that Mike listed, I think, are leading the way. And the very first vote that I saw was from the 5-4-1, wherever that is, maybe from Seattle. Seattle will be one of the, if not the worst team in the NFL. 0 defense, no offensive weapons besides DKO. And is Geno Smith even a real quarterback? Yes,
this is the year.
It is not the year.
That Geno Smith.
It is not the year.
Puts it all together.
Of Geno Smith. The Seahawks are on my list. I think, though, it's the Bears or the Falcons. So, if I tiered them out, my 3 and 4 spots in the draft would be the Seahawks and the Texans. 1 and 2 are the Falcons and the Bears because the Falcons actively feel like, unless they go with Desmond Ridder and they're like, you know what? Let's see if this young quarterback can draft.
What round was he drafted in?
4th?
Okay. I'm just because I'll let you keep going, and then I'll rebuttal.
3rd round pick.
Okay. So I'm just curious because the buzz has been building in Atlanta that clearly he's the guy that should start, and that could lead to a catastrophe. But at least then I feel like Atlanta would. Reggie, we always talk about good faith and bad faith arguments.
Absolutely.
I feel like at least Atlanta would be putting forth a good faith argument of, we drafted a quarterback. Let's see if he's any good before we move on to the next one. If you trot out Marcus Mariota as your starter for the season, you are actively telling me, either way, I don't really care because Bryce Young and CJ Stroud exist, or if you decide you want to go pick up Will Anderson if you don't want to go quarterback or whatever. I feel like Atlanta has actively been telling us we are very much interested in getting to the top of the draft. Now, the Bears on the flip side, I feel like Justin Fields will do everything he can. The roster around him sucks.
Yeah. I think
and maybe he's not great either. I believe in him, but their roster's terrible.
You know, that'll be interesting with Justin Fields because I do think they're going to have a top 4 pick, but if they do get a top 2 pick, do they trade out of it for more picks to build around Justin Fields, or do they say, hey, this isn't Justin Fields' fault at all, we still believe he's going to be great, and we trade that pick for a whole bunch of picks to then get better around him? Or do they kind of go down the Arizona Cardinals standpoint and go, Josh Rosen picked right around where Justin Fields was and go, look, we're giving up on him, and we're going with Kyler Murray. That'll be interesting from Chicago's standpoint.
Can I stop you right there before we go on to anything else? That's why I'm fascinated, too, to see how the draft plays out. Because Alabama has a player, Will Anderson, that I know there are people who are like, if you don't draft Will Anderson number 1, you're crazy.
Best player in college football.
Yeah, okay. Whether you need a quarterback or not, Will Anderson, a lot of people think, was already the best player in college football and will be this year.
But do you think, to your point?
No, I was going to say, but we've seen the draft play out time and again where you're like, no, I hear you, but like, how many teams will need a quarterback? Because if Stroud and Young are right there, and supposedly the buzz is CJ Stroud at Ohio State has stepped his game up again. We'll see if they put a thumping on Notre Dame this weekend. But if you're Atlanta and you get that pick, are you thinking, man, Will Anderson is really good? Or are you like, holy crap, we need a potential elite level quarterback?
All right, well, now I'll ask you these questions. Cowboys going to win the Super Bowl?
I don't believe so.
But they got Micah Parsons, maybe the best defensive player in the NFL right now today.
Yeah.
So if I get Will Anderson, if Will Anderson's as good as Micah Parsons, possibly the defensive player of the year, can I win the Super Bowl with Will Anderson?
I don't know. I see the direction you're going because you still have quarterback questions.
Yeah, until Aaron Donald, who was one of the best. What about Myles Garrett here from our Metroplex when he was the first overall pick, and he was pretty darn good for Cleveland, and we can't really, until they get the quarterback, it doesn't matter. So
I 100% agree. If you have an elite quarterback, I'll take that over elite any other position in a heartbeat.
If there's 2 elite quarterbacks in this upcoming draft and 1 elite defensive player, the defensive player is going to go third, because no matter how great he is, no matter how great Micah Parsons is, if Dak Prescott isn't one of the 5 or 7 or so best quarterbacks in the NFL, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I'm inclined to just, like, if you redrafted right now and it was a 3-player draft of Burrow, Herbert, and Micah Parsons, I love Micah Parsons. I am fairly confident he would unanimously go third.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
And that's just because of the nature of the NFL. And somebody brought this up from the 919.
Cowboys would probably take him.
Yeah, you might. I mean, and he's awesome. From the 919, bold-ish prediction, Justin Fields is just not good. And that might be the case. Just because you're good in college, we've seen again and again, doesn't mean you'll be good professionally, especially at the quarterback position. I happen to believe in him. The roster around him is garbage. And I think I'm leaning towards Chicago to be the worst, followed by Atlanta, followed by the Seahawks, then the Texans.
I'm going to go with Seahawks.
As the worst?
Yeah, I think they're going to have the first pick. But I also think this. I think they're going to do a good job of tanking. I think Chicago's just going to be really bad, but I don't think they're going to be like, let's be really bad with this first-round pick at quarterback, as in they're going to keep trying very hard to protect him, give him a chance to be successful.
Because Chicago wants Justin Fields to be the answer, right?
Right.
And like Geno Smith, the Seahawks don't give a damn about whether or not he's the answer. Now, with the Texans, some people want Davis Mills to be the answer, some people don't. But yes, you're right. That the Seahawks are one team, they're like, we don't have any quarterback options.
Yeah, and so
Sorry,
that's where
Reggie.
I look at it and I say, Reggie, I'm just like, I think Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle are my major contenders for the first overall pick. And I look at Atlanta, how long they go with Marcus Mariota, who we all know is a bad NFL quarterback. And we look at Seattle, and we all know Geno's a bad NFL quarterback. And they will probably more intentionally tank as the season goes along,
Sure.
rather than Chicago, who could be the worst team in the NFL, but I just think they'll keep working during the season.
Now, from the 808, man, we're getting all kinds of area codes I need to study up on. Atlanta, the Jets, the Seahawks, and the Bears. I think I'm very fascinated by the Jets.
Honolulu.
Who some people, is that really?
Yeah.
Did you just know that, or did you look that up?
I got all these monitors in front of me.
Okay, all right. And then from the 972, Texans, Jags, Seattle, and the Giants. You brought up the Giants, and the interesting thing about the Giants is I can at least see maybe the Falcons, maybe Ritter's the guy and you give him a chance. If you're the Texans, maybe Mills is the guy, you give him a chance. Maybe not. If you're the Giants and you get what? A third of the way through the season, and Daniel Jones is still not good, you have nobody, and you have a coach and a front office that they're like, this wasn't our pick. And so you might tank it out hard if you learn pretty quick that Daniel Jones ain't the guy. So I could see the potential for the Giants spiraling pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it would be good for them.
It would. I mean, then they could get their quarterback.
I also think for Washington, if Washington was smart, and I know it's tough because coaches lose jobs, you need to lose all 17 games.
Yeah.
Or at least 15 of the 17. When you don't have, come on, man. When you don't have a guy that you think is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, and the Cowboys do, right? And as long as your organization believes you have a top 5 quarterback, you have a chance to do something in their career. If you don't have a guy that you believe is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, you're wasting your time in this league.
Do you think it's just top 5, or do you think top 8 is viable?
No. I think that you have to believe.
Oh, okay.
I know
gotcha.
Dak's never going to, but the Cowboys believe.
Gotcha.
The Jones family
Understood.
believes he is.
From the 469, the Jets. From another 469, the Jets. From the 352, the Jets. I'm fascinated by the Jets because I'm not a believer in their quarterback. And I could be
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I could be proven very wrong about that. Just like I said, I like Justin Fields. Well, that could crash and burn. I'm not a believer in Zach Wilson.
I do love what they've done
with the rest
everywhere
of the team.
else. So
Yeah.
I think they're giving him a chance to be successful whenever he comes back healthy. And that being said, I think unlike Chicago, Atlanta, and Seattle, all their things stink. I think that the Jets have an okay defense. I think they have an up-and-coming offense around a quarterback, whether it's Zach Wilson or the next guy. Obviously not Joe.
And they 100% want it to work. Like, the
Right.
thing about Jacksonville and the Jets is and the Bears, they want or need it to work. Like, they're not angling like some of the other teams we mentioned to not be good. Excellent feedback there again, man. Appreciate y'all very, very much. And yes, from the 503, 541 is Oregon, baby. And then for the 817, they're just trying to troll us. Ritter will be better than Dak. All right, I will defiantly say
I won't say that.
That will not happen. And then from the 940, if you expand even further out into the draft, I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is better than Anderson, Young, and Stroud. Well, yet another weapon for Stroud going in here. And I know some people thought he was their best wide receiver already. So there's a ton of top level. This could be a top heavy draft. Obviously, we talk with Broadus and people like that as we go further to see what the rest of the depth of the draft looks like. But there's a lot of big names at the top of this draft. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some Mike Likes It?
We do the untold about Tim Donaghy, and man alive, does David Stern look bad in this next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Eric Nadel will join.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricade. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I keep thinking about how cool it would be to go see a tennis match at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
It's pretty awesome.
Also, Friday shout-outs from Richie and Ennis. Would like to give a huge shout-out to my wife, Maria, and her 5th grade science class at Dory Miller Intermediate in Ennis. So shout-out to your wife and to all those kiddos getting the learning done. How about now we do some Mike Likes It?
All right, before we get to Mike Likes It, I ask you this question off of going to the U.S. Open tennis tournament. If you had your choice for the one day, would you rather see the men's draw or the women's draw in 2023? Because you'd pick
in
Serena.
2000.
Yeah, because I know this year everybody would pick, hey, I want to see Serena, hopefully.
In 2023, I'm definitely going men's because I'm thinking that could
Fed's
be.
still not going to play, dog.
Well, I was going to say, hold on. I was going to say.
I'm going to dash all your hopes. It's over.
I was going to say, I think that could be the Federer send-off. But Reggie might be right. But if nothing else, well, I don't know if Djokovic will still not be allowed at that tournament or what the damn deal is. So,
Yeah, and hey, Reggie, you did say Tom Brady was washed going into 2020.
That's right. That's right.
Is he washed now?
I don't know anymore.
I know. I would agree. Even last year, I was like, I don't know if Tom Brady, and they're like, I'm never going to doubt that sucker.
Like, we've been doing this for legitimately, you've had reason to believe, Tom Brady might fall off a cliff here for like the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And then we actively saw his last year in New England, which was what, 2-3 seasons ago? You were like, ooh, okay, this might be it. Then he goes to Tampa and looks like a whole different dude.
there was a game. There was a Monday Night Football game where everyone's like, he's done.
Reggie.
And then in the playoffs, he throws like 3 interceptions in the playoffs, and you're like, all right, we might be seeing it finally. Still no.
Just to your point, in 2014, I sold his rookie card that's now worth $150,000 for $2,000 and thought I was making a good decision. In 2014, I thought, it's kind of over, right? I mean, the New England run's over. His career's coming to an end. It was great. I'm going to get money out of this card. And then, I only left about $150K on the table. So, my fault. All right. So let's talk about Tim Donaghy and Untold. This is on Netflix. This is the one following To a T. So I think, sorry, not To a T. Following Manti Te'o.
We were just talking about Tua.
Yes. I know. Sorry. So Manti Te'o, I think a lot of people were interested in that. A lot of people watched that. A lot of people talked about it. And the Tim Donaghy story is pretty much the story of approximately 2008. Do I have my year right?
Yes.
When finally they get John Gotti. The FBI gets John Gotti. The FBI's not looking into the NBA at all or anything, but on tapes, one of John Gotti says...
Who's John Gotti?
The mobster?
Yeah. He's running.
I don't know if I'm still supposed to say
He's
that.
mafia.
Okay.
I think you can say that. He's organized crime.
Yeah.
He's a leader of organized crime.
That's right. Organized crime is the fancier way to say that.
So, anyways, on all the tapes they're getting on him to pretty much put him behind bars for life, one of Gotti's main guys, not him, says, hey, we have an NBA ref in our back pocket. And on recordings, they say, who is it? And the guy says, oh, it's Tim Donaghy. So all of a sudden the FBI says, hey, we need to open up another case. Obviously, we're sticking on this one pretty hard. This guy supposedly, and I think he's been convicted, murdered people and did a whole bunch of bad things with money laundering and everything. So on this other one, they go, well, we need to look into this. And so they start finding out about Tim Donaghy, and they find out, you know what? He's making a lot of phone calls, and the people he's talking to are betting 6 figures, if not 7 figures, on NBA basketball games. So there's something really here. So anyways, eventually the FBI has a case and they're like, we're coming to get you. We got you. We know that you're buddies. I think Baba was the guy's kind of nickname, but was it Batista was his last name?
It was.
Batista.
Because I just kept thinking about the
Dave
wrestler.
Batista, that's right.
He is linked with John Gotti. He's linked with the mafia. And then his other buddy, his kind of one of his best friends since grade school, high school, is Tommy. By the way, one of the most disgusting stories of this is when Tommy is in first grade, he sees a bird take a poop and he's like, I wonder what it tastes like.
Yes!
That was the weirdest thing.
And he did!
And he did. He went in first grade. He's like, I knew I was a troublemaker. And I'm like, I don't know if that means you're a troublemaker. I think that means there's something in your brain that's a little bit off.
Wait, did he say troublemaker or risk taker?
I thought he said troublemaker.
Oh, okay.
Did he say troublemaker?
I thought he was using that to show that he was a risk taker.
Maybe he was saying risk taker.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't remember.
I thought he said maybe he knew like he was a troublemaker, but maybe he was saying risk taker, and I forget. But I was
As you can understand, I was
weird.
just thrown off once he said that. I was like, stop it. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
that was really weird. But anyways, let's get to the really heart of the second half of the documentary. After Tim Donaghy is talking about all of these things, this is where I want to get into the discussion with you, Kevin, is the FBI says, all right, you're caught. He tells everything to the FBI, and they say, well, here's the deal. We know there's 52 of these 60 NBA refs. Literally out of 60 NBA refs, there's 52 that the FBI want to investigate because of illegal things they're doing, and they're wondering how involved they are at shaving points or fixing games.
That was the only part of the documentary I wanted a little bit of clarification about, because I want to know more from you on this.
Okay.
I couldn't tell in that moment if they said, because, you know, the independent person did the study and the survey and everything. I couldn't tell if they were saying they had bet, which was prohibited, or if they had gone a step further. Like, I would love to see that report to kind of know just a little bit more, because like either way, they're like, you can't bet. And to your point, 52, I think it might even, of the 60 said, yeah, we did that, which is a shocking amount. That's almost 90%. We're like, oh yeah, we did that thing you couldn't. But I just wasn't sure, because right after that, it felt like it got swept under the rug, where they're like, well, we're not going to investigate anybody else because this is one bad apple. Even though the report was like, well, at least 52 of the 60 said they gambled. You should probably look into, I don't know, some of them?
I love where you're going with this, because I think this is where David Stern, ultimately the John Gotti of the NBA.
Yes.
He's the mafia man there and did a great job of protecting his product. Because I think the documentaries, the documentarians, however you want to say it.
Yeah, no, you got it.
I think they had to watch themselves, because the NBA refused to talk about this situation.
Yeah.
Even though it was their league, and Tim Donaghy, they said, we're not making any comments on anything, and we're going to sue you if you do certain things. I guarantee you the NBA said, we're going to sue you for billions of dollars. We're going to end Netflix if you guys do certain things. And so I think what happened is they had to really watch what they could put on video, because then the FBI, they wanted Tim Donaghy, by the way, they wanted to have him record all his phone calls. They wanted to mic him up in games and see what refs were saying during games about screwing over teams because they didn't like coaches or they didn't like certain players, and intentionally skewing a game, and then seeing what phone calls did these refs make?
Yeah.
Are they having associates or friends bet games somewhere where they're making extra money off of watch how I screw over? Allen Iverson was an example in this documentary, but David Stern stopped all that. And because I think the NBA put a stop to that, by the way, the FBI, correct me if I'm wrong here, they go to David Stern. They've decided, you know what? We got Tim Donaghy. We're going to have him keep reffing games, because we somewhat believe that he's not going to fix games anymore, because he's literally caught. He's literally now pled guilty to all these things. The FBI have him. Now they're going to use him. And they said, well, let's let David Stern know about this, because he probably wants to know about these other dirty refs in the NBA, or possibly dirty refs in the NBA. And when they went to David Stern, he immediately said, I'm willing to help. And then within 3 days, he redid all TV contracts to get a new $7.4 billion deal done with the NBA and their TV networks. And then about 3-4 days later, leaked that it's Tim Donaghy and that nobody else is doing anything wrong. The end.
I am of the opinion, I might have been this way anyway, but I am of the opinion, especially after watching this, that David Stern totally knew the corrupt nature of the systems in the NBA.
Yeah.
But
and he put them in.
Yeah, well,
some of them.
Yeah,
not obviously go gamble with your mafia buddies.
The star system for sure, which then naturally led to the gambling system and everything like that. I'm of the opinion that David Stern knew to a certain extent some of these corrupt systems, and the reason why they renegotiated was because he was like, oh crap, is everyone about to find out about that? It's really interesting because one of the former people who was on this case was like, I think that TV contract would have been shockingly lower. He was like, billions of dollars lower if this would have come to fruition. And that's a pretty damning indictment right there. And then that's where they had this still shot of the NBA has no problems with any of their partners about the when and how by which these TV contracts were negotiated. And I was like, well, yeah, what the hell is TNT going to do? Come out and go, oh man, we got duped like idiots because we knew the NBA was rigged. Well, how are they going to say that?
I could talk about this documentary for another 30 minutes. I know I have to end it, and I'm going to end it by this. Without a doubt in my mind, David Stern fixed the 2006 NBA Finals. This gives more information on how David Stern knew how to screw over an owner that he didn't like at the time, that was way too outspoken at the time, was dogging the referees, and the refs and David Stern said, this guy ain't winning a championship.
One of the things that is amazing about the beginning part of this documentary is how Tim talks about he didn't even need to do anything. He just knew the inner workings of referees.
He knew which refs hated
exactly.
who.
And you could see it. And when you saw them essentially go, oh yeah, we pushed Sacramento and the Lakers to Game 7 for sure, and then we'll see what and then we'll see what happens. Is I see why you would think that, and it is amazingly frustrating. And then I start to wonder how much of this still goes on now.
I know, and that's right, because nobody really got penalized for this. Tim Donaghy, they probably for a little bit were like, hey, we better watch ourselves here. But hey, we can see how much some refs hate Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
And we know, we're like, oh no, this person's reffing Luka. And Luka, I feel like Luka needs to watch this and just see when Allen Iverson threatened
Shut
a referee.
your mouth, man.
They're like, oh, watch this. All the refs called up each other and said, watch how we're going to F Allen Iverson over on this nationally televised game next time.
Carries the ball.
And so they had Denver lose by 15 points. And because Tim Donaghy knew that they were about to screw over Allen Iverson because of what he said about one ref, he told his guys, hey, I would bet against Denver tonight because we're about to screw over Allen Iverson.
Couple more shout outs for you here. This is from Norton. He has been on it today, so great toloing right there. Friday shout out to my homie Donnie, a.k.a. the Black Caboose. I see you, man. And then also a little bit of a different shout out, but still shout out to their Lord and Savior, my Lord and Savior as well, Jesus Christ. So all kinds of different shout outs today. You want to get your shout out in, go ahead and send it in 877-881-1053 on a shout out Friday. But coming up next, are you excited for the real start of college football? And does the sport need a villain besides just Alabama? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
If it's time for you to buy a new car and you're in a rush, guess what? That was the exact situation that I find myself in when my last
iFitnessStore.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Shout out to my Nebraska Cornhuskers for imploding in record time. Now, that will fit into this segment. Are you excited for the real start of college football, and does the sport need a villain besides just Alabama? A couple more quick shout-outs for you. Shout out to my son, David Blake Elliott, senior. I'm not sure if it means senior at the school or senior as in the title. I apologize for that.
How would he be the senior then?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So probably senior at UNT. There you go. So David Blake Elliott, senior at UNT, journalism, the new color commentator for Aubrey ISD football games. The Fan will be his next gig. Love to hear it. And then a shout out to my wife, Heather, for preparing the concession stands at AT&T Stadium for the Cowboys season. Now, I know we are getting ready for the NFL season. NFL season starts in less than a week. Yes. And the Cowboys play
Rams and Bills, baby.
Woo!
I do know that. Thursday Night Football. That's a heck of a game.
That is a heck of a game. And you're a little bit more than a week away from the Cowboys' first regular season game for 2022. But this is the first real weekend of the college football season, with all due respect to everything that happened last weekend. But you have a bunch
and last night.
You know, I think the clip I gave you that I kind of want to play is from last night.
It was.
Mike, do you have time for a nonsensical, doesn't really matter that much game, but you need to know about this play?
Yeah.
All right, cut number 2. Let's play the audio.
Would not anticipate a fake punt on 4th and 19. But I would be wrong, and there is some room. Dyson punted it late, but from well across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I like this.
If you're confused watching, so are we.
That's definitely illegal kicking, and it looks like he almost could have picked it up if he would have just kept running. He had a chance. So, yeah, I think that was just a young player making a mistake. We saw that a defender was close to him and decided to just let it go and punt.
So, South Carolina State was facing a 4th and 19 from their own 30. I watched this many times, and at first I thought he was just doing the thing where you run into the kick to try to give yourself the best angle.
Like the Aussie style?
Yeah.
A rugby style punt?
Mike, the line of scrimmage, and I can't stress this enough, the line of scrimmage was their own 30. He punted the ball at about the 42-yard line. So
he picked up about 12 yards already of the 19 necessary.
So he picked up 12 of the 19 for the first down, but kicked the ball 12 yards past the line of scrimmage.
I wonder if he's ever played football before. And I'm being honest. Like, do you think they picked up like a rugby guy or a soccer guy as a walk-on? I know a lot of schools won't give scholarships to kickers or punters, and they just kind of have these open tryouts at school. I just wonder if, like, in this case, a small school, because this isn't South Carolina, it's South Carolina State.
HBCU.
I wonder if they just had a kid who came out and said, oh, you guys want, like, somebody to punt or kick a ball? I'll do it. And then maybe he's like, oh, there's a rule that says I just can't kick it or punt it when I want. When I play rugby, I can do it.
He's a sophomore.
Oh.
He has stats from last year.
Do we know if he was on the team last year?
He made 79 punts last year.
So this is where I'm bad at this, and this is why I should never be a coach. Because when he came to the sideline, my first question would be like, are you that stupid?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's probably not the one to ask.
Where did you think you were on the field? And did they call a fake punt? Did it look like they were blocking for a fake punt?
They were blocking.
So they're blocking for the fake punt, and then you decided at some point punting would be better.
Yeah.
Are you that stupid?
Like I said, it's just one of those moments where, you just lizard brain out. You know what I mean? Like he saw the person coming. He was like, nope, got to get rid of this thing.
Like I said, I watch it many
Fall
times.
down!
I still can't figure it out.
You can't punt it.
All right.
I mean, the result is the same.
Yeah.
This way I didn't get to get hit.
And then a quick note from the other day is there is some rumblings that the college football playoff could expand as early as 2024.
It's not going to make you happy.
Yeah, I know. And they're having those ongoing discussions right now. But I was reading an article, and the idea behind the article was, could USC become a true college football villain once again? Because USC was great. And I think a lot of times greatness makes a villain out of a team, except for a lot of people for the Golden State Warriors, except for Reggie. They seem to have not suffered that same fate. But, LeBron has suffered that. I know Jordan has. Alabama is clearly in that. Greatness often gets villainized in a certain way. Not like you think they're bad, but you want to actively root against them. Like, you might have nothing against Alabama except for the fact that they beat your team in a key game or they're always awesome and you're tired of it. So do you think that college football needs another great villain besides just Alabama? Alabama, once again, the favorite to win the national championship. But USC, they've revamped some stuff. Texas, supposedly always coming up in the world, and they have two marquee quarterbacks, one there now, one there next year, and it'll all work out perfectly. And maybe they can come up in the world. Those are great potential villains, I feel like.
Can there be more than one villain at a time? Because I feel like in college football, you talked about USC. Hey, in the, 2002 through 2008, they were great. But there was nobody else really great with them. They were the greatest. And I get UT won a championship in there or whatever, but really to be a villain in college football, you have to dominate it for a 5 to 8 year period where you win the championship 50% of the time or in the championship game almost every year. And you're like, man, I really hate that school. They're just there all the time.
Okay. I think that's a great point. Can I hypothesize to you that perhaps Clemson and Alabama tried to do that concurrently because what were they met in the college football playoff 4 straight years. And I feel like not the same as Alabama, but I feel like a certain level of backlash came along with Clemson.
Sure, certainly.
I totally get your point. I'm just curious if that situation could make it where you could have dual villains.
I wonder if you could. The other thing, too, that I wonder in college football is it's so regional and so casual is that if you're a Aggie, you really only care about your school and you hate UT. I don't even know how much you hate Alabama.
I feel like it exists, and I think this is
because you're in the SEC?
Because they've stopped us from going to where we want to be.
Do you think UT hates Alabama?
I think they will, but I do not.
Right, because of the regional aspect
I guess
of it.
Maybe the championship, that maybe they do. I don't know, because I still carry that level of I don't like the New Jersey Devils, and that Stanley Cup was 22 years ago, so you might be onto something.
Yeah, my hypothesis, and I've talked about this larger idea for a while. People might even be sick of hearing it. I just feel like football moving from a regional sport more to a national one, because it has become a national sport, has hurt a lot of these things to the point where, yes, you've always kind of had national villains, but that hasn't been the only thing that you've had, because you've had these regional villains, because you've had, you have trying to win your division and trying to win your conference, and you have the people that are standing in your way on those levels. But now everybody is so focused on college football playoff or that grand national, achievement, that I think you lose some of the power of the villain across the street, so to say, having those interpersonal things. And then also something that we saw on Thursday night, the backyard brawl, West Virginia versus Pitt. That's a game that hasn't happened in 11 years because of conference realignment. I think conference realignment messing with some of the natural geographic and traditional rivalries and such, I think those things have made it so that now we feel like the only villains that we can look at are the ones on the national stage, which might be why we look at Alabama why are you the only one here that we can hate?
To your point, the biggest intrastate rivalry we've ever had was Texas versus Texas A&M, and they broke it up. And then from another rivalry perspective, I have no doubt that Texas and Oklahoma would both go to the same division in the SEC where they shuffle things up in a few years. But what if they did break them off divisionally? And then you wouldn't play Texas and Oklahoma every single year? That is a concept that seems insane. So I do agree that some of the changes in college football have gotten rid of some of those smaller rivalries. Now, not smaller rivalries, those intense, closer rivalries. But with that in mind, are you excited for this weekend? You have Cincinnati against Arkansas. Arkansas is a team that some folks think can make some noise in the SEC. Those are two top 25 teams. But then the two marquee games, I think, for a lot of people is, first and foremost, you're going to be looking at Ohio State and Notre Dame, and then you've also got Georgia and Oregon. So you have two, like, top 10, top 5 in the case of Ohio State and Notre Dame matchups. Will you be in on college football this weekend, especially since there's no NFL?
I won't, because I'm going on a vacation with my wife to Chicago. So I'm not.
Assuming you normally weren't on vacation, would this be? I'm seriously curious for y'all and the Tolos, because we debate all the time how much college football to talk on this show.
I'm not a big college football guy, but if I wasn't busy, I guess I'd have it on TV. I don't know much about Georgia except they're number 3.
Okay, but even then, you don't seem that convinced, which is fine.
Yeah, if I'm going to watch it, I want to watch it because I don't care about Alabama. I just care about their quarterback. How great can he be? I don't care about Ohio State, but I care about how great the quarterback can be. If maybe you get through 3 or 4 weeks and you tell me this other quarterback is as good or better than them, which can happen during a season, all of a sudden I'm interested in watching their game. So I'm literally only interested in watching great quarterbacks. I'm somewhat interested in UT, and I know they play Alabama the next week
because of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, so I'm interested in Quinn Ewers because he had so much hype coming out of Southlake. Can he be great?
And I think for Georgia, that might not be the team for you then, because
Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Look at you disrespecting Stetson Bennett again.
I'm sorry.
National champion Stetson Bennett.
Okay.
The 4th.
That is great. And that's why they won that national championship, not because of their amazing all-time-ish defense. Okay, I was just checking. And I know they graduated a whole bunch of people or sent a whole lot of them off to the NFL, but I think Georgia's calling card, once again, is going to be a hellacious defense. And, okay, what about for you, Reggie? Because I got some numbers about college football playoff and Heisman Trophy. You're a college football guy, right?
I'm a sicko. Yeah, I was watching college football yesterday. Although I realized I have to work myself back into shape, into form. I had all 3 TVs fired up. One of them I had for Serena and Venus and doubles, but I had 2 on college football, and my eyes were getting heavy in the third quarter, man. Like I was like, oh, I don't have the stamina anymore. But I'm in
3.5 hours into the game.
That's right. That's right.
That is one thing that is just, it can be awful about college football.
These games weren't that great, but we'll get back to it. We'll get into the swing of it on a Saturday, get some drinks, get out with folks, and those games on the TV. And of course, it starts with like Ohio State and not starts, but like get that feeling going for real. That Ohio State Notre Dame game will be interesting because I feel like Notre Dame going to get beat down.
Well, I mean, why? Just because in college football playoff and New Year's 6 bowl games, they're 0-7 and seem to falter in most big games they have?
That and more.
Okay.
You just wait.
Great. I would be really interesting. In terms of, I would be shocked to see them.
Haven't I given you all my college football knowledge this segment? You just wait for Notre Dame.
Yeah, you just wait. I'd be interested in that. College football playoff betting. The most bets have still come in on Alabama at 11%, and they're by far the favorite.
To win the championship?
Yes, okay. 11%. 10% have bet on Ohio State, and then this is where the odds come into play, because third on the list is Texas A&M at 9%.
Yes!
But here's the thing. As much as I would just be overjoyed for that to happen,
I like this.
Alabama's 2-1. Ohio State is 3.5-1. Texas A&M is 25-1. So, like,
good value.
It is a good value, but you see a big difference there between, like, I legitimately think this team is going to win, and this is a heck of a money play, though I still wonder if Texas A&M is a year away.
Are you excited for the Haynes King thing? Because I don't know what to believe with him.
I liked Haynes King because he brings the run dual threat versatility, but I mean, also he played, 2 games last year or 1.5 games before he got hurt. So I'm concerned about that, but they do have other options behind him, unlike at times last year. But the top 5 under bets this year. So these are the people that folks think are the most overrated. Virginia, Colorado, USC, Georgia Tech, and you knew it was coming, or else why would I bring it up?
Oh, here he
Texas, under 8.5. 8.5 is a hefty number.
Of wins?
Yeah, for them, especially breaking in a new quarterback who I know has a ton of hype on him. But like Mike said, I'm also excited to see how Quinn Ewers does and how the new era of Texas football fares. With a K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs, but also in honor of a particular NFL coach, what is your go-to snack food and masterpiece of the week? All of it is next. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Better tune in right here on The Fan.
All right, if you've been putting off addressing symptoms of what could be low testosterone, what are you waiting for? Men's T Clinic can help you tackle the symptoms and underlying causes of low testosterone and more, elevating your drive, your energy, your muscle mass, and mental clarity. Just a few of the ways that Men's T Clinic will get you back to being you.
to you by Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, asking the questions that matter. Did you ever think that Jennifer Capriati was cute? And how much of our audience has no freaking idea who that is? It's Friday.
She's in like seventh heaven, right?
No, that is wrong.
You should say like 20-something-year-old Jennifer Capriati.
I have no idea what she looks like
We don't want to Game of Thrones this thing.
No. And she's older than I am anyway. But yes, I agree. There's some horrifying stuff that happens in these shows. From the 903, shout out to their husband, who is a huge Tolo listening right now. Hunter G said he's taking me shopping on this wonderful rainy day. So shout out to Hunter G. Good job with your wife. And then also thank you for being a Tolo. Shout out to my son Tate from the 817, who turned 17 today. Outstanding. So many really fun shout outs today. So our question is, and this was a little weird, and we were having some fun with this, is if we're going to go to cut number 24, I don't know how much of this you want to listen to since we played it the other day, but this is the Dolphins head coach, Mike McDaniel, kind of joking about should there be big news and giving out all kinds of different varieties of what the news could be.
No announcements. No big announcement.
Are you setting me? Should I have an announcement?
Well, we're not going to take a show Saturday.
I think tomorrow. There's a birthday tomorrow. I just read it. There's a player's birthday. I should announce that. I should announce that my wife went to the grocery store, which was exciting because I'm a big snack time guy. All right.
Let's just cut it there. This is not the first time he's brought this up. In an interview with the Palm Beach Post, he talked about snack access because one of their old coaches loved Little Debbie snack cakes everywhere. And he said, right now we're focused on liquids. So it's Red Bull and Cherry Pepsi. And then said the occasional water, which is super weird. And then said the organization is trying to figure out what snacks that I like. I do crush French fries with barbecue sauce around 2 p.m. many days.
You do?
No.
Oh.
The coach. I do like French fries with barbecue sauce, but no. Yeah, the second the show's over.
It makes sense. I guess our show got over 5 minutes ago. I'm just like, wow, you immediately go to French fries and barbecue sauce. All right.
So our question was, what's your go-to snack food? And does anything that you go to kind of like eat in smaller portions count as a snack food? Because my wife's go-to is cheese and crackers, which is not like immediately what I think of as snack, but it should be. And that's what she loves snacking on.
That's a good snack. What's her favorite cheese?
She loves cheddar cheese because I promise in our, if
like
you remember,
sharp cheddar, extra
sharp cheddar is usually kind of where we keep it.
And she cuts it like off of blocks.
She likes the shredded cheese as well because she likes to drop shredded cheese on everything.
Has all the caking agents in it though.
Oh,
did you know this?
I was not aware of that.
It's better to shred your own cheese.
I'm not entirely sure I know what a caking agent is either.
Okay, so when you buy shredded cheese, they have to coat that cheese in artificial things because it would glob back together. So they have to put these things in it so that the shredded cheddar cheese or whatever cheese stays shredded in its package. So you have to put a lot of crap on it for it to stay shredded. If you just buy a block of cheese and you shred it yourself, it's more cheese, if that makes sense. Instead of the I don't want to say artificial, but like the stuff that you have to keep it staying shredded.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of work, but
it's tougher to melt.
It's good.
It's tougher to melt.
This is good information.
Shredded cheddar. So yeah. So maybe you tell Jess, the lovely lover of yours, hey, it cost a little bit less, and when we shred it ourselves,
that's right.
Yeah, it's better.
From the 940, cereal. So my question on the cereal front would be, if you're snacking on it, are you just eating it dry out of the box, or are you still pouring the bowl and doing the things? From the
I think it's better with milk. But I have taken a handful of of cereal too and had it as a snack.
From the 214, McDonald's French fries and honey. From the 619, bold Chex Mix. And from the 903, sunflower seeds. Were you a big sunflower seed guy?
I wasn't big on it, but I did eat them just to have something kind of to. When you're sitting there watching a game, I think that's why, unfortunately, a lot of people do dip.
Okay.
It's like this
it's just easier.
Oral fixation of like, I just need something to chew on while I'm watching this. I know that then they'd play in the game too, but I'll tell you what, Dots pretzels are my favorite right now.
Okay.
So I think
do you eat them by themselves? Do you dip them?
I think they have so much flavor on them.
Okay.
I think by themselves. If I just get a regular stick pretzel, let's say, or if, then yeah, I think dipping them in something is better. But I think the Dots pretzels just are awesome.
From the 214, Munster cheese and pepperoni slices. Man, I'm all about your fancy cheese board, your charcuterie board. I'm usually a big proponent of that. From the 817, I eat a bowl of Fruity Pebbles every day when I get home from work. I wonder how often that's like your comfort, when you get home. And if for some day you were out of Fruity Pebbles, you'd be like, oh my God, I don't even know what to do. Pickles or olives from the 972, 254, banana chips from the 682, pizza rolls. From the 210, Cheez-Its. And then I see this again and again from the 214, from another 214, from the 972, Trail Mix. Trail Mix, there's a lot of different answers on here for your go-to snack food based on the head coach of the Dolphins, but Trail Mix seems to be leading the day. Do you ever seek out Trail Mix, or do you just eat it if it's there? Because I feel like Trail Mix is good.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, I like having in fact, I think I bought some while I was in Oxnard.
Oh, okay.
Because it's kind of something to snack on where it has, different nuts, and then I like it with the M&Ms, which I know that doesn't make it the most healthy.
Right. From the 315, Mike, on the Dots, red, blue, or yellow bag?
I like red the best.
Okay.
Blue is Southwest, I believe, which is, I think, solid. And then the yellow is honey mustard, which those are solid too. But I do like just the kind of, I think the ones I get is original. By the way, it says cellulose is used to coat the shredded cheese in order to keep the cheese from sticking to each other. So the cellulose is what you try to avoid there.
I was not aware of that, but I appreciate you giving us that information. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hey, it's time for Kevin to rock it.
I think that might be. What did I say I was going to change the intro to this to? Kevin?
Or.
Oh, not that.
I don't know.
I completely forgot.
He wasn't here for that.
He wasn't here. Should I play that for him for his benefit?
Yeah.
It won last week, right?
Yeah.
No, it won 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
Which means I have to go back 2 weeks.
Because I'm hoping I'm mostly left out of this.
You're not.
I've been gone.
All right, so this happened a few weeks back, Kevin, and I described it to Corey as such. Imagine, just picture that there's a very aggressive walrus in front of you, okay?
Oh, okay.
Or
spin off.
Right? Yes?
100%.
Thank you. All right, so
Kevin, just for context real quick, that was developing star players in your organization would probably be the best way to get good at baseball again.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was like, you can trade for a whole bunch of people, and you know how Mike gets when he's, really feeling himself.
Yes.
Anyways, my Masterpiece of the Week is a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that we've said on this program over the last couple weeks. That was a little run through of how that goes. Kevin, you said that you thought you would not be on this.
I was
You're
hoping.
wrong. This is, I left this a little bit longer. It's not that long, but just to give you a little bit of a picture of how we draw Kevin offsides.
I thought that's what he meant.
Oh, no, I was talking about the humans.
Okay, humans should not be pooping on the ground at the rodeo.
Yeah, but should and do are different things.
No. Humans do not poop on the ground at the rodeo. That does not happen.
Got it. We did
Thank
it,
you,
boys.
sir.
Congratulations.
All right, fine. I stand by that point, but now I realize that y'all probably don't care
That's
about
right.
the point. It was just to get me to say that, which son of a gun.
And you do it every time. I appreciate you.
At least you said they don't.
Yes.
All right. Let's move it along. Let's move to the star player here. Who's the star player?
Corey, because he's not here.
What? Okay, I guess we can do that.
Oh, you meant Mike.
Mike is the star player.
No, but I thought you were saying you were going to pick on Corey because you like to pick on the people who aren't here.
I do, but unfortunately,
Mike is the star player.
I don't have a lot of Corey here. However, we'll start here as I don't even know how to preface this.
And keep pushing with Zeke and Zeke.
Okay.
I don't know why that
Sounds
makes
like
me laugh.
Jerry Jones right there.
It just makes me laugh that he said
It was
Zeke.
Just a few months ago, we were all like, "Can we give Zeke like $400 million, Jerry? Please, Jerry, can we give Zeke $400 million or maybe even more? Can we just give him 10% of this franchise?"
We kind of looked up at each other like, did he say months? And by the time we moved on from that, yeah, I was perplexed.
It was only like 36 months ago, Kevin.
Yeah, just 2019, people were really on Zeke's bandwagon.
So do I start calling Noah by months?
That's what I was going to ask you. Are you going to be the parent that's like, oh, he's 24 months? So no, he's 2. Stop
No,
it.
I definitely will not.
Okay, fantastic. Mike is very good at his job in lots of aspects. Here we go. Here he is doing a live read. You tell me how well he did.
They've dedicated their whole second half of their life to getting great testosterone therapy. Those are the driving forces. I'm already screwing this up. 3, 2, 1, start over. Men's T Clinic, guys.
Oh my God, Mike.
Good, bad? What are we thinking?
Yeah, it was good.
Fantastic.
I think it was great because I pulled up to run my
copy points,
and it said June is Men's Health Month. Oh crap! I'm way off here, and so I was like,
you got to dedicate the second half of your life to low T.
I need to maybe just go off of what I know about Men's T Clinic. Give you my story instead of these copy points that are 3 months old.
I'm telling you, I know some people don't love commercials. First of all, love commercials. It helps us out a lot. But also, you never quite know where Mike's commercials are going to go. I still vividly remember where he actively dared people to go rob his parents' house. He's like, you can't do it. Well, maybe you can, but you'll go to jail. I was like, what the hell's happening?
You'll get caught on video.
That's right.
It was amazing.
Why would they get caught on video, Mike?
DFW security.
That's right.
In your face, robbers.
Speaking of Mike trying to one-up people, actually, there's a couple of these. Let's start with this one here. Mike was in his zone.
Why wouldn't you want those numbers? They're the greatest numbers ever. Analytics.
Oh, I was like, what the hell is that about?
I like to imagine that he's just yelling at some 2-year-old.
Get the hell out of here, 5.
Is O'Neal Cruz exit velocity became a big debate
on social
media
that's
because
right.
other people are like, yeah, he's batting 200 with a 249 on base percentage. Like, yeah, but look how hard he hits the ball.
Yeah, no, I do think that sometimes when we talk about expected this and expected that, I'm like, yeah, at any point do you look at what actually has happened? Or
what about the real outcome?
Yeah. They're like, the real outcome is not real. What could happen is the real outcome. And I'm like, oh, okay. Got it.
All right, let's do another sports thing. Was he daring somebody here?
Hey, get off your butts and actually do a baseball team.
What? Did you say do a baseball?
That's right. Those are the words that he used.
Oh, okay.
I'm not exactly sure where I was going there.
We never are. We're never sure where you were going.
Do a baseball.
That's right.
By the way, sometimes I don't understand WAR because I looked it up. O'Neal Cruz has played 58 games. He has 11 home runs, 35 RBIs. His batting average is 202. His on-base percentage is 257. His OPS is 665.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
And his WAR is 1.1.
Which is higher than Bobby Witt Jr.'s, who has 19 home runs, 26 stolen bases, and an OPS, which isn't great. It's 760 approximately. And I believe he's beating Bobby Witt Jr.'s WAR.
So, Kevin, would you say that your question is WAR, what is it good for?
Yeah. I might argue absolutely nothing.
Thank you. All right.
You don't have to say it again.
I don't. Lucius said that was not good. All right. Let me go ahead and throw myself at the mercy of the court as I kind of pulled a mic with Mike.
That is not as gross as seeing a fourth of your butt crack when you had to get up for the people that go to the bathroom that were on the inside part.
How
And I
much
was
butt
like,
crack is too much?
Yeah, any, but
okay, that's fair. I just wanted to know. I wanted to establish the baseline.
It wasn't like, oh, there's a teeny butt crack. It was enough butt crack where you're like, that's butt crack. You know?
I still like there are times when we've talked about this. There are times where Mike is the most hyper-focused person in the world, and then times where he is not focused whatsoever. This was a conversation you could tell was compelling to him, and he was in on.
Yep. I can remember that plane ride back to Dallas, and Corey was wearing shorts, like workout shorts with no underwear. And he got up, he was sitting right in front of me. The bathroom was right next to us. And he got up and he didn't mind that, I don't know, the 15 people that were sitting right behind him that maybe were looking forward are like, there's Corey's ass. I don't need to see that. If I saw your underwear, I'd be like, well, that's underwear. You know, now if he's wearing a thong, that would have been more interesting. Like, wow.
So you would do both?
Because then you'd be like, wow, that guy's thonging it up right now.
He's
And
impressed in that way, in that instance?
And yeah, and you feel like most guys, when you see, when their pants fall down, you usually will see underwear, or I guess in Corey's instance, you'll just see their whole butt crack. But if you saw a thong, you'd be like, wow, that guy goes for it, huh?
I guess that.
And that being said, this is why I'm voting for this one, because I was thinking about voting for somebody doing a baseball team, but now I'm voting for this.
Reggie's
that is not as gross as seeing a fourth of your butt crack when you had to get up for the people that go to the bathroom that were on the inside part.
How
And I
much
was
butt
like,
crack is too much?
Yeah, any, but
okay, that's fair. I just wanted to know. I wanted to establish the baseline.
It wasn't like, oh, there's a teeny butt crack. It was enough butt crack where you're like, that's butt crack. You know?
That's butt crack.
And I thought your question was amazing, Reggie. And when I talk about focus Mike, you listen to that response. He's in on this conversation and ready to respond to your nonsensical conversation and question. That is why I also vote for the butt crack.
Fantastic. Let's just go ahead and make it a unanimous vote. Butt crack wins.
The inside part.
How
And I
much
was
butt
like,
crack is too much?
Yeah, any, but
okay, that's fair. I just wanted to know. I wanted to establish the baseline.
It wasn't like, oh, there's a teeny butt crack. It was enough butt crack where you're like, that's butt crack. You know?
That's an elaborate answer that I get from you from many regular segments.
I feel like our lovers are different because if I was showing my butt crack quite a bit because my pants maybe were falling down, I feel like my lover would say, you should maybe wear some underwear. But Corey's lover loves the butt crack.
Oh my God.
Because she hasn't corrected that at all.
That's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on your home of all news breaking and cracking, 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL, the best and worst face-off in New York as the Mets host the Nationals. Leading Washington by nearly 40 games in the division, it's tough to find value at the money line in New York. But never fear, BetQL still thinks you can play the Mets. With a not-so-juicy minus 130, New York on the run line is easier to lay than minus 275 on the money line. With the Mets expected to dominate Washington, the BetQL five-star play of the day is to take New York on the run line over the Nats.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples one-subject notebooks are just 35 cents each. Plus, during the backpack clearance event, you'll save up to 50% on select backpacks, lunch bags, and water bottles. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 9/3, limit 30 on notebooks.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. My family's been fighting for injured North Texans almost 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texans love freedom, and at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, get the freedom of Labor Day savings on one of the largest selections of Silverados. They never charge more than MSRP, so find your roads. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet and relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. There were some people questioning Mike's particular comment about Tyler Smith not being in Masterpiece of the Week. We did not necessarily feel as though that could be replayed out of context without getting us all in a lot of trouble.
Maybe next week.
Yeah, I was like, because I just got that in the cut. That's all.
Oh, God, crap. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing really well, and I'll be even better if y'all will allow me just 1 second with a little bit of space to talk about something that we have coming up with Odyssey. Now, we talked about next week, we are going to steal y'all's genius concept and start doing the expressway every day from 12:20 to 12:55. And
there you go.
That first Tuesday, right after Labor Day, we're going to give away tickets to the Cowboys home opener, to the season opener against the Bucs in our first expressway.
I'm going to win those tickets, so I'm very excited.
You are not eligible as an employee of the company. I hate to tell you.
Tell me how I can win.
Well, you know people, right?
Let's be glass half full about this, Hagee.
Okay.
I think they should open it up to people that. No, I'm done. I don't want to say this.
Okay. Okay. But
so the maturation of Mike Bassett is incredible.
It is amazing.
I just decided that
especially what you were saying like 10 seconds
Old
before
Mike would have
we
got
went.
us knocked off.
It was a good joke, but it might have not gone over well with the bosses.
I mean,
you could have pivoted to like people that wear Crocs because that would have worked.
I had the opportunity earlier this week to record with Dak Prescott and Solomon Thomas for the Odyssey I'm Listening thing about mental health. Now, we did this a couple of years ago at the time of me and Kavanaugh, and that's how we got involved with NAMI North Texas, and we both co-chaired their walk this last year. And so we talked with Solomon Thomas, talked with Dak. It's going to be coming out, I believe, in a couple of weeks, maybe on September 21st. But it's Odyssey I'm Listening, and they were both really open about, losing siblings to suicide. And I just really appreciate people who have that ginormous platform and use it for like very worthy causes. So I thought it's super cool for both of them. And if y'all get the opportunity, we'll have that coming out in a few weeks, and then we'll release the entire interview as well. So thanks, you guys, for allowing me to announce that. All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Now,
I tried to stop it.
Yes, Mike's always against extra work. That I actually do believe. Mike's not against helping out mental health purposes. Extra work?
It's called bonuses.
Okay. All right. Now,
where's the bonus?
The Athletic did their survey of the five executives, kind of power ranking the NFC.
Gang of 5.
Yes. Yes. Clearly inferior to the Gang of 7.
That's why we got 2 more.
That's right. Is Dallas comes in at 6th, right behind Philly at 5th. And the rankings for the Cowboys by executive went 6th, 9th, 7th, 6th, and 6th. So you see a lot of support for them to slide into the number 6 spot. And right ahead of them, Philly, 5, 3, 5, 7, and 5. As we get close to the start of the regular season, are you of the opinion that Philly is the favorite to win this division, or do you think the sizable advantage at quarterback still tilts it back to Dallas, or maybe you have totally different opinions?
Yeah, I am. I think Philly's going to win it. I think once you get to the playoffs, you're going to need to pass the ball from the pocket in order to win a couple of games, in order to win in the fourth quarter. But I think in the regular season, especially against a soft schedule, teams are very vulnerable to the run because they're spending so many of their resources against the pass. And I don't think it is a championship formula for Philadelphia, although it could be. I mean, they are that good on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And I think especially in January, that physicality, will pay off and shine through. And if they got to win a late game against the Cowboys, I think they can do it. And I hate to say it, but I think once again, Howie Roseman has GM'd circles around the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to agree with Dawson here, but like what you said about the line of scrimmage is one of the things that stands out to me most because the Eagles have the pretty much unanimously the best offensive line in the league. They have a really, really good defensive line as well. So on both sides of the ball, their trench play is going to be dominant. They played a lot of close games last year, and I think they were poor in those one-score games record-wise. So you would think that could fix things a little bit for them this year. They got the second easiest schedule. I know the Cowboys' schedule is easier, but like as they have the best offensive line and one of the deeper and better defensive lines as well, the Cowboys' offensive line is withering away. We have Tyron Smith falling apart and those sorts of
He'll
things.
Be back
so
for the meat of the season.
He will be back for the meat. He will be back for the meat. But like, what about all the sides and stuff like that counts too? And I'm the biggest meat guy in the world, but I respect a good side. And oftentimes I respect multiple sides at one time. I feel like I just got masterpiece.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. Not anymore. That's right. But they also added like talent elsewhere. They bring in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They bring in A.J. Brown. So it's not just in the trenches. You got to think Jalen Hurts is a little bit better as a passer, like from the pocket and stuff this year. But their rushing attack, like I think they can hit you in a lot of ways.
Yeah, this where they're clearly thinking about things. Everybody's right about this offense and defensive line. What's also, though, the Miles Sanders thing, he's not exactly healthy right now.
Yeah.
And they're kind of searching a little bit for a running back. Trey Sermon got claimed off waivers for them. Will they go into the season, not having their primary back there? I know they rotate backs with Gainwell and Boston Scott and guys like that. But I wonder how good that running game will be if Sanders is not really ready to go. And, to me, if you could find a way to crack what Philadelphia is doing defensively and you find a way to score points on them, you protect your guys, you run the ball, whatever you have to do to get points, you put them in a bad spot because making them have to throw the football with that quarterback, that's going to be the key. If everybody plays them and they make their quarterback Jalen Hurts comfortable, Philadelphia can win a lot of games. We saw what happened in the second half of the season. They started off poorly. I remember watching some early games of Philadelphia, and I'm like, Hurts can't pass.
Yeah.
He can't pass. And then, and I follow a lot of people on Twitter that watch practices, and there were still times where it's like he's struggling in the red zone. He's throwing interceptions. These are in practice. And you're looking at those tweets, you're going, okay, this is still the advantage you have. So, yeah, offense and defensive line will be key for them, and it's key for everybody. But I think their quarterback, I still think you have the better quarterback in this thing. If you had to go out and win a game because of your quarterback, I think you could do it with your guy.
They'll both probably be average, though. When you take away Dak's protection, it kind of becomes an average quarterback.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We do have Eric Nadel 420.
Oh, outstanding.
And right out of the gates, the latest on Jason Peters and how things are developing behind the scenes.
All right.
The latest thoughts on that.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
From DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Utah Jazz were looking to move Donovan Mitchell. That was an open secret. The Knicks need a superstar. That was equally obvious. And ever since the Mitchell trade rumors first surfaced, Mitchell has wanted the Knicks. Knicks fans have wanted Mitchell in the worst way. And yet, this morning, Donovan Mitchell wakes up a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Go New York, go New York, go. I'm Jim Rome.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
I'm Babe Laufenberg. In Texas, we're proud of the hard work that secures the freedoms we love. Like Texas, Classic Chevrolet leads the way. That's why they work hard to give you more freedom when you upgrade for less with Labor Day savings. They never charge over MSRP. With one of the largest selections in the nation, you have more freedom to choose. Get top dollar for your trade. Find new roads. Take advantage of Labor Day savings and make your next vehicle a classic.
Relax, enjoy the difference.
RJ Chopper here, my good friends at A Number One Air. You need a new AC system? Right now at A Number One Air, $79 a month of your payments and no interest for up to 60 months. That's 5 years. Plus, of course, they never charge overtime. Not on weekends, not on holidays. All the work backed by a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I trust A Number One Air. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air conditioning. You should too. 1-800-NEW-COOL. 1-800-NEW-COOL or anumber1air.com.
Count on Lowe's for Labor Day savings. Get a Maytag top-load washer for just $568 and a top-load dryer only $548. That's a savings of $462 for the pair. Plus, get free delivery and special financing. Also, buy one, get one 50% off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paint and Cabot Exterior Stains via rebate. Shop Labor Day savings now at Lowe's. See store at Lowe's.com for details and restrictions. Gas dryers available at additional cost. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Valid through 9/7.
I was 15 years old at the time, and my mother was teaching me how to drive. When someone under the influence hit us head on, my mother was killed instantly. I was rushed to the hospital, and I ended up having to miss my mother's funeral. If you're going to have a good time, continue that good time by being safe. Give your keys to someone else, but don't drink and get behind.
Part of your day here on this Friday. We are still standing by for any news on Jason Peters. Jerry Jones with us on the Fan earlier. Peters was having a physical. They probably want to make sure everything is healthy. And I guess there's going to be some meetings later. Some outlets reporting that they interpreted that to mean Peters is going to meet directly with Jerry Jones. And if that's where we're headed, I think they're bringing in the closer. And I think it indicates it's pretty serious for the Cowboys. But there's no doubt, as we're at this point, negotiations haven't gone super smooth. I think that's my read on it at this point, Brian.
Yeah, nothing new. That they say the visit went well, and now they're to the point where they'll see what happens next. So I don't think this thing got done today, but that's where we're at right now. I asked somebody in the front office about it. No news to report on a signing or anything like that. They say the visit went very, very well. So now they're to the point they said, we'll see what just happens next. So
he basically spent 2 days here. We know how Stephen Jones rolls. Very cheap. I think it's clear this guy wants to be a Cowboy bad. and can't believe how little the Cowboys are offering. That's my read on the situation, guys. How about you?
I think he's got leverage on the Cowboys right now. The Cowboys need him likely more than he needs the Cowboys. So he can afford to just kind of wait this thing out. He played at $1.75 million last year. He's probably looking at it like, listen, guys, I gave you 16 games last year on tape. You saw how I played. You know, you're in a little bit of a situation right now. You got a rookie left tackle. The kid's probably going to be pretty good. But right now, you really don't know about how good that kid's going to be. So you bring me in, you know, I can shore up a lot of your worries.
You gave us the breakdown yesterday. It was phenomenal on film in Krusty's corner. We had the Pro Football Focus numbers. He's in the top 75 percentile on pass sets still.
Yeah, and they know that.
Yeah,
they you know, I really do believe the scouting department know what Jason Peters can do.
Absolutely.
And it might be a point, too, where they're just looking at it and he's asking for something that they're just not willing to go. And you know, that's kind of a tough situation because they have a lot of faith in Tyler Smith. I don't know if anybody else has faith in Tyler Smith, but they have faith in Tyler Smith that he can get the job done. So, you know, when you get to a certain point, maybe Peters is asking like, okay, if this kid plays 2 or 3 games and then I have to start the rest, you know, I want to be compensated as a starter.
Yeah.
I did this last year. I don't want to do it again this year.
That was a prove it year. You know, I was old. I was coming off something. I proved, even though I'm old, I'm one of the rare guys who can still perform at a level. And, you know, just looking at his numbers and stuff, I would say that profile is around like, you know, if he's 28 years old, he is getting $15 million over 4 or 5 years. You know, that's what his play. Now, at this age and everything, it complicates matters and it would be a much shorter term deal. But like, I think fair's around like 1 year and 10 or 12 million bucks or something. And if you're Peters, you've been playing for so long, is it worth it to play another year for $1.5 million? I'm going to go through all of this.
Him. Yeah. Not to him.
Not to him because he sees an opportunity. With the Bears, it was more like, yeah, they need offensive line help, and I'm willing to go and do this. But now he looks at it and goes, you have a rookie left tackle. You have expectations to the owners talking about playoffs. You know, this is where we're at right now. And I don't blame him. I really don't. I don't care if he's 40 years old. You watch his tape, and Will McClay's a smart guy over there. Will knows this guy can play.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not all on Will to sit there and say, damn, Jerry, do this. You know, Steven, give him $7-8 million. You know, Will's into the business of protecting himself with his roster. You know, when he brings guys in, he's trying to protect himself. He did it with Barr. Barr took less money. You know, Barr waited this thing out. You know, Barr's doing what Peters did last year. He's taking less money to go ahead and keep playing. But Peters has proved he's got tape out there. You can watch it.
Yeah.
I did. I watched 3 games. This guy would be a nice fit. You know, see what you got with Tyler Smith. See if it's okay. If everything works out, Peters would be a great insurance policy to have.
100%. And
if it doesn't work out, then you've got the opportunity to slide somebody in there who's a veteran left tackle.
I agree. And Peters knows as well that if he waits a little bit, there's going to be a team that's going to want him and need him. Like as
probably
you
the Jets right now.
You said the word rare about big men who can actually get it done on the field right now. There's not that many of them. Every team's going to need him, and there's going to be a left tackle go down at 5 minutes into the season, and then another 10 minutes later, another one's going to go down. Teams are going to come calling, so Jason Peters can be selective, and so he's going to want to get fair value. We know the Cowboys, Stephen Jones, they're going to want to do the lowest ball offer that they can possibly do. So I'm sure there's a lot of contract and numbers talk going on, and then with the physical thing brought us, I don't know, a giant human like a man that size, does it take longer to go through the physical process with him and age? Like we need to double check everything, and searching this whole body. This is a big ass body, so it might take us longer than the average human.
It just sounds like, though, from all the reports I've gotten, just as we went on air, everything went very, very well, and they're now in that mode of let's see what happens from all that. So the fact that Jerry visited with him, I think this is coming down to agents and then guys like Adam Pacifica and those guys trying to hammer this thing out if they can.
Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I broke my mic right there as you were talking, Chiafalo. I'm sorry for that chaos.
Oh, dear God.
If you're watching on the truck, I don't know. I hit a button down here, and thankfully Lucius made a heads-up play here and turned this one on, so I swiveled this bad boy over to me, and the show must go on.
Wait, the Gators got out of the Pimp Cup and crawled their way into the damn studio?
They did, man. We got some sort of a broadcast engineering issue here with my mic, and I think I broke it, but I'm not quite sure. We'll probably get it fixed here pretty quick.
We have the engineers come in here. They just turn it off and turn it back on. It's like, there it goes.
Just reboot everything. Yeah.
He's just going to unplug it, blow on it, put it back in. You're good to go.
Then they roll their eyes at you as they walk out. Come on, man.
Freaking idiots.
If Peters is insisting market level, do you want the Cowboys to pay it? How about that? If you're Stephen Jones, do you break right now? Or do you say, we need this money for CD and Trayvon and our future plans, so we literally can't do this deal?
I have confidence in Tyler Smith myself. I really do. I feel like just from studying him at Tulsa, just watching him play with the power. I know you haven't seen him play left tackle in the NFL. I have confidence in the kid. But in my heart of hearts, having Jason Peters as that guy as a backup in case I'm absolutely wrong, that would be a comforting thought for me at night when I went to bed. Not thinking that, okay, if something happens with Peters, do I have to move Martin now? Because I know I don't want to do that. Do I have to play, well, let's go? He's probably not ready to go. And Ball, I don't want to go there. I mean, neither one of those guys. So this might be the best opportunity to say, you know what? We're going to spend some money here and make sure that at night we could sleep.
Yeah, and I think it could be the difference in being a team good enough to win multiple playoff games. I said it in the break, and I think the facts, the numbers support me. When you don't protect Dak, he's average. It's happened twice for an extended period during his career, and the numbers he put up in those seasons were very average. When he's got great protection, he can play like a Pro Bowler. So could a combination of Martin, Steele in year 3, Tyler Smith at left guard, and Jason Peters at left tackle give you a really good offensive line and enable Dak to play at a Pro Bowl level? I think so. I think it's possible in there. I don't know if I'd bet on it, but at least it gives you a path through. Like, hey, we're going to run the hell of the football now. Like this right here without Jason Peters could devolve into one of the worst offensive lines in the game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be extreme tough sledding out of the gates. If you're looking at, hey, we're gonna do the Tyler Smith thing. We're gonna have McGovern there at guard, and that's how they're gonna have to do it. Even if they sign Jason Peters today, that's gonna be the plan. But at least if that goes haywire, we can tweak things, move Tyler Smith back to guard. Here comes Jason Peters, or and even bigger to me, and even the more likely situation is other injuries occur. Tyler Smith rolls the ankle again. Now it's Josh Baller with Let's Go, as you mentioned, Broad, is protecting your quarterback's blind side. Like the specific job here, especially, it's not just, hey, we want to bring in a veteran. We're so desperate to just bring a name in and have some type of move before the season starts to help us. Name some random position. Okay, this is to protect the blind side of your $40 million franchise quarterback. Like, to me, this is kind of a no-brainer deal. Now, if he's egregious with how much money he's wanting, maybe, but like $5 million, that seems like a no-brainer to me. $6 million, whatever, player incentives, but protecting Dak has to be at the top of your priority list, and other injuries are going to happen on the offensive line, and the guys you're going to be trusting by November are going to freak you out.
Yeah, I think what you hit on there and what Brian mentioned earlier as well might be what Jerry and him will come to, like some sort of a compromise where in the middle, for every start that you make, or if you make a Pro Bowl, there's all these incentives that could allow you with performance. But the 254 wants to know, why would a one-year deal at $10 million affect next year? Because you can carry over salary cap space.
Yeah.
And right now the Cowboys 22 under. If they don't spend that, they get to add that to next year's space. And that's the cushion that they imagine is going to allow them to sign, CeeDee Lamb and Trayvon Diggs and whoever else they feel like they need to. They're taking a very conservative approach to using the salary cap. Okay. It is the last weekend before the season, and obviously that's worth celebrating, isn't it? Just one more weekend without football. We're going to have the NFL kickoff next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Right? Yeah. So we're
SoFi.
We're fired up about that.
Bills fans are ready for that, by the way. Did you see what Bills Mafia is doing?
What'd they do?
They already got their beer has been delivered to Los Angeles. There's a particular beer, much like the greatest beer in the world, Miller Lite, is the Cowboys beer. The Bills have their own sort of team beer, and they have sent like 25,000 beers,
like
to
Smoking the
SoFi
Bandit,
Stadium. Clint
Eastwood driving across the country there.
I don't know exactly how they pulled it off, but they're not
loaded up and trucking.
That's exactly right. $24,000 worth of Labatt Blue beer. Labatt Blue or Labatt Blue.
They're sending it to the Bills Mafia. That's who they're sending it to?
Yeah, they're sending it to Los Angeles because that's where the Bills are going to be playing against the Rams for the opener on Thursday night.
It's really a tetanus shot. It's low key. It's in a beer, so they'll take it.
That's right. Yeah, man. It's the only way they'll do it.
Those people need some Xanax in that beer, too, for crying out loud. They're jumping off our RVs, acting like pro wrestlers, getting their BACs to .2 before kickoff.
That's, I was wondering, are they taking the tables? Like, are they sending more tables to SoFi?
Ooh, I like that idea.
Yeah.
The collapsible ones.
Yeah.
Marcus Simeon's first home run this year came on May 28th. Jared Sandler tweeted this graphic. It was on Bally Sports Southwest last night in the game. From that point forward, the AL home run leaders, number 1, Aaron Judge with 34 since then. That's just crazy. Tied for number 2, Corey Seager. He's tied with Ohtani, by the way. Coming in at number 4 is Marcus Simeon with 20 bombskis. So since May 28th, Seager and Simeon have combined for 41 home runs. That's pretty cool. Oh, you're number 5, Lowe, with 19 of them. So it's really been fun to watch the Rangers' money start to perform here. They did have massive disappointment last night. They led 8-3 in the 8th inning and lost, which is pretty tough to do. I thought I'd focus on the positive there for you. Dallas Keuchel on the hill tonight at 6 o'clock. But we're going to talk about with Eric Nadel coming up at 4:20. And I think that is a step in the right direction for next season for sure, that these guys have proven they can settle in, they can be part of your system and your lineup and produce here. And now it's just on to putting the finishing touches on this contender. All sports in Argentina suspended until further notice. An assassination attempt on their vice president.
Yeah.
You see this?
Did you see the video?
No.
Yeah, like the gun was right darn in her face.
Yeah. That's
and
what
it just
I read.
didn't go off.
Yes, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. She came home. A crowd was greeting her. A man emerged and pointed the gun at her head and pulled the trigger, but the gun misfired. Count your lucky stars a little bit today, huh? Holy cow! I can't even imagine how terrifying that must have been.
How mad he is right now. I say that respectfully. He did all that work, all that sneaking, got all the way up to the front, and the darn thing didn't pop off. So now you're going to get the whole crime of trying to kill somebody.
Yeah.
As if you killed somebody.
Yeah.
You're going to get the whole crime, but you didn't do it.
Yeah, he'll never see the light of day.
Yeah, ever.
Brutal, man.
Ultimate blue ball.
In Argentina, no less. We got college football gold. We had a puke 6. And we have the dumbest play you'll see all season happen last night, right?
Plus breaking news in college football as well.
All right, looking forward to that coming up next here. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
The chosen weight loss program of the Dallas Cowboys and their fans, guess what? Like me, Soda Weight Loss and the Cowboys.
with Eric Chiafalo. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go to truckwreck.com. Lucius has your G-Bag of the day in 7.5 minutes, and here's Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, we had some college football last night. Very exciting. We'll get to that here momentarily. But hot off the presses, ladies and gentlemen, is the college football playoff news. And it is Pete Thamel that is reporting the College Football Playoff Board of Managers has decided on a 12-team college football playoff during today's meeting.
When's it starting?
That is, it is expected to start in 2026 after the current contract, but there is still a chance that it could go earlier, but those details are complicated and would take some time to work out, according to Pete Thamel.
Yeah.
So there is a chance that they could try in, because I think financially there's a lot to be gained if they can get this 12-team playoff in basically just as soon as possible. But at the latest, you're looking at just 2026, a few seasons away from officially being a 12-team college football playoff. Broadus, are you cool with this?
I'm absolutely cool with this. And maybe it's one of these things with an expanded playoff that you're going to get some athletic directors and university presidents calm down a little bit about wanting to jump and move and all that. The quicker you could do this, the more likely then you will see like people not complain, because they feel like the problem is some of these universities feel like they're getting left out. They're like, hey, we have a good enough team. We could compete. We're a hot team playing right now. You don't want to play us. So if you do a 12-team playoff, you could get those 12. You could get, 8 more teams involved there, and now you build the interest, because everybody wants more college football, and they want the playoff setting. And now you get these universities that they feel like that they have a chance to make money and to help their cause. They're going to do this as quickly as possible, because everybody's wanting to jump. Everybody's antsy right now because of the landscape of college football. Nobody wants to be left without a chair at the table. So if you can get 8 more teams involved with a playoff, maybe that'll make some people a little bit calmer about the situation, and then we can go about this the right way. I still think there's going to be massive. I think there's going to be a 40 college, super conference one day, because television is just going to offer so much money to these universities to be a part of that.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think it's it's cool. It's more football. It is you attach the word playoff to it, so it feels bigger than just your run-of-the-mill bowl games for teams 5 through 12. Right, it's like, how much do you really care about random bowl game when you're really focused on the college football playoff? Now you're going to have all these teams 5 through 12 now are going to be in quote unquote playoff games, and you're going to get mostly a lot of 1-12 matchups where number 1 Alabama is so far and away better than the 12th team, and it's going to be some ugly games. But the random upsets and all that stuff is going to be fun.
It might be Alabama playing another SEC school. Maybe
for sure.
Maybe it was a good matchup during the year, and it's like, whoa, hey, I wonder if Ole Miss at 12 could beat Alabama again. I wonder in a neutral site. Those are the kinds of things. That's the great thing we like about the NCAA tournament in basketball, is the fact that you might have those potential matchups that maybe swing the other way, or you get an upset or something like that. I think that or it could just hold chalk. But the fact that you're going to get the 6th highest ranked conference champions and then 6 at-large teams, I think is really, really a good thing for the playoff system.
It is a fun deal, but even in the college football playoff where there's only the top 4 teams, you still see some lopsided games where, gosh, Notre Dame, you didn't belong in the championship game. And so
it's funny that Cincinnati last year played, and they were the biggest question mark, and they actually played better than Michigan, that everybody was talking about. Michigan went out there and got slapped around by Georgia, and everybody's worried about Cincinnati. Maybe you should be worried about what Michigan was trying to do.
All right, so college football, super fun. If you missed it, 12-team college football playoff coming soon. By 2026, it has been voted on, so it'll go from 4, the college football playoff, 4 teams, to now 12 teams within the next couple of years. That is the college football breaking news. But we did have some really fun college football last night. The Backyard Brawl, Penn State, West Virginia. That was a fun game.
How do those teams, that used to be something when, I go way back with that one, because they're not that far apart. When you go visit West Virginia, you fly into Pittsburgh, and then you'd go through the mountain and stuff. It's a beautiful drive. Those two teams hadn't played each other in 15 years.
Yeah, it's a weird
How do
deal.
you? It's almost like the whole Texas A&M Texas thing. These politics. Why some of these great rivalries, and you saw last night. When you get schools that are that close together, I know they're in completely different conferences, but the rivalries, the history between those two programs, I just don't understand why you can't get more of those. With these teams like, no, we don't want to play them anymore, that kind of thing. I just don't understand. That was a great rivalry, and last night you're wondering why it's taken so long to get them back together.
It's money and it's executives and it's weird egos that get involved sometimes.
Sure.
I think like happened here, and the fans lose out.
Yeah.
And that should not be allowed to happen,
No.
especially when you're talking about two teams in the same state. It's one thing if you're in differing states and whatnot, but come on, man, let's put on a show.
These two schools are really close to each other. If you really want to be honest about it, like I said, I had to go
geographically.
Yeah, I had to go to West Virginia on school call, and I flew into Pittsburgh. It's not that far away, and you just wonder, why do these things go away? Why do like General's talking about politics, ego, money, whatever you want to say? Why do these things stop? That was a great football game last night.
It was. They almost ended up getting in a fight after the game, but they did not. They were held back just enough to not actually get in a fight. But there was a lot of crap talking going on between the players on the field after the game. You had Penn State and Purdue. We had a play where Chris Jefferson, safety for Purdue, intercepts a pass, takes it to the house, 72 yards, and then shortly thereafter just starts vomiting on the sidelines. So they're calling it the Puke 6, which I believe is like the first of its kind. Scott Frost still thinks that guy's soft, and his guys are vomiting like upwards of 20 times in a single practice. So one vomit for Scott Frost is really just not much for him. But that was a pretty cool moment last night in Purdue. But the play of the night was in it's South Carolina State versus UCF, and it's a punter. I'd be hard-pressed to imagine that we'll find a dumber play in all of sports for this calendar year. But the punter for SC State, it is 4th and 19. It's in the first quarter, and it's 4th and 19. It's a obvious punt situation, but the punter takes the ball and starts running with it, and actually looks like he's about to get a first down, even though it's 19 yards.
It's going to be close.
And then he ends up kicking the ball as he's 15 yards downfield, which is illegal. It's a weird deal. I don't know if they did this purposely in terms of calling a fake punt or if he took it upon himself, but it's the dumbest thing that's ever happened in football, outside of maybe the butt fumble. But here is the sound of the play actually happening.
Would not anticipate a fake punt on 4th and 19, but I would be wrong, and there is some room. Dyson punted it late, but from well across the line of scrimmage. If you're confused watching, so are we.
That's definitely illegal. Kicking it. It looks like he almost could have picked it up if he would have just kept running. He had a chance. So, yeah, I think that was just a young player making a mistake. He saw that a defender was close to him and decided to just let it go and punt it.
Well, I certainly hope it's not a veteran punter, but either way, it was a pretty weird deal. He's 15 yards down the field. He's about to get the first down. A fake punt on 4th and 19 is amazing, and then he just kicks the ball for no reason.
Well, Dyson goes over to the sidelines there, and the coaches are kind of trying to explain.
Dumbfounded.
Well, they don't even know what to say. They're just kind of like the head coach just walks away like, all right, what are we doing here?
That kid has to feel like the biggest idiot, and it's tough. I think he probably got his crosswise a little bit. He thought he was still behind the line of scrimmage. I think it was probably a trick play that was going to get the return man up, and now we're going to pin him down on the goal line. That's what I think it was supposed to be. It's a trick play back to a real punt. It's time now for the G bag of the day, curated by Lucius Alexander.
Yeah.
Very rugby of him.
I think so. I think that's a rugby play right
there.
there.
Very rugby play of him right there.
Yeah, they're going to think we're going for it. Everybody's going to run up. We're going to pin him inside the 5 when that ball starts rolling, Lucius. You see that play?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, the punter runs for it, and he's short of the first down and then decides to punt it.
He runs for about 15 yards beyond the line of scrimmage.
Then hit the B button like, it's ain't going to work.
and then he goes, wait a minute, I'm supposed to punt this ball.
Yeah. It was a panic video game move. That's exactly what that was.
This is brought to you by CBD American Shaman Shop Texas, CBD.com. When we last left off, we had a tie. Pac-Man Jones on a Pittsburgh radio station talking bad about Pittsburgh, and a Fort Wayne high school football coach ran over by his whole team live on TV.
with the amount of experience that you guys do bring back, just how do you feel about this group and just their chances to go out there and compete this season?
Well, I mean, the expectation.
Oh,
yeah.
You good, man? They laughed hard.
You all right, man?
He laughed hard.
Bone crushing hit, dude.
It's a tough coach right there.
He laughed a little too hard, bro. I'll go back and run the film. Be like, hey, man, what you laughing so hard about?
Well, I mean, the expectation.
Yeah.
It's a belly laugh. Yeah.
Belly laugh.
Is that the reporter?
Yes. I'm running the back like Phil, man. Check this out, man. So right here at this point, you was laughing at me, and I felt some type of way about it. Tell me. All right, let's see what we got here. Pittsburgh, 93.7 The Fan. Adam Pac-Man Jones jumped on the morning show and got to talking bad about Pittsburgh. Forgot he was on terrestrial radio. This is not satellite or a podcast. This is terrestrial radio, Pac-Man.
Now, between playing at West Virginia and then playing for the Bengals, there's a lot of people in Pittsburgh that they don't like you as a sports fan. I know you have you.
I don't like them either.
Well, that's okay. But I know you got people that you do like. You like Vaughn Rivers and Eric Wicks and all that. There's guys from Pittsburgh you're tight with, right?
Yeah, Vaughn was actually with me last night. I don't even think Vaughn liked Pittsburgh.
But take me through. You seem to have become one of the, I don't want to say enemy number one, but a lot of people in Pittsburgh don't like you. Does that bother you at all?
Man, Pittsburgh. Eat Pitt.
Oh,
jeez.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
No,
All right.
He's gone because I dumped him twice.
Yeah, you had to go.
Yeah, you got to record those, and then you can edit them with bleeps there in the production room. But a lot of Cowboys fans related to that. A lot of Cowboys fans are pro Pac-Man Jones for that cut yesterday, and that's why he tied with the Fort Wayne coach there in a vote off on Twitter.
Man, that was good.
Yeah,
I guess.
Bleep Pittsburgh.
Eat bleep.
He's not wrong. He
Hold
really
up,
isn't.
Wayne. You know what, man? All right. Let's see. Mike Bassick talking about Tyler Smith. I'll title this one later because I didn't know what to title it, or I'll let the fans title it, let the listeners title it, let you guys title it. You can title it, It's Mike Bassick talking about Tyler Smith.
That's too much to ask him to be good in week one. He's not going to be good in week one. He's going to have some penalties. He's going to blow a couple guys where...
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my God.
Dang it.
What a shocking turn of events that will be.
What's going on?
What I meant is... He's going to let guys blow by him, and it's going to cause Dak Prescott to either be sacked.
He's going to have blow-bys.
Yeah, blow-bys.
Jeez, man.
It's bad.
What are we doing?
Jerry really will draft anybody for ratings, man. Watch what this guy's going to do on Sunday Night Football. You think we're the number one show in television now. You just wait.
Strangely, that was the same take Mike Bassick had about Michael Sam's, too, by the way.
And Carl Massive.
NFL's come a long way,
Yeah.
It's a new day.
Let's see what else.
And 10 years ago, you had that take about Manti Te'o. I couldn't believe it when I saw Baskey on the documentary. He's like, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
Our own very own Brian Broaddus. We had Danny Cannell on yesterday.
Yeah.
And this is what you call an ill-advised impersonation.
Oh, this is good. This is gold right here. I enjoyed it.
I just want to know what point in the interview you just say, you know what, I'm going to just go with it, dog.
You know what? I just determined I'd had enough of this Florida State BS.
Yeah.
So I had to have a little fun with him,
They've been playing with a lot of confidence. They're mentally and physically stronger than they've been in the last 2 years. I like them against this LSU team, which we don't know what we're going to get. Quarterback questions, a lot of turnover on the roster. I think Florida State's got a chance to put a stamp on a pretty strong start to the season.
Well, Danny, as a LSU man myself here, I don't believe what you're saying there about the Florida State team. You guys can't beat anybody. Your coach, you guys don't have players like Danny Cannell down there anymore. There are no players down there. You're going to come down there in New Orleans. You think you're going to beat us, Tigers? That ain't going to happen out here.
No, Danny, I'm an LSU man myself, so I appreciate.
That took a lot out of him, dude. He was trying to catch his breath.
He's
exhausted now.
I can't. My Coach O imitation is always that great.
I think it's fantastic.
The way you can snap in and out of character like that too. It's
you're right. I ran out of
like.
breath. I really did. I couldn't finish the job though. But you know what? He was talking. We were having fun with him.
Yeah.
Danny's a fun guy. I mean,
And you propped him up at the same time.
Oh, it's a really, really. I told him, but Lucius is right. You make a decision, and sometimes you just
It's hilarious.
You just slam the car right in the wall.
You just do it.
You hop out.
Now I gotta
hop
keep
out
going.
and you wave to the crowd. You let everybody know you're okay. You know?
I tried.
Gee,
I
back
lived to
in the
fight
day,
another day.
here
Give
I
us the
am.
thumbs up, man, on the card.
It's hilarious.
Any other nominees, Lucius?
Hold up, Wayne. You know what, man?
Yeah.
Oh man. Who is Dave? Who is Dave? This man took his lady to the ocean on a vacation. And her Apple Watch, she was like riding on the back of him, so her hands were right there on his shoulders.
Oh no!
So he seen the Apple Watch, like he could see everything that was going on in that joint. No. And another guy texted her. His name was Dave. While you paying for this vacation and the jet ski, probably, all of that. He left her in the ocean.
I would.
Wow.
Right now. Who is Dave? Why does it matter who Dave is? Why does it matter? Does it matter who Dave is? I don't know who Dave is. Bro. Get off, bro. Get off. Why would I get off out here? I'm in the middle of the ocean. Get off the jet ski. Get off. Get off, bro. Yep. Down, bro.
Man, she just jumped in. He didn't push her off. She just jumped on off. He wasn't going anywhere.
Is she still stranded out there?
I don't know, man.
I hope so.
Maybe Dave is coming to get her.
Send a good message. Is it the Fort Wayne coach? Is it Pac-Man Jones hating Pittsburgh? Is it Mike Bassick on Tyler Smith? Is it Brian Broaddus channeling Coach O? Or who's Dave? I'll vote for our guy Broaddus, Chief.
I'm going to roll with Baskey.
We're tied at 1.
We all over the place like Bird S today, huh? I'm going with Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Adam Pac-Man Jones.
We are still tied at 1, Brian.
Yeah, I voted for Pac-Man yesterday. I'll vote for him again.
Yeah. My score 2-1, and your new undisputed G-Bag of the Day champion is Pac-Man Jones.
He was at the club looking at my wife like she was a pork chop. Well, I was standing right next to her, dog.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a good thing it turned out better for you than the jet ski guy. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
Yeah.
All righty. Where are we going next, Brian?
Who is Pac-Man?
Yeah, who is that? Is he really Pac-Man? Let me know. I was getting better at it.
We got the sports mix. We'll do that next.
Oh, it is a fun Friday here. Let's talk about my friends at Absolute Bitty Solutions before we do anything else, though, and get to that sports mix. Man, if you're like me and you have a couple of ices, whether it's the Zingers or the powdered donuts, chocolate chip cookies.
Go at it again at Fenway Park in Boston tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 5:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. Texans love freedom. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, get the freedom of Labor Day savings. One of the largest selections of Silverados. They never charge more than MSRP. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner with Broadus, and here he is, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Just a couple things. We made an announcement yesterday about 4:30 on Thursday, right? DeMarcus Lawrence.
That's right.
On our Players Show.
Yesterday.
So stay tuned for that for next week. I'm excited about that. I really am. I think it's going to be great. I think he's going to do a really good job for us, too. Give you some really good insight on what's going on over there, too. And another thing I want to talk about is, and thank everybody that's hanging out with us on the Love of the Star podcast that we've been doing, that Bobby and I have been doing. Our numbers on that have been really, really good. And a lot of that has to do with you guys and gals out there that listen. So
Did you beat that Heritage podcast yet that's been there forever and you guys just got together and you're already on them?
We got a shot here in September, Lucius, to have over 200,000 downloads.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So
gaining on you.
Yeah, the podcast we're trying, the Eagles one is the one we're kind of dealing with right now, but the Raiders have a really good one too. Matter of fact, Odyssey as a whole, all 32 teams are going to have a podcast. That's coming up here pretty soon. So
Raiders fans are maniacal, man. Doesn't matter. Like those guys they're locked in.
They wear mascara.
They are all over the place.
All the time. I was actually thinking about that as a bet payoff of like when you lose, you got to be like the Oakland Raider fan. You got to come in here and do a show on the fan cam where you're
with
just
the
Oakland Raider black hole.
Like
you got the spikes, the makeup. I think Dawson would look killer in it. Honestly, Broadus, I think you would look hilarious. And you just do a show. You give hot takes and you give thoughtful responses, but all as a Raider.
You just imagine in every way you are a pro wrestling tag team duo. You know what I'm saying? We got to get the uniform on. Okay. We got to say incredible things.
Yeah.
I like that as well. I like a little wrestler. The wrestler, we'll call it. That's the payoff. And you have to wear a singlet.
And you got to cut yourself.
You got to cut yourself, yeah.
Right there on the forehead, bleed a
Snuka,
little bit. Yeah.
Jimmy Snuka. You got to have like ground
razor
beef.
blades.
You got ground beef forehead, which is all.
You got to raise the stakes, bro. You got to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that. No, I like that, Lucius. You're taking these ideas to another level.
Bro.
I like that a lot. I'm still wondering why I went into Coach O voice yesterday, but I did.
You should wonder that for a long time. That should stay with you for a while.
I was thinking about that one.
Were you laying in bed last night? You couldn't sleep last night, could you?
I couldn't. No, I really couldn't because of Coach O voice.
Tamara was like, man, I was listening to you at the office, and I had to turn it down.
She goes, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, I really don't know. I don't know why I still have a gig.
Well, no, when you're going to take it to the next level is when you channel your inner Brian Kelly, who's apparently got like 19, your new LSU coach. Yeah. He's got like 4 or 5 different accents that he rolls through.
He does. He does have some accents. All right, I promise.
Just wait till he takes over at UCLA, bro. Brian Kelly, bro.
That's for sure. All right, I promise the sports mix, and my guys are going to deliver for me. I know they will. All right, here we go. Guys, General, I'll start with you on this one.
Okay, let's rock.
That's kind of messed up, bro.
That's okay. Gut feeling. Michael Gallup plays in week 2 or week 3?
Week 2. Yeah. I don't think he is really that compromised right now. I think when Jerry said if it was Super Bowl he'd play week 1, you're kind of looking at it and saying, well, let's give him just a little bit more time. But yeah, after that, especially because they're going to lose, most likely, Brian, I can be somewhat optimistic about their chances against Tampa. It won't surprise me if they do win, but they're not favored in the game. So I think after they go 0-1, Michael Gallup's like, man, you got to get me out there, and he plays.
Yeah, I'd like to know how the receivers looked in that first game because they could make a brash decision right after that first one and go, okay, yeah, we're not doing this Noah Brown, Tolbert thing any longer than we have to. Let's get Gallup out there. I think Mike McCarthy has played all of these injuries extremely safe. He's all about the medical stuff, right? Like that's what he's about, keeping his team healthy. I think they're going to want to make sure where, hey, we still get him by week 3. He didn't have to go the 4-week pup list, but I'm guessing week 3.
I'm going to go with week 2. I've said that all along. I feel like that just watching him and talking to folks over there, and I think the General makes some really good points about that. And when you start to talk about what is the wide receiver room going to look like or how they're going to play that first week, if all of a sudden they go out there and they look bad and they need a guy like Gallup out there to make some plays, and hopefully he can, I think he'll go out there. But they'll put him out there when he's ready to go. But I think he's closer to week 2 than he is to week 3.
It's shocking how good, bad wide receivers by NFL standards can look in training camp.
Yeah.
And once they get out, maybe Noah Brown will prove it, and they'll be like, hey, we bought ourselves more time here, but I just wouldn't bet on it.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
How helpless do you feel waiting on this Jason Peters news?
I mean, I personally don't feel very helpless at all, but if I'm Dak, I feel a little bit helpless because I would like this deal to get done. Now, if Jason Peters leaves, I'm not getting too queasy yet. If Jason Peters leaves the Star and no deal is done and I'm Dak Prescott, I'm feeling like, man, geez, okay, we're one injury away from, well, let's go protecting my back, and that's got to be frightening. So if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm getting a little bit queasy the moment Jason Peters walks out of that building without a deal.
General?
I'm not that bent out of shape about it because I don't think this is a real great year, and if he doesn't sign it, I don't think it changes your upside that much. There's a slight possibility that with Jason Peters they could do something, but if they don't have him, I'm like, it's not their year anyway. Let's go ahead and save the money for next year. That's not a bad consolation prize to me.
I'm all about Tyler Smith here, but if I start to hear word that they went cheap on him, they didn't do, all of a sudden maybe from his side of the pond there that he's all of a sudden agent player comes out and we start to hear that, well, the Cowboys just didn't want to offer him enough. The Cowboys didn't want to go there with it. And he signs with somebody else and stuff like that. I'm going to start to get really upset about that because I feel like that you need to protect Tyler Smith in this one.
Where would you draw the line in the sand if you're Stephen Jones? And
this thing has to be between, in my opinion, somewhere between $4 and $6 million.
Okay,
that's where it can't be 1.75. It's got to be an incentive late thing because if all of a sudden he starts games, I would find a way. And again, I'm not a cap guy. I'm sure the cap guys are listening right now as I say this, but I'm sure there's a way you can make incentives like per start kind of a thing and build that up. But maybe I'm way wrong about that. General.
Yeah.
Tyler Dorsey scored 27 points in Greece's opening game versus Croatia. Backup point guards problems for the Mavs solved?
No, I think in the international game, we see a lot of these guys like Patty Mills with the Spurs. I'm going to go over here for Australia and I'm going to be a legend. I think, what happens when you give a guy a green light is you find out most everybody in the NBA could score 20 points per game if you just give them the ball. Or 27 points per game. It's a matter of difference of efficiencies. And it's a small number, like 5 to 8% in efficiency. And now you've gone from can't get on the court to an absolute stud.
Yeah.
And all these things play out over 100 possessions. That's how you measure it. So, no, I just think it's a really talented guy with the green light.
Yeah, I definitely don't see him being somebody that I want to have to go depend on this year. I don't really know a ton about this dude, but
I don't think the Mavs really knew. I mean, it's a two-way player and stuff like that. The more you talk to people about it, the more you were kind of like, oh, okay, let's see what he's got kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, young enough to probably want to do some investing in a little bit, and maybe you see enough that feels like, hey, we could develop this guy and he could at least be some type of rotational piece for us down the line, but certainly not out of the gates does he feel like somebody I want to depend on.
Chief, I'll come back to you. My final question here. Cowboys player or coach with the biggest to prove this year?
I will say it is going to be, to me, it's the combo of Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy manning that offense. I think the pressure's on them a ton because you've lost some talent here. How are you going to make up for that with your coaching? If talent walks out the door, now I look to the sideline a little bit to see where can we go from here. I don't think they've done much to prove anything to people over the last few years that there's a ton of confidence in them. Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy, all these guys, Tyron Smith goes down. That's more pressure on McCarthy and Kellen Moore to me than it is Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I think at this point, Kellen Moore is a never was that is on the verge of maybe, not getting another chance to be an OC for a while. I could see him go be a quarterback coach or something like that, or have to go coach college if it goes bad on him again this year. So I'm going to say Kellen Moore because he has the opportunity actually to jump up and grow. Everybody else involved is either confirmed, very solid, worthy of the title that they have, Super Bowl champion for Mike. Dak Prescott's had a good career. Kellen Moore still has to prove that he can do the job of NFL OC or he'll be gone.
I like the answers. Thanks, guys, for playing the mix.
Thank you so much for Krusty's Corner every Friday at 2:40 here with Brian Broaddus. He does that sports mix for you. We're going till 5:30 tonight. Rangers are back in Boston. trying to build a big lead and actually hang on to it this time. Will Cowboys fans see their own personal hell roll out in the division and the conference? They're thinking big in the land of the turds, and that's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast, Love of the Star. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're rolling with you on a Football Friday. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo. The Woolly Bully is out. He went to Vegas, baby. So best of luck to Zach Wolchuk. He's doing the Las Vegas bachelor party scene this weekend. I can't imagine the debauchery that those eyes are going to witness.
Oh, man. Godspeed to him and everybody around him this weekend. Watch out. Woolly Bully. Yeah. He's coming to Rex Shop, I imagine. He's been waiting for this, man. He's been talking about this for months now. So
you think he got him a new polo to wear, like a new slim-fitting polo or something like? That's kind of when he hits these milestones. You see the wardrobe kind of change a little bit.
The interesting one, he's going to be at a Steve Aoki DJ pool party hotel situation tomorrow.
Oh, in Vegas pool party?
Vegas.
He's got a robe? I hope he takes some penicillin with him, you know?
Yeah, well, I know he's
some
taking
amoxicillin.
He's taking a lot of party favors. I hope he snuck in a couple of those penicillins.
Yeah.
Because he's going to need all he can get, but he was getting like a beach shirt, like a Hawaiian shirt. I think he was going to get some new trunks. He might be going hoochie daddy on us with the swim trunks.
Because what's caught in that pool doesn't stay in Vegas, from what I heard.
That's right. That crap will come back with you.
Yeah, come back with you.
Well, best of luck to Wolchuk. And I know there's some Tolos out there. If you see them, beer them.
Yeah.
Brace yourselves for a terrifying question, Cowboys fans. Will we experience the personal hell watching the rival fly to the top of the NFC again? We're talking about the Eagles. Sam Monson, Pro Football Talk, has the headline, How the Eagles Built a Super Bowl Contender in an Off Season. Are they really contenders? Like, I can imagine the Eagles being better than the Cowboys. I could see that happening. I don't know if real contender. Now, I was skeptical in 2017 or 2018 when they won it. I couldn't believe it when we were on Radio Row in Minnesota and there were Eagles fans surrounding the entire Radio Row singing that stupid song. It drove me crazy. It really did. And I know it's something that you wish you could expunge from your memory if you're me, but you know, to be honest, I felt like Howie Roseman and the Eagles are doing the best job of team building. And in this article, Sam Monson here, Pro Football Focus, calls their moves flawless team building. Have they cracked the code? Are they going to go like 49ers on us and build two teams that end up in the NFC Championship game over the course of 5 years? That would be a nightmare because they've torn down almost everything. The quarterback's gone. Most of the defensive guys are gone. They have 2 offensive linemen remaining, but they found other ones. Damn it, if they put together essentially from scratch another Super Bowl team, that's worse than what we witnessed in 2018 because it's confirmation that right here inside the division is a team that's outworking you. Now, nobody thinks Steven and Jerry Jones are geniuses at this, but they've been doing pretty good when it comes to drafting. And, you know, majority of years, they have the best roster in the division. Oh, here we are. We're in position to win it. But the Eagles might have mastered the yo-yo, right? Oh, we're horrible. We're going to take these picks and make ourselves a lot better, and then we're back at it, and we're going to do a full shove all in here. The takeaways. The Eagles have bridged the gap in the NFC in one off season with a masterclass in roster construction, says Monson. The Eagles earned an A grade for their draft in the PFF analysis, and the team deployed its draft capital in a number of impressive ways, including trading for A.J. Brown. And the team pounced on the opportunity to upgrade their secondary and pair James Bradbury with Darius Slay. 2 good corners back there. They bring in Gardner Johnson. They get rid of Rager. It's a series of smaller moves that add up to marginally improve their roster in several ways. You nail the draft. You bring in the Pro Bowl wide receiver. And we know they're going to dominate the line of scrimmage. We know their line of scrimmage play is going to be dang good. So I think we went through a period of time that sucked when your buddy Andy Reid was there in the early 2000s, Brian. And I just hope we're not 20 years later experiencing another one. What do you say?
You know, you have to admire Howie's done a really nice job, as you mentioned, with the draft. But the thing with Rager, that hurt them. I mean, they had to go out and get A.J. Brown because Rager
was bad.
And
they're not as good as drafting at the Cowboys.
And you know, it would have been, think about if they would have drafted Jefferson.
Yeah.
You know, that Minnesota ended up taking. And so, boy, that could have been just awful.
I don't even want to think about that.
For Cowboy fans. The question is going to be, though, with the guys, they've got some older players. And can their older players stay healthy? When you start to talk about Lane Johnson at tackle, he tends to get banged up during the season and things happen to him. You look at some other ones here, with Fletcher Cox, not so much getting banged up, but an older guy. They're kind of thinking about, can he get back on track? They drafted this kid, this Andre Dillard kid. He's a bust, this first-round tackle that they have. But they're having to go, and Jordan Mailata has come in and taken that spot. So they've done a really good job of, when they have these players that don't work out, find a way to go get a guy or two that can work out. I absolutely love Jordan Davis, the defensive tackle from Georgia. I was surprised he lasted as long as he did. In this draft, and they did a great job of going to get him. I mentioned what's happening at the running back spot. People will say, well, listen, Boston Scott's, he's just as good as Miles Sanders. I think it's going to come down to their quarterback play. I say it quite a bit. I just really believe if you have a special type team, or what you believe is a special team, that quarterback means a lot. It really does. Can he be the guy? Look what they've done at Kansas City with all the talent that they had. A special quarterback that able to, get them in those playoff games, get them to championship games, finish games, and stuff like that. The thing that could hurt Philadelphia is if they get into a game where somebody is able to move the ball on them and score points. Can he score along with you? I think there's going to be some times where he's going to be in some games where they're going to have to put it in the air, and they're going to have to find a way to score. And I don't know if he could do that, but they've got the talent around him. They got the blockers. They've clearly got the receivers to handle that. So that's the one drawback, if you ask me. Everything about the team building and what Howie's done, if you want to be honest, he's also got multiple first-round picks next year. That's where, if all of a sudden and the quarterback draft is very, very deep for next year, if all of a sudden Jalen Hurts can't play and he's the reason why they don't have success, they will go draft a quarterback and then ask me this question again next year, and I'll say they probably fixed their quarterback spot. That's the thing you have to worry about going off into the future with the Eagles.
Yeah, that's a great point. And they're right ahead of the Cowboys, or I guess just right behind the Cowboys in terms of average age on their team. The Cowboys have the 28th young, or basically the fifth youngest team in the NFL based on average age on their roster, and the Eagles are sixth. So they have a really young team as well, which tells you they're probably set up nicely for the future. They got the draft picks and all that stuff, and certainly the ceiling for this year's team is how big of a step is Jalen Hurts taking at the quarterback position. And also, we talk about the Cowboys sideline, the second-year coach, Sirianni, doing in that offense. What is he doing to take the next step for him and his team in that offense? And so that could change things. If Jalen Hurts comes out here and looks super impressive from the pocket throwing the ball,
could be trouble.
I'm not necessarily anticipating that. A lot of, I think, what Jalen Hurts has from a mental standpoint is just like not seeing things quick enough. Things are just moving too fast for him. And so I don't know that in one offseason that's going to change. And you saw in the playoff game last year, that's why the ceiling for this team is you get into the playoffs, you start playing good teams because you're going to play an opposing quarterback that's going to be no joke. Last year for them in the playoffs, it was Brady.
Tampa, yeah.
And it was a great run defense. So what do you do now, Philly? Because we shut down your run game. And in the regular season, 9 times out of 10, you're playing defenses that can't shut down your run game. But once you get to the playoffs, that's all it takes. All Tampa had to do was show up, put 8-9 in the box, suffocate your run game, and they absolutely slapped the lips off you. So I think they're good enough to, like you mentioned in Crosstalk, Dawson, like they can be a good regular season team because they're a different kind of build, similar of San Francisco, where they can play just some bully ball on you. And most teams aren't built to do that. So on a random regular season week in the NFL, the Eagles or the Niners come to town and they're running on you. It's like it's almost like in high school when you're playing Trinity all of a sudden. Every week you're playing shotgun teams and they're spreading you and they're throwing you, and then all of a sudden here comes Trinity week. Now we're adjusting everything we do defensively because they're going fullbacks, bunch of tight ends, they're hammering it at us. So in the regular season, I think the Eagles are well built. They built it in the trenches, but then they added some other guys, some fluff stuff where you got the A.J. Brown, you have the first-round pick, Devontae Smith at wide receiver, Dallas Goedert's a solid tight end. They bring in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the safety, Nakobe Dean as well. Talk about Jordan Davis, the Georgia Bulldog on that legendary college defense last year. Who was that linebacker?
And
Nakobe
they already
Dean.
have good linebackers. They're talking about Dean might not even start.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive deal. So the Eagles are a strong team. Now, it would be so fun because everybody's riding them, and Vegas will tell you the closest division race of all the divisions in the league is the NFC East. It's neck and neck right there, Cowboys, Eagles. It's like a coin flip. Who's going to win that thing? Everybody's riding the Eagles, and I would love for them to just freaking crash and burn all over the place.
They feasted on bad teams to get in the playoffs.
Heck yeah, they did.
If you look at their situation, they lost a game, I believe it was with the Chargers, and they were like 3-6 at the time. And then they turned around, they won a game at Denver, and that kind of, they beat Denver, they beat the Saints, and then they lost to the Giants, which was kind of a weird game, like 13-7. They had a bunch of problems in the red zone in that game, I believe. But then you beat the Jets, the Commanders, the Giants, the Commanders, and then you lose that final game to the Cowboys because the next week you're playing against Tampa in the wild card round. So they took advantage of some teams late in their schedule that kind of propelled them into that point of and some other teams collapsed, which allowed them to get in the playoffs at 9-8.
Yeah, they look like they might make a run at it last year, especially when the Cowboys were struggling. The Eagles were on fire. They'd won a number of games in a row at one point. I think they got significantly better this offseason, and I think the Cowboys took a half step back. We also haven't mentioned they signed the speed rusher Hassan Reddick for just $15 million. And he averages 50 pressures a year. So have fun with that. It'll be really interesting once it starts rolling out, and I can't believe we're finally here. Just one more weekend without the NFL. It was a huge day for the Mavericks yesterday. We'll get to that here in just a second. The 469 says, I've been in prison before, Gavin. The Eagles winning is nowhere near a personal hell for me, sir. Well, I'm sorry about that development in your life, sir. It's good to have you on the outside now. And yes, I should have said a personal sports hell. No doubt about it, because all this is relative.
Yeah, no, it's good to get both perspectives, because for me, someone who's never been in prison, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl is my personal hell.
See, there you go. Yeah, Luka and Slovenia beat Sabonis in Lithuania. It was cool. Afterwards, Callie Kaplan wrote a story about him in the morning news, and it wasn't about Dirk. It was about the developments of his body, because in that game yesterday, he had this baseline spin and was at the rim quicker than I think we've ever seen him. Then after the two-handed dunk, he held it with one and kind of pimped it for a half second and looked at the defender like, yes, that just happened, sir.
Confidence on 100.
It was like a leanness and a nastiness, a quickness that we haven't seen from Luka. The headline, more muscle, body oil. Luka Doncic's weight fitness looks steady as Mavs season looms. Doncic flexed and dunked in Slovenia's Eurobasket opening win, a promising sign. She said that the Mavs internally right now are hopeful that this is a sign that Luka is going to take it to the next level. One Mavs official did jokingly wonder whether Luka has slicked on body oil because his arms look a lot more defined and his physique appeared more slender. She did say they do have a little bit of apprehension because from the time between Eurobasket and training camp, it'll be either 8 or 18 days, depending on how far they make it. Yeah. And she revealed last year, the pound total was 15 pounds in 6 weeks. That's what Luka gained last year in 6 weeks. So if you give him 2.5 weeks this time, is he going to put on 7 pounds? Is he going to put on 8 pounds? Or has he turned the page from that sort of letting go, I guess. I mean, you got to be trying hard to put on 15 pounds in 6 weeks. That I don't know if it's 2.5 pounds. Like doing the math and the science on that.
It's almost impossible without a little help.
Yeah, it's like you could get bloated and get on the scale and have it be 15 pounds over. But if that's like 15 pounds of actual fat on your body, bro, what were you doing? Is that all the pizzas and pancakes and cold beer 24/7, 365?
Yeah, it's got a lot of rice in it too. Spain.
So going into this period of time after this tournament and before, I think is going to inform us. Does he show up looking about the same as he is right now, or can you tell he let himself go? And if he does, I think it's important because once you break that routine, it's kind of hard to get back in that mode.
Well, the problem for Luka is like basketball season starts at the same time as like the traditional bulking season starts. You know, so like that
hibernation.
That's part of the problem. Like everybody starts once you start getting around October. And maybe even at the end
the
of
hoodies,
start
breaking those
September,
hoodies out. Yeah,
the extra layers start coming. You start like you're lowering the reps and you're up in the weight, and then the intake's going up as well from a caloric standpoint. So he just needs to tweak that a little bit because he's got the summer season down.
He does.
Like it sounds like in the summer he's riding high. He just needs to do it a little bit more of a fall cut than
He's
a
a
fall
fluctuator?
bulk.
Yes,
Sounds like he's a big time
absolutely.
fluctuator.
Yeah. He was on point.
Different Luka for every season.
Dude, yesterday he was even sprinting back on defense.
Stop it!
That's summer Luka. Yeah.
Oh!
Had 3 steals in the first half, but nobody's been able to ask him about it because he's not talking much at all. He like bailed on the post game. He's not talking to anybody in between games, just kind of chilling, doing his Luka Euro type of thing.
He's doing cigarette breaks as opposed to media breaks.
Yeah. All righty.
You catch him on the dock out back at the stadium.
That's right.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's the 320 segment. We have more sports gold for you. Jerry Jones on KNC. How ready is Tyler Smith to get this job done? It's next in the Fan.
But it's a football Friday in the month of September. The best duo in the world. I think it was Lucius the other day. I was like, "What's the best duo ever?" Well, it's Cowboys football and it's Miller Lite beer. That's right, ladies.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
We got some Jerry Jones audio. He addressed Tyler Smith and other things this morning with KMC, and we'll get these cuts here in just a second. 254 asking, have y'all seen the Adam Sandler movie Hustle? We have. Thought it was really good. Well done.
Did you get inspired, brothers? Did you see the movie? Have you seen the movie
No,
yet?
I have not.
It's made for you, except it's another sport.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to watch that.
It's Hustle?
Yeah,
Hustle with Adam Sandler.
Oh, I'll catch that this week.
He's kind of like a scout, and he is a scout in
Yeah, he's a
basketball.
scout. He's a
basketball scout.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was a coach.
No, he
Oh.
ends up kind of coaching this prospect that he finds in Spain to get ready to come over to the NBA draft. It's kind of like
Hustle.
the Giannis story.
Yeah, it's a cool movie.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like paint as you go. You know what's going to happen as it happens, but you know it's still damn good.
Yeah, it's fun. Okay, 903. My fantasy football name is. Why is he still potted up, Lucius?
Hold on.
That's strong.
Hold on.
Why is he still potted up, Lucius? Goodbye. Man, a historic moment in G-Bag Nation history. Salute to you, sir, for thinking of us when you're naming your fantasy football team. All right. This segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels. 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Yeah, we'll get updates on Michael Gallup. We will get updates on Tyler Smith. Is there anything, cut one, Jerry, you can tell us about Jason Peters?
Well, he's here getting physicals. We all know him. He was a really outstanding Arkansas player, and we're very familiar with him. I've really watched his career the entire time he's been in the NFL, and we're going to sit down here. I'll meet with him in just a few minutes, and we'll sit down here and see how he's doing, how his physicals have been, and go from there. But I don't have any more to talk about there.
There is a lot to talk about for us, though, based on that answer, getting physical. So they want to make sure that if a deal is agreed to, that we're going to be happy with it, right? So it's just kind of a formality, right?
Yeah, the more you, and I've been during the break trying to kind of piece some things together here, there is a confident feeling about the meeting and how it went.
Okay.
And they feel like they could get something done. I just don't know the timetable right now. I couldn't get that from them, though. But I've also learned, though, that this is one of those things where it would probably take 2 to 3 weeks to get him in football shape and get him ready.
So it doesn't have to be a hurry at all.
No. So but just know this isn't like immediately a plug and play.
Okay.
A situation. And I'm kind of getting the vibe that this could be more about a backup to Tyler Smith. And depending on how he plays, but you're going to need the 2 to 3 weeks from what I've learned here during these breaks.
Shoot, I'm surprised a guy at 40 years old can still get in shape to play NFL football, other than quarterback, which is kind of like pitching these days.
Yeah, I mean, we marvel at Brady, and what he's doing is amazing because he's winning Super Bowls and all that kind of stuff. But like what Jason Peters is doing at that size, that position for that long and still being
it's unreal,
respectable, above average in a lot of ways is pretty dang nuts, man.
Okay, so being an Arkansas guy, what's that worth in the Arkansas Razorback circle? Like Jerry and this guy get together, what's that look like? How much more likely does that make it that a deal gets done in your mind, Brian?
Oh, I think it's one of those things where Jerry likes to tell stories and reminisce, and the fact that Jerry was an offensive lineman and, he remembers the player.
Pulling guard.
Yeah, he remembers the player and all that. So, yeah, it's one of those things that when Jerry gets with a player, it's really not about X's and O's and stuff like that. It's like story time.
Yeah.
He does a great job of just kind of, what part of Arkansas? What's what part? Where did you have family there? The guys from Texas and all. He's like, well, where's your? Jerry's really good at drawing you into conversation. So it's not about, hey, listen, man, you got to sign here because I got a rookie left tackle that I don't know can play. Jerry's not doing that. Jerry's trying to get a feel.
He's schmoozing.
He's just kind of smoozing and he's allowing Steven and Adam Pacifica and those guys to do all the contract stuff.
I got a question. So we end up with a lot of Arkansas guys. Is it because Jerry is like, he sees a lot of Arkansas games?
Oh, no, he goes
Or it's because, that's my squad too, and I went there and I'm going to do somebody a favor as well.
His grandson was a quarterback there. So, yeah, Jerry's got him a box there and all that. And he was really proud when Arkansas beat A&M out at the stadium. Matter of fact, he handed him the trophy for the victory. So yeah, he's really a big Arkansas. It's funny you say it, Luce, because they had not had a lot of Arkansas players here, and like Felix Jones, and then it went a long time where but then they got John Ridgway here recently in the draft and stuff like that. So, but he loves that football team. Trust me, when you're in that room and you're talking about players from Arkansas, you better know what you're talking about because he's got a little bit more insight than you do.
Whoopee.
318 at some point, will you ever play the audio of Gavin wanting to fight Mickey? It's hilarious. That was that cut. That was the, why is he still potted up? We'll see you in Oxnard, sir. That's where that whole thing came from. Jerry doesn't get involved in these negotiations very often, though, does he?
No, not really. He just wants to get to know the player a little bit. That's all he wants. And so as far as, now he could tell Steven and Adam, like, hey, let's get this done. Let's, what does he want?
Yeah.
Does he want an extra $2-3 million? Well, let's get this done.
Yeah, I think, in my mind, Chief, when Jerry gets involved, it's because there's kind of a stalemate going. And we need to get Jerry in to change the dynamic, start.
Well, yeah, Jerry, you're right. Jerry can also influence the guy to like sign though, too.
Yeah.
Like the guy, like also
he'll influence his own guys or that guy.
Yeah, if that player sitting there has any kind of doubt, Jerry Jones will change doubt in your mind. He'll like, man, I want to play for this guy. Kind of a thing.
I remember when he brought Lale Collins to town, sat him down at the Jerry Jones dinner table, if I have that correctly, and solely because Lale Collins had a couple of suitors. So he's like, okay, I need to, let me come in here for the big swing at the end. And next thing you know, Lale Collins is a Cowboy. So you could see that being the case. And it's like whenever I was selling cars, like my managers, my bosses, they were cool. Like, hey, you go dancing around, you do the test drive, you do everything. And if you close it, beautiful. But don't you let them walk out the door without talking to me.
Yeah.
So you go do your thing, and if you got it, great, I'm going to let you do it. But do not let them leave these doors, these four walls, until I've at least had some say in this matter. And so that's probably what Jerry's doing. Hey, if Steven, you go handle it. If we get to a point where he's wanting to walk out the door here, I'll go sit down and make sure this thing gets closed up for us.
And Lyle Collins, I'm glad you remember that. And Mike McCarthy, the press conferences after those meetings with Jerry, there's always a big smile on the face. It's like they'd come off the greatest party ever, Brian.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know if it's whining and dining or if it's just, Jerry's magical touch that he has with his communication.
Well, you saw when we went to the media party, you and I don't always go to the media party, and we went this last time, and the one thing you could see is Jerry Jones working the room. Yeah. He's comfortable walking from group to group and saying hello and visiting, and he and I mean, we had a conversation about Saudi Arabia and the people I know, the people he knows, and it's the same parties and stuff like that. But he's comfortable going from group to group and just being able to identify with something that he might learn about you or know about you.
And people, I think they feel a little more important or maybe a little more special for what it sounds crazy. It's an 80-year-old oil baron, but that's just the gift that he has.
He does.
What are realistic expectations for Tyler Smith? Here's cut 9.
Well, I think Tyler's going to get man. What does that mean? He's going to get his man. And I think he's going to do a good job of it. Is he not going to get him all the time? Yes. We need to have somebody there to help him out. We need to keep some out that'll cut some out of the offense. You need to cut it out a little bit and help him out. But I think he'll get man. I think he will get better. I think that's the nature of the position in football. He's got everything we hoped and more when we drafted him. It's exactly what we drafted him for, to come in and be the left tackle. And so he's had a really outstanding camp. All of the things are there. Do I wish we had Tyron? Yes. Will we get Tyron back? Likely. But in the meantime, he's going to come in, and he's going to get a Harvard doctor's degree in playing left tackle between now and then. Will we pay some price for it? Yes. Can we win with him paying a price? I think so, yes.
Okay, well, I thought that was a very candid answer. I really like that answer. Now, they're going to have to help him, though, Brian.
They will.
You're going to have to help Steele, too.
They're going to have to help him, too. Yeah, that's why you got Zach Martin standing over there. Yeah, and, McGovern has done a good job, we'll see. We'll see with him at the left guard spot.
You're going to need a tight end over there if we're talking about really helping.
You're going to need a lot of things. You're going to need chip backs. You're going to need waggle boots. You're going to need a lot of things. You're going to need
a running game.
Tight ends coming across, blocking guys.
Yeah. That's why I say the pressure on Kellen Moore. That's pressure on Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, that's what they did. Remember when Steele, if you go back and watch the Charger game in week 2, when Steele had to make the start, they had a great game plan where he did not have to take Bosa one-on-one the whole time.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to mask, like to help out and protect one of your tackles. But now the challenge is you're probably gonna have to do it with 2 of them.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot more on the plate of Kellen Moore and Dak and Biotish understanding at the line of scrimmage where we need to slide things. And I think Jerry seems to have a pretty level head on this Tyler Smith thing. Of course, he's going to be biased in the sense that he believes in him. He drafted him in the first round, but he knows there's going to be some bumps in the road. So that made me feel better. But when he says this is why we drafted him, this is why you drafted him, but you weren't thinking it was going to happen this quickly. You drafted him to be your left tackle next year or the year after. Things are all happening much quicker than you were anticipating when you put the card in.
Yeah, I think that's really the main reason I think the Eagles are going to win the division. I mean, it's like 52-48. I'm not locking it in or anything, but if I had to pick, I'd take Philly because they have Lane Johnson and the Mailata guy, right?
Yeah.
And Kelsey at center, the best center in the game, So I think that line of scrimmage is going to be a huge factor. And the Cowboys have a couple of guys that, aren't going to be the strong points of their team. Here we go, the final cut from Jerry Jones, cut 8. You said if it was the Super Bowl, Gallup would play. Do you have a specific timeline for us, Mr. Jones? Here we go.
Okay, he's coming off of his injury and is in really outstanding position right now. The reason that I said if this were a Super Bowl is because if he gets it nicked up or gets hurt, I think everybody understands it maybe, but the writer that wrote that, if he gets hurt in a Super Bowl, you've got an entire off season.
Hey.
Yeah.
You've got an entire off season to come back. If you're doing it the first game of a long season, 20 games plus maybe to count going through all the playoff games and everything else, maybe as many as 20 games. If you do that and you take that risk on the first game of the year, that's stupid. You can't take that risk. But if this were the last game of the year and it was for all the marbles, we'd take that risk. That's pretty easy to understand.
What do you think?
He's capable of going out. He's capable of going out and playing and catching the pass. But you just risk more now than if you waited a couple of games.
Okay, so still no great timeline, but that does help understand it a little bit.
So what he's saying is if it was the Super Bowl, automatically you play him. But first game of the season, there's some things that you have to worry about.
It's more about the added injury risk than the pain tolerance right now.
If in fact they put him on PUP, that was going to be 4 games. So the fact that they got him on the active roster, then we've all speculated 2 to 3 games. It's not going to be longer than 4 games.
Do you ever speculate on how these tennis players can play so well with like a ball in their pocket, or tucked into their short sleeve
against their leg?
Yeah. It seems weird to me.
No, they've done it all their life.
They have. I guess they've done it all their life. They're used to it.
What I'm mesmerized by is that the ball gal or a guy hand them tennis balls, and they always knock 2 of them away, right?
Huh.
And then the ball boy or ball girl hands them the same ball back, and then they play that ball.
Yeah,
it's funny how they just they look at it and then they say no, I don't want that one, and then they just get it right back the next point.
What a cool job though, that ball boy or ball girl, because they always get like fly polos and hats that go with it and shoes and everything. You haven't paid attention to that?
Well, I'll tell you what,
though, decked out on that court.
You could YouTube it, and there's like some of these times there's these I saw a gal just get hit right in the head. She's at the net, and she was crouched down there, and like she got one just whistled right at her head, and it went off her face.
I'll let you hit me with a tennis ball for some purple label polos. I'll let it
with a big old Ralph Lauren, the oversized.
As long as it's not Serena serving that thing up at me. Anybody else, please. She's still eclipsing like 110 MPHs on these serves,
smoking them. It's incredible to hear that ball come off her racket compared to her opponent. She's back in action tonight at 6:00. All right, biggest L, biggest dub coming up next. Where are we headed with that, Chief?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More important, importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Biggest L, Biggest Dub is next right here on the Fan.
All right, buddy. Let's talk about D&M Leasing, though, before we do anything else. If you want or need a new vehicle, go to dmautoleasing.com.
The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to get Biggest L, Biggest Dub with Chiafalo, and here he is, Eric.
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Text them on in, 877-881-1053. It is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Is anybody getting a bigger dub than Serena? I mean, are you kidding me what she's done this week? What she's done her whole career?
That was a historic dub.
But now she moves to, so she's 21-0 in first rounds at the U.S. Open. She's also 21-0 in second rounds at the U.S. Open after her first and second round victories in the U.S. Open this week. So she gets the big dub. And how about this from Tim Reynolds? When Serena won her first U.S. Open match, Greg Popovich was 106th on the all-time wins list in the NBA. Tom Brady had not thrown his first touchdown pass yet for the Michigan Wolverines.
What?
He hadn't even thrown a college touchdown pass yet, that Brady. Serena was already winning her first.
So when did she start playing?
Well, that's actually a really good question.
She was like 4.
Yeah, she was doing this at moments, just seconds after she exited the womb. It was
99.
Such a 99. Okay. So it's been 1999. The other one here, when Serena won her first U.S. Open match, LeBron James had not made his high school debut yet.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 95.
Okay.
That was her first major singles title in 99.
And when Serena won her first U.S. Open match, Tim Duncan was the reigning NBA Rookie of the Year. So that is how long
Is he still rocking a tongue ring, that guy?
Hold up.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Finally, somebody can play with this with me. Pause. Yeah, man.
Tim Duncan?
Rocking out here rocking a tongue ring, you know?
With his baggy jeans and stuff?
I guess that was a thing at those days.
And the oversized button-ups?
Belly button ring for a guy and tongue ring.
Wow. That's why Charlemagne the God asked Danny Green that question that one time.
You get it now.
Holy smokes. Okay, well, look at this. We're all learning. That's a big dub for me. I did not know that Tim Duncan was, honestly, if you had me guessing professional athletes in the history of sports with tongue rings, I don't know that I would ever belch out the name Tim Duncan at you. So that's a fun fact right there, Lucius. Thank you.
I'm just glad they're out of style, man. It was so annoying with people playing with them and, telling you they got one.
The girls used to rub it against their teeth to make that sound.
Yeah. What are you doing? Yeah. It's so weird.
Yeah, one of my buddies got it done in high school, and it was like his tongue was swelled up, and just like he couldn't talk. He sounded like Lee Corso for a couple of days talking. It was a weird deal.
They would always act like they're licking their hands at parties. Do that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, not for me.
Check your email, Dawson.
Okay.
Check your email. The 805 biggest dub finally saved enough cash to put a down payment on a new ride. Going as soon as I'm off work today. Holy smokes, the 805 is about to get some new wheels today. Slide over at Premier Autos of Dallas. Shout out to my boys over there in Addison. Man, that's awesome. You get that down payment. You get some new wheels. That new car feeling. I've never had like a new car feeling, but just like getting a new car that feels new to you, even if it's got 100,000+ miles on it, it's still such an amazing feeling. So kudos to you, 805.
When did you realize it wasn't new? How far did you go before you like this car's not new?
It's about a half a mile. You can start to see things. I mean, even just like on the radio and stuff, the numbers are faded a little bit because there's been so many fingers that have touched it.
Coffee stain in the cup holder a little bit. Yeah. You couldn't get that out there corner, I see.
The detail team's good, but they ain't that good. You know what I mean?
Not working miracles there, are we?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see. We continue here. Biggest L, biggest dub. Big L for Saints safety Marcus May this week. He got arrested. He's denying what is alleged to be pointing a gun at juveniles in road rage incident. That'll get you behind bars. So Marcus May, you're taking a big L this week, no question. Johnny Manziel fans and just college football fans in general are getting a big dub because it looks like not only are we going to get a 2008 Florida Gators, Urban Meyer, Tim Tebow sports documentary through Netflix, it looks like Netflix and the same people that were going to be doing or that did the Manti Te'o documentary, The Untold folks.
Those people are good, man.
They're giving us a Johnny Manziel one. I don't have an official release date here, but it looks like we are going to. There was a little teaser that got tweeted out by Netflix.
For interviews, right?
Yeah, so that's going to be a fun one. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine? And that's what was so funny during the Manti Te'o documentary when they're doing the Heisman stuff, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is the Johnny Manziel year. What a crazy year for college football from like an off the field standpoint, like a pop culture standpoint. Johnny Manziel and Manti Te'o. Geez, that was a legendary year. So Netflix is bringing you the Johnny football documentary. That's a huge dub for all of us. Another college football dub. And this is product of the NIL situations going on. Broadus, you mentioned this yesterday. Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud, one of the best college football players in the entire country. You know he's raking it in as the Buckeyes starting quarterback with the NIL stuff. He is going to be gifting teammates a $500 gift card for some new game day suits. So all the Buckeyes players right now are receiving a big dub because they're getting $500 worth of clean suits. So, wow. I mean, and if you go to like a J.C. Penney's with $500, you can get a lifetime's worth of suits.
He's the Micah Parsons of NIL. If everybody can't eat, I don't want to eat.
Yeah.
You know,
I like that from C.J. Stroud. You know how many walk-on dudes that have like probably never worn a suit in their lives and like, are you kidding me? Here we go. I don't have the NIL deals. Thank you, C.J. That's a pretty
trying to
cool
figure
one.
that out. Didn't we say, well, we were thinking maybe he was everybody that was on the traveling squad. Well, it's a home game, but maybe they can only dress so many during these games. We were thinking, 65 suits?
Yeah, I think it's 32,500.
Yeah, 32,000.
They getting them tailored?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not super snazzy tailored, but...
Okay.
Yeah,
and kids look like an old Jamaican cab driver. You know, it don't fit right.
I want the
fit, man.
I want the Michael Jordan shoulder pad suits.
Yeah,
I look really.
Yeah, I got drafted in '96.
Yeah.
Or even 2003.
Yeah.
When did that stop? Like 07, maybe 08?
When snap music came around, everything got small all of a sudden.
That's right. 817 biggest dub. French kissed my high school crush.
Man, good for you, bro.
Wow.
Man, you ever look back at your crushes and some of them just didn't make it?
I got my
they
40th,
aged like Lee Corso.
I've got my 40th reunion coming up October 14th. So I'm going to go and check it out.
Good for you.
I'm going to hang out and see what's going on there. I'm sure there are a lot of...
Oh, there's going to be a lot of wheelchairs. And
wow. You got to relax.
We got a golf tournament before, so there might be a lot of that.
A lot of handicap parking things hanging in the rear view mirrors.
We're all fighting for the same spot. All the handicap spots.
Showing your AARP cards and everything.
That's right, man.
There's a sign up before you walk in.
Awful, man.
Everybody gets the senior discount that night, dude. That's going to be awesome. We got 214 Big Dub got a new job as a probation officer.
Oh,
big dubs to that guy. New job. Sounds like a promotion. That's a beautiful situation.
Hey man, where you been?
Yeah.
Why is this pea cold?
This is not fresh, bro. You got to get the hand warmers, and you got to get the little containers from Walmart, and then you get the rubber band. You wrap it around to keep that thing fresh.
Whatever it takes.
Pro tip. 903. I heard it from a friend. I have a friend that's passed many a P test. 903. 1 year removed from Achilles tendon surgery today.
Oh my jeez.
That is Randall and Sadler. Oh, dude. Once you hit that 12-month mark, now Randall, I imagine, is going to be dunking a basketball today. 12 months after the Achilles, you're a brand new man. Kudos to you. And I know that that rehab for the Achilles is no joke. 214, huge dub. It's college football season, ladies and gentlemen. Dang right it is, and that is a massive dub for all of us. Huge L for the Cardinals corner, who is going to be put on the NFI list, non-football injury, because he burned himself while cooking in a freak accident. This dude made the team, Antonio Hamilton. He's been grinding all summer. Boom, next thing you know, he spills hot water on his foot, and now he's going to miss at least the first month of the season. That is one of those weird injuries.
Well, hot water's dangerous.
Oh, hugely. Yeah, I'm always concerned in the kitchen. My daughter's running around, and she wants to help stir stuff, and I'm like, oh, my gosh.
Always put it on the back burner, man.
Yeah, oh, that's a good call. Dang, that is a really good call. I'm a front right burner guy.
Yeah, when the kid, before they realize how dangerous it is, because there's been horrible accidents. Yeah.
And the biggest L of the week is going to the consumer product. Well, it's going to Up a Baby Ridge, the jogging strollers that have had a recall due to a fingertip amputation hazard.
Ooh.
For the baby or for the person pushing it?
For the baby, bro. Can you imagine? We got a couple of babies floating around here in America that have lost their finger thanks to this Up a Baby stroller, this jogging stroller, and now there's a recall. So if you have an Up a Baby Ridge stroller,
Get
the
that back.
CPSC is saying get rid of it, get your money back, and keep your
baby's
fingers.
fingers are on the line
So how much money do you think they're going to get for a baby's finger?
That's 80 grand right
That's
there.
80 grand?
It's a fingertip,
Grand?
bro. Fingertip.
Grand, my behind?
Yeah, 80 grand.
No, we ain't even talking unless I see six figures out
I was
the
going to
gate,
say, bro, I need
What?
6 figures. You're not going to settle.
What? I'm going to go get a crazy lawyer. You don't come
You
back
got
on
the
mine.
Frankels on the scene for you, apparently. I was just throwing numbers out. I was about to settle for less.
Look at you.
Yeah, you point to the guy and you say, okay, I'll give you 80 grand right now. You cut off your finger. You say, all right, let's up this price here a little bit.
You'll be all right, Abby.
The biggest L, I missed the Bill Burr ticket giveaway. Well, actually, it's a big dub because you did not, 817. Call now, 877-881-1053 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Bill Burr at American Airlines Center September 10th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. We're back to some Chiafalo content. He'll give you the details on what linemen are doing to stay bulked up for the season. You ain't going to believe it. It's next here in the Nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877
See, that's a big game right there. And Gareth Bale, the former international star, will be fun to watch. It is a new era at FC Dallas. Go to fcdallastickets.com. That's fcdallastickets.com. Let's go.
Defending FC Dallas' home field advantage is a tough job to tackle. That's why FC Dallas has trusted Vizeta as a leader in data center solutions and cybersecurity to protect Toyota Stadium for over 15 years. I'm FC Dallas defender Marco Farfan, and this has been the FC Dallas Minute presented by Vizeta.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. A little bit different Friday for you because we have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30. So Jared Sandler's in the building. He'll have the pregame for you. Coming up at 4:20, Eric Nadell is going to join us, and we'll talk Rangers going into the weekend. Right now, Eric Chiafalo has the details on what linemen are doing to stay bulked up during a football season. Here he is, Chief.
Yeah, this is a hell of a story, boys. NFL.com if you want to check it out. We got plenty of food discussion to get into as well because we got the Brian Broaddus Friday lunch special today. Meant to mention that during Biggest Hell, Biggest Dub, huge dub for us. We all got to try the Wingstop Chicken Sammys for the first time. They're getting in the chicken sandwich game. Wingstop is. We got that news this week. Broaddus is like, okay, there's lunch for the squad. We all got a little tasty taste.
What'd you think?
It was outstanding.
You go outstanding. Okay,
Yeah.
Lucius.
Now, he had a different one. He had the barbecue one, and you guys went original.
I went original hot. Lucius, you did too?
Yeah, I went original hot. It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. I think I'm going to go with a dry rub, the Louisiana dry rub next time.
Okay.
Still put the ranch on the on the sandwich. And have the fries on the side. Yeah. But I
like
enjoyed
that.
it.
Oh, no, it was good. I mean,
it's a dub.
Is it better than Popeyes?
No.
I say no.
No, it's not messing
Is
with
it
Popeyes,
okay?
bro.
Give me a ranking where you're at on where of the chicken sandwiches. Where do you put it with the other chicken sandwiches? I didn't have one myself. I just bought them, so I don't know what you're doing here.
I think I go Chiking from BK, tied with Chick-fil-A, followed by Wingstop, and actually then Popeyes.
Wow.
I it's me. It's a me thing.
Yeah, it
Popeyes is it's too much. It's
He's
too
got
much
us,
meat.
it's you. He's got massive stock in Burger King or something.
much
This dude
bird.
is about Burger King.
There's too
bro.
much bird in there. I need more breading.
I'm gonna find out this is the guy that was really in that king suit dancing around.
Had the belt over his head. Coming in with
Now,
the belt.
It's only the spicy Chiking. Okay, I've had the
Spicy-
regular Chiking. And if you went there and you didn't get the spicy, I kind of see what you're saying.
Do they still have the Chiking?
I believe so.
Maybe we have to have another experiment.
Hey.
I think we need to figure out the Chiking, where that's at.
I'm an anti-Burger King guy, so I haven't even tried the Chiking.
What?
And I feel bad about that because I haven't done my journalistic investigative work.
My man said an
That's a you problem.
anti-Burger King guy. That's
He
different.
did.
I'm
He's
just
anti.
I'm not a Burger King guy. I have
What?
not much in the way of respect for Burger King, and I apologize for that.
Wow.
Would you like to go any further on
And
that?
you are a Sonic guy.
I do appreciate Sonic. I think
How old are
Sonic
you?
does it right. 28 years old.
So you were around when they had a good Whopper, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
You were
saying.
here. You were on this earth.
Flame broiled, bro.
Feels like it's been forever. I don't know. I just don't do the Burger King thing. So I will try the Chiking. For me, it's still Popeye's number 1.
Popeye's crazy.
And then I'm going to mess around and go Chick-fil-A number 2.
Ooh.
And the problem with the Wingstop one, I would say, is I feel like they half-ass the bun and the pickles. The bun and the pickles.
The bun, definitely the bun, in my opinion.
Okay, because they just basically pull the bun right out of the bag the same way you and I do, and that was it.
I saw toasting involved.
Did you really?
I saw toasting.
I didn't
involved.
taste the toast.
because I ordered it and then it wasn't ready, so they had to prep it while I was there. I was keeping an eye on what was going on, and they run that bun through a toaster.
Okay.
Is what they do.
214, I'm glad to know Gavin's bad takes aren't just football.
No, he's consistent, man. He
Across
really
the board,
is.
boy.
Wow.
But yeah, overall it was good. It
Yeah.
was good, but I think Popeyes does the pickles well. Like they have a special pickle. They're not half-assing the pickle here. Because we all know the traditional, even Chick-fil-A, as much as we love their sandwich, they're just giving you the same pickle that a McDonald's is giving you. Popeyes it's got a crunch. There's a thickness to it. It looks a little bit more like something you would
sauce
see.
in there,
Yeah,
man.
that sauce is crazy.
Crazy.
But
Do you
the
think
chicken.
do you think they do something with the pickles though at Popeyes, like soak them in Cajun seasoning or something like that? Are they any different? Are they?
I say some Cajun pickles.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, no. There's some like there's. I was watching recipes this morning of guys cooking with bacon and jalapenos and stuff like that. His jalapenos were soaked in, like they were pickled in Cajun seasoning. So he had jalapeno pickles, but with Cajun seasoning in the pickle.
That's getting fancy there.
Yeah. So like with the piece of chicken, Cajun jalapeno pickle wrapped in bacon, and then on the smoker.
Wow.
He has some meat hanging off his elbows.
This guy is my guy from Mississippi. Yeah, he's got a lot.
Yes,
He takes up the whole.
Could have stopped at
screen.
Mississippi,
They
right?
know how to season. I'm gonna listen to him.
This is Malcolm Reed is his name. Yeah, he takes up the whole screen. Yeah.
Much love to Malcolm. But overall, it was awesome. It was awesome. Very much appreciated.
Wait, there's a story from 1 week ago that your king is becoming discontinued?
Oh, no.
Sorry, Chiafalo.
No, you're good.
For the rest
I feel
of the
bad
segment.
for you. I know that's your go-to chicken sando right there.
You don't feel bad for him at all.
I really don't. I'm glad we're cleaning up the streets of these crappy sandwiches, man. We just need to have just the good ones. Just the good ones. The Popeyes, the Chick-fil-A.
They're coming through with a new Royal Crispy chicken sandwich starting later this month.
All right.
And by the end of the month, the swap should be completed nationwide. They're going to have a regular spicy and deluxe Royal Crispy.
That's wonderful, man.
Dawson sad as hell over there. He just found out live on air.
Look at him. It's like
he just gulped.
He's in a fog right now.
He just dunked on every sandwich out there just to say Chiking was the best, and then found out, we're going to get rid of that.
What is
Chiking,
wrong
by the
with
way.
you people? You couldn't support the Chiking?
And then Eric's out there like, I told you. Bunch of trash they served.
It's on my route perfectly. It's like less than 45-second difference in my drive time to get this Chiking.
That's what it's the convenience for Dawson, man. It's not the taste. His judgment is clouded with the convenience. It's on the way to work.
I think what's happened is they knew that Chiking was fire, but it was only tied with Chick-fil-A's.
Okay,
They're coming through with the Royal Crispy to end this thing.
They knew it was tied.
Just like Kellen Moore knew his plays. He didn't want to unveil the good plays. He wanted to save them, and now Burger King's doing the same with the chicken sando.
Damn you, Chiafalo.
I do have some good news about AT&T Stadium and some of the yummy delights that they will be providing for the new concessions with the Cowboys. I'll get to those here in just a minute. I'll tease you, and then at the end of the segment, boom, I'll hit you with some of the new. They got one of these sandwiches, one of these burgers that looks pretty legendary, and I think it's the first of its kind in this space. So I'm looking forward to sharing you those details, AT&T Stadium concessions. But here is the story out of NFL.com. Cameron Wolfe is doing the investigative work with these linemen, man, because these linemen, we know, offensive and defensive linemen, they're freakishly huge. They're monsters. They're 6'4", they're 300-plus pounds. They're 6'7", they're 300-plus pounds. They are extraterrestrial kind of humans. And so how do they keep their bodies the way they need to be kept? How much food are these guys having to consume in order to stay this large? We see it all the time. Joe Thomas, Jeff Saturday, they get out of the sport, and next thing you know, you see them 6 months later on television, and you're like, wait, you played in the NFL? You've dropped 70 pounds. Because Joe Thomas, Jeff Saturday, they weren't supposed to be 320 pounds. They were actively trying with how much they were consuming on a daily basis to be the size they needed to be in order to play football. And then to be a normal human, okay, I don't need to be 300 plus pounds. And when I start eating like a normal human, boom, I drop a bunch of weight. So Cameron Wolfe, NFL.com, just did an insight. He went and talked to a bunch of linemen in the NFL, offensive and defensive, and just got like a little bit of a window into what they're consuming on a daily basis. And when you start talking about training camp and how much these guys are exerting themselves, how many calories they're burning, Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle for the Dolphins, he's 6'4", 315 pounds. He says on average he loses 10 pounds per practice.
Yeah.
All the running around and stuff he's doing. But he still has to be 315 pounds. So how do you make up for that? Well, in between practices, you're consuming a ridiculous amount of food. And so Ted Karras is one of the linemen for the Bengals that Cameron Wolfe went and just for a day, just kind of did a day in the life of and watched how much this guy was eating. And this guy's eating before his 2 o'clock practice every day with the Bengals. Their center is consuming 15 items a day before eating, before even hitting the field for practice. He says the name of the game is calorie consumption. I don't pay much attention to what it is. I just consume it. I eat high-calorie, dense food with volume and frequency. So here's how it lays out for a guy like Ted Karras, run-of-the-mill lineman in the NFL. He before his 2:00 practice, he's got a fruit smoothie in him. He's got 10 bottles of Aquafina water.
Dang.
He's got Gatorade with salt added, which is a heady play for hydration.
Too bad he's using Aquafina. It's just tap water, man. Let's get smarter. You're a millionaire athlete. Go get you some good water out here.
He got
good alkaline water.
Good alkaline water.
He might be drinking it from the Bengals, and they might be too cheap to buy good water.
That's a good point, man. Mike Brown, very
get
cheap.
you a gallon holder, man. Quit going through bottles, bro.
Yeah.
Save the turtles.
Yeah, Karras's pH levels are all thrown off, man, all because that damn Aquafina. Then he's got a gallon of water. Okay, so he's already done the 10 bottles of water. Then he's got a gallon of water he's consumed on top of the Gatorade with the salt and the fruit smoothie. 2 extra large Uncrustables. I didn't know there was more than one size of Uncrustables. Uncrustables are one of the greatest things ever invented.
Yeah, and seriously, he's right. No, you eat one of those, and then you look at the back of the package. It's
freaks you out.
It does.
That's junk food, though.
That's
bad carbs.
The peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
That's what he's saying.
It's a whole bunch of empty carbs, man. Go crazy.
But that's what he said. Like he's just like, I need the calories and I do need the carbs.
Yeah.
But he's like, I don't care what it is. I'm just mowing through stuff. I'm just trying to keep my weight on.
It's
so then
basically a Pop-Tart. That's what an Uncrustable is to me.
Are you crapping on the Uncrustable?
I am.
Dude.
I might be hurt over here.
Let's go.
What you did about
He's
that?
lashing out now.
Let's go. Yeah.
You
Hurt
raised. I'm
people
just
hurt
raising
people,
back.
as they say, you know.
Yes, hurt people hurt people.
He does. That's a good point.
Lucius.
That is a good point, Lucius. Drip drop electrolyte or electrolyte powder packet with water. Then after practice, steak and pasta in the team cafeteria. He has a snack, which is usually
This
a
is
protein
lunch,
shake.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is now after practice.
Yeah.
He does another gallon of water, more Gatorade with the salt added, more electrolyte powder packets with water. And then for dinner, he'll do either hibachi or a Philly cheesesteak or pasta. And then at home before bed, he's doing more Uncrustables and or a frozen pizza.
Oh my
and
God.
then more water. And that's his day. At least 6,000 calories is what he is consuming on a daily basis. That's just wild. Dolphins left tackle Teron Armstead said that he's not overly strict on his food diet, but he does have a few central rules. Typically, no fried foods, not a lot of bread, and sweets once a week. And he's learned that it's worked for him. He's always aware of his weight, but he says this. He says, quote, I've seen guys in the league who can eat whatever they want. McDonald's, Raising Cane's daily. Other guys have to be very selective. I'm somewhere in the middle, he says. But multiple linemen said they lose anywhere from 5 to 15 pounds per practice. Just because of how much running around they're doing.
And especially if you're one of those teams that play in the Southeast, though, when you're, and even in the Carolinas, with that.
The heat. Yeah, like all the humidity.
Yeah, in Baton Rouge, I remember one time I lost 18 pounds in a practice.
Oh, my
and
God.
I was so dehydrated. And this was in the 80s.
You're a long
was this
snapper.
practice?
What the hell are they doing for the long snapper workouts,
This was a 2-day practice where, they tried to monitor. In 1983, we had a player die at Auburn. And then everybody kind of realized, like, you can't put those kids out there and not give them water breaks and stuff like that. But yeah,
water's for the weak.
Yeah, to this day, I have dehydration problems when I sweat. And so because of what happened to me back then, when you get dehydrated once or twice, and I ran marathons. And I remember when I finished the South Bend Marathon, I went immediately, I told you, 50-yard line there at Notre Dame Stadium, took a left, went right into the tent, and the lady's like, well, here, just try and drink. And I go, ma'am, I'm an NFL scout. I know what happened to me. I'm dehydrated. 2 bags of IV later. But my life now is messed up. Anytime that I sweat and go, I could get just, I cook crawfish sometimes outside and I get just dehydrated, and I just have to stop and sit down. But once it happens to you, it's just a constant thing you have to battle.
Well, I wasn't running a marathon, but I damn near had a heat stroke once, and it's no laughing matter. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it is terrifying. It really is.
Yeah.
When your whole body, when you start cramping in your ribs and just all over, and your toes start to, it's terrible.
I was in an outdoor 3-on-3 basketball tournament, and I went to the first aid tent, and they had an ice tub.
Yeah.
And they're like, we got another one, get in.
Yeah.
And I got in, and it made me feel quite a bit better, but I didn't feel normal for probably 48 hours.
Yeah. I never did after any of mine.
Oh, yeah, it's no joke. It really is. Former NFL offensive tackle, legendary offensive tackle Joe Thomas, as we mentioned, he estimates that he ate 7,500 to 8,000 calories a day when he was playing.
He
Now-
slimmed down quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a shredded beast now.
All those guys that are on TV now, the Sean O'Hara's and the Jeff Saturday, those guys have all kind of lost a lot of weight.
He now eats, Joe Thomas, going from about 8,000 calories a day during his playing days to about 2,000 to 3,000 calories on most days. And then the Jaguars director of performance nutrition, this lady Mindy Black, she's like, yeah, we get guys in here that they're like, Mindy, I don't want to eat this. I'm super full. And she's like, hey, you just have to do it. Like, she's constant on these guys. They can track how much, like how dehydrated they are after a practice. They can track all these things. So within 30 minutes of a practice ending, these guys are being given information of, hey, this is how much water you have to consume. This is how much X, Y, and Z, carbs, calories, all these things to get back and ready for the next practice.
I never will forget when we trained at the Cowboys training camp in Wichita Falls, and in the locker room, outside the locker room, they had 40 IV beds set up. And that's what every player after practice, you would see guys laying in these beds getting IVs just to get ready for the next practice. Well, it's crazy how far they've come since the days of having to do stuff like that.
Yeah, like you can test and prove yourself without having to be dehydrated. Yeah. Novel concept. You know?
Yeah, it is a pretty wild deal. And then I'm trying to think, what was the other deal up in here that they were sharing with us? I guess I can't quite remember it, but something about the weigh-ins and just how stringent they are and all this stuff. But
psychologically,
yeah.
I remember Larry Allen, like, he would bring money because he knew he was always overweight. He would bring money to pay the fine right there. He would just like have, a wad of $100 bills, and Parcells would find him $100 a pound, and he would just rip off the $100 bills and hand them off.
There's the guys that can't keep it off, but there's then other guys who are, hating to have to eat. That was one of the takeaways from that story. I remember from talking about it earlier. It's like, dude, I'm not having any fun eating, and I can't imagine, being that miserable. But whatever it takes, because $15, $20, $22 million, that's offensive lineman money now. And it's definitely at least worth it for him.
For sure. I mean, for 11 years, Joe Thomas said it was worth it to feel like you just ate a Thanksgiving meal, like you're that full multiple times a day, because you're constantly having to stay that full. Every 2 to 3 hours, you're refilling yourself, and at some point, it's just not any fun anymore. And
water bill at home is sky high, and you're going through a lot of tissue too, by the way.
That's a really, really good point, man. I feel bad for the porcelain thrones of an offensive lineman.
That's 2 or 3 trips a day at least, minimum.
Yeah, you got to put a little tissue in between your cheeks.
I'll save the AT&T Stadium concession foods for a few minutes later.
All right, I like it. We do have Eric Nadel coming up in a few minutes. I wanted to pass this along. I saw it on Twitter. Did you see August 29, 2001 and 2022? Serena Williams won a U.S. Open event. Albert Pujols hit a home run. Vlad Guerrero Sr., Craig Biggio, and Dante Bichette all recorded a hit. That was in 2001. In 2022, she won a U.S. Open match. Pujols hit a home run. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Kevin Biggio, and Bo Bichette record a hit. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, Eric Nadel set to join us from Boston. We'll talk Rangers baseball with him here on The Fan. I want to chat with you, though, about my friends at D&M Leasing. Oh, I love D&M because it's the weekend, baby. You get your free time, get that work-life balance.
Glendale Roofing.
Oh, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Eric Nadell set to join you. Rangers pregame is coming up in an hour and 3 minutes as they visit the Sox tonight. Segment on The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, truckwreck.com. Eric Nadell's show is brought to you by Medical City Dallas and Lockheed Martin's Commanders Classic, presented by USAA on November 5th. And here he is, Hall of Fame announcer for your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadell. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Gavin, I'm doing great.
Right on, man. It's good to hear from you. How unique was last night, 8-3 in the 8th? I don't imagine you called too many games as frustrating as that loss.
It was pretty bad. I think it probably was the most frustrating loss of the year for the Rangers. Or put another way, it was probably the worst loss of the year. They blew a bigger lead opening day in Toronto, a 7-0 lead, but that was like in the 5th inning. There was lots of time for Toronto to score. Having an 8-3 lead and having your two best late-inning relievers, Matt Moore and Jonathan Hernandez, both rested and available, that's a really bad way to lose a game.
Eric, I was listening to you and Jared do the game the other day, and you had umpire talk. So I wanted to ask you this question. Would you like to see the umpires, once again, wear like the red jackets for the American League and the blue jackets for the National League? And would you like to see the umpire have the big pillow chest protector thing? Bring it back for a game.
I like the look of it. In old-timers games, why don't they do that? When teams wear the throwback uniforms,
sure,
make the umpires wear those blazers.
Okay,
The difference in the leagues was cool, but, ever since they've instituted the universal DH, the differences in the leagues have pretty much gone away completely. And next year, when you play all the teams in both leagues, that'll be one more step toward eliminating any distinction between the leagues.
Well, I was thinking I want to see the ties come back, but I kind of like the look of the blue turtleneck that they wore during the play of the World Series and stuff. That was not a bad look for those guys, right?
That was good. When they were wearing the ties, too, there would be these guys who wore bow ties. Jocko Conlon was my favorite umpire. He wore a little bow tie every game, and it had a little string coming down from it. It was kind of in between a bow tie and one of those bolo things. It was very distinctive.
It's Eric Nadell here. Eric, the ambient sound in the background is pretty interesting. The press box must be right on top of the crowd. Is that what we're hearing?
It is the closest to home plate of any park in the major leagues. When the Rangers were building their park, Dave Raymond, the Rangers TV announcer, brought a golf rangefinder to every park we went to for a couple of years so that we would really know the distance to home plate. And Fenway Park is the closest. It's the most unique view because we're almost directly overhanging the backstop. We're a little higher than we are in a couple of places, but we're closer to home plate. The actual distance from here to home plate is the closest, and as a result, we hear more stuff on the field than we do in any other ballpark. It's wonderful.
Eric, last night in college football, we had a guy take an interception for a touchdown and then proceed to start vomiting right there on the field. I'm curious, have you ever seen a player vomit during a game?
Yeah, we've seen a couple of pitchers vomit behind the mound over the years, particularly in Arlington when it was like 100 degrees. I can't recall exactly who, but we've definitely seen guys leave their lunch on the back of the mound.
Have you ever gotten queasy during a broadcast?
Queasy over what's happened in a game, but no, not necessarily queasy by being sick or something bad that I ate.
That's because you got a great. That's because you got a great diet and you don't eat McDonald's for like 25 years in a row.
Maybe, but I've had enough ballpark hot dogs over the years that I would have expected at some point one of them would have been bad.
Eric, as the schedule goes along here, we're just trying to kind of look for things that, clues, anything that kind of gives us a little bit of hope of maybe something we'll see maybe next season. Is there anything that you're kind of noticing, any little different trends? I know there's going to be maybe some different managerial coaches, stuff like that, but anything with the team trend-wise you're kind of looking at maybe for a little bit for next year?
Well, the thing that excites me is their speed. It's a really fun team to watch. Obviously their pitching isn't good enough right now. But, watching Leody Taveras and Bubba and Adolis play the outfield, watching those guys on the bases, the Rangers leading the league in stolen bases. They're right up there with the Angels in bunt hits and infield hits. It's a fun unit to watch. And, what's been I guess pleasantly surprising for me is how well that Bubba and Leote have held their own offensively. Neither one has gone into a horribly prolonged slump. Tavares had a rough patch that he's come out of. Bubba really hasn't had one at all. You've got Bubba hitting 276 and Leote hitting 290. And, obviously wreaking havoc when they get on base. That's the thing that, for me in the last couple of weeks, has been the most encouraging as we look forward to what sort of team the Rangers will have next year. They score a lot of runs. They're fourth in the league in runs scored. By the end of the year, they might be third. And they just have to do something about the pitching staff, and I'm sure that will be the focus in the offseason. That'll be priority 1, 2, and 3.
Eric, of course, everybody knows you're a big music fan, and a lot of people know you grew up a Mets fan. What do you think of this Timmy Trumpet viral sensation that's happening right here? Isn't this cool?
I think it's great. I love that. And, it's the sort of thing that never really would have happened before the whole social media thing. And, as much as I like to complain about social media and how it's made a lot of things worse in our world, that's one way it's made it better. I think it's great, and having been to lots of Mets games and knowing how electric it is there when the Mets are good, I think it's fabulous.
I want to pitch you, Eric, a name of a band. You know nothing about this band. All you know is the name of them. Let me know if you'd be interested in hearing them live. It is Marshall and the Fish Baskets.
Sure.
He's in, boys. How about that?
Absolutely. Who are they?
If you hear the backstory on it, you probably won't want to attend that concert, but I'm glad to know that you at least co-sign. It's a respectable name.
The Fish Baskets. That's great.
Yeah. The Fish Baskets. There's a long story behind the Fish Baskets there, but I wanted to make sure it felt like it was a good band name, and you are the foremost expert on great band names.
Yeah, we're constantly adding ones to our list that just happen to slip out during the course of the broadcast, and we've got a pretty good list going, and we take great delight in somebody saying something that turns out to be a band name. I think the most recent one that we came up with as a band name is Rendered Useless.
Oh,
that's good.
That is good.
That is terrific.
It
yeah,
reminds me of the band that's called Slightly Stupid. I like that one.
Definitely like an angsty teen rock band there, right? Rendered Useless, probably.
We have the last two we came up with were Rendered Useless and Palpable Buzz.
Oh, okay.
Buzz, I like that.
Name.
I like
Palpable Buzz.
Eric, when we were just talking about with the Mets and the walkout songs and stuff like that. What is Mariano Rivera still the best one? What Jonathan Papelbon? Who's had the one that really when you heard it you were like, we're in trouble right now?
Yeah, the Hells Bells. Trevor Hoffman.
Trevor Hoffman was
that's probably the one. The all-time save leader. Putting that in, and Levi Weaver had an interesting piece in The Athletic in the last couple of days about walk-up songs and stuff like that. And I can honestly tell you that out of all of the walk-up songs for the players and pitchers on the Rangers, I recognized one song. And, I've had ideas for guys over the years. Like Joey Gallo, for me, should definitely use the song Joey. Do you know that song? I think it was Concrete Blonde.
Oh, okay.
But he should never use that song. For me, Jonathan Hernandez should use the Chuck Berry version of Johnny Be Good. The original version. These guys don't know those songs. It's like telling them to use a song by Frank Sinatra, or Billie Holiday or something.
I've noticed that, Eric, because when we went to the game the other day at home, they put the walk-up song, the name up on the board. And I looked at it in the outfit, I'm like going, oh, that's that song. Okay, because I'm like you, I don't know the songs. I try and learn them if I can.
I don't know the songs. I usually don't know the artists either.
Yeah.
Matt and Jared can help me sometimes with those guys, but no.
Eric, appreciate your time as always. It is a Friday. Before we let you go, we got to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Oh, yeah. Well, here, what I drink at Fenway Park every night is Dell's Frozen Lemonade, which is one of the things that got me through college in Rhode Island. It's a lemonade slush made with real lemons. It's like freshly squeezed lemonade that's somehow turned into icy slush. It's absolutely delicious.
Sounds
and
wonderful.
What I'm thinking at Fenway Park is, every baseball fan should come here. And this is the best time of the year to come. September is the best time of the year to come. You start feeling fall-like in the evening. Like right now, we've both got sweaters on. You know, the temperature's around 70. There's a breeze blowing in. It'll be 60 when we walk back to the hotel after the game tonight. You know, leaves will start changing around New England. So I think everybody should put it on their bucket list.
Sounds majestic, Eric. Appreciate your time as always. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too.
There he goes, Eric Nadel, Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers here every Friday afternoon on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler standing by. Pregame's coming up at 5:30 as they take on the Red Sox. We'll go around the NFL, get you the top stories on pro football, and update this Jason Peters story. There has been a development over the last hour, and it's next in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll get you set for the real start of the college football season, plus Bobby Belt and Nick Eatman on where things stand with Jason Peters. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
It's time to warm up that end zone dance and get ready for some Cowboys football. And there's no better place to keep your team spirits high than Specs, an official
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time to go around the NFL. We have significant Cowboys news. It's brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Let's hit it.
Let's go around the NFL. G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
Couple of things. Jason Peters, negotiations are underway. That was a wave of tweets across Cowboys Twitter today. It's become a significant undertaking at this point to get this guy signed. It's becoming clear that he doesn't want to play for what he did last year. Maybe that year with Chicago was a prove-it year, and he's like, guess what? I'm old, but I'm still better than about 75% of the offensive linemen left in this league. So my read is they're hoping he plays for less, and I think he knows he's still pretty dang good. So along with Jerry saying this morning with K&C, they will pay some price for having Tyler Smith out there. What you said to start the show, Brian, Peters knows he has leverage in this situation. It's going to take some massaging.
Yeah.
And there's no urgency for it because he's still a couple, 2-3 weeks away from being ready. So they can kind of let this play out, can't they?
They can. And this is, you're going to get Tyler Smith as a starter for those, if they in fact do get Jason Peters, getting him in, will start that, him being able to work out, get in some shape. But it's going to be, from what I'm understanding, about 2 to 3 weeks before he is actually ready to go. I think this is more about insurance for the Cowboys going forward. I'm also getting the vibe that Jason Peters does want to be here. So now it's about the trying to hammer some things out. And again, maybe he could play for to try and get a little bit more money out of this thing instead of the $1.75 million he played for last year. And he knows he's in a situation where he might actually have to play.
So you think they're going to give him significant money and he's going to be a backup for real?
I do.
Okay.
I do. At least until they get him shape. And I think this is really, really about just a protection for Smith. Now, I think they really want to see if Smith is that guy, and they want to give him every opportunity to be that guy. Yeah. And if it doesn't work out, then they don't sacrifice anything. They just put in Peters and away they go. But like I said, that's not going to be for 2 or 3 weeks until he gets into shape.
All righty, around the NFL, here's Eric Chiafala with second down.
All right, boys and girls, we mentioned it earlier, and it's time to pay it off. Cowboys, AT&T Stadium, brand new additions to the concession menus. Now, Broaddus will be up in the press box. He'll be eating the delicious mac and cheese. He'll probably sneak into the Brad Sham radio booth, get some Brad Sham sushi. But you as the general population, we as the general population, we can be consuming some delicious items as well. It starts with the steak sandwich. So that's going to be nice. Slow roasted beef dipped in their signature au jus and piled on a toasted bun with arugula, provolone, the whole nine, a little horseradish, caramelized onions. That's going to be outstanding. Lobster mac and cheese will be making an appearance at AT&T Stadium this year as well. You'll get tortas, which is a nice, delicious sandwich. You'll get barbacoa chicken or pastor pork as well, which is pretty good. You'll get mott sticks. They're adding that. Mango habanero chicken sandwich with pineapple slaw.
Yes, please.
That sounds pretty incredible. Broaddus, this one's for you, the muffalata.
Yes.
Bringing that out.
It's a New Orleans favorite right there.
A muffalata?
Muffalata.
It's
just
round,
a lot of muff. Broaddus loves it.
Absolutely. It's cold cuts, turkey, salami, all this on a sandwich with cheese and stuff. Served on round bread.
Okay.
It's like
a New Orleans thing.
It's a sesame toasted bread.
It's like a sandwich on a hamburger bun?
Basically, yeah.
I love it.
But it's like a big wheel, and you cut it in those, and it's really, really good.
Like a sloshki sandwich.
Exactly. But it's got a lot of good, the salami, the provolone, all those things we all love to eat.
Top notch. But the big one, the headliner, boys and girls, fried mozzarella burger.
What?
You should see a picture of this thing. Fresh brioche bun piled with the fried mozzarella sticks. Here we go. I can there's the picture right there for you, Dawson.
Ooh.
So you got the brioche bun, you got mozzarella sticks, you got the house-made marinara sauce, then you got the Angus burger patty and pepper jack cheese. Cheesy heaven on earth is what they're calling it. Fried mozzarella burger is where you can get at AT&T Stadium. Looks pretty dang legendary.
I like the work they're doing right there. That's like a bacon cheeseburger with like 3 cheese sticks
With
just
the cheese
added.
sticks. So you just take the appetizer and put it on the burger.
Yeah.
Like you just order instead of the cheese sticks, you just, instead of eating there, you put them on the burger.
And the Mott stick is a Hall of Fame appetizer.
No doubt about it.
Without question.
Without the marinara.
I go marinara. I'll dip it in ranch too sometimes, but marinara for sure.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much got to have marinara.
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were going to shoot
Sets it
that
off.
down.
No,
I
marinara's
immediately thought,
great.
oh, geez, what are you eating marinara for?
No,
It's
tomatoes. I don't like eating whole tomatoes. It's just weird. But for some reason, when you smash it up and you can dip stuff in it, it's amazing.
It is good.
Yeah, you're Brian with third down.
Thank you very much. The Houston Texans did a really nice thing for the kids down in Uvalde. Their first home football game. This was since they had the tragedy down there that killed 19 students and 2 teachers on May 24th. The Texans, they surprised the Uvalde football team with brand new uniforms and some new equipment. So really good for the Texans to go down there and be involved with that. It happens that one of their trainers on the Texans staff was from Uvalde, and he organized things, and the team did a great job of helping things out. Lovie Smith and Christian Kirksey went down there to make sure that the kids saw them, got some encouragement from them, and then they were able to have their new uniforms and surprise them with that. And in honor, they have a special number. One of the players will wear number 21 in honor of the ones that lost their lives at the school.
Yikes. Well, I guess, that's the latest in this story. We just keep our fingers crossed that we don't have to do it too many more times before we get a solution to this crisis.
No, but good job for the Texans going in there and doing the best they can to help a community trying to get itself back on its feet.
Man, you remember the shocking stat people used to use when they talk about Super Bowl advertisements?
What
would they say?
The per second?
Yeah, per game or per ad.
Ad for 30 seconds?
It's $1 million for an ad.
Yeah.
They say that about the Super Bowl all the time. And now, of course, the Super Bowl ads are up around $5-10 million or something ridiculous now. I don't even know what they charge. This from Sportico. Fox's upcoming Thanksgiving Day clash between the Giants and Cowboys is expected to be the most watched, and at a rate of $1.1 million for each ad unit, the most expensive regular season NFL game of 2022. We've hit $1 million per spot for a Cowboys game, boys.
Wow. I wonder how they know ahead of time that that's going to be legendary. We don't know what these teams are going to be.
You got 3 games on TV, right?
Yeah.
We stopped down and watched the Lions play that early 11:30 game against a bad team. We do. Then the Cowboys will play somebody, stop down and watch that. Then there'll be Pittsburgh will play the Ravens that night. We stop down for all those games. NFL's got this thing. They got this thing figured out.
Yeah.
We watch no matter what. And we watch a lot of it too because we still play fantasy football.
Oh, that's a huge part of it. Absolutely.
You will watch. That's why to me the Red Zone channel, it's maddening to watch, but I understand it if you had fantasy football implications.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay. I always want to know how the ball got down there myself.
Yeah.
But they'll show you the touchdown or the field goal or whatever you got.
Yeah, the fantasy and the betting keeps you watching crappy Monday night football games that constantly
We love
get
to
scheduled.
wager.
I'll admit, Brian, there's something to it with watching the whole game that you lose, like the build up and the who's going to win. Like after you've invested an hour and a half, it gets a lot more tense and it just feels like I got to stay and watch how this whole thing's developed. I really felt that the other night with the Serena Williams match.
Yeah.
But if you can cut through the commercials and just get highlights, I think the trade-off to Red Zone's well worth it. I do think it's worth it.
I never really got to. The only time I've ever watched Red Zone, because I'm usually involved with a Cowboy game, but watching Red Zone when you're that week off, I remember sitting down and I'm going, this is honestly amazing, but it's also maddening because, like I said, I want to know how the drive went to get to this point. But for those folks that play fantasy football, it's a great tool, and it's a great way to be able to kind of keep up with what's going on with all the games, not just a particular game you're working on.
Trayvon Diggs interview. How important is this part of game prep, and is it a red flag that he is taking a pass on it? That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. We have something incredibly magical happening right now at Diamonds Direct, though. Get on into the Diamonds Direct near you. We are blessed to have 2 locations in DFW, and we are looking at 5 years, 0 interest financing on any purchase. That's a limited time right now. You can buy anything at Diamonds Direct, spread your payments over 5 years without paying a single dime in interest. This is incredible. Maybe you have, the holidays in mind. Maybe you have next Valentine's in mind. Maybe there's a big anniversary coming up or you're ready to pump that question. This is the time, okay? A $3,000 pair of diamond stud earrings or engagement ring. That's $50 a month. How about a $6,000 ring? $100 a month with nothing down. I know maybe you're putting it off because you don't want to have some chintzy ring there. Hey, will you marry me? Hey, here's a speck of diamond. No, you want a big old rock. Well, now you can make it happen. $10,000 ring, only $167 a month with nothing down. And it's not just rings, okay? You're looking at earrings and pendants and bands and bracelets. Just find what you like. Divide the price by 60. That's your super low payment. You could even finance the sales tax. 5 years, 0 interest, anything and everything. At Diamonds Direct, get store hours, directions, and more details at diamondsdirect.com on approved credit.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Backyard Brawl returned last night for the first time since 2011. Pitt capitalized off a bad decision by West Virginia's coach Neil Brown, who elected to punt the ball up 7 at midfield on 4th and inches. That move opened up the door for Pitt to score 14 unanswered points in the final 4 minutes to take down the Mountaineers. The game was awesome, the atmosphere electric, and it should happen every year. I'm Zach Gelb.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When a nasty cold keeps you up all night, Vicks NyQuil Severe gives you powerful relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms, which changes a night that sounds like this into a night that sounds more like this. That's better. NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, sore throat, stuffy head, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed.
Kevin Hageland here, and I believe in soda weight loss. If you're like I was and perpetually struggling with your weight, wondering what the options are, please reach out to me so we can talk and I can get you ready for the soda program. Or you can go to sodaweightloss.com.
Howdy, folks. Come work with Big Tex at the most Texan place on earth. The State Fair of Texas is hiring, from gates to guest relations. Apply today at bigtex.com/jobs. See y'all at the fair.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
You remember that time you were singing in the shower, and then you heard a knock on the wall, and then you realized that your bathroom shared a wall with your neighbor's bedroom, and all you could do was stand there silently, thinking about all the other things they may have heard in the 4 years you've lived there? Yeah, good times.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
This is Sean Shreve. I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about the market's volatility and just how much people have lost. So what's to come now, Jeff?
I certainly don't want to be a doomsayer, but I believe there's some more pain to come. Pain at the pump, pain with rising prices, and some more pain within the stock market.
So what should people do?
Well, I've always been an advocate for Core and Explore. The core is the portion of your investments that are safe, and I'm not talking bonds. I'm talking guaranteed against loss with upside potential, which bonds are not. The Explore is the portion you can risk and is considered long-term. Many firms only focus on Explore and lose people way too much money in times like these.
If you don't have a Core and Explore strategy, be prepared for more pain. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They have 3 convenient locations here. Call 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Paid endorsement.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Rangers pregame coming up in 30 minutes. A lot of good Cowboys talk right here for you. We have planned. The news from the Cowboys media horde on Cowboys Twitter is that they're negotiating right now with Jason Peters, so stand by. But it's not really urgent because he's still 3 weeks away maybe from being in shape, no training camp and all that, so it's going to take him some time. So this might be playing out for a little bit, but they've spent the better part of 2 days together. Jerry Jones personally met with him today, and he's not leaving town. So it just seems like something they're going to massage. Anyway, we're going to go to a Trayvon Diggs interview. Is this a red flag? General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. We'll ask him what he'd think if he heard this about a player he was thinking about adding to the team. Lucius Alexander's at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so Trayvon Diggs interview. This is InsideHook.com is where I'm reading it. And
very reputable.
Yeah, he was asked a number of questions. How much tape do you watch to prepare for games was the one we're going to discuss right here. His answer: a little. I try not to watch a lot of tape because I don't want to be just thinking about the tape. I like being savvy, but I'd rather just go out there and play and get a feel from it. I'll watch a little bit of tape and go over it and skim through it, but I'm not. I try not to watch too much depending on who I'm playing. I'll always ask my brother questions and touch base with him weekly.
So he skims through the film. He does film study the same way I do like book reports in high school. I'm just skimming through this thing, okay? I'm trying to get I don't want to overwhelm my brain with too much about the book. I want to kind of be able to freestyle on my report. So that's kind of the way Trayvon Diggs approaches film study. Maybe he needs the Kyler clause.
I tell you what, he does kind of play corner, like he's not too worried about what the guy's running. He's just watching the quarterback to see if he can make a break on it, Brian. Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, then you watching the quarterbacks then in film study.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, he's an NFL player, and
he's really good.
I'm not.
He's really good, yeah.
And I'm the total opposite. I think I would want to learn everything I could about the guy I'm competing against, every move. I remember talking to guys like a Rondé Barber, people like that, where you talk to them, and they tell you about film watching and how important it is and how you can see. And maybe Rondé had to do it a little bit more because he wasn't the fastest guy. So you have to get any edge you could, whether you're playing in the slot or the outside. And man, my whole life and professionally has been about watching tape and trying to study. And sometimes I feel like I see it right. Other times I might not. But as a player, man, it's just, because you got quarterbacks that are watching you. There's quarterbacks there's receivers that are studying you. And if, you show that you're kind of a guy that's a little bit of a loose player, you're really not locked in with your coverage and then maybe they could take advantage of it. It's a little bit disappointing, but these young players,
not backbreaking.
These young players,
All pro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think there's certain ways to do things, and
don't you think he could be elite though? Like the film is an opportunity to learn everything you can about your opponent. I'm looking for tendencies. Yeah. I'm looking for a dip in the hip before he goes left. There's tells all over the place in sports. And the more you see a guy, the more you can instinctually react.
Look at the guys like Richard Sherman, that can't. It's like a 4.55 guy coming out of Stanford. But Richard Sherman after a game could tell you every route a guy ran. He could tell you from the movement, the breaks, the alignment.
Yeah.
He okay, if he's going to play, if they're going to line him short, these are the routes I'm going to get.
Yeah. 210 says, well, if he plays good at cornerback, who gives an actual damn? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, no, it is. That's what we're saying.
Do you want to be the best version of yourself, or do you want to be good enough? Good enough to have a great career? Or do you want to say, hey, I want to be a Hall of Famer. I want to help lead a defense to the next level. I want to be able to have every possible thing accounted for. And I think as a fan, you want as many players as possible. If I'm a front office guy and I'm thinking, okay, as this guy gets older, if he doesn't study, he's going to get burnt even more. You know, I don't know if I want to invest in a player like that who's coming up for free agency and is going to be asking for $20 million a year. You know, the money that goes to those guys should be legit top of the field. Right? I cover and I make plays on the ball, and I'm constantly studying to make myself as good as possible. I don't want to turn it into a Trayvon Diggs thing, but I don't think we can hide from the fact that this is a significant hole in one of your best players' preparation either.
Yeah, and maybe he's mind bleeping everybody. Maybe he's doing the mind trick game, like the wide receivers and stuff. Like if they read this, they see this. Hey, you don't have to worry about you can be as obvious as you want with all your tendencies because I'm not watching anyway, boys. That's maybe that's a glass half full way I want to take this because it is disappointing if it's true, and you hope that he kind of grows into that a little bit. It's almost a little bit surprising that maybe somebody with the Cowboys hasn't maybe taken him under his wing a little bit to be like, hey, this is kind of how you should probably approaching these things. And it's not like he's a perfect player. If he's the perfect player and he's locked down, he's doing all these things, then it's hard to argue. Like if LeBron wants to come and tell me that he's not really doing much film study, okay, I mean, sure, Brady, Manning, like all these guys, okay, you're the best in the sport. I can't really push back on you. But we've talked about all year that it's the big highs and then really low lows for Trayvon Diggs. And maybe he could minimize those lows if he was doing some type of film study.
It's the double moves. You know, you should be aware of how likely this guy's going to hit you with a double move. And that's a good point. Deion Sanders was special, right? And he would show up and blanket cover anybody, and the guy would barely touch the football. But Diggs isn't that guy, you know?
Yeah, there's, with technology the way it is today and the way they could break down every single route the receiver runs, if you watch Cooper Kupp, you play the Rams that week, I think I'd want to know what are Cooper Kupp's best routes? What are his best releases? What are the things, what kind of pressure can I put on him from a coverage aspect that takes him out of some of the things that he does really well? Not just show up and say, okay, Coop, it's you and I one-on-one today. Here we go. I just think there's a certain amount of preparation, but you're right. The texter's right. If the Cowboys, if Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and those guys don't feel like that he needs to study tape, and they let him get away with that, and he continues to have 11 interceptions.
Yeah,
what should we all care? But
that's fair.
The minute that all of a sudden he's giving up play after play after play, and the 11 interceptions don't happen.
Yeah.
Then there's going to be the questions of your ability's good, your preparation sucks.
Well, especially when we just played the sound, was it last week of Devontae Adams and the football X's and O's that he went into and all the stuff that's going through his mind.
How he sets you up and stuff.
Yeah. And when you think about how cerebral Devontae Adams is, and that's just one example, but you're talking about one of the best in the sport, somebody that Trayvon Diggs is going to have to line up against, and you think about all the preparation and all the football cerebral aspects that he's bringing to the table, and then the guy in front of him is like, yeah, I watched a couple of highlights and now I'm here doing my thing. I don't know if that's something that can age well.
Well, there's really no excuse then with technology the way it is, and these players have the opportunity to, with their pads to take them home or set up a station at home and just sit down and study. There's no excuse for that. I mean, back in the day, there was carrying tapes, beta tapes, and all these tapes around and having to study. You now with a click of a mouse, you can get every route a guy runs.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to take advantage of that and take a look at him doing that.
A lot of good reaction here on the text to the story. You could take it one of two ways. He's still very, very good, but if you want to be the best version of yourself, and I think you'd probably hold yourself to that standard, you'd hold your kids to that standard. And I think if the season doesn't go well, the Cowboys should consider this significantly in how they look at the free agency evaluation. Okay, Micah Parsons on being the best player in the league. He says it doesn't mean you're going to have 20 sacks. Being the best player in the league, you're leading your team to a championship. I have to make everyone around me better. I have to be one of the guys we can lean on in big moments.
Sounds like a quarterback. If you didn't tell me who that was and it was just the quote, I'd say, what quarterback is that?
Yeah, it's totally blown me away how amazing he is when it comes to the leadership talking. I don't know, what all is capable. Is he going to turn into a Ray Lewis type of inspirational figure on this team? Can he be that kind of a catalyst? Or what do you think, Brian, as he tries to take his next step? Is he going to emerge as like the quarterback of the defense?
He can absolutely. He could. And there's people that we've had discussions. I know I was on the Cowboys break yesterday, and we were having the discussion: is he the best player on the team? There's people that will say the Zach Martins and
no one is saying. Did anybody in Cowboys break say anybody's name other than Micah Parsons as the unequivocal best player? There were guys that were going against Micah Parsons being the best player on the team.
Yeah, there's nobody that's going against that.
Oh, okay, good.
And that's where I think we're at right now. It used to talk about Tyron Smith and Dak Prescott and and others, but it's now Micah Parsons. This is really his team. As much as you with Dak, the leadership, offensively, I think Dak is in for a really good year myself. Will it be his fault that they lose games? Probably not. It'll probably be others around him that aren't capable of getting it done, including the coordinator or maybe even the head coach. But when you look at the defense and what Micah Parsons does on a weekly basis, if you don't get motivated by watching him play, and that's the thing that's amazing, he's the opposite of what we're hearing right now about Diggs. He's the guy that's going to study every single thing he can to get ready for a game.
Yeah. It's rare, it's rare that people understand that at this age. And it's fantastic because when you get to the fourth quarter and the other team's trying to come back and it's 3rd and 12 and everybody knows they're passing, can you go get the quarterback at that point? And he definitely understands that, but more than that, he understands how important he is to this team and how people are looking at him. And at this age, it takes that sort of leadership stance with so many older guys on the roster. I think that's like next level football character and team leadership.
Yeah, like he's got all the physical attributes and everything. Like we know how much of a stud he is, but then from a mental standpoint, he wants to be the best. He wants to be the greatest. He's putting voice to the fact, I want to be the best on my team, the best in the sport. I'm looking at you, DeMarcus Lawrence. There's no chance you're going to have more sacks than I am. I want the Super Bowl. So he's got everything. That's why, like when we think about, offenses are going to be game planning for him more. Broadus, as you mentioned yesterday, like these offenses are going to make it a point to say, identify where's Micah Parsons. He can't wreck this game. I just think he's one of those few guys. You see it with Aaron Donald. You see it with a TJ Watt or whoever, where it's like we know every team, every offensive coordinator, every quarterback goes into the game knowing we have to stop this guy, and you just can't do it. And there's very, very few of these guys throughout the history of the sport. I think we're dealing with one of those where it's like, send anything at him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what type of strategy you have to stop him. He's just too dominant to be stopped. I think he's next level generational, and I think he's going to hit the over on all these numbers and projections that they have for him.
It's a major X factor when you get a guy like Micah that doesn't care about money as far as the end of the road, right? Like for him, it's about being the greatest, and the money's going to come along with it. A month ago, he said in this interview, I'm a first-round pick. I'm defensive rookie of the year. He actually said, the money doesn't even matter at this point because I'm getting tons of it anyway. Mm-hmm. It's about what can I do with my life to change my legacy as a football leader and as a community leader. And at the time, he was talking about making sure that all of his endorsement deals gave money to charities along with supporting him. And it's like, man, this guy, for that background at Penn State and how immature that looked, this guy's freaking dialed. Like the ultimate professional in so many ways, and he's so damn entertaining too. It's terrific. 630 on Trayvon Diggs says, yikes. It's not like he's a lockdown corner. If he didn't get the ball, he's a terrible cornerback. Hopefully as he gets older and gets burned like he did last year, he'll change and start studying tape. Yeah, it's Trayvon Diggs' quote about studying tape. That would be the thing for me. Like, I would want to silence people so much. Now, maybe he knows himself. We got to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's the one in his skin and in his own mind. Maybe he knows that when he does overstudy, he gets psyched out on game day. So he needs to watch enough to get a few things, but then he needs to go out and let it go so he doesn't psych himself out.
As long as he continues to make plays, I'm sure they'll let him ride the way he needs to.
Yeah, and it's one of those deals, these interceptions, it's not something that historically you see duplicated overly often, where just some guy every year is consistently getting 8+ interceptions, and in this case 11 interceptions. And so maybe Trayvon Diggs is the rare bird who's got the former wide receiver in him, and his brother's the wide receiver, and he's got the ball skills, and he's just a magnet for the football, and he gets out of bed every Sunday morning just knowing that there's a coin flip chance I'm getting a pick today. And if that's that's what you can do, then you don't ever have to watch film then, bro.
I mean,
but that's just not very likely.
No, it's not. 469. Trey said he watches tape, though. He did say that, right? Yes, he said a little. I try not to watch a lot of tape. I watch a little tape and try to skim over it. Those are his exact words. And for me, if you're giving up the most yards in the NFL, the most, you can't lean on the picks. You can't look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm an awesome corner. You're a guy with awesome ball skills that is an awesome interceptor, but you're not a good cover guy. And knowing the routes guys are going to run at certain parts of the game or tendencies of when their bodies move in a certain way or another, they're setting you up for another kind of move. Though that kind of information could be massive. The good news is he's going to play in the NFL for a long time. He's going to learn a lot of these players like the back of his hand by the time he's done with all the experience and all the reps that he'll have. But there's always new players coming into the league. And your advantage as a veteran is quite a few of them, and how to work your butt off to get ready for all the things that you can't account for. We got to run. Jared Sandler's going to get you set for the pregame show coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you need to get your edge back, Men's T Clinic has the answers for you. These guys are so great. I want to thank Men's T Clinic for everything they've done for us over the years. They've been with us at The Fan since 2014, and I started going in again earlier this year because I felt down. I didn't have the energy, I didn't have the drive, the mental clarity. They gave it back to me. They did. Men's T Clinic's founders, Bobby and Derek, their dedicated medical team, they have built a patient-first process to help you optimize your total men's wellness. And it's not just about the testosterone replacement therapy, which they set the industry standard on. It's much more than that. Visceral fat, weight loss, hair loss, non-surgical pain therapies, so much that Men's T Clinic can help you with. All you have to do is go to mensteclinic.com. They have 5 DFW locations, cash and insurance options. And if you're like me, getting up there a little bit, we're sitting here in middle age, nothing to be ashamed of. But man, as we get older, our testosterone numbers naturally come down. So mention me, get a free in-body composition analysis. That's an $80 value at mensteclinic.com.
Your Labor Day weekend appears to be quite laborious. Do tell.
My small end-of-the-summer happy hour just turned into a party. Now I've got 20 ladies coming over in 30 minutes. And all I've got are a bottle of wine and half a pack of saltines.
Don't crumble to pieces, my saltine queen. For Specs has everything you need to empower your happy hour with a Texas-sized selection of world-class wines and the finest gourmet goods this side of anywhere. What say the Pinot Grigio now?
Specs took the labor out of my Labor Day with a huge selection of wines and some seriously delicious snacks.
You certainly put the gal in gala. And with Specs lower prices, you'll save enough to get name tags for all your new friends. You're welcome. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Cheers to savings.
Looking for an awesome career? Tolbert Garage Door is hiring full-time garage door technicians up to $22 an hour with experience. Valid driver's license required, flexible hours, company vehicle. Send resume to Colby at TolbertGarageDoor.com or stop into the Mesquite location Monday through Friday.
Imagine buying a pair of sneakers and getting a soothing, gentle foot massage like you'd get during a relaxing pedicure just by walking. You might think this sounds too good to be true, but we think it sounds like Skechers' new Massage Fit sneakers. Because Skechers, the comfort technology company, has designed a unique innovation that makes it feel like you're pampering your feet with a gentle massage in every step. The secret is Skechers' new patented wave technology on the sole that gently massages your feet while you're walking around. It feels amazing and is so gentle you can wear them all day just like your other favorite Skechers sneakers. And not only will you be getting the massage, you'll also be getting Skechers' other famous comfort features, like a special luxury insole that offers extra support for 24/7 comfort. Plus, they come in a variety of fashionable styles, including lace-up and slip-ons, and they're machine washable for easy care. Get a bonus massage in every step with Skechers' new Massage Fit. Find them for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
RJ Chopper here, my good friends at A#1 Air. You need a new AC system? Right now at A#1 Air, $79 a month of your payments and no interest for up to 60 months. That's 5 years. Plus, of course, they never charge overtime. Not on weekends, not on holidays. All the work backed by a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I trust A#1 Air plumbing, electrical, heating, and air conditioning. You should too. 1-800-NEW-COOL. 1-800-NEW-COOL or A#1air.com.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Suicide is a national tragedy. Feeling hopeless and alone can be overwhelming. You are not alone. Hope is here. Save.org and CBD American Shaman are ready to help. We are partnering to educate the public about the realities of suicide. CBD American Shaman is proud to partner with Save.org during Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. Come to a store near you and donate to Save.org this September, and CBD American Shaman will match your donation. We are committed to helping people live better lives. Life is better with a feather.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We got Rangers baseball coming up here in about 9 minutes. Sands is going to come on with the pregame show, and he's in studio with us now. Sands, what the heck happened last night, buddy?
Not good. Not good. You can't walk the first two guys in the ninth inning when you're up by 3, and that's what Jonathan Hernandez did. You know,
did he know that going in that he shouldn't do that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. You know, it could have been his strategy. Let's walk a couple guys, make it interesting.
Right.
You know, maybe he wants to pad his double play numbers. I don't know.
See, now we're thinking outside the box here.
Yeah.
Is that Fenway Park no lead is safe? Is that kind of the history of that place?
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's also walk 6 guys and no lead is safe.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, but yeah, and they're kind of like, I mean, Rafael Devers was 0 for his last 25 in the middle of that game. Like, seriously, it'd been on.
No,
and so, like,
yeah.
that's dog about to wake up and bark at you. And he did that with big hits in the 8th and the 9th inning. But yeah, Fenway Park, there's some weird things that go down in that ballpark in favor of the home team.
Assuming Moore comes back next year and Hernandez, how many good bullpen pieces do they have? And, you know, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, I think they're okay in the bullpen. I think the question is, do you feel like they need to go out and spend assets or financial resources on a bona fide closer? Not that, you know, Jonathan Hernandez couldn't be that guy, but do you feel like, hey, let's knock everyone down a peg, Johnny in the 8th, and just have some depth? And I think you can make a pretty strong argument that it would be beneficial to do that now that you really are serious about trying to make the playoffs next year, adding that bona fide reliever who can close out games for you.
And under JD, they would kind of like wait until they were having a good season and then find that at the deadline.
Yeah, and the thought is, in general, that the bullpen is a pretty easy group to fix. I mean, just look at this Rangers bullpen. They were in one of the worst stretches that you could imagine, and you know, I know that they did not pitch well last night, but hey, all of a sudden you look, you got Brock Burke and Jonathan Hernandez, Jose Leclerc, Matt Moore, Taylor Hearn. I mean, that's not a bad quintet in your bullpen. So bullpens are volatile and they're pretty easy to fix. You just got to put a little effort to doing it, and a lot of teams wait until they're really planning on being competitive to do that.
I don't think we mentioned this yesterday, but should we not expect to see Josh Young at all?
No. I think you'll see him. I would be surprised if he is not a Ranger by the end of this coming homestand. It could be before. He could make his debut on this road trip, but I think in the next week and a half, Josh Young will be up.
I don't want to ask you more baseball questions. How's the charity doing?
It's great. I appreciate it. Going well. We still have some bays available for our big event December 11th. If you go to thesandlot.org, you can find all the information there at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Coolio's going to be there performing, which we're really excited about. We were rapping some Coolio hits yesterday. But it's great. And then North Texas Giving Day, September 22nd, but early giving started. So again, if you go to at Jared Sandler on Twitter, there's some links there if you would like to donate to help us support kids with disabilities.
How's your buddy JD doing? Holding up all right?
I think he's going to be just fine. He's good 45 with a lot, and there are a lot of suitors for him if he wants, but I think he's going to take some time to be a dad.
Yeah, he's kind of figured out that he's like, wow, people do things during the day.
Yeah.
You know, he was pretty, I actually reached out to him myself, and it was fun. It was nice to visit with him.
Right on. Well, thanks so much to Lucius Alexander there in the Pimp Cup. We'll be back on Tuesday. Thanks to Chia Follow and Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Have yourself a fantastic Labor Day weekend. Be safe, everybody. Until Tuesday at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease. All right, Dawson back here with you. I want to talk about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions and what they can offer you to trim up some excess fat that you might have around your body. Look, you know, we all have our spots. Some people it's chocolate or donuts or pizza, barbecue. It doesn't matter what it is. we all can agree we'd like a little bit less fat on our body. Absolute Beauty Solutions has rolled out this ultra slim procedure. It's the